Chapter 1. Night Talk in the Mountain Village. In the state of Chu, on a winding path leading to the northwestern Luoxia Mountain, a group of people is advancing quickly. They show no nostalgia for the autumn scenery of colorful forests on both sides of the road, nor for the beautiful sunset in the distance. Leading the group is a middle-aged man, dressed in brocade, wearing a silk cap, and carrying a long sword at his waist, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. However, at this moment, the man has a furrowed brow, gazing into the distance. Behind him are two men in black, wearing long knives, cold expressions on their faces, closely following the man. Following the two black-clad men is a young man in white, with a jade pendant hanging at his waist and his hair tied up. Originally a remarkable young gentleman, he now looks weary, with a hint of resentment on his face. The cart behind them sways left and right on the rugged mountain road, as if it might fall apart at any moment. The man is named Li Kuan, who runs a well-known Baiyun hall in the county, specializing in the trade of medicinal materials. The two black-clad men are his guards, and the young man in white is his son, Li Haoran. Inside the cart sits his wife, Eumalion. Dad, how much longer do we have to walk? Can we take a break? My body can't take it anymore. Look at Mom. She's about to fall apart in that cart, Li Haoran said, somewhat dissatisfied. Hearing the boy's complaints, the leader, Li Kuan, pulled the reins in his hand, stopping the horses, and glanced at the cart behind him, showing a look of pity. However, he then waved his hand decisively and said, "We can't rest yet. We must reach Lao Huai village tonight to see your uncle. Don't complain to me anymore. Just hold on a little longer. If it weren't for your matter, we wouldn't be in such a hurry to come here. After we see your uncle, don't show this expression or he'll deal with you." After hearing Li Kuan's words, Li Haoran's expression worsened, and he muttered, "Why does uncle have to live in this remote and poor place?" Really? As if hearing the boy's mumbling, the man turned his head and glared at him fiercely. The boy shrank his neck in fright and dared not speak anymore, riding his horse closely behind. As dusk fell, the group stopped in front of an old mountain village, where a tall, old locust tree stood on the path into the village. I could see this moment. The leaves of the old locust tree had all fallen, and its dry branches swayed in the western wind. Seeing this old locust tree, the man's face showed a hint of joy, and he said to the others behind him, "Let's go into the village." The night in the mountain village was very quiet after nightfall. Hardly anyone came out. After entering the village, the group did not attract attention. Only a few sporadic barks from dogs broke the tranquility of Ning Mountain Village. Li Kuan and his party walked to the west end of the village and stopped in front of a simple large courtyard. Li Kuan shouted excitedly, "Elder brother, I'm back." As soon as his voice fell, the door was pulled open. A robust man dressed in coarse linen clothes, holding a pipe, walked out. The man is named Li Qian. The village doctor behind him are two boys, one tall and chubby, named Li Feng, and the other short and dull, named Li Yi. There is also a girl with a ponytail, named Li Mei, and a middle-aged woman in blue clothes, who is Li Qian's wife. Hearing the call, Li Qian happily said, "Second brother and sister-in-law are here. Come in quickly, you must be exhausted from the journey." "Hello, second uncle. Did you bring us something delicious?" Li Feng asked, his eyes darting around, looking at the brocade-clad man, Li Kuan. "Go away just thinking about eating. Hurry and let your second uncle in," Li Qian said. "I brought it, of course. How could I dare to come see you, little brat, without bringing food? There's not just food, but also toys. You can pick them out later," said the brocade-clad man as he ran to the cart to fetch things. "Hello, second uncle," Li Yi said shyly. As for the youngest, Li Mei, she also called out and hid behind them, curiously watching Li Kuan and the others. "Good, all good. This must be Xiao Yi and Xiao Mei, grown so much. Come, let second uncle take a good look," Li Kuan said, holding the things, addressing the dull boy and the darting-eyed girl. The white-robed boy on horseback also dismounted, called out "Uncle," and stood aside, silent, with a slight hint of pride and disdain flashing in his eyes. However, the expression showed no signs of revealing, and he instead greeted Li Yi and the others warmly. But unbeknownst to him, this slight gaze was precisely caught by Li Yi, who looked deeply at them. After some warm exchanges and a rather sumptuous meal, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. I could see this moment. In a study deep in the courtyard, Li Qian and Li Kuan were sitting across from each other, drinking tea. Li Qian took a sip of tea, puffed on his pipe, and said to the brocade-clad man, "Second brother, you must have come here for something. You didn't make it clear in your letter. Indeed, what can't escape elder brother's eyes? I have come this time to ask for a favor." Li Kuan stood up seriously and said, "Hey, we're brothers, there's no need for formalities. We're family, just say what you need. As long as I can do it," Li Qian replied. "I've received news that several cultivation sects are coming to the secular world to recruit disciples, and the scale of this recruitment is quite large. As long as the cultivation talent is decent, they could be accepted into the sect. So I want to take Haoran a try, but I don't know what his talent is like. Moreover, the rules for this recruitment are a bit different. They're holding a fairy ascension conference, and as long as we can present good treasures, even those with lesser talent can enter the sect through special approval. So, I would like to ask Elder Brother to sell me the cultivated blood ginseng to take to the Fairy Ascension Conference," the brocade-clad man said in one breath, then raised his head to look at the coarse-clothed man. Upon hearing Li Kun's words, Li Qian's expression became serious. He took a deep puff from his pipe and drank from his tea bowl, seemingly deep in thought. Li Kun did not urge him, merely waiting quietly. After a moment, Li Qian slowly spoke. Second brother, you should know why I am here in this small mountain village, being a rural doctor. Many years ago, we were all disciples of the Medicine King Mountain Villa. Later, the disciples of the Medicine King Mountain Villa discovered a spiritual herb that was 700 or 800 years old and brought it back to the villa. But the news leaked, leading to the destruction of the Medicine King Mountain Villa by a mysterious person overnight. Our master, brothers, and sisters were all killed, only we survived because we were out on business. It is said that it was done by a cultivator who could wipe out a major sect in one night. The terror of cultivators is something that ordinary martial arts experts cannot withstand. I do not recommend you deal with them. You must know that cultivators do not regard mortals at all. My blood ginseng, although it is not 700 or 800 years old, has been cultivated for over 300 years. To a cultivator, it is also a rare treasure. I know this, and I understand the concerns my elder brother has. I later inquired about the Medicine King Manor. It was done by a rogue cultivator, and that evil cultivator was killed by the cultivators behind the Medicine King Manor. This time it's different. I heard that the sects recruiting cultivators are all famous cultivation sect from our Chu country, righteous and reputable. They wouldn't dare to kill indiscriminately, and the offering of treasures is conducted discreetly. So it won't leak out that I also know how terrifying cultivators can be, which is why I am so eager to have Howard become a cultivator, to make our Leaf family a family of cultivators. Otherwise, no matter how much wealth we have, it could be taken away in an instant. These years I've been living in fear, as the Baiyun Hall has to pay a large tribute to the forces with cultivators every year. Only when our Leaf family produces a cultivator can this situation improve. Please help me, elder brother. The well-dressed man said excitedly. After speaking, he bowed deeply. Li Qian glanced at the extremely excited Li Kun and sighed. All right, I will give you the blood ginseng. However, I have one condition. Take Xiao Yi with you, let him see the world, and see if there's a chance to enter a sect. Hearing this, Li Kun exclaimed in delight. That's great. Thank you, elder brother. Then he asked with some confusion, why Xiao Yi and not Xiao Feng? I think Xiao Feng is a bit smarter, and if selected, he would surely do well in the sect. Xiao Feng's personality is too impulsive and worried he might cause trouble. Although Xiao Yi is a bit dull, he's not stupid and has a steadier temperament, making him more suitable for cultivation. Let him give it a try, Li Qian said. Chapter 2, Ascension Conference. In the early morning, just as the sky was getting bright, a small courtyard in Laohua village was already brightly lit. Li Qian and Li Kun, who had talked the night before, were standing in the courtyard, with carriages in yesterday's group behind them. However, among this group, there was an additional dark-skinned boy dressed in gray coarse clothes, Li Yi, who was only around 11 or 12 years old. After the conversation last night, his parents found him and said they wanted him to go to the city to see the world, to seek his fortune in cultivation. They told him a series of benefits of being a cultivator, and he drowsily agreed. But today he was leaving his hometown for a different place, and at this moment his eyes were full of reluctance, tears welling up but not falling, as the stubborn boy clenched his fists tightly. After a heartfelt farewell, Li Yi boarded the carriage for his journey. Li Kun clasped his fists and said, elder brother, sister-in-law, take care. Then he mounted his horse, tugged the reins, and left. At this moment, he felt very satisfied, holding a brocade box containing the blood ginseng he had requested yesterday. He originally thought it would take some persuasion to obtain it, but he didn't expect to get it so easily, just by bringing one more person to test his fortune, which was no loss. To him, behind the burly man, Li Howren was still a bit groggy. He had been traveling for several days without proper rest, and now had to wake up early to bring his down-to-earth little cousin along to the Ascension Conference, making him feel a bit displeased at this moment. Li Yi was sitting in the carriage, curiously observing everything inside. The interior of the carriage was not luxurious, but was decorated quite delicately. Just then, a pleasant voice reached his ears. Come here, Xiao Yi, come to your aunt. Li Yi obediently nodded and sat beside the middle-aged beauty, Eumalion. Looking at this very pretty second aunt, Li Yi felt a bit uneasy and even a little nervous. Seeing Li Yi's expression, the middle-aged beauty smiled gently. Xiao Yi, don't be nervous. We are all family. Come chat with your aunt. Li nodded in response. Thus, Li Yi and the beautiful woman slowly began to chat. Eumalion was very good at conversation, and soon Li Yi was chatting quite amiably with her. A few days later, Li Yi and the group arrived at an inn, looking worn out from travel. Li Kun lightly jumped down from his horse. Then he came to the front of the carriage and said, Xiao Yi, Malian, hurry and get off the carriage. Let's rest well at the inn and then go experience the Ascension Conference. I heard it's quite lively inside. Upon hearing about the Ascension Conference, Li Howren, who had been listless behind him, immediately excitedly said, Yes, I can't wait to go, Dad. However, Li Kun said, Not now, quickly go rest and change into clean clothes. Well, go tomorrow, AT this time. Then was filled with people, some chatting animatedly, while others sighed and stared out the window. This was Li Yi's first time seeing so many people in an inn, and he curiously looked around. Yes, as soon as they entered the inn, they heard a middle-aged fat man say, "Oh, isn't this Bosley? You all came to participate in the Ascension Conference, but you're a bit late." "Yeah, we stopped by my elder brother's house on the way to pick up my nephew, so we arrived a little late, but fortunately, we made it in time," Li Kuan replied cheerfully. After traveling for several consecutive days and feeling extremely exhausted, that evening, Li Yi and the others had a simple meal and then fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already well past dawn. Li Yi rubbed his growling stomach and opened the door to go downstairs to find something to eat. As soon as he entered the inn's lobby, he saw his second uncle Li Kuan, second Aunt Yumei Yin, and cousin Li Haoran sitting in the lobby, eating and chatting, while the black-clad men who came along were nowhere to be seen. Seeing Li Yi come down, Li Kuan immediately greeted him warmly, saying, "Xiao Yi, hurry over to eat. I saw you still asleep this morning, so I didn't wake you. You must be starving." Saying this, he got up and brought a chair and a set of bowls and chopsticks to the table, being very hospitable. "Uncle, aunt, cousin, good morning," he said obediently, then sat down at the table and began to eat. During the meal, Li Kuan and his wife asked him about his well-being, and Li Haoran chatted with him briefly. After finishing the meal, the beautiful woman brought him a set of clean clothes and a pair of brand new leather boots. He changed into the clothes and immediately felt much more spirited. But on the outside, he still looked very ordinary, unlike Li Haoran, who appeared quite impressive. Touching his new clothes and looking at himself in the copper mirror, Li Yi was very satisfied with his outfit. After changing, Li Kuan took Li Yi and Li Haoran out. Walking on the street outside the inn, Li found everything around him very novel, as these things didn't exist in Laowa village. That on both sides of the street were all kinds of small stalls and vendors, with the stall owners enthusiastically selling their goods. Shops lined the street, with people frequently coming in and out. Looking at the dazzling array of goods and various delicacies, Li Yi was almost overwhelmed. However, at this moment, more people like them were heading out of the city in groups of 3 or 5, mostly adults leading several young boys and girls. Not long after leaving the city, Li Yi saw a tall flagpole in a wide valley with the words Ascension Conference written on it. Surrounding the valley were 5 huge platforms, with one platform having a sign that read Tianyu Sect. The others were Shun Dao Sect, Tian Xiao Gate, Hualing Valley, and Bingshui Palace. Li Kuan was somewhat excited as he led Li Yi and others toward the high platform where the Tianyu Sect was located in front of the high platform. A long queue had already formed, and a young man in blue was maintaining order beside it. The young man in blue frowned as he looked at the noisy crowd, his expression gradually darkening. He ignored those who tried to talk to him, even scolding them to leave. Seeing this, Li Kuan revealed a delighted expression. He immediately walked up to the young man in blue and bowed deeply. That he said, "Esteemed immortal master, I am Li Kuan, here with my son and nephew to participate in your sect's disciple selection." Upon seeing someone trying to cut in line, the young man in blue immediately became furious. "I don't care who you are. Hurry up and go to the back of the line. If you cut in again, you'll be disqualified from participating. Get lost." As Li Kuan was scolded, the people waiting in line around them showed expressions of glee. Li Kuan looked at the angry young man and was not upset at all. Instead, he cheerfully said, "Esteemed immortal master, please don't be angry. I know Master Wu here, and I have precious treasures to present to you." Saying this, Li Kuan took out a letter from his bosom and respectfully handed it to the young man. The young man was taken aback for a moment, then suspiciously accepted the letter without opening it. At the same time, 2 crystal-clear small stones appeared in the young man's hand. Looking at the small stones, a smile appeared on his face, and his expression did a complete turnaround. Then, he chuckled and said, "Since you know Master Wu, there's no need to queue. Follow me." After saying that, he led Li Yi and the others up to the high platform. The people in line around them cast envious glances, and those who had just mocked them suddenly had very interesting expressions. Chapter 3. Testing Qualifications. Hearing the young man agree to take them inside, Li Kuan's face lit up with joy, and he immediately followed behind the young man in blue. Then he quietly said to the young man, "Esteemed immortal master, I only know there's a Master Wu inside, but I do not know him, so I kindly ask you to introduce me and speak a good word for me." "Thank you very much." The young man did not show any surprise at his words, only responding lightly with him. "Considering the 2 spirit stones, I can help you with the introduction, but if you don't have any precious treasures, I won't be able to help you, and you will also face punishment. Do you understand?" The young man said with a serious expression. Yes, I understand," Li Kuan said somewhat obsequiously. Li, observing this, was puzzled. He did not understand why his usually high and mighty uncle was being so humble in front of this young man. Since seeing this young man, even Li Haoran, who usually talked a lot and was quite proud, did not dare to speak much and wore a respectful expression. Li Yi became even more silent. He was not a talkative person to begin with. And moreover, before coming here, Li Kuan had already warned them not to speak carelessly in front of the immortal masters for fear of offending them. After a moment, the group arrived at the top of the high platform, which was shrouded in thick fog. The young man took out a red jade pendant and shook it, creating a path through the fog. Li Yi and the others were astonished at this display of skill and tea that moment. A group of people emerged from the thick fog. A fat man was holding a jade box and had a face full of regret, while a simple-minded young man behind him looked disappointed. Clearly, they had not been selected for the sect. The young man seemed to ignore this father-son duo and walked in by himself. He recognized that the man's attire was the same as that of the person who had greeted Li Kuan at the inn. However, at this moment, it seemed they did not know each other. They simply exchanged glances and went their separate ways without any further pleasantries. As they stepped into the fog, Li Yi observed the scene before him. Flowers were in full bloom, birds were chirping, and mist swirled around. In the center stood a long table. At the back sat an elderly man with an air of immortality, stroking his beard and smiling at them. On the table was a crystal-clear measuring tool, a thin booklet, and a brush made from wolf hair. The young man in blue bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Master Uncle. These few benefactors say they have precious treasures to present to our sect." After saying this, he stood aside and quietly watched Li Yi and the others. Upon hearing this, Li Kuan stepped forward and bowed deeply to the elderly man, carefully taking out a purple wooden box from his bosom. With utmost respect, he said, "I am Li Kuan, and I have a century-old blood ginseng to present to the esteemed immortal master, wishing you eternal blessings and longevity equal to the heavens." Upon hearing Li Kuan's words, the elderly man, who had been indifferent, immediately showed interest. "Oh, so you young friends have spiritual herbs. Quickly bring it to me for a look. If the age of the herb is good, I certainly won't treat you unfairly." After saying this, the young man beside him was somewhat shocked. He took the wooden box from Li Kuan's hands and presented it to the elderly man. The elderly man gently took the purple sandalwood box, slowly opened it, and inside lay a blood-red ginseng, thick as a finger, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance with damp soil, still clinging to its roots. After looking at it, a look of ecstasy appeared on the elderly man's face. Then he said, "Good, good, good. I didn't expect that you young friends would have such a treasure. This blood ginseng is at least 300 years old, and its medicinal properties have not diminished. It has been preserved quite well. It seems you're not ordinary people. Whatever you need, just ask." The more the elderly man looked, the more he liked it. If he used this blood ginseng to refine a pill, his cultivation would advance further. The young man in blue also looked eager if he could obtain it. He might very well enter the foundation establishment stage. That moment, he regretted not checking Li Kuan's treasure in advance. If he had, he might have intercepted the blood ginseng, but now that it had reached his master uncle, it was certainly no longer related to him. I've learned a bit about herbal medicine before. I found this blood ginseng in the mountains and carefully cultivated it at home. I came here to seek an opportunity for my son and nephew to join the Tianyue sect and find a master, with no other requests, Li Kuan said sincerely. Upon hearing Li Kuan's words, the elderly man showed an understanding expression and said, "That's no problem. As long as they have the aptitude for cultivation, I will accept them into the sect. If their aptitude is good, I will take them as my disciples. Even if their aptitude is not very good, I can still look after them once they join the sect to ensure they won't be treated unfairly." Hearing this, Li Kuan was even more delighted and then pushed Li Haoran and Li Yi forward. I could see this moment. Li Haoran was eager to try, and Li Yi also showed an excited expression. He was already shocked by the scene around him. He had not expected that this was the means of cultivators, which were far more impressive than those of martial artists in the rivers and lakes. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of emotion on his face. "Which of you two young friends will go first for the test?" the elderly man asked with a smile. "Esteemed immortal master, I will go first," Li Haoran said, stepping forward with great anticipation. "Good. You come over first and hold this measuring tool with both hands, and just don't move." The elderly man pointed to the crystal-clear measuring tool on the table and said, "Li." Haoran held the measuring stick while the old man gestured with his hands, casting a spell that a beam of white light struck the small stick, and then streams of spiritual light emerged from it, penetrating into Li Haoran's body. Li Haoran closed his eyes, revealing an expression of enjoyment. After a moment, the spiritual light on Li Haoran disappeared. At this moment, two bright beams of light appeared on the small stick in his hand, one blue and one red. Dual attributes of fire and wood, with crystal-clear spiritual roots and excellent qualifications. How is this possible? The old man suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open, and said excitedly. Hearing the old man's words, Li Kuan and the others completely did not understand, but they heard excellent and knew the qualifications must be very good, making them very happy. At this moment, the young man in green beside them was already shocked beyond measure. While others might not know what it meant to have high-quality spiritual roots of fire and wood attributes, he was very clear about it. Quick, test again," the old man said excitedly. After 3 tests, the old man finally confirmed Li Haoran's qualifications. Then he said excitedly, "I never expected that in this remote place. Not only did I obtain a blood ginseng, but I also encountered such pure fire and wood spiritual roots. When I return, those bastards will definitely be envious." Chapter 4. The Waste Roots of the 5 Elements. In a valley in the northwest of the Chu Kingdom, At the TON-US Sect's Ascension Conference stage, an old man with white hair looked at Li Yi and the others below, joyfully saying, "You must be Li Haoran. Your qualifications are excellent. I can now allow you to enter the TON-US Sect, and I will let you become my disciple, with my master personally teaching you. You should know that my master is a master alchemist. Your future is bright, that I can't say for sure if you will reach the Golden Core stage, but reaching the Foundation Establishment stage is definitely not a problem. What do you think?" "Thank you, master. I am willing." Saying this, Li Haoran knelt down and bowed to the old man, his face filled with excitement that, Li Shidi, don't be so polite. I can't accept such a great gift from you. Your qualifications are excellent, and once you enter the sect, my master will definitely take you in as a disciple. From now on, we will be family, so there's no need for such formality. The old man hurriedly stepped aside, avoiding Li Haoran's grand gesture, and helped him up with great warmth and tea this moment. The young man in green looked at Li Haoran with envy, completely devoid of his earlier arrogance, even showing a flattering expression towards Li Haoran. At this time, Li Kuan was so excited he didn't know what to say, rubbing his hands together beside him. Normally, he was a steady person, but at this moment, not only did his son enter the Chu Kingdom's top cultivation sect, the TON-US Sect, but he could also have a powerful master as his teacher, with limitless prospects that he himself would surely share in the glory. And in the future, no one in the surrounding Yang city would dare to look down on him. Watching Li Haoran join the TON-US Sect, Li was also very happy and a bit envious. He stepped forward and said to Li Haoran, "Congratulations, cousin, on joining the Immortal Gate.mm. Thank you, cousin. You should test yourself as well." At this moment, Li Haoran was very happy to be able to enter the sect and have a powerful master, and his attitude toward Li Yi became even friendlier. Yes, this young friend should test himself quickly as well," the white-haired old man said to Li Yi. After hearing this, Li Yi also showed an expectant expression on his face, hoping to be treated like Li Haoran, and he had some expectations for his own qualifications. Li Yi held the measuring stick, and, as the white-haired old man cast his spell on it, a cool airflow entered his body, circulating within him. He felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. After a moment, the aura dissipated, and Li Yi opened his eyes, looking at the measuring stick in his hand. He saw 5 very dim threads appearing on it. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, all 5 elements are present, but the impurities in the spiritual roots are still so many this is considered waste roots of the 5 elements, said the young man in green. Hearing the young man's words, Li Yi anxiously asked, "Master, what is the quality of my spiritual roots?" The old man beside him furrowed his brow, shook his head slowly, and said, "Your spiritual root attributes are too many, and there are too many impurities. It belongs to the lowest quality that's just a bit better than an ordinary person and not very suitable for cultivation. Master, can't you make an exception and let him enter the sect?" Li Kuan, standing aside, asked. At this moment, he was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected his little nephew to actually have cultivation qualifications. Originally, he just wanted him to try his luck. He knew that cultivation qualifications were extremely rare. He knew his son had qualifications because he had tested him beforehand, but it was a rough test and not as detailed as today. At this moment, he felt a bit conflicted. He only hoped his son could enter the cultivation sect, but he didn't want his nephew to enter as well. After all, he and Li Qian were brothers and had entered the same martial sect together back in the day. Moreover, Li Qian had always been better than him. He was better at martial arts and alchemy, and he had always been favored by their master, while he had not received as much attention. As long as Li Haoran was selected and Li Yi was not, he would feel he had outdone Li Qian. But at this moment, he also hoped Li Yi would be selected so he could repay the favor for the blood ginseng. Although they were brothers, they kept their accounts very clear. The white-haired old man standing beside them was also feeling very conflicted. The main issue was Li Yi's qualifications, which put him in a difficult position. If this person had no qualifications, he could simply reject him. However, now that Li Yi had qualifications, they were incredibly poor, and he did not meet the entry requirements of the TON-US Sect. It should be known that the TON-US Sect was the top sect in the Chu Kingdom, with very strict rules that a mere foundation establishment cultivator like him could not shake. However, if they were to use the blood ginseng as leverage to allow Li Yi to enter the sect, it would be problematic, as the blood ginseng was something he had to obtain, related to his future cultivation progress. If it were an ordinary person, he could just give him something to dismiss them, but this person was Li Haoran's cousin, which complicated matters. Li Haoran had a bright future and might very well be taken in as a closed-door disciple by the master. At this moment, the old man felt like a dog biting a hedgehog, unsure of how to proceed, and for a time, he didn't know what to say. The old man did not speak, and the others also did not dare to speak casually, all looking at the old and this time. He felt very disappointed. He had originally thought that since Li Haoran had excellent qualifications, he shouldn't be too bad either, but the reality was worlds apart, dousing him with cold water. After thinking for a long time, the white-haired old man shook his head and said slowly, "It is definitely not possible for him to enter the sect. His spiritual roots are only slightly better than those of ordinary people. Although he can cultivate, his future is bleak. He may only remain in the chi refinement stage for his entire life, in the cultivation world. Such spiritual roots are referred to as waste roots. Those with such waste roots may not even cultivate and can only live as ordinary people. You should know that the cultivation world is not a peaceful place. There are also conflicts and bloodshed. With low magical power and weak cultivation, one might perish in a single duel, making it better to be an ordinary person and live a long life. You have blood ginseng, and I can give you an opportunity to join the Tianyue sect as a servant disciple. That if you make contributions to the sect later, you can also be admitted as an exception. I wonder how you, young friendly Yi, will choose. If you choose to be an ordinary person, I will definitely ensure that you live a life of wealth and honor, and consider it a reward for the blood ginseng. After saying this, he looked at Li Yi, and everyone else also looked at him, waiting for his choice. As everyone looked at him, Li Yi lowered his head, lost in deep thought. First of all, entering the sect would mean he would have to spend his life doing menial work, which he certainly would not want in the village. He enjoyed going up the mountain to hunt and down to the river to catch shrimp. He loved a free and easy life. However, he was also somewhat reluctant to live his life as an ordinary mortal. Today, he had witnessed the extraordinary methods of cultivators, which were truly magical. Moreover, he had heard Li Haoran say that cultivators could fly through the sky, disappear, swallow clouds, and spit fog, summon wind and rain. All of these were what he longed for. Furthermore, deep down, he did not want to lose to Li Haoran and did not want to disappoint his father and mother. That if he chose to be immortal today, then he and Li Haoran would inevitably be from two different worlds, unable to compare. So Li Yi suddenly raised his head and said to the white-haired elder, I choose neither of these two options. I want to choose a third option. Chapter 5. The Third Choice. Hearing Li Yi's words, everyone was taken aback. Then they all looked at him in unison, not understanding why Li Yi would say such a thing. Xiao, Yi, don't talk nonsense. Where's there a third choice? You must choose one from the options given by the master, Li Kuan reprimanded, somewhat anxiously. At this moment, his son was already certain to enter the sect, and if he angered the master over Li Yi's matter, it would be a loss. His usually calm and sensible nephew now dared to speak to the master like this. Li Kuan even regretted bringing Li Yi along. At this time, the white-haired elder's expression also became somewhat unsightly, but he still smiled and asked, Young friend Li Yi, there is no third choice here. You wouldn't be trying to threaten me with this spirit herb, would you? Although the elder spoke with a smile, there was a clear warning in his tone that I wouldn't dare to threaten the master. I simply do not want to give up the opportunity to cultivate and do not wish to be a servant for others my entire life. So I dare to ask the master for a more favorable solution, Li Yi said sincerely and respectfully. After hearing Li Yi's words, the elder nodded and said, All right, then tell me your thoughts. I believe this spirit herb is very important to you, master. I did not ask to enter the Tianyue sect and cause you trouble. Instead, I would like to make a trade with you for this spirit herb. I seek a basic cultivation technique and foundational knowledge of cultivation. Just the most basic will do. It won't be difficult for you. The young man in green realized Li Yi's words made sense. This was indeed a good approach. The elder could simply give him a basic technique in exchange for the blood ginseng, send Li Yi away, and not offend anyone. The young man in green looked at Li Yi and thought this young man was quite remarkable. That Li Kuan felt a stir in his heart. If Li Yi could get cultivation technique, he could also copy a version for himself. Therefore, he did not speak, and Li Haoran blinked, looking at Li Yi, unsure what he was thinking. The elder looked Li Yi up and down again, feeling that this boy with seemingly poor qualifications was quite interesting. So he slowly spoke, that idea of yours is good. I can consider it. All right, I will do you a favor this time and grant you this opportunity. Thank you, master, Li Yi and Li Kuan said in unison. Well, there's no need to be polite. This can be considered an equal trade. I will give you a cultivation technique for the chi refinement stage called dry wood technique. This is quite a good technique. It is not from the Tianyue sect, but was something I obtained accidentally during my travels, and I will give it to you today. Additionally, I will give you a book titled Records of Cultivation Experiences, which contains some basic knowledge of cultivation to help you get started quickly. Furthermore, I will give you 100 low-grade spirit stones as compensation, the elder said. After finishing, the elder placed one hand on the gray bag at his waist, and a flash of light appeared, revealing a yellow booklet on the table with dry wood technique written on it. Another thicker book had records of cultivation experiences written on it, and there was also a pile of crystal clear, small stones, which are the same kind of stones that Li Kuan had given to the young man in green when they first arrived. Looking at the items on the table, Li Yi also showed a joyful expression with these things. He could slowly explore and cultivate. Then, he glanced at everyone. At this moment, the white-haired elder was smiling at him, while Li Kuan, Li Haoran, and the young man in green all focused their eyes on the items on the table. Seeing this scene, Li Yi sighed slightly in his heart. It was definitely impossible for him to take all these things away. I walked to the table, picked up the drywood technique and records of cultivation experiences, and without flipping through them, stuffed them into his clothes. However, he did not take the spirit stones. He then said, Brother Haoran, you can have these spirit stones. Congratulations on entering the sect. You will definitely find them useful in the sect, and since there are so many spirit stones, it would be inconvenient for me to take them. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, everyone was somewhat surprised. They did not understand why Li Yi would say this, knowing that 100 low-grade spirit stones were not a small amount for a chi refinement stage cultivator. Giving them to me? That wouldn't be right. Cousin, these are for you, how can I accept them? Although Li Haoran said this, his eyes were still fixed on the spirit stones, clearly wanting them. Young friendly Yi, you may not know what spirit stones are. Cultivators can directly absorb the spiritual energy within them to enhance their cultivation. They are also essential for alchemy, artifact forging, and formation arrangements, and are common currency in the cultivation world that can be used to buy things you like. The white-haired elder explained to Li Yi. After listening to the elder, Li Yi still shook his head and firmly said, "These spirit stones should be given to my cousin." Seeing Li Yi's determination, Li Kuan, standing to the side, looked at him deeply. He felt he had underestimated this nephew, who appeared awkward on the surface but was very opinionated, decisive in choices, and understood the situation qualities that even many adults did not possess. Looking at his own son again, he felt Li Haoran was somewhat lacking in comparison, though he had better qualifications than Li Yi, which was a consolation. Thankfully, character can be cultivated later. At this moment, he remembered what his elder brother had said. Li Yi was not a fool that, if he were a fool, he wouldn't even be worthy of being a fool. Li Kuan said, "Haoran, since Li Yi insists, this is also his good intention. You two can each take half, 50 stones each." After hearing Li Kuan's words, Li Yi thought for a moment and said, "I will take 30 stones, and the rest can go to my cousin. My qualifications are poor, and I won't need so many." After saying this, he took 30 spirit stones and handed the remaining stones to Li Haoran. Haoran received the spirit stones, feeling at a loss. The white-haired elder, standing aside, watched everything with keen eyes and began to regard Li Yi with newfound respect. By spending these dozens of spirit stones, Li Yi had made a valuable connection with Li Haoran, and he had also put Li Haoran's father in his debt. With the remaining spirit stones and the secret techniques, he could take them away safely. As long as Li Kuan wasn't a cold-blooded person, he would acknowledge Li Yi's favor and would definitely do his utmost to help Li Yi keep these items without harboring any ulterior motives. This young man was very astute, decisive in his choices, and quite sophisticated, certainly not like an ordinary teenager in his teens. If it weren't for the young man's poor aptitude, the elder would have wanted to take him as a disciple. But thinking of the young man's qualifications, the elder shook his head helplessly. In the world of cultivation, aptitude is everything. Without it, nothing is worth discussing. With this thought in mind, the elder glanced at Li Yi again, feeling a stir in his heart. "Young friend Li Yi, I am quite pleased to meet you today. I have a small item here that I would like to give to you." After saying this, the elder took out a gray cloth bag from his robe and handed it to Li Yi. Content summary: Protagonist. Li Yi, traditional cultivation, mortal path single. Female lead space planting, decisive killing, no system. A plain village boy leaves home in pursuit of cultivation, plunging into the cruel and dark world of immortality. With his cleverness, decisiveness, and cautious nature, he decisively slaughters his way through, reaping countless extraordinary opportunities and experiences chi refining. Foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, and void refining, that he carves out his own immortal path, becoming the eternal supreme in the primordial chaos. Chapter 1. Night Talks in the Mountain Village. In the Chu Kingdom, on a winding path leading to the northwest of Vexia Mountain, a group of people is quickly advancing. They show no interest in the vibrant autumn scenery on both sides of the road or the beautiful sunset in the distance. Among the group, the leader is a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothing, wearing a silk cap and a long sword at his waist, with an extraordinary bearing. However, at this moment, he has a furrowed brow, gazing into the distance. Behind him are two men in black, each carrying a long knife, following closely with cold expressions. Behind the two black-clad men is a young boy dressed in white, wearing a hairband, with a jade pendant hanging from his waist. Originally a remarkable young gentleman, he now looks weary with a hint of resentment on his face. The cart behind them shakes left and right on the rugged mountain road, as if it could fall apart at any moment. The man, named Li Kuan, runs a well-known medicinal herb business called Baiyun Hall in the county town. The two black-clad men are his bodyguards, and the white-clad boy is his son, Li Haoran. Inside the cart sits his wife, Malian. "Dad, how much longer do we have to walk? Can we take a break? My body can't take it anymore. Look at how close to falling apart the cart is." Li Haoran complained. Hearing his son's complaints, Li Kuan pulled the reins and stopped the horse, glancing back at the cart with a look of concern. However, he then waved his hand decisively and said, "We can't rest, yet we must reach Laohai village tonight to see your uncle. Stop complaining and hold on a little longer. If it weren't for your matter, we wouldn't be in such a hurry. After we see your uncle, don't show that expression, or you'll see how I deal with you." Upon hearing Li Kuan's words, Li Haoran's expression worsened, and he muttered, "Why does uncle have to live in this remote place? It's really frustrating." As if he heard the boy's mumbling, Li Kuan turned his head and shot him a fierce glare, causing the boy to shrink his neck in fear and dare not speak again. following closely behind. On his horse, night gradually fell. The group stopped in front of an ancient mountain village. There stood a tall, old locust tree on the way into the village. At this moment, the leaves of the locust tree had all fallen, and its dry branches swayed in the western wind. Seeing this old locust tree, Li Kuan's face lit up with joy as he said to the others, "We're entering the village." The night in the mountain village was quiet after nightfall. Hardly anyone was seen moving about. The group entered the village without attracting attention, with only a few sporadic barks from dogs breaking the tranquility of Ning Mountain Village. Li Kuan and his group reached the western end of the village and stopped in front of a simple large courtyard. Li Kuan excitedly shouted, "Elder brother, I'm back." As soon as his voice fell, the big gate was pulled open, and a robust man dressed in coarse linen emerged, holding a pipe. This man was named Li Qian. The village doctor behind him were two boys, one tall and chubby, named Li Feng, and the other short and dull, named Li Yi. There was also a girl with a ponytail, named Li Mei, and a middle-aged woman in a blue dress, who was Li Qian's wife. Hearing the call, Li Qian joyfully said, "Second brother and sister-in-law have come. Come in quickly. You must be exhausted from the journey." "Hello, second uncle. Did you bring us something delicious?" Li Feng said, his eyes darting as he looked at the finely dressed man, Li Kuan. Go, get out of the way. All you think about is food. Hurry up and let your second uncle in." "I brought it, of course. If I didn't bring food, how could I dare come to see you, little brat? Not only do I have food, but also some fun stuff you can choose later." Saying this, the finely dressed man ran to the cart to get the items. "Hello, second uncle," Li Yi said shyly. The youngest Li Mei also greeted them softly and hid behind them, curiously watching Li Kuan and the others. "All right, everyone, this must be little Yi and little Mei. They've grown so big. Come let second uncle have a good look." Li Kuan, holding the items, said to the dull boy and the boy with darting eyes. The white-robed boy who had been riding also dismounted. After calling out uncle, he stood aside in silence, his eyes flashing with a hint of arrogance and disdain. However, he didn't show any expression, instead warmly greeting Li Yi and the others. Unbeknownst to him, this subtle glance was caught by Li Yi, who looked at them deeply. After a round of warm greetings and a rather sumptuous meal, everyone returned to their rooms to rest and tea this moment. In a study deep in the courtyard, Li Qian and Li Kuan were sitting across from each other, drinking tea. Li Qian took a sip of tea and puffed on his pipe, saying to the finely dressed man, "Second brother, you must have come here for something. You didn't clarify in your letter." "Ah, you know me well, I do have something to ask." Li Kuan stood up and said solemnly, "Hey, we're brothers, there's no need to be so formal. We're family. Just tell me what you need, as long as I can do it. I've received news that several cultivation sects are recruiting disciples from the mortal world, and this time the scale is quite large. As long as the cultivation aptitude is decent, they could be accepted into the sect. So I want to take Howard a try, but I'm not sure about his aptitude. Moreover, the rules for this recruitment are a bit different. They are holding a promotion conference as long as we can present good treasures. Even those with poor aptitude can enter the sect. Therefore, I want to ask you, brother, to sell me that cultivated blood ginseng for the promotion conference." The finely dressed man finished speaking in one breath and then looked up at the coarse-clothed man. Upon hearing Li Kuan's words, Li Qian's expression grew serious. He took a deep drag on his pipe and sipped from his tea bowl as if pondering something. Li Kuan did not rush him, just quietly waited. After a moment, Li Qian slowly spoke, "Second brother, you should know why I'm here in this small mountain village, living as a rural doctor. Back then, we were all disciples of the Yawang Mountain Villa. Later, the disciples discovered a medicinal herb that was 700 to 800 years old and brought it back to the villa. However, the news leaked, leading to the villa being exterminated overnight by a mysterious figure. Our master and all the senior brothers were killed, and we only escaped because we were away on business. It's said to have been done by a cultivator. A single cultivator wiped out a major sect in the martial world overnight. The terror of a cultivator is something ordinary martial artists cannot resist. I do not recommend you get involved with them. You must know that cultivators do not regard mortals at all. Why blood ginseng, although not 700 or 800 years old, has been cultivated for over 300 years. To a cultivator, it is also a rare treasure that I know about this, and I understand the concerns my elder brother has. Later, I also inquired about the Medicine King Manor. It was done by an evil cultivator, and that evil cultivator was killed by the cultivators behind the manor. This time is different. I've heard that the sects recruiting cultivators are all famous sects in our Chu country, righteous and reputable. They wouldn't dare to kill people indiscriminately, and the treasure offerings are done secretly, so there won't be any leaks. I also know how terrifying cultivators can be, which is why I am eager for Howard to become a cultivator, to make our Li family a family of cultivators. Otherwise, no matter how much wealth we have, it can be taken away in an instant. Over the years, I have lived in fear Baiyun Hall has to pay substantial tributes to those forces with cultivators every year. Only when our Li family produces a cultivator can this situation improve. Please help me, elder brother. The man in a brocade robe said excitedly. After speaking, he bowed deeply. Li Qian glanced at the overly excited Li Kuan and sighed. "All right, I'll give you the blood ginseng. However, I have one condition. Take Xiao Yi with you so he can see the world and see if there's a chance to enter a sect. Upon hearing this, Li Kuan joyfully exclaimed, "That's great. Thank you, elder brother." He then added with some doubts, "Why Xiao Yi and not Xiao Feng? I think Xiao Feng is more clever if he gets elected. He would do well in the sect. Xiao Feng's personality is too impetuous. I'm afraid he might cause trouble. And I'm not at ease. Xiao, although a bit dull, is not foolish, and his temperament is steadier, making him more suitable for cultivation. Let him give a try." Li Qian said. Chapter 2. The Ascension Conference. In the early morning, as the sky was just brightening, a small courtyard in Laohuai village was already lit up. Li Qian and Li Kuan, who had talked the night before, stood in the courtyard, with carriages and yesterday's group behind them. Among this group was a dark-skinned boy in coarse gray clothes, Li Yi, who was only about 11 or 12 years old. After the conversation last night, his parents found him and said they wanted him to go to the city to see the world, to seek opportunities for cultivation, and told him about the benefits of being a cultivator. In a daze, he agreed. However, early this morning, he was leaving his hometown for a different place. I could see this moment. His eyes were filled with reluctance, tears welling up, but the stubborn boy clenched his fists, determined not to let the tears fall. After a heartfelt farewell, Li Yi boarded the carriage for the journey. Li Kuan clasped his hands together and said, "Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, take care." Then he climbed onto the horse and pulled the reins to leave. At this moment, he felt very satisfied, holding a brocade box, which contained the blood ginseng he had requested yesterday. He initially thought it would take some effort to obtain, but he got it easily. The only extra was bringing another person to try their luck at cultivation, which was no loss for him. Behind the burly man, Li Howren was still a bit dazed. He had been traveling for several days without proper rest, and today they had to get up early and take his earthy little cousin to the Ascension Conference, making him feel somewhat displeased at this moment. Li Yi was sitting in the carriage, curiously observing everything inside. The interior of the carriage was not luxurious, but was decorated quite delicately. Just then, a pleasant voice came to his ear. "Come here, Xiao Yi. Come in." Li Yi obediently nodded and sat beside the middle-aged beauty, Eumalion. Looking at this very beautiful second aunt, Li Yi felt a bit uncomfortable, even a bit nervous. Seeing Li Yi's expression, the middle-aged beauty smiled gently. "Xiao Yi, don't be nervous. We are all family. Come and chat with Andy.mm." Li Yi nodded in response. Thus, Li Yi and the beautiful woman slowly started chatting. Eumalion was very good at conversing, and soon Li Yi was chatting quite amiably with her. A few days later, Li Yi and the group arrived at an inn, looking travel-worn. Li Kuan lightly jumped down from the horse. Then he went to the front of the carriage and said, "Xiao Yi, Malian, hurry and get off. Well, rest well at the inn, and then go experience the Ascension Conference. I've heard it's very lively inside." Upon hearing about the Ascension Conference, the lethargically Howren behind him immediately exclaimed, "Yes, I can't wait to go." However, Li Kuan replied, "Not now. Go rest for a bit, change into clean clothes, and we'll go tomorrow." This moment, the inn was packed with people. Some were animatedly chatting, while others sighed and gazed out the window. This was Li Yi's first time seeing so many people in an inn, and he curiously looked around. As their group entered the inn, a middle-aged fat man said, "Oh, isn't this Bosley? You come to participate in the Ascension Conference, but you're a bit late." "Yes, we made a stop at my elder brother's house to pick up my nephew, so we got here a bit late, but luckily we made it," Li Kuan said cheerfully. After traveling for several days, they were extremely tired. That night, Li Yi and the others had a simple meal and then fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already past noon. Li rubbed his growling stomach and pushed open the door, preparing to go downstairs to find something to eat. As soon as he reached the inn's hall, he saw his second uncle Li Kuan, second aunt Eumalion, and cousin Li Howren sitting in the hall, eating and chatting, while the black lad. Men who came with them were nowhere to be seen. Seeing Li Yi come downstairs, Li Kuan immediately greeted him warmly. "Xiao Yi, come quickly to eat. I saw you still sleeping this morning, so I didn't wake you. You must be starving." Saying this, he stood up to get him a chair and a pair of chopsticks, placing them at the table, being very hospitable. "Second uncle, second aunt, cousin, good morning," Li Yi said obediently, then sat down at the table and began to eat. During the meal, Li Kuan and his wife asked him how he was doing, and Li Howren also chatted with him for a bit. After finishing the meal, the beautiful woman brought him a set of clean clothes and a pair of brand new leather boots. Li Yi changed into the clothes and immediately felt much more energetic. But on the outside, he still looked very ordinary, unlike Li Howren, who looked impressive. Touching his new clothes and looking at himself in the bronze mirror, Li Yi was very satisfied with his outfit. After changing clothes, Li Kuan took Li Yi and Li Howren out. Walking on the street outside the inn, Li Yi felt very curious about everything around him, as these were things that didn't exist in Laohuai village. On both sides of the street, there were all kinds of small stalls and vendors selling their goods energetically. The shops lining the street often had people coming in and out. Looking at the dazzling array of goods and various delicious foods, Li Yi was overwhelmed. However, at this moment, more people, like them, were walking towards the outskirts of the city in groups of 3 or 5, mostly adults leading several young boys and girls. Not long after leaving the city, Li Yi saw a tall flagpole in the open valley with the words Ascension Conference written on it. Surrounding the valley were 5 huge platforms, one of which had a sign that read Tianyue Sect. The others were Xindao Sect, Tianqiao Sect, Holing Valley, and Bingshua Palace. Li Cohen was somewhat excited as he led Li Yi and others towards the high platform where the Tianyue Sect was located. A long queue had already formed in front of the high platform, and beside it stood a young man in blue, maintaining order. The young man in blue frowned as he looked at the noisy crowd, his expression gradually darkening. He ignored those who tried to approach him, and even scolded them to leave. Seeing this, Li Kuan revealed a delighted expression. He immediately walked up to the young man in blue and bowed deeply, but he said, "Esteemed immortal master, I am Li Kuan, here with my son and nephew to participate in your sect's disciple selection." Upon hearing someone trying to cut in line, the young man in blue immediately became furious and shouted, "I don't care who you are. Hurry up and get to the back of the line. If you cut in again, I'll disqualify you from participating. Get lost." Seeing Li Kuan being scolded, the people in line around them showed expressions of glee. Li Kuan looked at the angry young man without feeling upset. Instead, he cheerfully said, "Esteemed immortal master, please don't be angry. I know immortal master Wu here, and I have a precious treasure to present to you." As he spoke, Li Kuan took out a letter from his bosom and respectfully handed it to the young man. The young man was taken aback for a moment, then suspiciously accepted the letter without opening it. At the same time, 2 crystal-clear small stones appeared in the young man's hand. Seeing the small stones, the young man's heart filled with joy, and his expression did a complete turnaround. He then smiled lightly and said, "Since you know Immortal Master Wu, there's no need to wait in line. Follow me." After saying this, he led Li Yi and the others up to the high platform. The people in line around them cast envious glances, and those who had mocked them earlier changed their expressions dramatically. Chapter 3. Testing Qualifications. Hearing the young man agree to take them inside, Li Kuan showed a joyful expression and immediately followed closely behind him. Then he quietly said to the young man, "Esteemed immortal master, I only know that there's a Wu surname master here, but I do not know him personally, so I ask you to help. Introduce me and say some good words for me." "Thank you very much." The young man did not show any surprise at his words, only responding indifferently with an mm. "Since you have 2 spirit stones, I can help you with the introduction, but if you do not have a precious treasure, I won't be able to help you, and you might face punishment. Do you understand?" The young man said with a serious expression. Yes, I understand," Li Kuan said somewhat obsequiously. Well, he was a bit confused. He could not understand why his usually high and mighty uncle was being so humble in front of this young man. Ever since they saw this young man, even his usually talkative and proud cousin, Li Haoran, dared not speak much and wore a respectful expression. He became even more silent. He was not a talkative person to begin with. And moreover, Li Kuan had already reminded them before coming here to be careful not to speak carelessly in front of the immortal masters for fear of offending them. After a moment, the group arrived at the high platform, which was shrouded in thick fog. The young man took out a red jade pendant and shook it, creating a path through the fog. Li Yi and the others looked on in surprise at this technique. Just then, a group of people walked out of the fog. The fat man held a jade box in his hand, wearing a face full of regret, while a simple-looking boy behind him showed a disappointed expression. Clearly, they had not been selected for the sect. The young man seemed to ignore this father and son pair and walked in by himself. I noticed that the man's attire was the same as the one who greeted Li Kuan at the inn that day. However, at this moment, they seemed to not know each other at all. They only exchanged glances and walked away without any further pleasantries. Walking into the fog, Li Yi observed the scenery. Flowers bloomed vibrantly, birds sang sweetly, and mist swirled. In the center stood a long table. Sitting behind it was an elderly man with an immortal aura, who was smiling warmly at them while stroking his beard. And on the table lay a crystal-clear measuring stick, a thin booklet, and a wolf hair brush. The young man in blue saluted and respectfully said, "I greet you, Master Uncle. These few benefactors say they have precious treasures to present to our sect." After saying this, he stood to the side, quietly watching Li Yi and the others. Upon hearing this, Li Kuan stepped forward and bowed deeply to the elderly man with an immortal aura, carefully taking out a purple wooden box from his bosom. He respectfully said, "I am Li Kuan, and I present this century-old blood ginseng to the esteemed immortal master, wishing you eternal blessings and longevity equal to the heavens." Upon hearing Li Kuan's words, the previously indifferent old man immediately showed interest and said, "Oh, so you young friends of spiritual herbs, quickly bring it over for me to see. If the age of the herb is good, I will definitely not treat you poorly." After saying this, the young man beside him looked somewhat shocked as he took the wooden box from Li Kuan and presented it to the old man. The old man gently accepted the purple sandalwood box and slowly opened it to reveal a blood-red ginseng lying inside, about the thickness of a finger, exuding a faint herbal fragrance, with moist soil still clinging to its roots. After looking, the old man's face revealed an expression of wild joy. He then said, "Good. I did not expect that you young friends have such a treasure. This blood ginseng is at least 300 years old, and its medicinal properties have not diminished. It has been preserved quite well. It seems you're not an ordinary person. Feel free to make any request you have. The more the old man looked, the more he liked it. If he used this blood ginseng to refine elixirs, it would help him advance in his cultivation. The young man in blue also looked eager. If he could obtain this, it was very likely he could enter the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, he deeply regretted not checking Li Kuan's treasure in advance. If he had, he might have been able to intercept this blood ginseng, but now that it was in his master's hands, it had nothing to do with him. I have studied a bit of herbal knowledge before. I found this blood ginseng in the mountains and carefully cultivated it at home, Li Kuan said sincerely. I came this time to seek an opportunity for my son and nephew to join the Tianyue sect and find a master. I asked for nothing else. After hearing Li Kuan's words, the old man revealed a knowing expression and said, "That is not a problem. As long as they have the aptitude for cultivation, I will accept them into the sect. If their aptitude is good, I will take them as my disciples. Even if their aptitude is not very good, I will still look after them after they enter the sect, ensuring that the two young friends will not suffer any grievances." Hearing this, Li Kuan was even more delighted and immediately pushed Li Haoran and Li Yi forward. I could see this moment. Li Haoran was eager to try, and Li Yi also showed an excited expression. He had just been shocked by the scene here. He did not expect this to be the means of cultivators, which were far superior to those of martial artists from the Jianghu. He clenched his fists, and his face showed signs of excitement. Which of you two young friends would like to test first? The old man asked with a smile. Esteemed immortal master, I will go first, Li Haoran said, stepping forward eagerly. Good, come over here and hold this measuring stick with both hands. Just don't move, the old man said, pointing to the crystal-clear measuring stick on the table. Li Haoran held the celestial measuring ruler, while the old man formed a hand seal, sending a beam of white light onto the small ruler. Soon, streams of spiritual light appeared on the ruler, penetrating into Li Haoran's body. With his eyes tightly shut, Li Haoran showed an expression of enjoyment. After a moment, the spiritual light on Li Haoran disappeared. At this moment, two bright columns of light appeared on the small ruler in his hand, one blue and one red. Dual attributes of fire and wood, with crystal-clear spiritual roots. Stop to your qualifications. How is this possible? The old man suddenly stood up, eyes wide, speaking excitedly. Hearing the old man's words, Li Kuan and the others completely did not understand, but they heard top tier, which certainly meant the qualifications were excellent. They were very happy to this moment. The young man in green beside them was already shocked beyond measure. Others might not know what the top tier spiritual roots of fire and wood represented, but he was very clear. Quick, test again, the old man said excitedly. After 3 tests, the old man finally confirmed Li Haoran's qualifications. Then he excitedly said, I never expected that in this remote place, I not only found a blood ginseng, but also encountered such pure fire and wood spiritual roots. When I return, those bastards will definitely be envious. Chapter 4, 5 Elements Waste Roots. In a valley in the northwest of the Chu Kingdom, at the Celestial Moon Sect's Immortal Ascension Conference stage, an old man with white hair looked at Li Yi and the others below, happily saying, You must be Li Haoran. Your qualifications are excellent. I can now allow you to enter the Celestial Moon Sect and let you be my disciple, taught personally by my master. You must know my master is a master alchemist. Your future is definitely bright. I can't say you'll reach the Golden Core stage, but entering the Foundation Establishment stage will definitely not be a problem. What do you think? Thank you, Immortal Master. I am willing, Li Haoran said as he knelt down, giving the old man a respectful bow, his face full of excitement. Li Shidi, don't be so formal. I can't accept such a big gift from you. Your qualifications are excellent, and once you enter the sect, my master will surely take you as a disciple. From now on, we are family, so there's no need for such formality. The old man quickly dodged Li Haoran's deep bow, supporting him up in a very friendly manner. At this moment, the young man in green looked at Li Haoran with envy, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. He even showed a flattering expression towards Li Haoran. At this time, Li Kuan was so excited he didn't know what to say, rubbing his hands beside him, although he was usually a composed person. But now, not only had his son entered the Chu Kingdom's largest cultivation sect, the Celestial Moon Sect, but he could also be taught by a powerful immortal master, with a promising future ahead that he would surely benefit from this. And in the future, no one in Yunyang City would dare look down on him. Seeing Li Haoran join the Celestial Moon Sect, Li Yi was also very happy and somewhat envious. He stepped forward and said to Li Haoran, Congratulations, cousin, on joining the Immortal Sect. Thank you, cousin. You should also get tested. At this moment, Li Haoran was very happy to be able to enter the sect and become a disciple of a powerful master, and his attitude towards Li Yi became even more friendly. Yes, this young friend should be tested quickly too, the white-haired old man said to Li Yi. After hearing this, Li Yi's face also showed an expectant expression. He wanted to be treated like Li Haoran, surrounded by stars, and he was also hopeful about his own qualifications. Li Yi held a celestial measuring ruler in both hands. With the old man's hand seal hitting the ruler, a cool stream of air entered his body, flowing around. Li Yi felt a tingling sensation in his body. After a moment, the aura dissipated, and when Li opened his eyes and looked at the ruler in his hand, he saw 5 very dull thin lines appearing on it. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 elements complete, but the impurities in the spiritual roots are still so many this counts as waste roots, the young man in green said. Upon hearing the young man's words, Li Yi anxiously asked, Immortal Master, how is the quality of my spiritual roots? The old man beside him frowned, shook his head, and slowly said, Your spiritual root attributes are too many, and the impurities are too numerous, belonging to the lowest tier of qualifications that's only slightly better than an ordinary person. You're not very suitable for cultivation. Immortal Master, can you make an exception and let him enter the sect? Li Kuan, standing nearby, asked. At this moment, he was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect his little nephew to actually have cultivation qualifications. Originally, he just brought him to try his luck, knowing that cultivation qualifications are extremely rare. He knew his son had qualifications because he had been tested beforehand, though the test was rough and not as detailed as today. This moment. He was also feeling anxious. He just hoped that his son could enter the cultivation sect, but did not want his nephew to enter it as well. After all, he and Li Qian were brothers and had joined the same martial arts sect back in the day. Moreover, Li Qian had always been better than him, excelling in martial arts and alchemy, always favored by their master, while he was not treated well. As long as Li Haoran was chosen and Li Yi was not, he would feel he had surpassed Li Qian. However, at this moment, he also hoped that Li Yi would be selected so he could repay the favor of the blood ginseng. Although they were brothers, they kept clear accounts. The white-haired old man, standing nearby, was also feeling very conflicted. Mainly, Li Yi's qualifications were making it difficult for him. If this person had no qualifications, he could directly refuse. However, now that Li Yi had qualifications, they were just extremely poor, not meeting the entry requirements of the Celestial Moon Sect. It should be understood that the Celestial Moon Sect is the top sect in the Chu Kingdom, with very strict rules that a small foundation establishment cultivator like him cannot shake. However, if they were to demand entry for Li Yi in exchange for the blood ginseng, that would be problematic, as the blood ginseng was something he needed, related to his future cultivation progress. For ordinary people, it would be easy to just give them something to send them off, but this person was Li Haoran's cousin, which complicated matters. Li Haoran had a bright future and was likely to be taken as a closed-door disciple by the master. This moment, the old man felt like a dog biting a hedgehog, not knowing how to proceed. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. The old man remained silent, and others also dared not speak casually, all looking at him. This time, Li felt very disappointed. He originally thought that since Li Haoran had excellent qualifications, he shouldn't be too bad either, but the reality was vastly different and poured cold water on him. After thinking for a long time, the old man in white shook his head slowly and said, It's definitely not possible for him to enter the sect. His spiritual roots are only slightly better than ordinary people. Although he can cultivate, his future is bleak. He may only stay in the chi refinement stage for his life. In the cultivation world, people refer to such spiritual roots as waste roots. Those with such waste roots may not even cultivate and will just be an ordinary person. It should be understood that the cultivation world is not a good place. There are struggles and bloodshed. With low magic power and weak cultivation, one might perish in a single duel, making it better to be an ordinary person and live a long life. You have the blood ginseng, and I can give you a chance to enter the Tianyues sect as a servant disciple. If you make contributions to the sect later, you can also be admitted despite any shortcomings. I wonder how you, young friendly E, will choose. If you decide to be an ordinary person, I will ensure you live a life of wealth, as a reward for the blood ginseng. After saying this, he looked at Li Yi, and everyone else also turned their attention to him, waiting for his decision. As everyone looked at him, Li Yi lowered his head, lost in deep thought. He certainly would not want to spend his life doing menial tasks in the sect in the village. He enjoyed hunting in the mountains and catching shrimp in the rivers, relishing a free and easy life. However, he was also somewhat reluctant to be just an ordinary mortal for a lifetime. Today, he had witnessed the miraculous abilities of cultivators, and he had heard Li Haoran say that cultivators could fly, vanish, summon clouds, and rain. These were all things he longed for. Moreover, deep down, he did not want to be outdone by Li Haoran, nor did he want to disappoint his parents. If he chose to be an ordinary person today, he and Li Haoran would surely end up in different worlds, unable to catch up with each other. So Li suddenly raised his head and said to the white-haired elder, I choose neither of those options. I want to choose a third option. Chapter 5. The Third Choice. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, everyone was taken aback and looked at him in unison, not understanding why he would say such a thing. Xiao, Yi, don't talk nonsense. Where's their third choice? You should pick one for what the elder has given you. Li Kuan scolded, a bit anxiously. I could see this moment. His son was already certain to enter the sect, and if Li Yi's actions angered the elder, it would be a loss for him. His usually calm and sensible nephew was now daring to speak to the elder like this, and Li Kuan felt a bit regretful for bringing Li Yi along at 8T this time. The white-haired elder's expression was somewhat displeased. but he still asked with a smile, "Young friendly E, there is no third choice here. You are trying to use this spiritual herb to threaten me, are you?" Although the elder said this with a smile, the warning in his tone was very clear. "I would not dare to threaten the elder. I just do not want to give up the opportunity to cultivate and do not wish to spend my life as a servant for others. So I boldly asked the elder for a way that satisfies both sides," Li Yi said sincerely and respectfully. After hearing Li Yi's words, the elder nodded and said, "All right, then tell me your thoughts. I believe this spiritual herb is very important to the elder, and I do not require entry into the Tianyue sect, so I won't make it difficult for you. Let's make a trade with the spiritual herb. I wish to obtain a beginner cultivation method and some basic knowledge of cultivation. Just the most elementary version would be sufficient. It won't be difficult for you." The young man in the blue robe showed a knowing expression after hearing Li Yi's words. This was indeed a good approach. The elder could simply provide a foundational cultivation method in exchange for a blood ginseng, dismissing Li Yi without offending anyone. The young man in blue looked at Li Yi and felt that this young man was not simple. Li Kuan's heart stirred. If Li Yi could get a cultivation method, he could copy it as well. Therefore, he did not speak, while Li Haoran blinked, looking at Li Yi, unsure of what he was thinking. The elder looked Li Yi up and down again and felt that this boy with poor qualifications was somewhat interesting. He then slowly spoke, "Your idea is quite good. I can consider it fine. I will do you a favor this time and grant you a fortuitous opportunity." "Thank you, elder," Li Yi and Li Kuan said in unison. "Yes, you don't need to be polite. This is a fair trade. I will give you a cultivation method for the Qi refinement stage called Kumugong. This is a rather good method. It is not from the Tianyue sect, but something I acquired during my travels, and I will give it to you today. Additionally, I will give you a book called Records of Cultivation Experiences, which contains some basic knowledge about cultivation to help you get started quickly. Furthermore, I will give you 100 low-grade spirit stones as compensation," the elder said. After speaking, the elder placed one hand on the gray cloth bag at his waist, and then a flash of light appeared, revealing a yellow booklet on the table with Kumugong written in large characters. Another thicker book had records of cultivation experiences written on it, and there was also a pile of crystal-clear small stones, which were the same type Li Kuan had given to the young man in blue when they first arrived. Looking at the items on the table, Li Yi also showed a delighted expression. With these things, he could gradually explore and cultivate. Then he glanced at the others at this moment. The white-haired elder was smiling at him, while Li Kuan, Li Haoran, and the young man in blue all had their eyes fixated on the items on the table. Seeing this scene, Li Yi sighed slightly in his heart. It was certainly impossible for him to take all these items away. Li walked up to the table, picked up Kumugong and records of cultivation experiences, and without flipping through them, stuffed them into his clothes. However, he did not take the spirit stones. Then he said, "Brother Haoran, you can have these spirit stones as a gift. Congratulations on joining the sect. You will definitely find them useful there. And since there are so many spirit stones, it would be inconvenient for me to take them." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, everyone was a bit surprised. They did not understand why Li Yi would say this. After all, 100 low-grade spirit stones was not a small amount for a Qi refinement stage cultivator. "You're giving them to me? That's not right. Cousin, these are for you. How can I accept them?" Li Haoran said, but his eyes were fixed on the spirit stones, showing that he still wanted them. "Young friendly E, you may not know that spirit stones are essential. Cultivators can directly absorb the spiritual energy within to enhance their cultivation. They are also indispensable for alchemy, artifact crafting, and formations, and they serve as universal currency in the cultivation world to buy things you want," the white-haired elder explained to Li Yi. After hearing the elder's words, Li Yi still shook his head and firmly said, "These spirit stones should still be given to my cousin." Seeing Li Yi's determination, Li Kuan, who was standing aside, looked at him deeply. He felt he had underestimated his seemingly dull nephew. Li was very decisive and had a good sense of timing. Even an average adult might not possess such qualities. Looking at his own son again, he felt that Li Haoran paled in comparison to Li Yi, although his qualifications were better, which was comforting. Luckily, temperament can be cultivated later on. At this moment, he recalled what his elder brother had said. Li Yi was not a fool. If Li Yi were a fool, he wouldn't even be worthy of being a fool. Li Kuan said, "Haoran, since Li Yi insists, this is also his goodwill. You two should split it, each take 50. After hearing Li Kuan's words, Li Yi thought for a moment and said, "He'll take 30 spirit stones, the rest can go to my cousin. My qualifications are poor, so I won't be able to use that many." After saying this, he took 30 spirit stones and handed the remaining ones to Li Haoran. Li Haoran accepted the spirit stones, feeling at a loss. The white-haired old man standing aside had witnessed everything and regarded Li Yi with a newfound respect. Li used a few dozen spirit stones to befriend the promising Li Haoran, and in doing so, made his father owe him a favor. With the remaining spirit stones and the secret manuals, he could also take them away safely. As long as Li Kuan wasn't cold-blooded, he would definitely repay Li Yi's kindness and do his utmost to help him keep these items without harboring any ulterior motives. This young man was very astute, decisive in his choices, and quite mature, far from the typical behavior of a teenager in his early teens. If it weren't for the poor aptitude of this individual, the old man would have considered taking him as a disciple. However, thinking of the young man's lack of talent, he shook his head helplessly in the world of cultivation. Aptitude is everything, and without it, all discussions are meaningless. With this thought, the old man glanced at Li Yi again and felt a stir in his heart. Young friend Li Yi, it brings me great joy to meet you today. I have a small item here that I would like to give to you. After saying this, the old man took out a gray cloth bag from his bosom and handed it to Li Yi. Chapter 6. Experiences in Cultivation. Seeing the gray small bag, Li Yi felt a bit delighted. Because he had just seen the old man with white hair take out those ancient texts and spirit stones from this small bag. This should be a treasure for storing items of cultivators. Moreover, the young man in green also had a similar item hanging from his waist, which should be something every cultivator possesses, and it wasn't very valuable. However, it was urgently needed by Li Yi. Thank you, master, Li Yi said gratefully. The old man waved his hand and said, no need to be polite, young friend. Then, he kindly said to Li Haoran, Haoran, stay here. Once this matter is over, you will return to the sect with me. You will stay by my side for the next 2 days, and I will teach you the basics of cultivation and guide you into the path. You need to say goodbye to your parents quickly. After giving Li Haoran some instructions, Li Kuan and Li Yi walked down the high platform, while Li Haoran stayed beside the old man. The young man in green escorted them down again, and this time his attitude was much better, as if he had changed his character. He chatted and laughed with them, treating them as equals, without any disdain for them as mortals. This made the onlookers in line envious and surprised. Who were these people that could be treated so kindly by the master? At this moment, Li Yi's expression was not very pleasant. Although he had obtained some items, he was still a bit disappointed that he could not enter Tianyue's sect. So, he kept his head down along the way, lacking interest in conversation, and wore a dejected expression. On the contrary, Li Kuan was beaming with pride. Whenever he encountered familiar faces on the way, he would stop to boast about his son, saying that not only had he entered Tianyue's sect, but he had also become a disciple of an old immortal. This made the surrounding people envious, and many came over, eager to associate and befriend him. As for Li Yi, who was behind Li Kuan, he was completely ignored. With his dejected look, he appeared to be the one who had drawn the short straw, and the crowd had seen too many such people in recent days to pay him any attention. After a long while, Li Kuan and Li Yi finally squeezed out of the crowd and returned to the inn. Little Li, what are your plans next? Will you return with me, or go back to Laohai village? Li Kuan asked Li Yi. If he didn't know the truth, he would almost be deceived by Li Yi's appearance. All the way, Li Yi gave the impression of being honest and dull, and his expression was dejected, completely unlike someone who had obtained cultivation methods. If it were other children of his age, they would have been overjoyed and excited. And he couldn't understand how his older brother had raised him. I want to go home. There are too many people here, and it's too chaotic. Besides, I have cultivation texts and spirit stones with me, which are not safe outside. So, I hope uncle can escort me back to Laohai village. Li Yi said to Li Kuan firmly, not allowing for any doubt. He had completely shed the dejected and dull appearance from outside. Yes, we need to leave here quickly. The items you have are not valuable to cultivators, but they are rare treasures for ordinary mortals. Although you have cultivation potential, you are not yet a cultivator. If news gets out, it will definitely bring great danger. Thinking of this, Li Kuan's expression became serious. He understood the saying. An innocent man suffers for the treasures he holds. Moreover, even though his son had entered the immortal gate, he still needed to keep a low profile until he had completed his training and returned. That afternoon, Li Yi and the others left the Ascension Conference under Li Kuan's guidance. However, on the way, his second aunt, Eumalion, was somewhat unhappy because Li Haoran had left suddenly without saying goodbye to her. Seeing Eumalion looking unhappy, Li Yi did not comfort her, but instead was pondering how to proceed on his path of cultivation. With his poor aptitude and no one to guide him, he could only explore slowly. After several days of travel, Li Yi returned to Laohai village. Seeing his son return but not seeing Li Haoran, Li Qian's face showed a hint of disappointment. He knew that his son must have been eliminated. However, when he learned that his son had cultivation potential and had obtained cultivation texts, even though he had not entered the immortal gate, he was still very happy. Li Kuan did not rush to leave Laohai village this time. During this period, he also requested to transcribe Li Yi's cultivation texts, to which Li Yi and his father did not refuse. Over a month later, Li Kuan and his wife left with the transcribed texts, feeling very satisfied. Before leaving, they took Li Yi's second brother, Li Feng, mainly because this guy had been clamoring to leave the mountain village to explore the city. He also said that if he were allowed to participate in the selection, he would definitely be chosen. So this time he had to go out and experience something. Li Qian could not refuse and had to let Li Kuan take him away. As for Li Yi's acquisition of the cultivation texts, for safety reasons, only Li Kuan and the father-son pair knew about it. And they told others that Li Yi had been eliminated. To ensure that Li Yi could quickly become an immortal master, Li Qian transformed his usual training area into a secret room specifically for Li Yi's cultivation. At first, Li Yi did not rush to cultivate, but instead took out the book record of cultivation experiences and read it carefully. Cultivation is divided into 9 major realms: Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refining, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Among them, Chi refining, foundation establishment, and golden core belong to the lower realms. Nascent soul, spirit transformation, and void refining belong to the middle realms. Integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing belong to the upper realms. The chi refining realm is divided into 12 levels, while foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refining, integration, and great ascension are each subdivided into early, middle, late, and great perfection stages. The last stage, tribulation crossing, has only one level, to transcend the heavenly tribulation and become an immortal. If one fails, they will be reduced to ashes or retain a trace of their soul and become a ghost immortal. Currently, the most common cultivators in the cultivation world are those in the chi refining and foundation establishment stages, while cultivators in the golden core and nascent soul stages are rare. Spirit transformation is a legendary existence, and cultivators above spirit transformation have hardly been heard of. Common weapons used by cultivators include spirit weapons, magical tools, and treasures. Classified into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Cultivators can meditate to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance their cultivation, or they can take elixirs to refine the medicinal power and improve their cultivation. Elixirs are divided into 9 grades, with the first grade being the lowest and the 9th grade the highest. Depending on the impurity content, each grade of elixir can be further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and special grades, with inferior elixirs being the worst and special elixirs being the best. In the cultivation world, there are also some beasts that devour spiritual energy for cultivation, which people call demon beasts. Demon beasts are divided into 12 ranks. The 1st to 3rd ranks correspond to the chi refining stage. The 4th to 6th ranks correspond to the foundation establishment stage. The 7th to 9th ranks correspond to golden core cultivators. And the 10th to 12th ranks correspond to nascent soul cultivators. Spirit transformation demon beasts do not have ranks and are equivalent to human realms. In addition, the cultivation world also has some special cultivators, such as alchemists, weapon refiners, talisman makers, beast tamers, puppet masters, and formation masters. They are graded based on their achievements, which can be divided into master, great master, and grand master, among others. In the cultivation world, the common currency for transactions is spirit stones, which are divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Li Yi obtained low-grade spirit stones, which cultivators can directly absorb the spiritual energy for their training. In addition, spirit stones are also used in alchemy and artifact forging. The attributes of spirit stones can be divided into the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as special attributes like wind, ice, and thunder. In the world of cultivation, there are also special items called storage bags, which have a certain space to store items, but can only hold inanimate objects, like the small cloth bag you received. There are various cultivation factions in the world of cultivation, existing in forms such as sects, families, and nations, with varying strengths. However, everything is based on strength. Might makes right. Those who do not join any faction are usually called loose cultivators, and Li Yi is currently one of them. Chapter 7. Chi Refining Stage 1. Li Yi picked up the Cultivation Chronicles and read it carefully. At this moment, he already had a preliminary understanding of cultivation. However, after understanding it, his brow furrowed tightly, as cultivation emphasizes talent above all else. The best talent is having a single, pure spiritual root, such as the 5 elemental single spiritual roots: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. These cultivators can easily sense the spiritual energy in the air and draw it into their bodies. Additionally, there are mutated spiritual roots, such as the special attributes of wind, ice, and thunder, which allow these cultivators to cultivate quickly and possess strong abilities. Next are dual attribute spiritual roots, like firewood dual attributes, which are excellent for alchemists, and fire gold dual attributes, which are best for artifact smithing. Generally, the more spiritual roots one has, the more mixed the sensed spiritual energy becomes, requiring more effort to refine and absorb, making cultivation slower and even leading to demonic deviation. Li Yi's spiritual root is of the 5-element type, which is considered the worst in the current cultivation world. For example, those with heavenly spiritual roots can typically reach the 12th level of chi refining in a few years, while Li Yi may take decades to reach that level. However, if he utilizes external forces to enhance his cultivation, like taking pills or relying on spirit-gathering formations to concentrate spiritual energy for faster absorption, he can speed up his training. Upon finishing the Cultivation Chronicles, Li Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that heaven had left him a path to cultivate through external means. Although pills are undoubtedly precious, having hope is better than having none. After reading the Withered Wood technique, he carefully studied it. After several readings, Li Yi sat cross-legged, forming hand seals, and began to breathe steadily, focusing his mind, observing his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, gradually casting aside distractions and entering a state of cultivation to sense the spiritual energy in the air. After several days of cultivation, Li Yi felt quite frustrated. Up until now, he had not sensed any spiritual energy, but he often felt his stomach growling. Angered, he cursed loudly and paced back and forth in the secret room. At times, he even doubted whether the old Taoist had given him a fake cultivation technique. However, after some thought, he realized that others wouldn't deceive him. So he resumed his hard work. Li Yi's intense training worried his mother, who thought her son had become obsessed, locking himself in his room to practice some technique. She immediately called him out and urged him to stop cultivating. On the other hand, his father, Li Qian, fully supported him, advising him not to rush and to cultivate slowly. As long as he missed meal times, his sister would bring him food and change of clothes. He encouraged Li Yi to not stay cooped up in his room and to take walks in the mountains to relax before continuing his cultivation. Hearing his parents' words, Li Yi felt deeply moved. He didn't expect his father to be so supportive. It should be noted that children his age in the village had long begun helping their families with work. His parents had never demanded this of him. They only required him to learn some characters and be able to read and write, allowing him to play freely. In their spare time, they would tell stories about the world of martial arts. His second brother, Li Feng, often became inspired by these tales, yearning to become a hero in the martial world, robbing the rich to help the poor, and seeking revenge for grievances. However, Li Yi did not favor the life of martial arts, as from his father's stories. Those martial figures often met unfortunate ends, either dying alone in their old age or perishing far from home. Sometimes, it could be due to a treasure, a manual, some gold and silver, or a position. Brothers, friends, and relatives might scheme against each other, poison one another, betray, and kill each other. Once defeated, their children would seek revenge, creating a cycle of violence. Every time Li Qian recounted this, he sighed heavily. Whenever Li Yi heard this, he felt that his father's past must be extraordinary. He was a man of many stories, yet he had never shared them with them. Because he had heard so many such tales, Li Yi's character was greatly influenced, making him particularly cautious around strangers, even feeling the need to disguise himself. Generally, he was also taciturn, giving off a very reclusive impression. After experiencing setbacks, Li Yi began to adjust his cultivation approach. He chose not to bury himself in hard work, but instead to meditate and cultivate in the early mornings, spending the rest of the time learning some medical skills from his father. Sometimes, he would accompany his father to the mountains to gather herbs. After a month of this routine, while gathering herbs on one occasion, Li Yi attempted to meditate on the mountain to sense the spiritual energy. This time, he finally felt a trace of spiritual energy, which greatly delighted him. After several efforts, Li Yi successfully guided this trace of spiritual energy into his body, allowing it to complete a full cycle according to the With technique, transforming it into mana and storing it in his dantian. Feeling the cool trace of spiritual energy within him, Li Yi was overwhelmed with excitement. After several months of hard work, he had finally sensed spiritual energy and successfully completed the step of drawing energy into his body, with mana now present in his body. This marked the first step Li Yi had taken in his cultivation journey. When Li Yi shared this good news with Li Qian, his father was also very happy, as his son had taken the first step in cultivation, and their family had produced a cultivator. To help Li Yi cultivate better, Li Qian found a secluded place in the mountains and built a training area for him. Every morning, Li Yi would go to the mountains to cultivate and return in the afternoon. During this time, Li Yi also took out the spirit stones the old man had given him to study how to use them. When he held the spirit stone in his hand and followed the cultivation route of the With technique, he could feel streams of spiritual energy slowly flowing into his body, which was many times faster than absorbing the spiritual energy from the air. After this discovery, Li Yi was overjoyed and quickly took out all of his spirit stones for cultivation. After using the spiritual energy from the stones, Li Yi began to examine the gray cloth bag he had. This was a storage bag used by cultivators. The use of the storage bag was quite simple. When he infused a trace of spiritual energy from his body into the bag, he could see the bag's internal space with his eyes. This storage bag was about 3 feet in size. Inside it, there was a small sword about half a foot long and a talisman engraved with strange patterns. Li Yi realized that these must be a spirit tool and a talisman, and he hadn't expected that the white-haired old man would also give him these items. Spring goes and autumn comes. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. After using more than 20 spirit stones, Li Yi's cultivation has reached the peak of the first layer of qi refining, and he will soon be able to step into the second layer of qi refining. Chapter 8. Spirit Tools, Talismans, and Spells. Looking at the silver small sword and the yellow talisman he took out from his storage bag, Li Yi was very fond of them, constantly exploring them in his hands. Spirit tools are the main means of attack for cultivators. The small sword in his hand is only about half a foot long, with a shimmering surface. Although it is only a low-grade spirit tool, Li Yi couldn't put it down. The yellow talisman, also a low-grade talisman, is called the Golden Shield Talisman. After activation, it generates a golden protective shield around oneself. After learning to use the storage bag, Li Yi continuously put the items in his hand, silver small sword, yellow talisman, and spirit stones, inside and took them out, playing with them joyfully. After playing for a while, Li Yi gradually lost interest. He now wanted to study how to use the silver small sword and the talisman. The golden talisman was easy to use. One just needed to inject their own magical power into it, and then place it on oneself to generate a golden shield around them. The defensive power of the golden shield is quite formidable. Whether struck by a fist or cut by a knife or axe, it suffered no damage at all. When Li Yi cut off the magical power injection, the golden shield would disappear. While Li Yi was testing the defensive power of the golden shield, his father, Li Qian, also became interested and used all his strength to strike the shield with a knife. The shield's golden light remained undisturbed, which amazed Li Qian and made him understand the power of cultivators. During this time of cultivation in the mountains, Li Yi also learned about his father's past experiences. He was once a disciple of a martial arts sect, possessing notable martial skills, and was a top expert in the martial world. Later, his sect was destroyed, and his fellow disciples perished. Only he and a few others survived, so he withdrew from the martial world and settled in this small mountain village. Based on his deductions, Li Yi believed that the defensive power of the golden shield was strong enough that even a master-level expert in the martial world might not be able to break through it. Hearing such an evaluation, Li Yi was greatly shocked. He had only practiced cultivation for a little over a year, yet with just a talisman, he could withstand attacks from top martial experts. He felt fortunate about his choice, realizing that the martial world and the cultivation world were entirely different realms. The only regret was that after each use, the spiritual light on the talisman's surface would dim a bit, indicating that the talisman had usage limits. After using the talisman, Li Yi took up the silver small sword to experiment again. When he injected magical power into it, the silver small sword shone brightly, but it did not fly up to attack enemies. Li Yi found this strange, as legendary cultivators could control flying swords. As he thought about this, something clicked in Li Yi's mind. He took out the book Withered technique from his storage bag and flipped to the last page, which recorded several spells. One of them was called the object control technique, but he had previously been too focused on meditation and chi refining to pay attention. He felt this should be related to controlling flying swords. Thus, in addition to meditating and refining chi, he began to study the object control technique. To learn it, one must first perform a set of hand gestures, then combine it with the operation of internal magical power and recite incantations. Li Yi found it relatively easy to learn the hand gestures. He just needed to practice more to master them. However, he found the incantations to be obscure and difficult to understand. Determined to control the flying sword, Li Yi practiced diligently. After a month, he finally learned the object control technique, and after familiarizing himself a few more times, he took out the flying sword to start controlling it. Li Yi's assumption was correct. The object control technique could indeed control the flying sword. Initially, the silver flying sword could only fly awkwardly in the air. After getting accustomed to it, the flying sword could fly and attack according to Li Yi's thoughts. Almost wherever he pointed, it could hit, and the sword was very sharp, whether it was rocks or plants. Anything cut by the flying sword would turn into fragments. Even a tree thick enough for two people to embrace could be easily severed. And weapons used by ordinary martial artists could also be easily cut through. Although the silver flying sword had a strong attacking power, it also had significant drawbacks. The first was its short attacking range. He could only control it freely within 3 zhong, and beyond that distance, it became difficult to manipulate. After 5 zhong, he could no longer control it at all. Secondly, there was the issue of usage time. With his current cultivation at the first layer of chi refining, he could only use the flying sword for a quarter of an hour at full attack. Soon, Li Yi understood that this was due to his low cultivation level. He practiced even harder, but he had very few spirit stones left, and he was still unable to break through to the second layer of chi refining. Spirit stones could not be completely used up as they had many functions. They could not only be used for cultivation, but also for restoring magical power. He discovered that when he used spirit stones to restore his magical power after exhausting it, the recovery was very fast, so it was wise to keep some for emergencies. Without the assistance of spirit stones, Li Yi's cultivation speed slowed even further. He felt that if he continued to meditate and cultivate, it would take at least another year to enter the second layer of chi refining. At this time, Li Yi began to consider where to obtain more spirit stones. With this in mind, he resumed studying the spells recorded after the Withered technique. The spells not only included the object control technique, but also several other minor spells: spiritual eye technique, binding technique, wooden spike technique, fireball technique, and wind control technique. The spiritual eye technique allows one to concentrate magical power in their eyes, enabling them to see all spiritual entities within 100 zhong. It is a supportive little spell. The binding technique can use thorny strips to trap opponents. The wooden spike technique can generate several wooden spikes out of thin air to attack enemies. The fireball technique can create fireballs to attack enemies. The wind control technique is a spell that helps cultivators move quickly. Once the spell is cast, one can move rapidly. Previously, Li Yi had not paid attention to these minor spells, but now he found them quite interesting. The spiritual eye technique was very easy to learn. There were no hand gestures or incantations required, just the application of magical power. Li Yi easily learned it, and after activating the spiritual eye technique, he could see everything clearly within a radius of 1 mile. The second spell he practiced was the powerful fireball technique. Although he was also tempted by the power of the wooden spike technique and fireball technique, after some thought, he chose to learn the wind control technique instead. This supportive spell had great life-saving potential. As long as he cast the wind control technique on himself, he could move like the wind, making it excellent for traveling and escaping. Fortunately, The wind control technique was not too difficult to learn. After researching it for a few days, Li Yi could easily use it, though he was still not very proficient. Li Yi understood the principle that practice makes perfect. The wind control technique was definitely an excellent means of survival. Therefore, he used the wind control technique to travel up and down the mountain every day. He could leap several zhang high with a light jump and then leap forward with force, floating more than 7 or 8 zhang away. Besides cultivation, Li Yi practiced the wind control technique daily. In his spare time, he also studied the wooden spike technique, binding technique, and fireball technique. But he had not mastered them yet. Chapter 9. Monster Beasts. On that day, Li Yi was cultivating in the mountains when a young man dressed in gray rushed towards him, anxiously shouting, "Third brother, father is injured. You need to come quickly." This person was Li Zheng, Li Yi's elder brother, whom he seldom saw. Li Qian had a small medicinal garden on the mountain, where he usually collected herbs. However, due to their short age, the herbs were not yet suitable for medicinal use. If not harvested, they might be ruined by wild beasts. So Li Qian had transplanted them into his garden for cultivation. Li Zheng usually lived on the mountain, guarding these herbs while learning about planting and preparing medicinal materials. And he would only occasionally return home. In the past 2 years, as Li Yi cultivated in the mountains, he often visited the small garden during his leisure time, and they became quite familiar with each other. Upon hearing that Li Qian was injured, Li Yi immediately became tense, stopped his cultivation, and stepped out to ask, "Elder brother, what happened? How could father be injured?" After all, Li Qian was a top expert. It was very strange for him to be injured in this small mountain village. Father went to the mountains to gather herbs and was attacked by a giant snake. He is currently lying in the small garden. You should hurry and check on him. Li Zheng said urgently. "All right, let's go take a look," Li Yi replied. After saying this, he activated his wind control technique and floated towards a direction. Li Zheng also performed a lightness technique to follow behind him, showing an envious expression on his face. Li Yi's speed was far beyond what his lightness technique could match. He knew that his younger brother was a cultivator, possessing not only powerful strength, but also a long lifespan, making him an object of envy for countless mortals. In fact, Li Zheng had once asked Li Yi to teach him the withered wood technique, but he was unable to cultivate it successfully, indicating that he lacked the qualifications for cultivation. The techniques that Li Yi had brought back were ones that both Li Zheng and even Li Qian had failed to master, leading them to sigh that cultivation truly depended on fate and innate talent. In just a moment, Li Yi arrived at the small medicinal garden and saw Li Qian lying on a wooden bed, his face pale and blood at the corners of his mouth. His breath extremely disordered. Li Yi quickly walked to Li Qian's side, grasped his hand with one hand, and then injected a trace of spiritual energy into Li Qian's body. Gradually, Li Qian's chaotic breath stabilized. Upon seeing this, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief, then pulled aside Li Qian's clothing to reveal a large purple-black bruise on his chest, occupying nearly half of it. It seemed he had been struck heavily by something. Seeing Li Qian's injury, Li Yi's expression darkened. He had admired his father since childhood, in order for him to cultivate. His father had even given away his most treasured blood ginseng, treating him exceptionally well. Now that his father was injured like this, regardless of what wild beast it was, it would become a target for Li Yi to kill. Although Li Yi was filled with anger, he did not lose his rationality. He needed to wait for Li Qian to wake up and clarify what had happened before deciding what to do. Planning before acting was a habit Li Yi had developed. After Li Yi finished transmitting spiritual energy to Li Qian, Li Zheng also rushed over. Looking at Li Qian, who was resting with a steady breath, Li Zheng sighed in relief. "Elder brother, do you know where father was injured and what kind of beast attacked him?" Li Yi asked. "I don't know. Father fainted as soon as he arrived here, and I didn't have time to ask," Li Zheng replied. "Oh, I see. Then let's wait for father to wake up and ask," Li Yi said. After resting for a short while, Li Qian finally woke up, still feeling apprehensive, and said, "I saw a rather rare medicinal herb on the back mountain. Just as I was about to pick it, a 3-zhang-long black giant python suddenly sprang out from the bushes. The python was as thick as a thigh. Upon seeing the giant python, I hurriedly retreated, but it moved extremely fast, and its tail struck my chest. I was knocked away and ran back here, but fortunately, the python didn't chase after me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived." After finishing, he still looked terrified. Hearing Li Qian's words, Li Yi's brows furrowed tightly. Generally speaking, ordinary wild beasts did not possess such strength. Li Qian was a top expert. Even if that giant python was larger, he should not have been injured. At the very least, he should have been able to escape. The only possibility left was that the giant python was not a wild beast, but a demon beast. If it was a demon beast, then he would not dare to act recklessly. He was merely a novice cultivator, and even the lowest level demon beasts would be quite difficult for him to deal with. Seeing Li Yi deep in thought, Li Qian did not speak further. "Father, you should rest here for a while. I want to investigate that giant python," Li Yi said. "Xiao Yi, I feel that the giant python is not simple. I suspect it is a demon beast. You should be careful if you go. If you can't handle it, just leave it alone. I don't think the giant python will come out to harm people. Just ignore it," Li Qian said weakly. He was clearly very worried about his son and feared that his son, having just learned a little, would go out to hunt demons and endanger his life. "Don't worry, father. I won't act impulsively. If I don't have enough confidence, I won't act. Besides, I can use wind control technique, so escaping won't be a problem, Li Yi assured. After saying this, Li Yi activated the wind control technique and dashed out of the medicinal garden. Seeing his son's swift movements, Li Qian felt somewhat relieved. Li Yi used the wind control technique and easily arrived at the back mountain, quickly finding the place Li Qian had mentioned. Soon, he saw a black giant python. Its scales dark and glistening with a cold light, coiled up in the woods with its eyes closed. Not far from the giant python was a small pale blue grass, adorned with glistening dewdrops, looking exceptionally beautiful. Li Yi instinctively felt that this small grass was not ordinary. Li Yi quietly flew up to a large tree and used the spiritual eye technique to observe the giant python from a distance. He saw that the giant python emitted a faint aura of spiritual energy. As expected, this creature was a demon beast. The faint aura indicated that it was a low-tier demon beast. When Li Yi's gaze shifted to the blue grass, he was astonished to find that the grass was vibrant with spiritual energy, clearly a spiritual herb. At this point, Li Yi was extremely excited. Just as Li Yi was feeling a bit excited, the black giant python suddenly opened its eyes, turned its massive head towards the tree where Li Yi was hiding, flicked its tongue, and instantly lunged towards him. Not good. I've been discovered, Li Yi exclaimed softly, then quickly activated the wind control technique to retreat. The giant python moved extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it lunged onto the tree where Li Yi had been hiding. Coiling around it and roaring in anger, glaring fiercely at the fleeing Li Yi, but it did not pursue. Chapter 10. Slaying the giant python. Seeing that the giant python did not chase after him, Li Yi relaxed his grip on the storage bag. If the python had pursued, he would have had to take out his flying sword and battle it. Looking at the giant python's massive body and swift movements, Li Yi felt he did not have full confidence in defeating it. After a moment, Li Yi returned to the medicinal garden. Upon seeing Li Yi return, both Li Qian and Li Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Li Yi would go out to hunt the giant python. Dad, I'm back. You guessed it right. That giant python is indeed not an ordinary beast, it's a demon beast, Li Yi said. Ah, it really is a demon beast? Do we need to leave here quickly? Li Zheng said with a worried look. Hearing Li Zheng's words, Li Qian said, we can leave, but the people down the mountain will have a hard time. They've basically lived here their whole lives and have nowhere else to go. Li Qian had lived here for over a decade and had a certain affection for the people, not wanting to see them perish in the jaws of the snake. Dad, you and Big Brother go down the mountain first to recuperate, and tell the villagers not to go up the mountain casually. I'll learn a couple of spells in the next few days, and then I'll see if I can slay the giant python, Li Yi said, clenching his fists. Xiao Yi, are you confident? Li Qian asked. He was still somewhat worried because he felt that Li Yi had just started cultivating and lacked combat experience. If something went wrong, it would be a big loss. It's okay, Dad. There's always a first time for everything. I want to try my cultivation results. Although the giant python is a demon beast, I feel that its aura indicates it hasn't been a demon beast for long. It's just a low-level demon beast. I think I can handle it. Even if I can't kill it, escaping shouldn't be a problem, Li Yi said firmly, seeing his son so determined. Li Qian knew that once his son made a decision, it would be futile to dissuade him. His younger son was a person with strong opinions and wasn't reckless. He said, all right then, be careful. If it really doesn't work out, we'll find another place to live and not force a confrontation. Okay, I understand, Dad. After saying this, Li Yi and Li Zheng helped the injured Li Qian down the mountain, also advising the villagers at the foot of the mountain not to go up. The villagers were initially reluctant, but seeing how badly injured the skilled Dr. Li was, they accepted that the demon beast was beyond their ability to deal with. Back at his residence, Li Yi began to plan how to deal with the giant python. He thought that since the python was fast and large, he should first limit its speed and then attack with his flying sword, which should be able to kill it. At this moment, he remembered that he had yet to learn the binding technique. As long as the binding technique could trap the giant python, then the python would be like fish on a cutting board, ready for him to slaughter. In fact, there were two other reasons for Li Yi to go after the giant python. One was the blue little grass. He felt that it should be a good spiritual herb. If he could refine it into a pill and take it, he should be able to enter the second layer of chi refinement. Additionally, the skin and flesh of the giant python were treasures. Half a month later, he began to practice the binding technique. As Li Yi performed the spell, several green vines with the thickness of arms appeared in front of him and quickly wrapped around a huge rock. Moments later, the rock was covered with vines. Then, with a loud bang, the rock was crushed. Li Yi was very satisfied with the power of the binding technique he had demonstrated. To be safe, Li Yi also learned the wooden thorn technique before daring to look for the giant python. After mastering his newly learned spells, Li Yi returned to the back mountain and found a secluded bush near the giant python, then performed a binding technique to hide the vines in the grass. After that, he took out the yellow golden light shield talisman from his storage bag, activated it, and stuck it on himself. He held a spiritual stone in his hand, continuously drawing spiritual power to replenish his mana. He didn't want to run out of mana halfway through battling the giant python. Li Yi then patted his storage bag again, and a silver small sword appeared, which he drove to attack the giant python in the distance, using the wind control technique to follow it. The silver small sword shot into the sky, and the giant python in the distance immediately noticed the silver flying sword coming at it, raising its proud snake head and glaring fiercely at Li Yi. The flying sword struck the python's head, making a sound of metal clashing. But the sharp little sword couldn't leave any marks on the snake's head. What tough scales, Li Yi thought secretly. The giant python was enraged by Li Yi's attack, roaring as it charged toward him, deflecting the flying sword. Li Yi used the wind control technique to dodge left and right in the air, feeling quite thrilling. He realized he had somewhat underestimated the giant python's strength. As Li Yi fought while retreating, he quickly lured the giant python into his ambush circle. Then, several green vines with wooden thorns immediately wrapped around the giant python, which had been swift in motion, now tightly bound by the vines. What a great opportunity, Li Yi thought as he saw the trapped giant python. His heart filled with joy, he changed the spell in his hands, and the silver flying sword, glowing brightly, stabbed fiercely into one of the giant python's eyes. Crimson snake blood flowed out from the eye. The injured giant python became extremely frantic, twisting its body wildly. And the binding technique was starting to lose control. At that moment, the giant python suddenly opened its mouth wide, spewing out gray-purple poisonous mist. The mist landed on the green vines, making a sizzling sound, followed by a burst of white smoke, instantly breaking the binding technique. Not good, Li Yi exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't realized that this giant python could also spit poisonous mist. Li Yi didn't have time to dodge, and a massive snake tail struck hard against his golden light shield. Li Yi immediately felt as if he had been hit by a boulder, flying backward. And after a flicker, the golden light shield shattered. Li Yi rolled on the ground a few times, quickly jumped up, and activated the wind control technique to evade rapidly. His heart was filled with dread. If it weren't for the golden light shield blocking a bit, he would have been dead. Cold sweat broke out on Li Yi's back as he watched the rapidly approaching giant python, his heart filled with fear. However, upon seeing the giant python spewing poisonous mist again, Li Yi suddenly had an idea. What a great opportunity. Li Yi changed the spell in his hands, and the silver flying sword shot straight towards the giant python's mouth. Additionally, he changed the spell again, chanting a cryptic incantation. Soon, 3 1-foot-long yellow wooden thorns appeared in the air, lined up neatly, and fiercely stabbed into the giant python's mouth. The silver flying sword pierced through the giant python's mouth and nailed it to the ground. The black giant python rolled on the ground, but its movements became slower and slower, clearly nearing death. Watching the giant python gradually stop moving, Li Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a happy smile. He had finally slain this giant python. Chapter 11. A rich harvest. Looking at the giant python in the distance that no longer moved, Li Yi did not rush to approach and check the black giant python's corpse. Instead, he found a place to sit down and recover his mana. After the fierce battle with the giant python, although he had used a spiritual stone, his mana was still completely exhausted. Moreover, there was also poisonous mist over there, so he didn't dare to go close. Plus, since he had taken a hit from the giant python, he needed to tend to his injuries. After an hour, Li Yi slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and walked toward the giant python's corpse, retrieving the silver flying sword that had been embedded in the python. At this time, the silver small sword had pockmarks from being corroded by the poisonous mist, almost ready to be discarded, which made Li Yi feel a pang of heartache. Looking at the black poisonous mist surrounding the giant python's corpse, which had turned the surrounding trees and grass into black water, it was evident how terrifying the corrosiveness of the poisonous mist was. Li Yi first dragged the black giant python's corpse to the side, away from the poisonous mist. Then, using a small silver sword, he gradually cut through the skin and flesh of the giant python from its abdomen. After a considerable amount of time, the entire black giant python skin was completely separated by Li Yi. Following that, Li Yi carefully pried off the 2 fangs of the giant python and placed them into his storage bag. As for the python meat on the ground, he had no intention of wasting it. After all, it was the meat of a spirit beast, which would surely benefit his parents' health. However, he needed to confirm whether it was poisonous first. If it was toxic, then it could not be eaten. Li Yi cut the python meat into small pieces and stored it in his bag. While dissecting the python's corpse, Li Yi found a pale red orb inside the python's head. Seeing this orb made Li Yi even happier. It should be the legendary demon core, the essence of a demon beast. He did not expect that this low-level demon beast would also have a demon core. He was certain that this giant python was not simple, as generally only demon beasts of the 2nd rank or above possessed demon cores. Li Yi took out a small wooden box, carefully stored the demon core in it, and placed it in his storage bag. Finally, he dug out a red gallbladder from the python's abdomen and swallowed it in one gulp. Li Yi knew that the gallbladder of a snake generally had the effect of improving eyesight. Logically speaking, the effect of this giant python's gallbladder would be even better. After swallowing the gallbladder, Li Yi carefully felt his eyes and found no changes. This was probably due to just having consumed the demon core, so he would have to observe the effects later. After handling the giant python's corpse, Li Yi approached a blue grass with dew on it. At this moment, a pale red flower had bloomed at the top of the grass, emitting a faint fragrance. Li Yi was sure that this grass was definitely a spirit herb, otherwise, the black giant python would not have been guarding it so fiercely. This time, He took a huge risk to slay the black python, partly to obtain it. Li Yi had a feeling that as long as he could eat this herb, his cultivation would surely improve. Li Yi carefully dug up the grass by its roots, held it in his arms, and used the wind control technique to return to the small herb garden. At this time, Li Qian and Li Zheng were anxiously waiting in the herb garden. After more than a month of recuperation, Li Qian's earlier injuries had mostly healed. Originally, he wanted to go with Li Yi, but Li Yi refused, feeling uncertain and letting them wait here. Seeing his somewhat disheveled son return, both Li Qian and Li Zheng's faces showed expressions of joy. "Father, I've killed the giant python, and I also obtained a spirit herb over there," he said as he handed the blue spirit grass to Li Qian. "What? You killed the python and got a spirit herb?" Li Qian found it hard to believe. Then he looked at the spirit grass Li Yi handed over. "Yes, that beast has been killed by me. Consider it revenge for you." Saying this, Li Yi took out the giant python's skin, flesh, and fangs from his storage bag, but he did not take out the demon core. Good, good, good. This is wonderful. These things are treasures. The python skin can be made into inner armor, the python meat is edible, and the fangs can be made into a bunch of daggers. Just be careful when using them, so you don't get hurt by the poison on the teeth, Li Qian said, recounting the value of each item. "Father, the beast also spewed a large amount of toxic mist, which has now turned into toxic water on the ground of the back mountain. I think we can collect it to deal with enemies. It must be a great treasure." After saying this, Li Qian and Li Yi went to the back mountain to collect the toxic water sprayed by the giant python during the fight, using ceramic jars to gather it drop by drop. "Xiao Yi, when you took out this spirit herb, I feel like I've seen it before, but it's been so long that I can't quite remember," he said, furrowing his brow. "Oh right, I remember now. When I was at the Medicine King Manor, I saw my master obtain such a spirit grass. It's called blue spirit grass. It is a common herb used by cultivators for alchemy. You should know that the Medicine King Manor was a family of cultivators that cultivated herbs and gathered medicinal materials. The medicinal properties of blue spirit grass are mild, and even ordinary people who haven't practiced can use it to brew medicine, although it's somewhat wasteful. My master has studied this herb before and mixed it with several other herbs to brew a pill. This process extracts the medicinal power and neutralizes some side effects, making it much better than taking it directly. However, compared to the pills refined by cultivators, it's quite inferior. This pill can help martial artists greatly increase their internal strength, but I'm not sure how useful it is for cultivators. Xiao Yi, how do you think we should handle this spirit grass?" Li Qian asked. "Really? Father, that's great. You can make such pills, right?" Li Yi asked with some anticipation. "Well, my master has already taught me the method of preparing this, and I have seen him prepare it, so there should be no problem," Li Qian said confidently. "Then please, Father, go ahead and make it. Once you do, we can take it to increase our strength, and I can also try to see if it can increase my magical power. Wouldn't that be a waste? If you, Xiao Yi, take the herbs to ask someone to refine pills in the future, it would definitely be a better use. And the giant python's skin and teeth could be used to make spirit tools in the cultivation world. If we make them ourselves, the items produced will only be treasures for ordinary mortals. That would be too wasteful," Li Qian said regretfully. "Father, let's skip that for now. I don't know any alchemists or blacksmiths, and even if I found them, we wouldn't have any spirit stones to ask them to help us refine weapons and pills. It would be better to use them now to increase our strength. With pills and inner armor, both you and brother's safety will be much more assured," Li Yi said calmly. "Okay, since that's the case, we'll make it ourselves, but we'll need your second uncle's help. We can manage the herb preparation here, but we still lack many tools and some auxiliary materials for making inner armor and weapons." "All right, then let's go ask second uncle, but this matter must be kept secret." I understand. You can rest assured," Li Qian said. Although this time they had a bountiful harvest, the golden talisman Li Yi used had turned into a piece of waste paper and could no longer be used, which made Li Yi feel very regretful. Moreover, the silver flying sword had also sustained some damage, but fortunately, it did not affect its use. Otherwise, Li Yi felt he would have suffered a huge loss. Chapter 12. Pills and the remnant cauldron. Making inner armor from the materials of demon beasts was quite important, and Li Qian did not dare to be careless. The next day, he sent Li Zheng to find Li Kuan to come and help make the inner armor. He himself began to busily prepare various herbs for concocting the pills. After 3 busy days, he picked an auspicious day to start the alchemy preparations. "Father, how do we make the pills? Is it like brewing medicine as usual?" Li Yi asked curiously. He knew how to brew medicine and had done it before, but he was not very familiar with making pills from spirit herbs. "It's similar, but also a bit different. You can't use a sand pot. You need to use an alchemy cauldron." Saying this, he walked to the eaves and took out a small dark green cauldron that contained some rainwater. The cauldron had 3 legs, a small mouth, a rounded belly, and stood about 3 inches tall. Originally, there should have been 2 ears on the ding, but for some unknown reason, they have been lost. There are 2 notches where the ears should be, and the surface is covered with dense patterns, showing signs of rust. There are even some marks from knife cuts and axe strikes. It looks like a piece of junk, completely unremarkable, if it were just lying on the ground. No one would bother to pick it up. Seeing the puzzled expression on his son's face, he understood his thoughts. To have his son, a cultivator, misjudge it made him feel quite proud. Over the past year, He felt useless in front of this old master in the eyes of his son. But now he could show off a bit, which made him somewhat pleased. He said, "Xiao, you shouldn't underestimate this small ding. It is definitely a rare treasure. Back in the day, my master used this ding to brew spirit medicine at Yawang Mountain Villa. When the villa was burned to ashes, everything inside was destroyed. I found this ding among the ruins, and surprisingly, it was completely undamaged. Look at the water inside. It probably rained a month ago. And the water is still very clear, with no odor and no decrease in amount." After hearing Li Qian's words, Li Yi also felt it was incredible. He took the small ding and began to observe it closely. Besides the complex patterns, there was nothing else on it. Even using his spiritual sight technique, he couldn't detect anything, and there wasn't even a trace of spiritual energy on it. "Watch closely, this is impressive," Li Qian said as he took out a gleaming dagger from his bosom and struck the small ding hard. The ding emitted a crisp sound, and the dagger in Li Qian's hand had already developed a notch, while the ding showed no signs of damage. This scene shocked Li Yi. Knowing that his father was a top master in the martial world, that strike had also used internal energy, yet the ding remained unscathed. At this moment, Li Yi began to suspect that this item was likely something used by a cultivator. "Alright, let's brew the medicine first. You can study it slowly later. After we finish brewing, this will be yours," Li Qian said. "This is for me?" Li Yi asked, a bit delighted. "Why wouldn't I give it to you? This thing is useless for me. I've had it for over 10 years and haven't discovered its secret. You're a cultivator, so take it back and study it. You might uncover its mysteries," Li Qian replied, feeling satisfied to show off a little in front of his son. "Okay, thank you, Dad. Alright, we don't need to be polite. Now let's hurry and deal with the spirit herbs. We need to refine the pills quickly to avoid losing the medicinal properties and reducing their efficacy. You can study the ding later." After saying this, the father and son began to get busy. They set up a fire, put some spring water into the ding, and then chopped the herbs, placing them into the ding one by one. Once one herb was brewed into a juice, they added the next. As the herbs on the table dwindled down to just the blue spirit grass, Li Qian did not continue adding more herbs. Instead, he took out a piece of pure white gauze and began to filter the medicinal liquid. When there were no more impurities in the liquid, he continued to cook it and only then added the blue spirit grass. After a while, only a layer of medicinal paste remained in the ding. When the paste was nearly dry, Li Qian dug it all out and rolled it into small light blue pills. Looking at the fragrant pills, a joyful expression appeared on Li Qian's face. He then used his internal energy to dry each pill and pack them into a small porcelain bottle. Li Qian kept some for himself and gave some to Li Yi, saying, "Xiao, let's call this pill Blue Spirit Pill. Take it and try it out to see if it works for you." "Okay, I'll give it a try." Holding the pills, Li Yi returned to his cultivation place, swallowed a blue spirit pill, and began to circulate the withered wood technique. After operating the technique, he felt streams of spiritual energy released from the blue spirit pill flowing into his meridians. It really works. Seeing the increase in his internal power, Li Yi was very surprised. The cultivation effect of the blue spirit pill was excellent. He felt it was even better than using spirit stones. Now, aside from eating and sleeping, Li Yi spent all his time on cultivation, and his internal power was steadily rising, nearing a breakthrough to the second level of qi refining. A few days later, Li Zheng returned with Li Kuan and some tools. When he saw the giant python skin, he exclaimed excitedly, "What a treasure!" For martial artists like them, a piece of armor is often more precious than a divine weapon. Armor can save lives at critical moments. Indeed, it is a treasure. This python was a demon beast, and its skin was very tough. The divine weapons in the martial world could hardly damage this python skin. Xiao had tried before. Even a cultivator's weapon might not be able to penetrate it. With this material, making inner armor would allow them to almost walk through the martial world unharmed. Li Qian said, somewhat excited. To keep it a secret, Li Kuan and the others did not let anyone else participate in making the armor and dagger. They did it themselves, while Li stayed in his room, consuming pills and cultivating. However, during this time, he came out a few times because Li Kuan and the others couldn't cut the giant python skin. Li Yi used his silver flying sword to gradually cut the python skin into sizes suitable for making armor, then drilled some small holes. Li Kuan and the others used black gold thread to sew the python skin into inner armor. The processed python skin was dark, with dense scales, tough yet soft, and felt very comfortable when worn. As for the python's fangs, they were mounted on knife handles to make a pair of daggers, which were then wrapped in python skin sheaths. The giant python skin was enough to make 5 sets of inner armor, almost enough for each of them to have a set. Some leftover scraps were made into leather boots, leg guards, arm guards, and other small items. While Li Kuan and the others worked on the inner armor and daggers, Li Yi's cultivation also broke through to the second level of qi refining. Chapter 13. The mysterious small ding. After breaking through to the second level of qi refining, Li Yi felt refreshed. After the breakthrough, his senses were enhanced, especially his eyesight. It seemed he could see further. Without using the spiritual sight technique, he could actually see strands of spiritual energy in the air, likely due to the effect of the python's gallbladder. A pleasant surprise. Standing in the small herb garden, Li Yi looked at the several pieces of inner armor hanging on the rack, a pair of daggers wrapped in python skin, as well as leather boots, arm guards, gloves, and other items, and a joyful expression appeared on his face. Once everyone finished making the inner armor and other items, they did not distribute them, but waited for Li Yi to speak. After all, these were obtained by Li Yi alone from slaying the giant python, and he was the only cultivator among them. Li Qian and the others looked at Li Yi with anticipation, not saying a word, knowing that Li Yi would not treat them unfairly. Among them, Li Kuan's eyes were particularly fiery, filled with desire. I only need one piece of inner armor, a set of arm guards, leg guards, and a pair of python skin gloves and boots. The rest can be handled by my father, Li Yi said. Shall we? Don't you need these daggers? Li Qian asked. Li Yi shook his head and said, I don't need them. Dad can decide what to do with them. After obtaining the flying sword, Li Yi showed no interest in the dagger. For ordinary people, the snake-tooth dagger was indeed a rare treasure, but for Li Yi, who possessed a spiritual weapon, it was not a remarkable item. He was only interested in spiritual tools. Soon, Li Qian and the others finished dividing the treasures. Both Li Qian and Li Kuan took a set of inner armor, arm guards, leg guards, and gloves, along with a dagger made from the fangs of a python. Li Zheng took one piece of the remaining inner armor, leaving the last piece for Li Feng. Thank you, big brother, Li Kuan said, a bit excited. He did not expect Li Qian to give him so many things. He thought getting one piece of inner armor would be good enough. He was particularly envious of Li Qian, feeling fortunate to have the son of a cultivator by his side. Killing a beast and making items from it would surely cause a stir in the Jianghu. We are brothers, don't worry about these things. Besides, we should thank you for Xiao Yi being able to cultivate. Xiao Yi's aptitude isn't very good, and in the future, we need to rely on Haran's nephew for support. I hope they can look out for each other like we do. That will definitely happen. Li Kuan nodded heavily and replied. After everyone divided the treasures, they went about their own business, and Li Kuan left feeling quite satisfied. Li Yi told Li Qian that with the help of the blue spirit pill, his cultivation had broken through to the second level of qi refining. Li Qian was particularly happy and handed all the remaining blue spirit pills to Li Yi, hoping he would advance further. Over the past few days, Li Qian had taken several blue spirit pills and had already reached the level of a master, while Li Zheng's cultivation had also reached the level of a first-rate expert in the Jianghu. Holding the remaining blue spirit pills, Li Yi continued to return to his practice. After consuming all the blue spirit pills in his hand, his cultivation also reached the perfection of the second level of qi refining. He only needed to advance one more step to enter the third level of qi refining. Li Yi felt a bit regretful. He really wanted to see what changes would occur in his body after reaching the third level. Now, all the cultivation resources he had were exhausted. If he wanted to obtain resources in the future, he would have to look for spiritual herbs or other resources. Li Yi was also very clear about his own aptitude. If he relied solely on meditative qi training, he might only reach the fourth or fifth level of qi refining in his lifetime. He had to go out to seek his own opportunities. Since he chose to cultivate, Li Yi was unwilling to spend his entire life as a small qi refining cultivator, merely claiming dominance over ordinary people. This was one of the reasons he took the huge risk of killing the giant python. However, at this moment, he also didn't know where to seek opportunities. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of his second uncle, Li Kuan. He felt that his second uncle seemed to have a good understanding of the cultivation world. So Li Yi planned to ask him when he had the chance. However, before that, he had something else to do, to study the small cauldron that Li Qian had given him. After successfully refining the blue spirit pills, Li Yi put the small cauldron into his storage bag. He had studied it before, but had not made much progress. With that thought, Li Yi took out the dark green small cauldron from his storage bag. At this moment, the cauldron was still rusty, with obvious marks from being cut and chiseled. Li Yi had tried to inject spiritual power into it, but the cauldron showed no reaction at all. The spiritual power he injected vanished like a cow sinking into the sea. No matter how much spiritual power he input, it was the same. This only made Li Yi more curious about what kind of treasure the small cauldron was. In addition, he also tried using the item manipulation technique on the cauldron, but it remained motionless. The small cauldron was like a copper pea, impervious to water and fire, and impossible to grasp. Frustrated, Li Yi took out his silver flying sword and slashed at the cauldron, but the cauldron remained unharmed, while his silver flying sword ended up with 2 chips, causing him great distress. After a while, Li Yi finally calmed down. He recalled the legend. High-level cultivators must use their own blood when refining magic tools to achieve a connection between themselves and the magic tool. Li Yi bit his finger, pressed it against the inside of the small cauldron, and at the same time, injected his spiritual power into the cauldron. At that moment, the small cauldron finally showed a change. Li Yi felt a surge of joy as he saw a faint green light emerging from the surface of the cauldron. Then, a powerful suction force appeared inside the cauldron, and in an instant, Li Yi felt his spiritual power and blood rushing towards the cauldron like a flood breaking through a dam. This scene caused Li Yi's expression to change dramatically, and he hurriedly tried to throw the cauldron away. However, before he could do so, he lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Li Yi slowly woke up. He found himself lying in bed, with Li Qian pacing back and forth and his mother sitting by the bed, crying. 7 days ago, they had discovered Li Yi unconscious in the training room. Li Qian had hurriedly carried him out and tried various medical methods, but Li Yi remained in a coma. Dad. Mom, third brother is awake. Look quickly. A clear voice rang out in the bedroom. Xiaoyi, you're awake. What happened? How did you fall unconscious? Li Qian asked with a frown. I had a little problem while cultivating, and it turned out like this. How long have I been unconscious? Li Yi said apologetically. You've been in a coma for 7 days. Thankfully, you're okay. In the future, be careful while cultivating. Don't rush. For the next few days, don't practice. Let your mother make some good food to nourish your body, Li Qian said very seriously. All right, Dad, Li Yi said with a. Chapter 14, Spatial Treasure. When everyone had left, Li Yi felt a bit bored, staring at the ceiling. This time, he had been a bit reckless, almost getting his spiritual power and blood drained by the small cauldron. At this moment, looking at the dried-up spiritual power and missing blood within him, he showed a hint of a bitter smile. Glancing at the small cauldron beside him, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. However, he could also confirm that this was definitely an extraordinary treasure. Feeling a faint, intangible connection between himself and the cauldron, Li Yi's heart filled with joy. After resting for more than half a month, Li Yi finally recovered. Once he was back to normal, he continued to study the small cauldron. Although he had developed a slight connection with it, he still seemed unable to use it. The item manipulation technique remained ineffective against the cauldron, but Li Yi was still determined. Li Yi tried again, injecting spiritual power into the cauldron, but this time he didn't input any blood. Just as his spiritual power was about to be depleted, the cauldron suddenly erupted with a green light. The green light enveloped Li Yi, pulling him entirely into the cauldron, which then fell back onto the bed like an ordinary small cauldron, inconspicuous. At the moment he was enveloped by the green light, Li Yi felt a surge of joy, but then his mind spun in a whirlwind. Moments later, Li Yi slowly opened his eyes. He found himself in a grayish space, with yellow earth beneath his feet. Stepping on it felt very soft, with occasional stones appearing. This space was not large, only a couple of miles in circumference, giving off a very desolate feeling. Walking slowly in this space, Li Yi soon reached the center. In the center of the space was a black water pool, about 3 zhang in size, with streams of black water continuously swirling. Above the pond, wisps of blue mist were emanating, forming a blue fog above the pond, like silk and clouds. This turned out to be a spatial treasure, allowing entry for people. I can't imagine how much more advanced it is compared to my storage bag. Looking at this space, Li Yi's face revealed a look of ecstasy. A spatial treasure, this is a legendary item, equivalent to carrying a movable cave dwelling with him. He could plant spiritual herbs inside, use it for cultivation, and wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed. However, now he could enter, but how would he get out? Li Yi felt a bit anxious as he pondered this. Suddenly, a blue light appeared around him, enveloping him, and he vanished from this space. After a dizzying sensation, Li Yi found himself back in his bedroom. Looking at the small cauldron quietly lying on the bed, Li Yi was filled with joy and put the small cauldron away. In his delight, Li Yi sensed his internal mana and discovered that this back-and-forth journey had completely depleted his mana. Seeing this scene, Li Yi couldn't help but bitterly smile. His cultivation level was still too low, and he needed to quickly improve, or even entering the small cauldron space could become a problem. In the following days, Li Yi became busy again, intending to arrange the space inside the small cauldron, which was far too monotonous. After several days of hard work, Li Yi modeled it after a small medicinal herb garden, setting it up inside the small cauldron space. He first enclosed a piece of land with a fence, then named it Qingling Shaoxian, and built a small wooden house within the fence, surrounding it with various herbs. Although they were just ordinary herbs, they looked vibrant and full of life, giving a feeling of prosperity. After completing all this, Li Yi felt something was still lacking. So he dug a pond in front of the small house, placed some small fish inside, and planted some aquatic plants as well. It looked much more comfortable now, Li Yi murmured. After finishing everything, Li Yi turned his attention to the black pond and the blue mist. He didn't know what these things were, but they must be extraordinary to exist within the small cauldron space. Subsequently, Li Yi picked up a stone and threw it into the black pond, but it sank without even making a splash. Additionally, he tossed various items into the pond, but all of them sank without exception. In order to study the function of the pond, Li Yi even thought of collecting some black water for research. However, as soon as he placed a small iron bucket inside, an astonishing scene occurred. The part of the bucket that came into contact with the black water vanished completely. Li Yi's hand shook in fright, and the entire iron bucket sank down. Seeing this, a chilling sensation surged in Li Yi's heart. Thankfully, he hadn't touched the black water with his hand, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. He set up a protective fence around the pond to prevent himself from accidentally falling in, as that would surely lead to a fate of being completely obliterated. After setting up the fence, Li Yi again focused on the blue mist. The blue mist appeared harmless, but after witnessing the horror of the black water, he didn't dare to let his guard down. As Li Yi pondered how to collect the mist, it seemed to have a spirit of its own, suddenly gathering together to form small blue droplets that fell toward the black pond. Seeing the blue droplets about to fall, Li Yi felt a surge of anxiety. Without thinking, he grabbed a wooden bucket nearby to catch some of the blue droplets, but most of them fell into the black pond. Looking at the liquid in the bucket that was dripping with a vibrant green color and exuding a faint fragrance, Li Yi furrowed his brows tightly. He was very curious whether this liquid could be consumed, as it seemed to contain spiritual energy. If it was a liquid that could increase cultivation, that would be perfect. Suppressing the impulse to consume it directly, Li Yi found a wild rabbit, which had been caught by his elder brother, Li Zhong, while gathering herbs in the mountains. Now it became the tool for testing the potion. In front of the small wooden house he built, Li Yi poured some of the blue liquid into the rabbit and then observed the changes in the rabbit. The rabbit that had just consumed the blue liquid began to swell up wildly. Not good, Li Yi exclaimed, throwing the rabbit away and running for his life. Boom. A loud explosion sounded behind Li Yi. After the loud noise, Li Yi cautiously returned, only to see a large pit on the ground. The rabbit that had consumed the green liquid was now completely obliterated, its innards scattered everywhere. And the wooden bucket that had contained the green liquid had vanished without a trace. Seeing this scene, Li Yi's heart went cold. After tidying up a bit, he left the small cauldron space and returned to his residence. These days, from discovering the small cauldron space to simple arrangements, and the terrifying experiences with the black pond and blue liquid, had left his mind in a state of turmoil, making him extremely fatigued. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 15. The marvelous use of blue liquid the next day. After Li Yi woke up, he began his cultivation routine again. After a round of practice, he entered his small cauldron space. He was very dissatisfied with his sitting meditation, as after a day of cultivation, he had made almost no progress. Upon entering the Qingling Shaoxian he had built, Li Yi suddenly sniffed the air, and a rich herbal fragrance wafted toward him. Pushing open the courtyard gate and stepping inside, Li Yi was left dumbfounded. In front of the small wooden house, there were more than a dozen medicinal herbs. Among them was a 7-leaf grass, which had now unfolded 6 leaves. It would mature with just 1 more leaf. Typically, it takes 200 years for it to grow 6 leaves. There was also a purple leaf orchid, which had turned deep purple, with fiery red flowers blooming at the tips of the leaves, full of life, already suitable for medicinal use. Additionally, there was a fruit tree laden with figs, almost bending under the weight of the fruit, with some ripe figs scattered on the ground. At that moment, Li Yi dug a few holes in the ground and unearthed several ginseng roots as thick as his fingers. Looking at the ginseng in his hand, Li Yi was very clear that he had just planted it a few days ago, but now it had already reached 200 to 300 years of age. Li Yi carefully reflected on all this, trying to understand what had caused the rapid maturation of these herbs. If it were said that this space allowed plants to mature quickly, Li Yi found it hard to believe, as he had entered yesterday and the herbs hadn't grown this fast. Thus, he thought back to yesterday's experiment with the blue liquid after the rabbit exploded. It seemed that the places where the blue liquid had scattered were where these herbs were now located. With this thought, Li Yi quickly ran to the edge of the black pond, looking at the blue mist above. At this moment, there wasn't much blue mist above the pond, and using his spiritual eye technique, he could only see a faint wisp of mist gradually dissipating from above the pond into the air. He really wanted to collect some more of the blue mist and test whether the blue liquid could rapidly mature the herbs. However, recalling the tragic fate of the rabbit yesterday made him even more cautious. Later, Li Yi found some wooden buckets and planned to collect some green mist to see if it had any use. However, to his astonishment, no matter how he tried to collect it, he couldn't obtain even a wisp of mist. After a long time of effort, Li Yi had no choice but to give up his previous plan. Disappointed, he returned to his small hut and, looking at the herbs on the table, fell into deep thought. The experience of consuming the green liquid rabbit yesterday left him with a shadow of fear. If the green liquid had issues, then would the herbs cultivated from it also be problematic? Li Yi felt this needed to be tested. He then went out and brought in the brother of the rabbit from yesterday, fed it all the herbs in his hand, and observed the rabbit's condition, ready to escape at any moment. After a quarter of an hour, the rabbit finished all the herbs and showed no reaction. Instead, it became more energetic, even with a bit of blood oozing from its nostrils. Seeing this, Li Yi pondered that perhaps he had fed it too nourishing herbs, which were too potent. After several days of observation, the rabbit showed no signs of any changes and was in excellent condition. It seemed that the herbs cultivated from the green liquid had no issues. However, he wondered if the green liquid could still be generated. Li Yi thought to himself. In the following days, Li Yi paused his cultivation and spent almost every day by the water platform. Finally, on the 7th day, the green mist condensed back into liquid, and Li Yi took the opportunity to collect some, while some fell into the lake. After being watered with the green liquid, Li Yi obtained a batch of long-aged herbs. After collecting the green liquid a few more times, Li Yi discovered a pattern. The time for the green mist to convert into liquid was 7 days. The amount of green liquid that scattered each time varied, and the green liquid could only be stored for 1 day. If not used within that day, it would disappear without a trace. Additionally, Li Yi found that the green liquid could only be used within this space. If attempted to be taken out, it would mysteriously vanish, but the herbs cultivated from the green liquid did not have this limitation. Looking at the spiritual herbs cultivated in the Qingling small cauldron, Li Yi fell into endless contemplation. With this little cauldron and the green liquid, although he did not know what it was, its existing functions were undoubtedly extraordinary. He still clearly remembered the old man from Tianyusek's desire for 300-year-old spiritual herbs, which he could easily obtain. Initially, Li was worried about his cultivation prospects. He knew he had the worst spiritual root in the cultivation world, and without opportunities, he had no future. Now, with this little cauldron, it could be said to be his greatest fortune. With this item, he felt his cultivation path would definitely not be worse than Li Howren's, and he might even go further and have a better future. After obtaining the little cauldron and understanding the green liquid's effects, Li Yi secretly resolved that the secret of the little cauldron was too significant. If it were leaked, he would likely face pursuit from the entire cultivation world. Although he respected his father, Li Qian, he did not intend to tell him. It wasn't that he didn't trust Li Qian, but rather that his father was just a mortal. Cultivators had many means, and it was quite common to obtain secrets from a mortal without them realizing it. If he offended enemies in the cultivation world in the future, or if opponents wanted to spy on his cultivation secrets, it would be troublesome for Li Qian and others. Such circumstances would not only be bad for him, but also be a disaster for Li Qian and the others, leading to a tragic outcome. After secretly making up his mind, Li Yi began to consider his future cultivation plans, thinking about how to utilize the little cauldron in his hands to quickly elevate his cultivation level, which was something he urgently needed to do. Just as Li Yi was contemplating, his second uncle, Li Kuan, hurriedly arrived at Old Huai village. Without resting, he went straight up the mountain to find Li Yi. At this moment, he did not enter the small herb garden but anxiously waited at the entrance while Li Qian stood aside, seemingly trying to persuade him. Since discovering the secret of the little cauldron, afraid of being discovered, Li Yi occupied the small herb garden and told Li Qian that he needed to cultivate without disturbances. If he needed to find him, he should ring the little bell at the entrance. Li Qian was initially a bit unaccustomed to this, but he understood that his son needed to cultivate without interruptions. After all, Li Yi almost lost his life due to a mistake in his last cultivation. Li Qian did not say anything more. Li Yi opened the door, smiling, and said, "Second uncle, you look anxious. Is there something urgent you need to discuss? Come in and talk." Chapter 16. Request for help and reward. As soon as he saw Li Yi, Li Kuan anxiously shouted, "Little Yi, you must help your second uncle this time, or else I will be annihilated." "Don't rush, second uncle. Take your time and explain what happened," Li Yi replied. After Li Kuan detailed the events, Li Yi gradually understood the situation. However, after hearing it, Li Yi's brows furrowed deeply, and even Li Qian's expression was not good. "Second uncle, are you putting me in a difficult position? You want me to help you deal with 3 cultivators, while I am just an ordinary cultivator who has just entered the field. Even if the opponents are 3 novice cultivators, they are not something I can handle right now." Li Yi frowned and said coldly. Li Yi felt that the other party was being unrealistic. He wondered what Li Kuan was thinking, even suspecting that Li Kuan had set his sights on the items made from the giant python materials on him and was colluding with others to deal with him. "Yes, second brother, little Yi has just started. It is said that 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Our odds are not great, and it might even cost little Yi his life. I advise you not to get involved in this mess," Li Qian said with a grim face. "Oh, big brother, how could I let little Yi lose his life? Although little Yi is just a beginner cultivator, he has the strength to slay a demon beast alone, and his strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, the opponents are likely just loose cultivators without any background, and their strength won't be too strong," Li Kuan quickly replied. "Furthermore, this time, little Yi won't have to act for nothing. I am willing to give half of the treasures obtained this time to little Yi. I can even give him a treasure right now as a reward for his efforts," Li Kuan said, gritting his teeth. "I still think it's too risky." Li Qian shook his head. After hearing Li Kuan's words, Li Yi's expression improved somewhat as he fell into thought. Over the years, because Li Howren joined the largest cultivation sect in the Chu Kingdom, Tianyue sect, cultivators surrounding him, whether from the martial world or some cultivation families, have shown goodwill towards Li Kuan. Some small cultivation families even sought to befriend him. Li Kuan's status in the martial world soared, and he was constantly flattered, making him a bit complacent. He even established a well-known Baiyun Mountain Villa in the martial world. Now, as soon as Baiyun Mountain Villa is mentioned in the martial world, everyone gives a thumbs up. Li Kuan looked down on even some small cultivation families, and at this time, a dilapidated cultivation family came to find Li Kuan, hoping to receive protection from him and Li Howren. They were willing to hand over the remaining treasures of their family to Li Kuan. As soon as Li Kuan heard there were treasures, he readily agreed. However, the subsequent changes caught Li Kuan off guard. The cultivators from the small immortal family were targeted by a group of cultivators known as the He Family 3 Heroes while they were out. The He Family 3 Heroes killed one of the cultivators and learned that this immortal family had handed over some treasures to a Jianghu sect. They discovered that this sect had no cultivators, only a disciple who had joined Tianyue sect, but was not home at the moment. Upon hearing this, the He Family 3 Heroes felt it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They went directly to Li Kuan and demanded he hand over the treasures and the members of the small immortal family, or they would massacre Baiyun Villa. As for the fact that this was a family of a Tianyue sect disciple, the He Family 3 Heroes did not take it seriously at all. They were originally wandering loose cultivators, and robbing was a common occurrence for them. If they could not stay in one place, they would simply move to another. And even if they offended Tianyue sect, it would not matter. They could just flee from Chu country. Since Tianyue sect had a huge reputation, The three of them were reluctant to offend Li Kun, so they gave him a month to hand over the items. The He family 3 heroes were originally just 3 beggars looking for handouts, but by chance, they obtained a cultivation technique and embarked on the path of cultivation. They were ruthless in their dealings, and behind their backs, people referred to them as the He family 3 fiends, which ordinary immortal families did not dare to provoke. There were a few cultivators from small immortal families who wanted to eliminate this trio, but the 3 were clever. They did not confront these people head-on, often launching sneak attacks that caused significant losses to the immortal families involved. The immortal family that sought refuge with Li Kun was the one that had previously pursued the He family 3 fiends, and in the end, they had nearly been exterminated by the trio. After being threatened by the He family 3 heroes, Li Kun initially wanted to find his son at Tianyue's sect. But when Li Haoran left, he had not told him where Tianyue's sect was, and as a mere mortal, he could not inquire about it. In the end, Li Kun sought out the immortal families he had wanted to befriend, but upon hearing that they were the He family 3 heroes, their attitude became ambiguous, and they did not give a definite answer, instead constantly making excuses. Even if he asked them to help find his son at Tianyue's sect, back and forth would take several months, which was naturally too late. After being turned away a few times, Li Kun had no choice but to go to Li Yi. After pondering for a while, Li Yi said, "Second uncle, I need to see the treasures you brought before making a decision. It's not that I'm unwilling to help, but my strength is limited. Last time I fought against the giant python, though I gained some things. I also lost some talismans and spiritual tools, and now I don't have much confidence in fighting others. All right. I was worried that you, Xiao Yi, didn't have any weapons, so I specially brought you a treasure as a reward for this time." Saying this, Li Kun took out a palm-sized black wooden box from his body, which had a yellow talisman affixed to it. It seemed to be quite a remarkable treasure. Li Yi picked up the wooden box and examined it carefully, not rushing to open it. When the talisman was removed, it ignited, and Li Yi thought to himself that it was a pity. Then, inside the wooden box, he saw a small yellow bell filled with spiritual energy, which was clearly a high-grade spiritual tool. Looking at the yellow bell, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Li Yi's eyes. "All right, second uncle, I agree to your request, but I need some time to refine this spiritual tool. Additionally, I want to choose another item from that small family," Li Yi said slowly, staring at the spiritual tool. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, a look of pain appeared on Li Kun's face, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, second uncle agrees. But Xiao Yi, you need to be quick. We still have to return to Baiyun Villa, and the time given by the other party is running out. I will hurry. You all go out first. I need to go into seclusion to refine this spiritual tool," Li Yi said seriously. After saying this, Li Yi closed the door, took the wooden box, and entered his small cauldron space. Sitting in the small cauldron space, Li Yi carefully examined the yellow small bell. Inside the yellow bell were the words Huang Yuan inscribed, and the surface of the bell had some faint patterns. "From now on, I'll call you Huang Yuan Bell," Li Yi said with a smile. After carefully examining the bell, Li Yi began to refine the Huang Yuan Bell using his spiritual power. After 2 days of refinement, Li Yi could initially use the Huang Yuan Bell, but for any other special uses, he would need to explore them gradually in the future. Chapter 17. Midnight Assassination. After refining the Huang Yuan Bell, Li Yi was extremely excited. The Huang Yuan Bell turned out to be a top-tier spiritual tool. He initially thought it was just a high-grade spiritual tool, but the Huang Yuan Bell could not only be used for defense, but also to attack with its bell sound. It was truly a spiritual tool that integrated offense and defense, a rare treasure that Li Yi desperately needed, truly a timely blessing. Satisfied, Li Yi left the small cauldron space and opened the door to step out. At this moment, Li Qian and Li Kun were waiting outside. As soon as Li Yi stepped out of the room, his expression changed. "Who is spying over there? Come out," Li Yi said, his face darkening as he stared at a spot. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the faces of Li Qian and the others instantly changed. They had not expected that there would be enemies among them, and they had not sensed anything at all. "Hee, the kid can actually sense me. Your spiritual sense is not bad. I just leaked a bit of spiritual energy, and you noticed?" A young man dressed in black with a red cloak on his back and a sharp face stepped out from a corner of the small medicinal garden. The youth looked at Li Yi with a mocking expression, mixed with disdain and contempt. "Who are you?" Looking at the newcomer, Li Yi's face did not look good, and he asked in a deep voice. He had noticed that this was a cultivator, under his spiritual vision technique. The other party turned out to be a 4th-level Qi refining cultivator. It was important to note that his own cultivation was only at the 2nd level of Qi refining, which meant the other party was 2 levels higher than him. "Ha! Listen well. My name is He Bao, the 3rd of the He family 3 heroes. This is hilarious. I thought the owner of Baiyun Villa would go to Tianyue's sect for help, but instead, you brought a 2nd-level Qi refining waste. Quickly hand over your storage items. Oh, by the way, especially that spiritual tool you just obtained. I saw it all, so don't try to fool me with garbage. Also, tell me how you disappeared from the house. I'm in a good mood today. If you kneel and bow 3 times, I might let you off, just to give Tianyue's sect some face." After He Bao finished speaking, he looked at Li Yi with a sinister gaze. He was indeed He Bao, one of the He family 3 fiends, Li Qian said with some worry. "Yes, big brother, I didn't expect that these cultivators would not keep their promises. They said they would give a month, yet they attacked in the middle of the night, Li Kuan said, filled with anger. Promises? What is that? Owner Li, you are still too young. You actually talk to me about promises. You've been in the Jianghu for so long, yet you're still so naive. Besides, we gave you a month to hand over the items and people, not for you to look for someone to deal with us. He Bao said carelessly. Li Kuan was left speechless by his words, his face turning red and then pale. Upon hearing He Bao's words, Li Yi's anger reached its peak. Wanting the secret of his small cauldron was almost akin to touching his reverse scale. He then snorted coldly and said, if you want my spirit weapon, then come and take it. After saying that, he slapped his storage bag with one hand, and a small yellow bell flew into his hand. The small bell then spun in the air and instantly grew to half a zhang in height, emitting a yellow light that firmly shielded Li Yi. At this moment, the killing intent in Li Yi's heart had boiled to its peak. This guy not only wanted his spirit weapon, but also the secret of entering and exiting the small cauldron, which Li Yi could not tolerate. It was the key to his future cultivation. This guy before him was someone he had to kill. Hey, not bad. It's actually a top-tier spirit weapon. It's a waste to let someone at the second level of Qi refining use it. Looking at you, you probably can't exert much power. So let me take it off your hands. I'll give you a quick end, He Bao said excitedly. As he spoke, He Bao took out a green fan from his storage bag, infused it with spiritual power, and fanned it vigorously towards Li Yi. Dozens of light white wind blades rushed towards Li Yi. Seeing the dozen wind blades attack him, Li Yi felt a bit of fear. If one of those wind blades struck him, he would definitely be cut in half. Fortunately, he had the Huanyuan bell. The yellow bell easily blocked the wind blades in the air. However, after the onslaught of wind blades, the small medicinal garden was already in ruins. Li Kuan and the others, realizing the situation was dire, had long since fled dozens of zhang away. Seeing this scene, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and once again slapped his storage bag, producing a silver flying sword in his hand. Then, he formed a hand seal, and the flying sword pierced towards He Bao. Ha! This is hilarious. A low-tier spirit weapon flying sword. How dare you take it out? Your little bell is not bad. My Qingfeng fan can't break through your defense. But with your magical power, how long can you hold on? After saying this, he fanned the air with the silver sword, sending dozens of wind blades flying towards it, causing Li Yi's silver flying sword to flutter chaotically in the air. The wind blades kept striking against the silver flying sword, leaving various scars on it, as if it could be severed at any moment, which made Li Yi both furious and anxious. Then, He Bao fanned again, sending another wave of wind blades slicing towards Li Yi. The speed of the wind blades was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they attacked the yellow copper bell, causing the light on the surface of the yellow copper bell to flicker, as if it might shatter at any moment. This was not due to the Huanyuan bell's defense being weak, but rather because Li Yi's magical power was too low. This round of attacks had already consumed a small portion of his power. At this moment, Li Yi had already held a spirit stone in his hand, beginning to draw the spiritual power from it to recover his magical power. Seeing this, He Bao felt a surge of joy, knowing that Li Yi would not be able to hold on for much longer. He then became even more excited, intensifying his attacks. Just when Li Yi was about to counterattack with the flying sword, a red light flickered from He Bao's red cloak. And then an incredible scene unfolded. He Bao actually disappeared from the spot under the cover of the red light. Moments later, he suddenly appeared behind Li Yi again, followed by another wave of wind blades attacking. Seeing this, Li Yi's face grew increasingly ugly, and he even felt a bit of fear. He completely lost track of the opponent and could not retaliate, and the opponent's speed was so fast that he could only passively endure the blows. Just when Li Yi was in a passive situation, he suddenly seemed to think of something and activated the spirit eye technique, continuously searching his surroundings. Suddenly, he saw a faint spiritual energy fluctuating in his left front. Subsequently, Li Yi aimed the Huanyuan bell above his head in that direction and slammed down hard on it. Boom! A loud sound erupted as an invisible sound wave shot out. Then, an exciting scene unfolded before Li Yi's eyes. He Bao was violently blasted out, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes unfocused, the small fan in his hand flying away, and his hair disheveled and looking very disheveled. Good opportunity. Li did not dare to hesitate for a moment. He pointed at the flying sword in the air, and the flying sword slashed towards He Bao's neck. Then, He Bao's large head flew into the air. Chapter 18. Spirit Pills and Promotion. Watching He Bao's head soar, Li Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. At this moment, Li Yi's face was very pale. That last blow had exhausted all the magical power in his body. Using a top-tier spirit weapon was quite draining on magical power. If he hadn't held a spirit stone to replenish his power, he wouldn't have been able to last until the end. Then, Li Yi walked towards He Bao's corpse, intending to loot it. First, he picked up He Bao's storage bag, then the green fan on the ground. Naturally, he did not give up on the red cloak on He Bao's body, judging by its use. It was also a spirit weapon and not weak in power. Finally, with a flick of his finger, a small fireball landed on He Bao's corpse, reducing it to a pile of ashes. In the distance, Li Kuan and the others were overjoyed, amazed that Li Yi was able to slay He Bao. indicating that Li Yi's strength was not weak. Although the process was a bit thrilling, they were glad he won. It seemed that with the addition of 2 spirit weapons, Li Yi's strength would increase significantly, making it likely that he could handle the other 2 members of the He family. So they said, "Little Li, you are truly amazing. You even managed to slay He Bao. Dealing with the other 2 should be a piece of cake. This time, it's all up to you, second uncle." "Second uncle? You're joking. You saw how perilous and lucky my victory was. I almost lost my life. I heard that He Bao was the weakest of the 3. Li Yi said with a bitter smile. He was now regretting agreeing to help Li Kuan deal with the 3 He family warriors. If one He Bao was so difficult to handle, the other 2 were said to be even stronger than him. But thinking further, he realized he had no way out. Since He Bao could find this place, the other 2 surely could as well. He had killed He Bao and had already formed an irreconcilable grudge with the 3 He family warriors. The only way to ensure his parents' safety was to eliminate all of them. Moreover, acting like a turtle was not Li Yi's style, since someone wanted to kill him. He had to strike first, find an opportunity to eliminate the opponent, and only then would he feel at ease and clear-headed. Little Li, I think you are not worse than them. Now that you have gained He Bao's spirit weapon, your strength will definitely rise to another level. Li Kuan said with a smile. All right, enough talk. Second uncle, father, big brother, I just had a fierce battle, and my magical power is almost exhausted. I need to meditate for a while. Please help clean up here. Li Yi said. Okay, no problem. You go ahead and take care of it. We'll handle this. Li Kuan replied. At this moment, Li Kuan and Li Qian felt a sense of fear towards Li Yi. They had just witnessed an intense battle between cultivators, which was nothing short of earth-shattering. They had originally planned to help, but they couldn't even get close. If it weren't for their quick escape, they might have perished. Originally, they thought that with the materials from the giant python and a few divine weapons crafted, they could contend with lower-tier cultivators. But that idea had already vanished from Li Kuan and Li Qian's minds. At the same time, they were terrified by Li Yi's performance. From the moment he started fighting He Bao, in just a short time, Li Yi had decapitated a person without any pause in his movements or discomfort on his face. In the end, he even burned the opponent to ashes, and it should be noted that Li Yi was just a 14 or 15-year-old boy. They had started to not recognize Li Yi anymore. Thus Li Kuan and the others felt a sense of awe towards him. They didn't dare to oppose Li Yi's orders in the slightest. At the same time, they had gained some understanding of the cruelty of the cultivation world. The consequence of losing in a fight was obliteration, even more intense than the vendettas in the martial world. After returning to his room, Li Yi began to sort through his gains from this encounter. First, he obtained a small blue fan, a high-tier spiritual weapon that could unleash wind blades for quick and powerful attacks. The red cloak he found was also a high-tier spiritual weapon, mainly used to conceal a cultivator's spiritual energy and form, and it allowed for brief flight, making it a good tool for escaping and ambushing. Subsequently, in He Bao's storage bag, he discovered over 100 low-grade spirit stones, which perfectly compensated for Li Yi's lack of spirit stones. Additionally, he found a cultivation technique for qi refining cultivators, Yuang, which was a wood attribute technique. This was of no use to Li Yi as he had already cultivated Qimagong. Finally, what excited Li Yi was finding a bottle of elixir, Jiyuan Dan, a first-grade pill suitable for low-tier cultivators. This was precisely the type of pill he could use to rapidly enhance his cultivation. As for the other items, they were just clothes and miscellaneous goods, which Li Yi was not interested in. Although this time was perilous, the gains were substantial. With this bottle of Jiyuan Dan, his cultivation should quickly reach the 3rd level of qi refining. Indeed, killing and setting fire was the fastest way to accumulate cultivation resources. Li Yi thought to himself while holding the Jiyuan Dan. With that in mind, Li Yi wasted no more time, swallowed a Jiyuan Dan, and began to cultivate. Having taken down He Bao was already taxing, and there were still 2 cultivators with higher cultivation levels left. Li Yi felt that his current level of cultivation was far from sufficient. If he didn't break through to the 3rd level of qi refining, he wouldn't dare to seek out the remaining 2, as going would surely lead to his death. During this bout of magic combat, he realized that his low cultivation was his greatest shortcoming. Li Yi closed himself off in his small cauldron space for half a month, consuming a bottle of Jiyuan Dan, and his cultivation successfully reached the 3rd level of qi refining, stabilizing it. A bottle of Jiyuan Dan could typically elevate a qi refining cultivator's spiritual power by 2 levels. But in order to save time, Li Yi did not fully refine the elixir's potency and swallowed another one. Finally, within a short time, he broke through to the 3rd level of qi refining. Simultaneously, he refined and was able to use the 2 spiritual weapons he obtained from He Bao. However, one thing that left Li Yi somewhat regretful was that his spiritual power was still a bit low. If he used both the Huanyuan bell and the small blue fan to attack at the same time, he wouldn't be able to hold out for long and would have to rely on the spirit stones in his hand to battle while replenishing his spiritual energy. After organizing his gains, Li Yi left his small cauldron space and sensed that Li Kuan was anxiously pacing outside his door. But he didn't barge in to find Li Yi, which made Li Yi quite satisfied. Seeing Li Yi come out, Li Kuan anxiously said, Xiao Yi, you finally came out. If you hadn't, I would have barged in. Chapter 19, Baiyun Mountain Villa Uncle, you don't need to worry. I definitely want to delay your matters. There is still some time left, enough for us to get there, Li Yi replied with a smile. That is true, but we should set out early to avoid any long nights filled with dreams. The He brothers are very ruthless, and with your second aunt at home. I'm still a bit worried, Li Kuan said with concern. All right, uncle, let us pack up and set off. However, I think we don't need to worry too much. I just killed He Bao from the He brothers. Since they haven't seen him return, they want to have a clear picture of our strength and want to act rashly, Li Yi reassured him. Li Kuan thought about it and felt somewhat relieved, but he was still a bit anxious. To quickly reach Li Kuan's Baiyun Mountain Villa, Li Kuan and Li Yi traveled light, taking a few horses and setting off. When they left, Li Qian, feeling uneasy, also followed them. In fact, he had another purpose for going to Baiyun Mountain Villa, to bring back Li Yi's second brother, Li Feng, to witness the cruelty of the cultivation world, where cultivators would easily engage in battles over trivial matters, which could easily affect ordinary people. He was also worried about Li Feng wandering outside alone. He had written several letters asking Li Feng to come back, but they were in vain. He wanted to personally bring Li Feng back. Li Yi did not oppose Li Qian's thoughts. He also felt that it was not good for Li Feng to follow Li Kuan. Although it seemed glamorous, the risks were quite high. An ordinary person mixing with cultivators was certainly not a good thing. The three of them traveled day and night, pushing their horses, and soon arrived at the location of Baiyun Mountain Villa. Looking at the buildings surrounded by clouds and mist, nestled halfway up the mountain, Li Yi thought to himself that Li Kuan had truly found a good place. Upon entering the villa, they found the entire area surrounded by green trees, with a beautiful scenery that brought a refreshing feeling. Uncle, father, third brother, you're here. That is great. As soon as Li Yi and his group entered the villa, they heard the voice of his second brother, Li Feng. Xiao Feng, is everything all right in the villa? Li Kuan asked. Uncle, there hasn't been much going on recently. Except that two of the He brothers came once, demanding we quickly hand over the things. When you didn't return, they left. However, some elders and leaders in the villa are already anxious, hoping the lady will send the Chen family members out. They've been causing a ruckus for several times now, and they're still causing trouble in the Zhongyi Hall with the lady, Li Feng said angrily. Hearing this, Li Kuan's expression darkened. These bastards dare to do such things. They truly have a death wish. Saying this, Li Kuan headed towards the so-called Zhongyi Hall, and Li Yi didn't say anything more, just closely followed behind. Before Li Yi could reach the hall, he heard a heated argument. Lady, I think we should hand over the Chun family members and those precious items they brought back. Although these things are valuable, they are of no use to us. Of course, we know that these are meant for the young master. The young master is a cultivator, and these things should be considered as existing with the He brothers, and when the young master returns after his studies, we can retrieve them. We ordinary folks cannot stand against a cultivator. Lady, we all have families to support. It doesn't matter if we die, but what about the families we leave behind? Furthermore, bowing to cultivators tarnish the reputation of Baiyun Mountain Villa. An old man dressed in fine clothes spoke to the middle-aged beauty seated at the head. Eumalion. The others sitting in their seats were also looking at Eumalion, seemingly waiting for her to make a decision. Eumalion, sitting in the front, frowned at this moment, caught in a dilemma. On one hand, she wanted to save Baiyun Mountain Manor, and on the other hand, she wanted to protect the Chun family and those treasures. Initially, these people were not so afraid, but a couple of days ago, two cultivators had come to Baiyun Mountain Manor, displaying their powers and killing a few people, which scared them greatly, prompting them to pressure her to send the people away. Elder Wu, you know that the manor owner instructed us not to send anyone away before leaving, and he has already gone to seek out the cultivators. We might not necessarily be afraid of them, Eumalion said. Madam, in previous instances, the manor owner also went to seek out cultivators, and they were from a cultivating family, yet no one dared to come to our aid. The manor owner has been gone for so long, he must have encountered problems. Otherwise, he would have returned by now. I think we should send the people and that item away first, then send someone to find the manor owner. In case something happens to him, the elderly man in the brocade robe said again. Yes, the manor owner's safety is of utmost importance. The others in the hall echoed. Seeing that most agreed, Eumalion began to feel troubled. Moreover, she knew that Li Kuan had gone to invite Li Yi this time. Although Li Yi was clever and sharp, he had only recently started cultivating. She did not believe he could handle the He family as three brothers. She thought Li Kuan was confused and was resorting to desperate measures. However, she could not stop him, and what these people said made some sense. Li Kuan's safety was indeed important. Just when Eumalion was about to make a decision, the door of the hall was pushed open. I cannot agree with Elder Wu's view. Our Baiyun Mountain Manor values loyalty and righteousness. We must fulfill our promises, even at the cost of our lives. The Chun brothers have joined our Baiyun Hall. They are our brothers. If we send our brothers away to face danger over a little difficulty, who would dare to trust us in the future? Who would dare to associate with us? A true man lives between heaven and earth. If he dies, he dies. As long as what he does is worthy of his friends and brothers, and he has no regrets with heaven and earth, even if he compromises for temporary safety, he will bear guilt for a lifetime. Of course, those who do not understand loyalty and righteousness will certainly not feel this. Li Kuan said with conviction as he walked into the hall. Upon hearing Li Kuan's words, Eumalion quickly stood up and exclaimed, The manor owner is back. That's great. She immediately stood up to give her seat to him, but Li Kuan gestured for her to remain silent. At this moment, Li Yi also looked at Li Kuan with a strange expression, finding it incredible that Li Kuan could say such words. It seemed that Li Kuan's ability to establish such a large Baiyun Mountain manor was not accidental and did not rely solely on Li Haoran's background. His own abilities were also quite strong. Just based on this discourse on loyalty and righteousness, he could win many hearts. If he could successfully resolve the trouble with the He family's twin heroes this time, Baiyun Mountain Manor would definitely rise to another level. Every successful person should not be underestimated, Li Yi thought to himself. After Li Kuan finished speaking, he scanned the crowd with sharp eyes. Many people in the hall, after hearing Li Kuan's words, lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look at him. Chapter 20 Discussion. Looking at the people in the hall, no one spoke. They did not know what everyone was thinking. Li Kuan slowly opened his mouth again. Of course, everyone has their own aspirations, and each person has their own family. I cannot force everyone to take risks. I, Li Kuan, will not compel anyone. If anyone does not want to stay in Baiyun Mountain Manor and wade through this muddy water, they can leave now. But one thing must be made clear. Once you leave now, you will be strangers in the future, no longer brothers. And you cannot act under the banner of Baiyun Mountain Manor. After hearing Li Kuan's words, the elderly man in the brocade robe stood up and said, Manor owner, I am too old, and my family is too large. I really cannot take the risk and cannot accompany you any longer. I hope the manor owner takes care. After saying this, he stood up and walked out. In fact, the old man was filled with disdain in his heart. He thought Li Kuan must be mad. That Baiyun Mountain Manor would certainly be destroyed by the cultivators. As long as he preserved his strength, he could still take over Baiyun Mountain Manor's assets in the future. After the brocade-robed elder left, more than 10 others stood up and left as well. At this point, there were still more than 10 people present, nearly half of whom chose to leave. Regarding the departure of the crowd, Li Kuan did not say anything, just waved his hand to let them leave. All right, is there anyone else who wants to leave? Looking at the people present, Li Kuan spoke again, his expression calm, showing no signs of joy or anger. What is there to be afraid of? People die and birds fly to the sky. If we don't die, we live for 10,000 years. At worst, we will fight them. I, Fatty Yen, will never be someone who sells out my brothers. A red-faced fat man in the audience spoke. Li Yi recognized this person. He was the one who greeted Li Kuan at the Ascension Conference. And his son also participated in the Ascension Conference of Tianyue sect, but failed. Yes, manor owner, at worst we will fight them. Our Baiyun Hall has thousands of brothers. As long as we work together, even if we are not the cultivators match, we can still bite off a piece of flesh from them. A man in black said in the hall. Li Yi had also seen this man. He was the one who accompanied Li Kuan when he went to Laohai village. Hearing the words of these two, the other attendees also expressed their opinions, their faces filled with righteous indignation. After hearing everyone speak, Li Kuan finally showed a smile on his face and then laughed heartily, saying, That's right. At worst, we will fight them. We are children of the rivers and lakes. If we cannot uphold righteousness, then we might as well go home early and farm or raise children. But everyone should not worry. This time I have invited a cultivator. And this cultivator is very powerful. He has already taken the head of He Bao, one of the He family's 3 heroes. Moreover, this esteemed cultivator has also slain demon beasts, which are much stronger than cultivators. Upon hearing Li Kuan's words, Li Yi's face felt a bit hot. He knew his own strength and that he was not as powerful as Li Kuan claimed. However, he did not stand up to refute it at this moment, knowing that Li Kuan needed him to boost morale. As he spoke, Li Kuan took out a wooden box from behind him, which contained a human head. When Li Yi had asked Li Kuan to handle the battlefield, he had not destroyed He Bao's head, but had preserved it. Is this real? That's great. I know this guy, it's He Bao. I've seen him kill people. I never expected him to end up like this. The people in their seats began to discuss animatedly. Their confidence boosted, looking at Li Yi with awe. All right, everyone quiet down. However, regarding this matter, do not discuss it. The matter of slaying He Bao must be kept strictly confidential after returning to prevent the other members of the He family from noticing and preparing. Li Kuan said with a frown. Now, let's discuss the arrangements in the manor these days and how to respond, Li Kuan said. The atmosphere of discussion lightened significantly upon learning that a cultivator would assist them. Many people occasionally glanced at Li Yi, still somewhat incredulous that such a young man could be a powerful cultivator. During the discussion, Li Kuan occasionally asked for Li Yi's opinion. Li Yi did not understand Li Kuan's arrangements and naturally had no opinions. After the discussion, Li Kuan prepared a banquet to welcome Li Yi and the others. Lord Li Yi, can you show us your skills? A few days ago, I saw the He brothers use a few fireballs to turn the brothers' swords into molten iron. Lu Ergo didn't even have time to fight back before he was burned to death. It was too tragic. Can you do such things? Said a simple-minded middle-aged man, burping and holding a wine bowl. Yes. Third brother, can you give us a demonstration? Li Feng chimed in from the side. Go, go, go. Why are you making a fuss? Little E is a celestial master, not a performer. Li Kuan laughed and scolded. Don't mind them, Little E. They are like this usually. After a few bowls of wine, they lose their sense of direction, Li Kuan said to Li Yi. He knew Li Yi's power and did not want to offend him at this moment. as he believed that cultivators generally looked down on mortals. It's fine, uncle. The brother just mentioned the fireball technique, which isn't a profound spell. I'll show everyone a bit, Li Yi said, and then he demonstrated the fireball technique, striking an iron sword and turning it into a puddle of molten iron. This earned him a round of admiration, making Li Feng very envious and pestering Li Yi to see if he could cultivate. Li Yi was willing to demonstrate the fireball technique to these honest men because he saw that they were genuine and valued loyalty. Knowing that the enemy was a cultivator, they still chose to stay and fight alongside Li Kuan, which made Li Yi regard them with new respect. Even though Li Yi did not think highly of them or agree with their actions, their courage was still admirable. After the banquet, everyone returned to rest, while Li Yi took the opportunity to cultivate using spirit stones. At this time, in a luxurious small courtyard in Baiyun City, two men were sitting together drinking and eating meat, each accompanied by two beautiful women serving them. The men occasionally touched the women, causing them to shy away but not daring to refuse. One of the middle-aged men with a dark face said, "Second brother, is the third brother still not back? I heard that the mortal Li Kuan has returned. He even brought back two people. The second brother went to track Li Kuan and should be back by now. Do you think something went wrong?" The dark-faced middle-aged man was He Ilong, the eldest of the He brothers. He was very cautious, and this time it was his plan to send someone to follow Li Kuan. Li Kuan's son had connections to the Tianyue sect, and they were afraid that Li Kuan, in desperation, would seek help from the sect. If that were the case, they would have to flee. They had been living quite comfortably for many years, always cautious and careful, never daring to act against those with large families or significant cultivation backgrounds. This time, they decided to act against Li Kuan after thorough investigations into his background. First, Li Kuan was just a mortal, although his son had entered the Tianyue sect. He was only a beginner and had not returned home. Second, they found that what Li Kuan obtained was too tempting, a rare treasure for them. Upon hearing He Ilong's words, the other man sitting opposite him, a middle-aged man with a long face and pointed chin, said, "Eldest brother, don't worry. Third brother is clever. And he has a spirit concealment cloak and a Qingfeng fan, both high-level spirit artifacts. Even if he encounters a cultivator at the 7th or 8th level of Qi refining, he can escape without a problem." This man was He Yihu, the second of the He brothers. That's right, what second brother said is correct. Normally, there shouldn't be any issues, but I still feel uneasy. I'm worried that someone from the Tianyue sect might come. We can't delay the matter with Baiyun Villa any longer. We must resolve Li Kuan quickly, obtain the treasure, and leave as soon as possible, He Ilong said, his expression darkening. He Ilong was a very cautious person. Even when dealing with a mere mortal like Li Kuan, he would go all out and not dare to be careless. That's right, eldest brother. I've said for a long time that the Li family doesn't have any powerful cultivators. We can just charge in, kill them all, force them to hand over the treasure, and then leave with it. After we increase our strength, even if people from the Tianyue sect come, we won't be afraid. Moreover, the Tianyue sect wouldn't send strong cultivators to deal with us just for one disciple, He Hu said with a light laugh. Besides, I've inquired about the people coming this time. It is said that they are his distant nephew and his older brother. Today, a group from Baiyun Villa left, and they had a big feast at night. I think they have resigned themselves, He Hu continued. Hearing He Hu's words, He Ilong's eyes lit up, and he said resolutely, "Good, we'll go to Baiyun Villa again tomorrow. If they still don't know their place, we'll just wipe them out and take the treasure before leaving the Chu country to avoid the storm, then come back after some time. But we haven't heard from the third brother yet. That's a bit troublesome." "It's fine, eldest brother. We don't need to worry about the third brother. Just destroying Baiyun Villa is enough for the two of us. We can leave a message here, and the third brother will understand," He Hu added. A night passed without incident. The next morning, He Ilong and He Hu arrived at Baiyun Villa. Upon seeing the two men arrive, the disciples of Baiyun Villa lying in ambush on the road sent messages to Li Kuan and the others. Whoosh whoosh. Two huge signal arrows shot up into the sky. Li Kuan and Li Yi arrived outside Baiyun Villa and saw He Hu and He Ilong sitting in the reception hall. Seeing the two arrive, Li Kuan stepped forward with a smile and said, "Masters, isn't the agreed time still a few days away? Why have you come so early? We brothers are giving the Tianyue sect some face by giving you a few days to think it over. Otherwise, we would have long since slaughtered you insignificant people. But we found out you're being dishonest and looking for people to deal with us. While we aren't afraid, it's still troublesome to drag this out. So today, you must hand over the people and items we want, or else my brother and I will bloodily wash this place," He Hu said, looking at Li Kuan with a calm demeanor, showing no regard for them, with a cruel tone underlying his words. He Ilong stood beside him without speaking, but he was staring intently at Li Yi, who was standing behind Li Kuan. He had discovered that Li Yi was actually a cultivator, and this person had a strange aura about him, reminiscent of a dead tree, with a very restrained presence that made it difficult for him to discern his actual cultivation level. As for the dead tree's ability to conceal cultivation, Li Yi only realized this after advancing to the 3rd level, which surprised him greatly. Upon hearing this, Li Kuan's heart sank, and he turned to look at Li Yi. Noticing Li Kuan's movement, He Ilong said darkly, "If I'm not mistaken, this young brother behind the villa master is also a cultivator, right? May I ask where you learned your skills and where you practice?" Hearing He Ilong's words, He Yihua was taken aback. For a moment, He didn't realize that Li Yi was actually a cultivator. After hearing this, Li Yi smiled slightly and half-jokingly said, "Where do you think I'm from, my friend?" After saying that, Li Yi stopped talking nonsense. A flash of red light appeared on him, and a red cloak fell onto his shoulders. Then, Li Yi held a spirit stone in his left hand and a green fan in his right, fanning it towards the He brothers, and immediately, dozens of wind blades appeared in the air, fiercely attacking them. Following that, the red light on Li Yi flashed, and his figure disappeared from the spot. What? How could he have the spirit cloak and the green fan? How did these two spirit artifacts end up in your hands? What happened to my third brother? Seeing the spirit artifacts on Li Yi and the incoming wind blades, He Yilong's eyes widened in shock. These were his third brother's spirit artifacts. And now they were in Li Yi's hands, which surely meant his third brother was in grave danger. He Yihua looked at the vanished Li Yi, feeling furious. But they did not lose their composure. Instead, they quickly took out a small black turtle shell spirit artifact from their bodies, which firmly protected them, and then swiftly retreated. Quickly moving outside the hall. When Li Yi saw that his ambush had failed and only caused the opponents to be in disarray, he felt quite regretful. At this point, he had already seen through their cultivation levels. One was at the 4th level of Qi refining, and the other was at the 5th level of Qi refining. The black turtle shell spirit artifact above their heads was quite extraordinary, as it could firmly protect both of them, rendering his wind blades ineffective. Moreover, the other person controlled a golden flying sword that attacked every time Li Yi appeared, which put him at a disadvantage. Seeing that the red cloak and green fan were ineffective against the two, continuing to attack would only waste his spiritual power. Li Yi stopped using these two spirit artifacts, and suddenly, a small yellow bell appeared above his head, easily blocking the attack from the golden flying sword. Then, Li Yi watched the opponents, pondering how to respond. At this time, the He brothers looked at Li Yi and realized he was only at the 3rd level of Qi refining. They exchanged glances, not knowing what to think. Second brother, the spirit artifacts of the third brother are with him. He must be in grave danger. But this person's cultivation is only at the 3rd level of Qi refining. Logically, he shouldn't be a match for the third brother. I suspect he has helpers. We must be cautious and finish this quickly before leaving. He Yilong said coldly, looking at Li Yi. All right, elder brother, let's capture him first, and then force him to reveal the whereabouts of the third brother. But that yellow bell above his head doesn't seem to be a simple spirit artifact. It must be a top-tier spirit artifact, which won't be easy to deal with, He Yihua said, frowning. You are right. That is indeed a top-tier spirit artifact. But so what? We are not without treasures ourselves. Saying this, He Yilong grinned savagely and took out a light purple wooden box. Elder brother, do you really need to use that? It seems a bit wasteful, and the time it takes is quite long. With your cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refining, using that thing might be a bit strenuous. He Yihua hesitated. We can't afford to waste time. Although our cultivation is higher than his, and we could wear him down, we can't guarantee he doesn't have helpers. If we exhaust our spiritual power in the end, we would be in danger, so we must not be careless. Moreover, the third brother's spirit artifacts are in this person's hands. We don't know what methods he used to obtain them. If he tries to escape, it could also be troublesome for us. But as long as we can activate that artifact, regardless of what hidden methods the opponent has, we won't need to fear. He Yilong said, having lost his initial anger and appearing quite calm. All right, I will listen to you, elder brother. I will deal with him first, so you can focus on activating that artifact. He Yihua thought it made sense and no longer opposed it, fully supporting He Yilong's plan. At this moment, Li Kuan and the others had already distanced themselves from the battlefield of Li Yi and the He brothers, only daring to watch from afar, not wanting to get too close, yet they didn't leave far either, nervously observing the fight. Since He Bao dared to attack me, of course, I will take him down. Don't worry, I will send you to meet him soon, Li Yi said coldly. You, huh? How dare you boast? I don't know what methods you used to ambush my third brother and obtain his spirit artifacts, but you are truly shameless. When I capture you later, you'll regret coming into this world. He Yihua snarled. Meanwhile, He Yilong sat cross-legged, holding a wooden box in his hands, on which a talisman was affixed. He peeled off the talisman and took out a faint purple spirit talisman with a short blade engraved on it. He then held the talisman in his hands, continuously injecting spiritual power into it, and the short blade seemed to fly out from the talisman, occasionally crackling with lightning. Although Li Yi didn't recognize it, he could tell it was a powerful treasure. If it were to be unleashed, he worried whether his yellow bell could withstand it. He thought to himself, I absolutely cannot let him activate that treasure. At this moment, He Yihua looked at Li Yi with a sinister gaze, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Li Yi no longer hesitated and hurriedly took out another spirit stone from his storage bag, holding it in his hand to draw out its spiritual energy and restore his spiritual power. Then he formed a hand seal and struck the yellow bell above his head, resulting in a deep bell sound. Invisible sound waves spread outwards, and the golden flying sword in the air was sent flying back. But that wasn't the end. Soon the sound waves attacked in front of the He brothers. The black turtle shell artifact was thrown into disarray in the air, and the black protective shield in front of them began to tremble, as if it could shatter at any moment. The He brothers inside the shield also felt the impact. They were Li Yi's primary targets, and the sound wave attack was undefendable. With this one blow, The He brothers suffered some internal injuries, blood spilling from their mouths. And He Yilong's spellcasting was interrupted. He Yihua was momentarily bewildered. Not good. This small bell actually has sound wave attack capabilities. This is troublesome. He Yilong looked at Li Yi in astonishment. After one wave of attack, Li Yi's face also turned pale. That last strike had consumed a significant amount of his spiritual power. Seeing this, He Yilong's expression softened slightly. And as he looked at the yellow bell above Li Yi's head, a greedy look appeared on his face. Then he said to He Yihua beside him, "Second brother. Are you alright?" "Elder brother, I'm fine. My internal organs have been shaken a bit, and my spiritual power has dissipated somewhat. But hurry up. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on much longer. If the opponent attacks again, I will definitely collapse." He Yihua said as he took out a small medicine bottle and swallowed a blue pill. "Alright, you don't need to fight him head on, just block him." He Yilong said confidently. "Look at that kid. He definitely won't be able to execute a second sonic attack." After hearing their conversation, Li Yi realized the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, he controlled the yellow small bell in his hand, covering the chaotic golden flying swords in the air, and then slammed it down onto the ground. Subsequently, Li Yi rushed towards the He brothers, now holding 7 or 8 white ceramic jars in his hands. The actions of Li Yi puzzled the He brothers, as they had never seen such a maneuver and did not know what Li Yi was planning. As he got closer to the He brothers, Li Yi threw all the white ceramic jars at them. Seeing this scene, He who did not dare to be slow. He immediately summoned a light green small knife and slashed at the white jars overhead. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds rang out in the air. Then, they saw groups of black liquid splashing onto the turtle shell magical artifacts above the heads of the He brothers, followed by a sizzling sound. The black liquid was the poison that Li Yi had collected after slaying the giant python, which he had further refined with some poisonous herbs. During the refinement process, Li Qian almost got poisoned, and later Li Yi also tried it. The potency was astonishing. Soon, the spiritual light on the black turtle shell magical artifact dimmed, and their protective shield was about to disappear. Seeing that his attack was highly effective, Li Yi did not hesitate and quickly took out the remaining poison and hurled it towards the He brothers. "Not good. That's poison extracted from monsters. We can't take it. Retreat quickly," He Yilong said, filled with anger and fear, as he pulled the somewhat flustered He Yihu backward and immediately took out several talismans, throwing them all out. At this moment, fireballs and over a dozen ice spikes appeared in the air, attacking the black liquid. Most of the black liquid was dispersed by the fireball and ice spike spells. However, some still landed on them, corroding their clothes and leaving them in a very sorry state. What made them angrier was that they were poisoned. The black liquid not only had corrosive properties, but also carried a faint fragrance that made them feel dizzy and weak. "Let's go, hurry up, or we'll be done for," He Yilong said, a bit terrified. He did not expect that Li Yi, a small cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining, would be so tricky. He had always been the one scheming against others, but now he was being outsmarted. Chapter 23. Killing the two fiends. Then, He Yilong glared fiercely at Li Yi, stuffed the purple talisman into his pocket, and took out a blue talisman, somewhat painfully slapping it onto himself. Immediately, a pair of blue spiritual wings sprouted from his back. He grabbed the dazed He Yihu and flew into the sky, not even glancing at the magical artifacts on the ground. He Yilong said to Li Yi, "Kid, I remember you. You were the first person to make me suffer such a great loss in all my time in the cultivation world. Next time we meet, I will definitely take your life." Seeing He Yilong trying to escape, Li Yi sneered and mocked. "Want to leave? Can you really get away now? Or just stay here and leave your life?" As he spoke, the red cloak on Li Yi flashed with light, wrapping around him and making him disappear from his original spot. Then, dozens of light blue wind blades appeared behind them and rushed towards the two of them. He who, just regaining his senses, was terrified by the approaching wind blades. He quickly pulled out several talismans and stuck them onto himself. A green protective shield appeared around him. But still feeling insecure, he began to cast additional protective shields on himself. However, at that moment, the blue wind blades had already struck his shield. The green shield only managed to block 3 or 4 wind blades before it shattered, and then He Yihu was cut into 7 or 8 pieces by Li Yi, resulting in a gruesome scene. At this moment, He Yilong, who was already flying in the air, was holding one of He Yihu's severed arms, his eyes filled with rage, wishing he could swallow Li Yi alive. Watching his brother being slaughtered with his own eyes, He Yilong felt immense sorrow. He regretted not only coming to the Li family to demand treasures, but also regretted giving Li Kuan time, wishing he had killed them directly. Seeing He Yilong flying higher and higher, Li Yi had no intention of letting him escape. He knew that if this guy got away, both he and the Baiyun Villa would surely face endless troubles. "Want to leave? It's not that easy, Uncle. Right now, if we let them go, it will definitely bring us endless troubles," Li Yi shouted to Li Kuan. Then, Li Yi pointed at the gold small bell on the ground, pouring all his internal energy into the small bell. The yellow small bell soared into the air and let out a huge sound directed at He Yilong, who was flying in the sky. Boom! An invisible sound wave instantly struck He Yilong, and the pair of blue wings behind him flickered wildly, looking as if they were about to disappear. He Yilong's gaze became unfocused, and he spat out blood, clearly severely injured. seeing that he alone was already heavily wounded. Li Kuan did not dare to hesitate and was overjoyed, roaring, "Everyone, go for it. Bring him down. If he escapes today, our troubles will be immense in the future." Dozens of shadows appeared around him, throwing iron nets into the sky to block He Elong's escape route. Seeing this scene, the others from Baiyun Gang were also unwilling to miss the opportunity to beat a drowning dog, pulling out various weapons, including bows, flying daggers, and spears, and attacking He Elong. Just regaining his senses, He Elong, terrified to the extreme, widened his eyes and shouted, "No." He was then pierced by various weapons and fell from a height of several dozen feet, hitting the ground like a broken sack, his fate incredibly tragic. He would never have dreamed that he would be killed by the mere mortals he looked down upon. Seeing that He Elong was dead, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally killed this guy. Li Yi was exhausted and sat down on the ground. At this moment, Li Kuan ran over from not far away, excitedly shouting, "Xiao Yi, we killed these two guys. We actually killed these two cultivators." He never expected that as a mortal, he could slay cultivators. This was something worth bragging about. "Yes, the flying dagger that hit his chest was mine. That net was thrown by me. And that arrow was shot by me," the others chimed in. Li Yi was also very excited. Having slain these two, they had all put in effort. But after launching the small bell attack, they had no strength left to fight. It seemed that the power of mortals should not be underestimated. As long as it was used well, mortal strength could also defy the heavens and slay cultivators. Li Yi thought to himself that he needed to be more cautious in the future to avoid being caught off guard. After recovering a bit of his energy, Li Yi stood up and collected all the magical artifacts on the ground, putting them into his storage bag. Finally, he forced himself to search through the pile of corpses of He Elong for something, which sent shivers down the spines of those around him. After collecting everything, Li Yi cast 2 fireball spells at the 2 piles of corpses, turning them to ashes. Looking at the 2 piles of ashes in front of him, this was his second act of murder, and he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of lamentation. The world of cultivation was truly cruel. Every battle was a test of life and death, and he had been fortunate to survive both times, defeating the stronger opponents. However, in the future, when he encountered even more powerful enemies, it could very well be him who turned to ashes. With this thought, Li Yi dared not let down his guard for a moment. He needed to become stronger, continuously stronger, in order to survive and go further in this brutal world of cultivation. His determination to cultivate had never been so resolute. As for the people in the Baiyun Hall, they had no objections to Li Yi taking everything from his enemies. Though these items were treasures, they had no use for them. A little gold and silver would be more practical for them. However, Li Kuan looked at Li Yi picking up the spiritual weapon with great envy. But he did not say anything at that moment. These two opponents had already been defeated by Li Yi, and they had merely seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow with Li Yi's help. Li Kuan was very satisfied with having killed these two. He had originally thought that as long as Li Yi could fight evenly with the opponents, it would be enough. At most, he would defeat them, and then keep Li Yi in Baiyun Hall, solidifying their reputation as a cultivation family and elevating their status in the martial world. Brothers, gather these things and go collect your rewards. Anyone who participated in today's battle can receive 1,000 taels of silver, and all other brothers who were present will receive 200 taels each. Then we will hold a grand feast to celebrate, Li Kuan said loudly. Afterward, there was a wave of excited flattery from the crowd. Those who remained were glad they hadn't chosen to leave yesterday and participated in today's battle. Their future was surely bright, and their involvement in killing cultivators would be something they could boast about for a lifetime. "Uncle, I'm a bit tired. Please find me a place to rest. You all celebrate without me," Li Yi said to Li Kuan as he looked at the crowd. "All right. I know you prefer peace and quiet, and don't like to revel with the rough folks of the martial world. I built a villa on the mountaintop, which is usually where I go into seclusion. You can go there," Li Kuan replied after some thought. After saying this, Li Kuan sent someone to lead Li Yi up the mountain. On the way, they encountered Li Qian, and Li Yi explained a few things to him before disappearing into the crowd. Li Qian stayed behind to join the festive night banquet. Watching his youngest son leave alone with a deep sigh, he felt that his son was growing more distant from him, as if he would soon be leaving him behind. A quarter of an hour later, Li Yi arrived in front of a tranquil and elegant little courtyard, looking at the serene environment and the simple yet tasteful arrangements. With a faint scent of sandalwood in the air, Li Yi was quite satisfied. Entering the little courtyard, Li Yi collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. He was utterly exhausted after the past 2 days, first the consecutive days of travel, followed by a fierce battle with the He brothers. It took an immense effort to finally kill the enemies, and every step had been calculated by him, leaving him on edge until now when he could finally relax. After a deep sleep, he woke up the next day feeling refreshed. He first meditated to recover his spiritual power, and after a little more than half a day, he sealed the door and entered the small cauldron space. Once inside the small cauldron space, Li Yi began to assess the gains from this battle. Although the fight had been perilous, the rewards were substantial. First were the spirit stones. There were over 400 low-grade spirit stones, among which there were surprisingly 2 stones with denser spiritual energy than low-grade ones, which should be middle-grade spirit stones, totaling 3 pieces. In the cultivation world, One middle-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones, but generally, few were willing to do so, as middle-grade spirit stones were superior for recovering spiritual power or other purposes. Just from the spirit stones alone, it was a massive haul. Overall, Li Yi now had over 700 spirit stones. Next were the spiritual weapons. He currently possessed a top-tier spiritual weapon, the Huanyuan Bell, which Li Kuan had given him. After using it twice, Li Yi found it to be quite excellent. It had strong defensive capabilities, and the sound wave attack from the bell was nearly impossible to guard against. The sound wave attacks were very strange and fast, making it hard for ordinary spiritual weapons to defend. Without prior preventive measures, one would almost certainly be hit. In these two battles, it had almost single-handedly turned the tide. In addition, he had a high-grade spiritual weapon, a red cloak that could conceal spiritual energy and aura, and had some capability for short-distance low-altitude flight, making it a useful tool for ambush and escape. When combined with a high-grade spiritual fan, it was very effective. However, the drawback was apparent. Once the opponent had high-grade defensive spiritual weapons, its effectiveness would be greatly reduced. What Li Yi did not know was that the He brothers had often used this tactic, with the eldest and second attacking head-on, while the third used these two spiritual weapons to ambush from the side, killing many. Besides that, he also had a high-grade golden small sword, which had been used by He Hu and had decent power, but no special advantages. In addition, there was a red small knife, which was a fire-type attack weapon. Lastly, there was a black tortoiseshell spiritual weapon, a defensive item, but it had been splashed with poison by Li Yi, causing some damage, which might have lowered its grade. Quite a pity. Surprisingly, Li Yi now had 5 high-tier spiritual weapons. There were also some mid-tier spiritual weapons, such as flying knives and flying swords, totaling about a dozen. With the high-tier and top-tier weapons, Li Yi naturally had little interest in the others. However, due to the high consumption of spiritual power by the high-tier and top-tier weapons, he would not use them unless facing formidable enemies. Therefore, he selected 2 or 3 decent spiritual weapons to keep as backups, including a white flying knife, a black flying fork, and a green round shield. The other spiritual weapons were simply counted and stored away as spares. As for the silver small sword he had obtained the first time, it was merely a low-tier weapon that had been completely rendered useless after several battles. As Li Yi assessed his gains, he couldn't help but reflect that robbery was indeed the fastest way to accumulate resources. What he did not know was that these items had been collected by the He brothers after killing dozens of cultivators. To his surprise, he also found 2 bottles of gathering spirit pills in their storage bags, which had not been used, similar to the gathering spirit pills he had obtained earlier. With these 2 bottles of pills, Li Yi was confident he could break through to the 4th level of Qi refining and enter the mid-stage of Qi refining. Finally, concerning cultivation techniques, there were 2 scrolls in their storage bags, titled Water Element Formula and Fire Element Formula. Li Yi merely flipped through them briefly before losing interest. The technique he was currently practicing, Deadwood technique, felt very suitable for him. When he broke through to the 3rd level of Qi refining, he even gained an automatic ability to conceal his cultivation level, giving him a withered appearance, which was quite inconsistent with his young age. The old man who had given him the technique had not lied to him. It was indeed a good cultivation method. Lastly, he discovered some books and miscellaneous items in the storage bags, including a map that recorded the world of cultivators, detailing the locations of various powers in the cultivation world, including major sects like Tianyue sect, as well as other smaller sects and families of cultivators. This not only includes the forces of the cultivation world of the Chu Kingdom, but also records from surrounding countries and cultivation sects in great detail. Li Yi found his current location on the map. He was in Baiyun City, a small city. What intrigued Li Yi was that southwest of the city, about 2,000 miles away, there was a city called Gathering Immortal City, a place where scattered cultivators gathered. There, cultivators could freely trade and sell items used in cultivation, such as spiritual tools and elixirs. Outside Gathering Immortal City, there was also Tianyan Mountain, a mountain range thousands of miles long, which not only had spiritual herbs, spiritual mines, but also some demon beasts, making it the best place for low-level cultivators to venture. Every year, cultivators would find treasures there, but some would also die inside. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of cultivators, who continuously ventured in. Li Yi felt very excited. He thought that exploring cultivation on his own was quite slow and also somewhat dangerous. After finishing the matters here, he planned to go there for cultivation. Believing that in a place where cultivators gathered, he could exchange ideas and learn methods to accelerate his cultivation, such as refining elixirs that cultivators could consume. He thought to himself. Chapter 25, Mysterious Talisman. Alchemy Furnace. Li Yi burned all the miscellaneous items in his storage bag that were of no use to him. In the end, he had a purple talisman in his hand. Looking at the entire purple talisman, his brow furrowed. Despite using all his means, he found himself unable to do anything with this talisman. He infused his mana into it, but the talisman only emitted a faint purple light, showing no change until all his mana was exhausted. Although it could not be used, he knew it was a treasure. Otherwise, Elon would not have taken it out so seriously at the time. When Li Yi saw the short blade engraved on the talisman, which glinted coldly, he always felt a lingering fear. At that time, when he Elong activated this talisman, there was faint lightning flashing, giving him a sense of impending doom. Lightning was originally a very powerful attack method in the cultivation world, and he was certain that this was a means of considerable attack power. Remembering how confident He Yilong seemed while holding this talisman, he speculated that its power should surpass that of his Huanyuan Bell spiritual tool. At least it should not be inferior to it. He could not use this spiritual tool for now. It should be due to his insufficient cultivation. He would try again once his cultivation improved, at least after reaching the 5th level of Qi refining, as He Yilong was at that level. During this duel, Li Yi also discovered an issue. For instance, if He Yilong had only used an ordinary spiritual tool for the duel instead of attempting to use that purple talisman, the two of them would not have failed in the duel. Even if they could not defeat Li Yi, they could have retreated calmly instead of being killed by Li Yi and some mortals. Using a spiritual tool far beyond one's capability was very disadvantageous in a duel, and he must learn from the lesson of the He brothers. Li Yi took out a wooden box and carefully placed the purple talisman inside. After sorting out his gains, 3 days had passed. Li Yi pushed open the door and stepped out of the small courtyard, looking at the deep blue sky and the northward flying geese. The leaves on the trees around had turned yellow. Autumn was approaching. The scenery at the foot of the mountain was beautiful, and Li Yi's mood was quite good. Seeing Li Yi standing at the mountain peak, Li Kuan came over with a joyful expression and said to Li Yi, "Xiao Yi, you've finished your closed-door retreat. The scenery here is nice, right? How about staying here with your second uncle?" Li Kuan had come almost every day these past few days, waiting for Li Yi. He hoped that Li Yi would stay, as this would stabilize his Baiyun Hall and prevent martial artists and cultivators from targeting him. Hearing his words, Li Yi shook his head and said, "Second uncle, let us forget it. I understand your intention, but my aspirations do not lie here. Here, I have very few opportunities for progress in my cultivation. Since the heavens have given me a chance to cultivate, I should not give it up. Even if the hope is slim, I need to strive with all my might. All right, since you are unwilling, then forget it. I originally wanted to make you an elder of our Baiyun Hall," Li Kuan said with great disappointment. Seeing Li Kuan's disappointed face, Li Yi pondered for a moment. After this battle, he still had a good impression of him. Regardless of his motives, he could help his followers without giving up. He could decisively act against invading cultivators without hesitation, and he was just immortal, which was quite commendable, though his ambition was a bit too large. Li Yi deliberated and said, "Second uncle, the establishment of a cultivation family requires first having cultivators, and secondly, it takes several generations of continuous effort, which may involve experiencing battles of various sizes. It is not something that can be achieved overnight. Yes, I was a bit careless. I want to be in the future. After this incident, I will scale back my influence and no longer get involved with cultivators," Li Kuan said seriously. "It's good that you understand. After this matter is settled, I will return home and then leave here. Second uncle may not be able to find me again," Li Yi said. "Leave? Where are you going?" Li Kuan instinctively asked. "I don't know for now. You also know that my aptitude is poor. If I want to continue cultivating, I need to go out and seek opportunities," Li Yi casually replied, not telling Li Kuan his specific destination. After hearing Li Yi's words, Li Kuan understood his thoughts. Li Yi was somewhat dissatisfied with him because he had sought his help in the past, and even brought an enemy, putting his parents in danger. "I understand. I'll take you to see the things I promised you earlier. You can pick any of these items." Perhaps wanting to mend his relationship with Li Yi, Li Kuan said generously. After hearing Li Kuan's words, Li Yi was somewhat tempted. Although his second uncle was immortal, the items he brought out were not ordinary. He took out a small yellow bell, which was a top-tier spiritual tool, and the items in his hands were also highly coveted by the He brothers. "Okay." After saying this, Li Kuan led Li Yi down the mountain. However, when they reached the halfway point, Li Kuan suddenly stopped in front of a giant rock. Then, he pressed a small stone on the giant rock, and a passage that could only accommodate one person appeared on the mountain wall, with steps leading down. Night pearls were embedded on both sides of the passage, making the entire passage as bright as day. The passage was deep, and its end could not be seen at a glance. After walking for nearly a quarter of an hour, Li Yi saw a heavy iron door. Then, Li Kuan took out a key from his body and opened the door. When he pushed open the door, Li Yi saw a large amount of gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, paintings, and some jade stones and pearls filling the hall, but there was not a single item with spiritual energy. What does second uncle mean by this? Li Yi looked at Li Kuan with some confusion and asked, "Xiao Yi, don't be anxious. I know you are not interested in these things, but these are just a smokescreen." Saying this, he pressed on a stone wall, and then the stone wall slowly opened. Then Li Yi saw a long table with more than 10 wooden boxes on it. He walked over and opened the boxes one by one. One of the boxes contained over 400 low-grade spirit stones. The other boxes were filled with spirit tools, mainly swords and knives, but nearly all of them were mid-grade, with only 2 high-grade items and none of the top-grade spirit tools. These items were not only gifts from the Qin family, but also from some minor cultivation families and Jianghu forces, all collected here. "Take your pick," Li Kuan said with a smile. After carefully selecting, Li Yi pointed to a small purple copper furnace and a black mask, saying to Li Kuan, "I'll take these 2 items. And just give me 200 spirit stones, the rest I don't need." Chapter 26. Departure, just 2 items, Xiao Yi. "Why not pick 2 more?" Li Kuan said, somewhat surprised. "Thank you, uncle. I'll just take these two, Li Yi replied. Although he wanted to take everything. He was a principled person. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through the right way. If one tries to take too much, it gives an impression of greed. The purple copper furnace was a mid-grade spirit tool, a special one mainly used for refining spirit pills. Li Yi realized that his cultivation could only progress quickly through pill consumption, and with his small cauldron space and the green liquid that hastens the growth of medicinal materials. Buying materials so ostentatiously would certainly raise suspicion and attract envy. It was safer to refine pills himself. He knew nothing about pill refining. So encountering a spirit tool like the furnace was an opportunity he didn't want to miss. As for the black mask, it was also a mid-grade spirit tool, primarily used to change the appearance of a cultivator and conceal their aura. He would be going to Jushin City in the future, and this item would surely be useful. He had little interest in the other spirit tools, and he didn't lack them either. Li Yi left Li Kuan's treasure chamber contentedly. The next day, under Li Kuan's arrangement, the family had a banquet and spent the day shopping in Baiyun City, buying all sorts of things, from food to clothes and daily necessities. They stayed at Baiyun Villa for a few more days and took along the generous gifts from Li Kuan, including many gifts for his sister Li Mei and mother. In total, they filled 5 large carts with items. The 3 brothers, along with their father Li Qian, walked leisurely on the road. Li Yi had never traveled so comfortably before. The first time he went out was for a cultivation conference, then he rushed back. And the third time was to aid Baiyun Villa. Each time was urgent. This time returning to the village was quite leisurely. Along the way, Li Qian and Li Zheng were in good spirits, chatting and laughing, while Li Feng, however, looked very downcast. He didn't want to leave Baiyun Villa. Li Kuan had already promoted him to the position of deputy sect leader, but Li Qian forced him to return and even beat him. So he had no choice but to come back reluctantly. Dad, after a while, I want to go out and seek some opportunities for cultivation, Li Yi said to Li Qian and the others. Xiaoyi, where are you going? Li Qian asked, somewhat puzzled, though he had some premonition. I heard there's a city in the southwest of Chu country where cultivators gather, and I want to go take a look, Li Yi replied. Oh, I see. When are you planning to leave? For how long? And when will you be back? Li Qian asked with a furrowed brow, speaking in a serious tone. He was actually very reluctant for his son to leave, as he was only 14 years old, still a child. From the recent conflicts among cultivators, it was clear that such disputes were extremely brutal. But he also thought of Li Yi's identity as a cultivator. His strength was not weak, and his stubborn personality meant that once he made a decision, it would be hard to change it. I plan to leave after the new year. And as for when I'll return, it's uncertain. Maybe I'll come back after I make some breakthroughs in my cultivation, Li Yi said, looking into the distance and murmuring. He didn't really know. Perhaps he would return, or perhaps if he failed in a fight, he might not come back at all. Third brother, you're going to venture into the cultivation world. That's great. Take me with you. I'll help you out from behind. Watching you battle those 2 cultivators last time was thrilling, much more exciting than fights in Jianghu. Li Feng suddenly became interested and said to Li Yi, shut up. All you think about is fighting and killing. One day you'll get yourself killed, and there won't even be anyone to collect your body, Li Qian shouted angrily. Dad, I just don't want to stay in that desolate little mountain village for my whole life. If you want to stay, you can go by yourself. I don't want to. Xiao Yi is also fighting and killing. He even killed someone. Why don't you care about him? Li Feng argued. You ungrateful brat. Just wait until I deal with you, Li Qian said, about to make a move. Li Zheng quickly held Li Feng back, urging him to stop talking. All right. Since you've made this choice, I won't persuade you anymore. But as your father, I need to tell you to be extremely careful when you're out there. Although I'm not a cultivator, I've been in the Jianghu for over 10 years, and I understand how treacherous it can be. Cultivators are still people. Where there are people, there's Jianghu, and where there's Jianghu, there's conflict. Cultivators are stronger, and their battles will definitely be more intense. Li Qian began to share his experiences from Jianghu while riding on horseback, hoping his insights would help Li Yi navigate the cultivation world better. Li Yi listened with great interest. He had always enjoyed hearing stories from Li Qian since he was young. This time, not only did Li Qian tell stories, but he also imparted the lessons within them, which Li Yi found very beneficial. He realized he needed to be more careful in the cultivation world, as a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Dad, I think we can keep Old Huai village as our fallback, but it's not suitable for us to stay there forever. Big brother, second brother, and little sister still need to come out and do something to have their own foundation. If we stay in the mountain village forever, we'll eventually decline and vanish. Big brother and second brother need to marry, and little sister also needs to find someone. They can't just look for partners in the village. We don't have to mix in Jianghu, but we can still study, take exams for official positions, do business, or establish a security agency, etc. We can do freight transportation. There are many options, Li Yi suggested. Li Zheng and Li Feng also looked hopeful. What Xiao Yi said makes sense. I was a bit narrow-minded before. I will think it over carefully when we get back, Li Qian said. Hearing Li Qian's words, Li Zheng and Li Feng also showed joy on their faces. Having witnessed the splendor of the outside world, they no longer wanted to stay in the small mountain village. After more than 10 days of travel, Li Yi and his companions arrived at Old Huai village, and then he went back to the mountain to cultivate. After taking several qi gathering pills, Li Yi's cultivation quietly reached the 4th level of qi gathering, breaking through to the mid-stage of qi gathering. Li Qian also followed Li Yi's advice and used the gold and silver given by Li Kuan to buy a small courtyard in a nearby county town for the whole family to move into. As for the small courtyard in the village, he didn't give it up. He found the old doctor to take charge there. And for the medicinal garden on the mountain, he asked the villagers to help take care of it, while he would come regularly to collect the herbs. Li Qian opened a medicinal clinic in the county town, not only treating patients but also engaging in the trade of medicinal herbs. After spending a joyful new year with his family, Li left his hometown, departing from the place he had lived for over 10 years. Embarking on his path of cultivation, he did not know when he would return. Looking at his father, mother, brother, and sister, he wanted to engrave their appearances in his mind, never to forget them. Chapter 27. Journey to Jushin City. Li Yi left his hometown with a heavy heart, parting from his parents and siblings at such a young age. No matter how firm his resolve to cultivate was, he still felt a deep sense of reluctance. After all, he was just a teenager. Sitting in the carriage, he cherished the gifts from his family, clothes made by his little sister, a safety charm his mother had prayed for, a medicinal book handwritten by his father, and food prepared by his older brothers. His heart felt warm. In this era, perhaps after one farewell, there would be no chance to meet again in this life. Li Yi left some of the remaining GUN pills for his father, instructing them to take small amounts. Even though they were not cultivators, taking these pills could help strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives. After feeling sad for several days, Li Yi immersed himself in frantic cultivation, hoping that being busy could lessen his sorrow, but he found this approach ineffective. Without the assistance of pills, his cultivation speed was dismal. So, he stopped cultivating altogether and decided to travel and enjoy the scenery to alleviate his depression. Surprisingly, this method worked quite well. He traveled by horse-drawn carriage first, then rode a horse, and finally took a boat, traversing various states and appreciating the diverse landscapes and cultural customs of the Chu kingdom. Tasting various delicacies, the sadness of parting gradually faded away. At this moment, Li Yi was sitting on a large boat sailing upstream, headed for Jushin City, a small cultivation family-managed vessel that mainly transported goods between various cities in the Chu kingdom and Jushin City. Li Yi spent 2 low-grade spirit stones to buy a ticket. The river they were currently sailing on was the largest river in the Chu kingdom, called the Tianshui River, which was very wide, spanning several miles and seemingly endless. The river water was very swift, dividing the Chu kingdom into 2 and flowing through more than a dozen states. Despite the swift current, the large boat sailed very steadily, without any bumps. The scenery along the riverbanks continuously entered Li Yi's view, and various foods on the boat were readily available. Li Yi felt that the 2 spirit stones spent were well worth it. On the deck, Li Yi found an empty table to sit at. At this time, there were already a few cultivators sitting together, drinking tea and chatting. These cultivators were not very powerful, probably only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the qi refining stage, mostly low-level qi refiners. It was rare to see someone like him, who was at the 4th level of qi refining. Li Yi ordered some snacks and a pot of tea, starting to eat and drink slowly. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a seat on the deck, or rather, to a person. This person was dressed in white, wearing a thin veil, with eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes clear and transparent, bright like the stars in the sky, a delicate nose, and skin like frost, as beautiful as a fairy fallen to the mortal realm. Appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old, Li Yi had never seen such a beautiful woman. She gently stirred the tea in her cup, her brow furrowed as if she had something on her mind, gazing sorrowfully into the distance. An aura of coldness surrounded her, giving off a chilling feeling that made one want to approach but also hesitate to do so. In a short time, several handsome young men approached to strike up a conversation, but the woman showed no response, her gaze and demeanor extremely cold. The polite ones could only awkwardly smile and leave. However, a few left with displeasure on their faces, even showing a hint of hostility and fierceness while looking at her. Li Yi kept watching the woman and secretly used his spiritual sight technique to probe her. To his surprise, he couldn't see her cultivation level at all. It was as if a thin mist enveloped her, concealing her power completely. This woman was extraordinary, Li Yi thought to himself, just as he was contemplating. The woman suddenly stood up, frowning, and walked towards the cabin, seemingly disliking the noisy crowd and the discussions about her, as well as the gazes focused on her. As she left, she cast a faint glance at Li Yi, which puzzled him. He wondered why she looked at him. Li Yi knew that he was not handsome at all. His skin had been dark originally, and after practicing the dry wood technique, it had taken on a slightly yellowish hue, giving him a somewhat aged appearance. So despite being only 15 years old, he looked like he was in his 20s. When the woman glanced at him as she left, the people on the deck turned their attention to him, some even casting envious looks his way. However, there were also some who looked at him with hostility, as if they wanted to devour him. Li Yi's previously good mood instantly soured. He was not someone who enjoyed being the center of attention, and seeing everyone pointing and whispering about him made him frown as he prepared to leave the deck. "Kid, stop right there. Where are you from? And what is your relationship with that fairy just now? Speak honestly." At this moment, a young man in white, wearing a jade crown and holding a folding fan, stood up and walked toward Li Yi, blocking his way and speaking imperiously. This person was the one who had approached the woman earlier and had been ignored. Why should I tell you where I'm from? I don't know that person either. Please step aside, Li Yi replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Hearing Li Yi's words, the young man in white became furious, saying, Kid, I see you're looking for death. Do you know who I am? Seeing someone confronting Li Yi, the others became interested, watching with glee, showing no intention of helping. How would I know who you are? You didn't carve your name on your forehead, Li Yi retorted mockingly. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the surrounding people burst into laughter. The young man in white became even angrier, gritting his teeth and saying, You're looking for death. Listen carefully. I am a disciple of the Chun family of the Great Chu dynasty, and my cousin is an enforcer in Jushin City. If you know what is good for you, kneel down, apologize, and clearly explain your origins and your relationship with that fairy, or you'll be doomed. Upon hearing the young man's words, the previously laughing crowd fell silent, seemingly aware of the Chun family's reputation and their substantial background. Seeing the reactions of those around him, the young man in white was very pleased, but he looked at Li Yi again, waiting for an apology, as in the past, when he said such things. The other party would already be kneeling and apologizing. Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. Li Yi frowned and shouted angrily. The young man in white, laughing in anger, replied, Good, good, good. After we disembark, I will make sure you can't handle the consequences. Chapter 28. The outbreak of slaughter. Since that day when the dispute occurred on the deck, Li Yi had been staying in the cabin. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, he didn't want to attract any. Being new to the place, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. After half a month, the drifting ship finally docked. Li Yi gathered his belongings and stepped off the large vessel, where he saw a huge dock filled with various ships, all of which seemed quite ordinary. People were coming and going at the dock, cultivators as well as ordinary folk. Along the dock, there were various vendors selling an array of bizarre items. Most of these items were treasures used by cultivators, while ordinary people were selling food and common clothing. These goods were quite ordinary, and Li Yi didn't find anything appealing. Sometimes, he noticed cultivators flying by on their magical tools, and he felt a strong curiosity, as only those who had reached the foundation establishment stage could fly. However, the locals seemed accustomed to it, showing no particular curiosity, only envy when they saw such displays. When Li Yi got off the ship, a boy of about 10 approached him and said, Young master, do you need a guide? I've lived in Jushin City all my life and am very familiar with it. You can ask me anything, and my fee is very cheap, only 1 low-grade spirit stone. The boy looked at Li Yi with enthusiasm, his sunny smile evident on his face. Seeing the boy's eagerness, Li Yi didn't refuse and replied, I have no problem with spirit stones. I just arrived here and am unfamiliar with Jushin City. So please tell me about it. Okay, young master. I can see that this is your first visit. This is the dock of Jushin City, where many cultivators come to settle down. Walk 3 miles further, and you'll reach Jushin City itself, where only esteemed cultivators can reside. Common folks like us can't go in. There are inns here for lodging and places to buy items used by cultivators. However, you need to be cautious when trading here, as there's no one to protect you. And incidents of murder and robbery happen frequently. Never go out at night. You might be ambushed. Only in Jushin City will you be safe, where fighting is not allowed. The boy enthusiastically recounted many things to Li Yi, and the only impression Li Yi had was that it was very chaotic here, truly a lawless place. Then why don't these cultivators go to Jushin City? Li Yi asked curiously. Because it's expensive. Entering once requires a low-grade spirit stone, and you can only stay for a month. Even lodging inside costs more. So, some cultivators who aren't very wealthy stay in the inns outside, and only go in when they need to buy something, the boy replied slowly. As Li Yi walked down the street, he witnessed several conflicts happening within a short time, cultivators fighting and killing in broad daylight, with no one intervening. It was utter chaos and entirely unsuitable for cultivation. Young master, where are we going now? The boy asked Li Yi. The sky is getting dark. Let's find an inn first. Li Yi replied. Let's go to the Yuk Inn. Although it's a bit out of the way, it's very clean and quieter. Plus the owner provides good service. All right, I'll follow your lead. Is there anything we should pay attention to when entering Jushin City? Any requirements? Li Yi inquired. You need to register some details, mainly your background, and you have to hand over a spirit stone. Fighting is not permitted inside, and that's about it. Moments later, Li Yi arrived at an inn named Yuk. After giving the boy a spirit stone, he sent him away and proceeded to check in. Once settled, Li Yi began meditating. In the middle of the night, he suddenly opened his eyes, got up, and left the inn, using his wind control technique to rush toward a place far from human habitation. Just as he left, 2 middle-aged men followed him closely. The innkeeper watched this scene, shaking his head and sighing, seemingly feeling sorry for Li Yi, who dared to go out in the middle of the night, truly fearless. Sensing the 2 men chasing him, a cold smile appeared on Li Yi's lips. Their cultivation was only at the 3rd level of chi refinement. These 2 should be the ones who had come off the ship with him. He felt someone was tailing him right after he disembarked. After running a few miles, Li Yi suddenly stopped and turned to the 2 behind him, saying, Fellow Taoists, you've been following me since daytime. I wonder how I've offended you. You haven't offended us. But you have offended young Master Chun. Surrender now, hand over your storage bag, and come back with us to apologize to young Master Chun and seek his forgiveness. One of the men said. Upon hearing this, Li Yi realized it was about the incident on the ship. He had been wondering why such trouble awaited him right after he got off the boat. He hadn't lost any wealth or wronged anyone, so he didn't expect anyone would come after him here. Big brother, I don't think this kid will surrender easily. Let's take him down quickly and go back to young Master Chun for the spirit stones. One of the middle-aged men said. All right. Just as the two were about to strike, a flash of blue light appeared in Li Yi's hand, revealing a small blue fan. He swung it hard, sending out a dozen wind blades toward the two men in black. Then, his body shimmered with red light and suddenly vanished from their sight, startling the two men. Oh, a high-grade spirit tool. We can't take it head-on. Quickly dodge. One of them shouted in terror. Before the man's voice had faded, Li Yi appeared behind them. He swung the blue fan again, sending out another wave of wind blades that sliced the two men into several pieces. Looking at the pool of blood surrounding the two men, Li Yi quickly moved to their side and picked up the storage bag on the ground. Just as he did so, his expression changed, and he looked up into the distance. At that moment, two figures were approaching. One was the white-clothed youth from the ship, who had a cultivation level of the 5th level of Qi refinement. The other was a black-clothed old man, surprisingly at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Li Yi furrowed his brows as he watched these two, rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. A cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement was already a late-stage cultivator, not someone he could handle. Even with his top-tier spirit tool, he felt it wouldn't be enough to kill the opponent in a short time. If he couldn't kill them, he would fall into a bitter battle, and it would mean his death. I say, how dare you act so arrogantly in front of this young master? It turns out you have two decent high-grade spirit tools. Your weapons are quite good. They're excellent for ambushes. You seem to have killed quite a few people with them, haven't you? Luckily, this young master is clever and sent two replacements to test you. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. But now, haha, you will die here. The white-clothed youth said fiercely as he looked at Li Yi. Chapter 29. Escape and entering the city. Saying this, the white-clothed youth unleashed a blue flying sword, and a white, handkerchief-shaped spirit tool appeared above his head. Then the blue flying sword attacked Li Yi. As the flying sword attacked, Li Yi was not concerned and remained vigilant, watching the old man beside the young man. However, the old man did not make a move against him, which relieved Li Yi. Just as the flying sword was about to strike Li Yi, a flash of red light from his cloak enveloped him, making him disappear. Subsequently, Li Yi fled into the distance. The young man in white sneered and said, "Kid, it's too late to run now." After saying that, he chased after him with a grim smile, while the old man followed at a leisurely pace. The young man in white accelerated his pursuit, and just as he was about to catch up with Li Yi suddenly stopped. In his hand, a small yellow bell appeared, which was his top-tier spirit tool, the Huanyuan bell. The bell instantly grew to half a zhang in height and aimed at the young man in white, emitting a dull roar. Not good. It's a top-tier attacking spirit tool. Young master, retreat quickly. The old man shouted urgently to the young man behind him. At this moment, his expression changed drastically. No longer calm as before. Boom. The suddenly attacking invisible sound wave hit the young man in white before he could evade, striking him heavily. The young man's face changed dramatically, his eyes filled with fear, he spat out blood, and his expression turned blank as he flew backwards. The two spirit tools he controlled were already knocked away. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi naturally would not let it go. He immediately chased after the flying young man, swinging the green fan in his hand, unleashing dozens of wind blades towards the young man in white. No. By the time the young man in white regained his senses, the wind blades were already in front of him. With a scream, he was sliced into dozens of pieces by the wind blades. Seeing the young man in white killed by him, Li Yi did not bother to collect the opponent's spirit tools and storage bag, but instead turned and fled into the distance, disappearing after a few flashes. Damn it, no matter who you are. Daring to kill our Chun family's young master means you are doomed. No one can save you. Just wait for endless pursuit, the old man thought. His heart filled with fear as he looked at the scattered remains of the young man. He had brought the young master to Juxian City for training, and before even entering the city, he was killed outside, which he could hardly accept. Although this young master was not a direct descendant of the family, he could not bear the wrath of the family head. Now he could only capture the murderer, hoping to reduce the family head's anger and lessen his own punishment. With this in mind, he gathered the remains on the ground, picked up the spirit tools, and chased after the direction Li Yi had fled. At this moment, Li Yi was hiding in a nearby valley, watching the old man leave, feeling relieved. After the fierce battle with the young man in white, although he had unexpectedly killed him, he had also consumed more than half of his own mana. He did not flee, but instead found a place to hide, using his red cloak to conceal his aura. About 15 minutes later, Li Yi crawled out from his hiding place and ran in the opposite direction of the old man. Though he had killed the young man, he regretted not obtaining the opponent's storage bag and spirit tools. After this battle, Li Yi did not dare to return to the inn. He feared the late-stage Qi refining cultivator would come looking for him. Instead, he found a spot in the wild to rest briefly, preparing to enter the city the next day. Juxian City did not allow fighting. Even if the other party discovered him, they would have no way to act against him. He planned to hide inside and wait until his cultivation improved. Then, Li Yi took out the storage bag he had just obtained. Opening it left him quite disappointed. He only found 3 mid-tier spirit tools and about 100 low-grade spirit stones in both storage bags. Li Yi could not help but sigh. These two were really poor. Their storage bag's contents could not compare to those of the He brothers. He did not know that the He brothers had robbed many cultivators, which accounted for their wealth, while ordinary low-level cultivators without backgrounds were generally poor. The next morning, as dawn broke, Li Yi arrived at the city gate, which was over 10 zhang high. Looking at the words Zhu Xian inscribed on the gate, he felt a majestic and ethereal aura, with an indescribable Tao rhythm that left him in awe. Since it was still morning, there were few people at the city gate. Several teams of black-clad cultivators were checking the jade tokens of those entering the city, all of whom were at around the 3rd level of qi refining. Li Yi queued up, and soon it was his turn. Fellow Taoist, this is my first time in Juxian City. Do I need to go through any procedures? Li Yi asked one of the black-clad cultivators. After this, he was pulled aside by a cultivator to start the registration process. Fellow Taoist, since this is your first time in Juxian City, there are no special procedures. Just some simple registration and payment of the entry fee, said one of the black-clad cultivators. How long do you plan to stay here? In Juxian City, the fee is 1 low-grade spirit stone per month. At this time, one of the cultivators took out a blue jade token and asked Li Yi. Li Yi thought for a moment and said, let's stay for a year first. Then we can renew based on the situation. Saying this, Li Yi took out 12 low-grade spirit stones and handed them over. Okay. Fellow Taoist needs to leave your identity information on this blue jade token and hang it on your waist. If you don't hang the jade token, or if the time expires, the jade token will turn red, and the enforcement team will conduct regular checks. Additionally, fighting is prohibited in the city. If a fight occurs, you will be captured and even killed by the enforcement team. This is something you must keep in mind. Fellow Taoist, there are also some simple introductions about the city. You can take a look. Saying this, the cultivator handed the jade token and a small booklet to Li Yi. Okay, thank you. After entering his identity information simply, Li Yi took the booklet and walked into Juxian City. As soon as he entered the city, Li Yi was captivated by the architecture. The buildings in the city were not tall. On the contrary, they were quite small and exquisite, ancient and elegant. What amazed Li Yi the most was that the spiritual energy in the city was much higher than outside, and he did not see any street vendors. Instead, there were shops on both sides of the street. The items sold there were all for cultivators, such as the Baibauj, refining workshops, spirit medicine shops, and spirit pill pavilions, etc. After walking for a short while, Li Yi saw a girl in green approaching him, smiling as she asked, from the looks of you, fellow Taoist, this is your first time in Juxian City. Do you need me to help you with an introduction? I can show you around. It's just 2 low-grade spirit stones for a day. Looking at the girl in front of him, Li Yi thought for a moment and agreed. Chapter 30. Entering Juxian City for the first time. First, tell me about the origins of Juxian City. Then I have some questions to ask you. Li Yi said. Okay, Juxian City was built by some loose cultivator predecessors and has a history of several hundred years. The entire city is roughly divided into 5 areas. In the north, it is mainly the residence of the city lord's mansion. The east is mainly for the residences of cultivators, where there are various caves filled with spiritual energy, and fees are charged based on the strength of the spiritual energy. The south is mostly for alchemy, refining, talisman making, and other areas for cultivators. Those with specific skills will open small shops there to sell various items. In the west, there are mainly some poor monks who do not want to live outside and prefer to live together in a communal setting. There is also a free market in the west, where monks primarily trade items. As long as a certain amount of spirit stones is paid, transactions can be made freely, with safety ensured by the city lord's office. The West District has the most residents and is the most diverse, but safety is not a concern at all. There are mainly some small courtyards and inns, which are relatively affordable, but the spiritual energy inside is thin, and the living conditions cannot be compared to the caves in the East District. The central area mainly consists of large shops, including the largest shop in Juxian City, where the items are excellent but also very expensive. The young girl, Dai, kept talking. I want to buy some elixirs and learn a bit about alchemy. Do you have any recommendations? After hearing the girl, Li Yi began to ask. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the girl looked at him in surprise, thinking to herself that this person actually wants to learn alchemy. It is known that although alchemists can make a lot of money, the initial investment is also substantial. Without a strong background and abundant spirit stones, an ordinary person would go bankrupt after a few attempts at alchemy and ultimately leave Juxian City. You might need to buy some alchemy books and recipes, then study how to refine elixirs yourself. Because in Juxian City, there are no places that teach alchemy. Even if someone knows how to refine elixirs, unless they are a direct disciple, very few will teach alchemy, the girl said, blinking her eyes. Where is it best to buy alchemy books and recipes? You can check out the Wanbao building. They have all sorts of treasures, including spirit tools, elixirs, talismans, and books. If you want something, even if they don't have it, you can ask them to buy it. Wanbao building is a property of our city lord's office and has a very good reputation. In addition, there is the Qingdan Alliance, which mainly sells elixirs of excellent quality. They often have high-grade elixirs available, which are of very good quality. You can also check them out, but both of these places have expensive items. If you want to buy something cheaper, you can try your luck at the free market in the West District. There will be some financially struggling monks auctioning off their collected books. However, the quality varies, so it depends on your luck, the girl said. I want to stay in the city for a while. Are there any places to live? Li asked. If you want to stay here, for a short term, you can go to an inn. There are various inns in the city. But if you want to stay long term and don't have many spirit stones, you can rent a small courtyard in the West District. If you have ample spirit stones, you can also stay in a cave in the East District. Both are excellent options, the girl said. What are the ways to earn spirit stones in the city? Li asked again. To earn spirit stones, you can check out the mission hall at the city lord's office. They post tasks there daily, and by accepting these tasks, you can earn some spirit stones. Also, like me, you can guide others and earn spirit stones. Additionally, if you have a skill, such as alchemy, tool refinement, talisman drawing, or cultivating spiritual herbs, setting up formations can also make earning money easier. Of course, you can choose to venture outside the city to the Tianyan Mountains, collect some spiritual herbs, slay some demon beasts, and gather some spirit ore for tool refinement, all of which can earn spirit stones. However, choosing to go on an adventure carries great risks. Every year, many monks lose their lives there. After a day of understanding, Li had a relatively comprehensive understanding of Jushin City, which was more than he had learned outside. However, after gaining this knowledge, he also realized the hardships of the alchemy path. He first spent more than 10 spirit stones to find a small inn in the central district. Looking at the 2-bedroom small room in front of him, which cost 2 spirit stones per night, Li felt quite pained. The main reason for staying here was that it was closer to the large shops, making it more convenient for him to buy and sell things. The next day, Li first went to the Qingdan Alliance to check the prices of elixirs and decide whether to buy some. As soon as he entered the door of the Qingdan Alliance, he smelled a faint herbal fragrance. The space inside the Qingdan Alliance was very spacious, with small rooms for trading, ensuring good privacy. Just after entering, a sweet-looking girl approached him and asked, "What kind of elixirs are you looking to buy, friend?" "I want to buy some elixirs that can increase the cultivation of qi refining stage monks. Do you have any recommendations?" Li asked straightforwardly. "The elixirs you need, we naturally have at the Qingdan Alliance. The main ones are Zhu Yuan Dan, Shunling Dan, and Ji Yuan Dan. Zhu Yuan Dan is mainly suitable for monks in the early and mid-qi refining stages, while Shunling Dan and Ji Yuan Dan are suitable for monks in the late qi refining stage. Among them, the price of a low-grade Zhu Yuan Dan is 5 low-grade spirit stones each, a medium-grade Zhu Yuan Dan is 10 low-grade spirit stones each, and a high-grade Zhu Yuan Dan is 30 low-grade spirit stones each. The price of a low-grade Shinling Dan is 10 low-grade spirit stones each. A medium-grade Shinling Dan is 20 spirit stones each, and a high-grade Shinling Dan is 50 spirit stones each. How many elixirs do you need to buy? If you buy in bulk, we also have discounts," the girl said expectantly, her eyes sparkling, since she would earn a commission from selling elixirs. She was looking forward to Li buying more. Hearing the girl's words, Li was taken aback. He knew that he currently had a considerable amount of spirit stones, about 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, which was quite rare for qi refining stage monks unless they were from significant families. However, with his current amount, he could only buy about 20 high-grade Shinling Dan. After purchasing these elixirs, he would become broke. So, Li awkwardly smiled and said, "I'm not buying elixirs. I just wanted to take a look." He then hurriedly retreated. Watching Li rush out, the girl's expression immediately changed, and she coldly said, "Humph. A poor guy without money. Why pretend to be a big shot coming to the Qingdan Alliance? Wasting my breath, what a nuisance." Seeing how quickly her demeanor changed and her harsh words, Li felt a surge of anger, and a hint of hostility flashed across his face. However, he didn't say anything. The Qingdan Alliance was not a place he, a small qi refining stage cultivator, could provoke. Chapter 31. Complete Guide to Basic Alchemy. After leaving the Qingdan Alliance, Li visited several large shops. But the prices and varieties of elixirs were all similar and very expensive. Although Li had some spirit stones, he didn't want to waste them in such places. He planned to use the spirit stones to buy some alchemy books and learn alchemy himself, especially since he had a small cauldron space and a blue liquid that could quickly cultivate spiritual herbs. After running through several large shops, Li gained a good understanding of the prices of items here. Although the items were good, they were quite expensive. To save some spirit stones, he also made several trips to the free market, but the quality of items there could not be guaranteed, and the alchemy materials were of varying quality. He knew almost nothing about alchemy, so he didn't dare to buy anything there. If he ended up purchasing a fake alchemy manual and tried to learn by himself without anyone to consult, he definitely wouldn't be able to refine any elixirs. With a determined bite of his teeth, Li arrived at the center of the city, in front of the most prominent building, the largest shop in Jushin City, Wanbao Tower. He decided to spend a fortune here to purchase all the materials and manuals for alchemy. Looking at the Grand Wanbao Tower, Li walked inside. At that moment, before the shopkeeper could say anything, he directly stated, "I want to buy some beginner alchemy manuals and some alchemy materials." Upon hearing Li's words, the people around cast surprised glances, but then shook their heads, seemingly lost in thought. After Li finished speaking, a smiling fat man approached him and said, "You may step aside. This friend will be attended to by me." This person continuously sized up Li, his face full of enthusiastic smiles. The young man bowed to the middle-aged fat man and left. "I am Sun Xiang, the manager of the 1st to 3rd floors here. May I ask your surname, friend?" What alchemy manuals are you planning to purchase? Li Yi replied, I want a very detailed basic alchemy book. Sun Xiang smiled slightly and said, all right, I understand. You intend to learn alchemy by yourself, right? Coming to our Wanbao Tower is the right choice. In Zhuxian City, our comprehensive guide to basic alchemy is the best introductory book. This book was personally compiled and written by our alchemy master, Master Yao, and is definitely a good item. You should know that Master Yao is a third-grade alchemist. Hearing this, Li Yi's heart filled with joy. A third-grade alchemist can refine pills for foundation-building stage cultivators, while the pills Li Yi usually consumes are only first-grade. The items you need are on the third floor. Please follow me. Saying this, he led Li Yi to the third floor, found a room, and sat down. Soon, a beautifully packaged, antique book was placed in front of Li Yi, with comprehensive guide to basic alchemy written on it. Li Yi picked up the book and began to browse through it, while Sun Xiang merely glanced at it, smiled slightly, and said nothing. Quietly waiting while sipping tea from a cup on the table, Li Yi opened the comprehensive guide to basic alchemy and read it with great interest. The book explained alchemy in an easy-to-understand manner, making it clear to Li Yi how alchemy works and the differences between cultivator's alchemy and mundane alchemy. It also included some basic alchemical knowledge, which was better than the several texts Li Yi had read before. Just as Li Yi wanted to continue reading, the content at the back suddenly became unreadable. Li Yi thought this was a tactic from the other party, so he spoke up, Elder Son. How many spirit stones does this comprehensive guide to basic alchemy require? This book requires 400 low-grade spirit stones. No deception here, and no bargaining, Sun Xiang replied with a smile. Cutting off Li Yi's chance to haggle, Li Yi frowned and said, that's a bit expensive. Do you have other texts? Ah, friendly. Although this comprehensive guide to basic alchemy is a bit pricey, it is extremely detailed. It is the best introductory book for alchemy. And it even comes with 3 basic pill formulas as a gift, namely the Gathering Yuan pill, Ginseng Spirit pill, and the Ji Yuan pill. You must have visited the Qingdan Alliance and know the prices of these pills. Once you learn this alchemy technique, spirit stones will roll in. If you buy this comprehensive guide to basic alchemy and study it well, you will definitely be able to refine pills. Sun Xiang continued to introduce it, almost singing its praises to the skies. After hearing Sun Xiang's words, Li Yi felt it was reasonable, even if he didn't buy this one. He would still have to buy from other places, wasting time. So, after a moment of hesitation, he said, all right, I'll buy it. Good, friend is decisive. Sun Xiang's heart filled with joy. This deal would earn him quite a few spirit stones. Although the young man appeared ordinary, his worth was not trivial. I see that you haven't refined pills before, right? I also have some other items that you might need, such as alchemy furnaces. We have low, medium, and high-grade spirit weapon level alchemy furnaces here. I won't need an alchemy furnace. Do you have any fresh herbs, as well as texts on identifying and cultivating spirit herbs? Li Yi asked again. Friend wants fresh spirit herbs? That puts me in a difficult position. The spirit herbs needed for alchemy here at Wanbao Tower are all collected from the Tianyan mountain range. Each trip to gather herbs takes several months, and they are all dried herbs. Only some high-grade spirit herbs are specially preserved. As for texts on identifying spirit herbs and cultivation methods, we do have them. This illustrated guide to basic spirit herbs not only includes descriptions of the properties of basic spirit herbs, but also has illustrations, and the methods of cultivating spirit herbs are recorded within. After saying this, he had someone bring out a thick, colorful book. Li Yi quickly flipped through it and found detailed records of hundreds of spirit herbs, including the blue spirit grass he had previously obtained. Li Yi was very satisfied with this illustration guide. How many spirit stones does this book cost? Li Yi asked. This is inexpensive, only 100 low-grade spirit stones. All right, I'll take it. I see that you are at the Qi refining stage. For alchemy, ordinary mundane flames won't do. We have fire stones for sale. Would you like to buy some? Sun Xiang introduced again, appearing quite profound. Fire stones? Do you really need them for alchemy? Li Yi asked, surprised. Yes, alchemy requires special flames. Ordinary mundane flames are too weak to extract the medicinal properties of spirit herbs, making it difficult to succeed in alchemy. If the flames are weak, even if the pills are refined, there will be many impurities. Pills with too many impurities are of low quality and could even become waste pills. Cultivators consuming these pills will find them useless and may develop pill toxins in their bodies, which is very detrimental to cultivation. Additionally, one can use ground fire and demon fire for alchemy, but that requires finding a ground fire pool or a fire-breathing demon beast. Once you reach the foundation building stage, you won't have this problem because cultivators at that stage possess innate true fire, which can also be used for alchemy. Friend, you haven't seen the complete records in the comprehensive guide to basic alchemy. Once you do, you'll understand. Since you've decided to purchase, I will remove the restrictions on the text. After saying this, he cast a spell over the book. Li Yi eagerly opened the book and, indeed, as the other party said, he could now see the content clearly. With a deep sigh, Li Yi took out 200 spirit stones to buy some fire stones, which would be enough for a long time. Seeing Li Yi so generously spending spirit stones, Sun Xiang's heart was even more delighted. Friendly, I see you haven't had much experience with alchemy. You've purchased the comprehensive guide to basic alchemy and so many items here. You will be a valued customer of our Wanbao Tower, and we will provide some special services. You can spend 100 low-grade spirit stones to watch our Wanbao building alchemist refine pills once. You can even use a recording talisman to capture the alchemist's refining process, allowing you to study it slowly later. After hearing this, Li narrowed his eyes. He had never seen pill refining before. If he could watch how others refine pills, that would be great. However, it required spending spirit stones, which made his heart ache again. He had already spent most of the spirit stones he had, but thinking about how much he had already spent, he didn't mind spending an extra 100 spirit stones. Alright, since you're so straightforward, I'll give you a recording talisman for free. But when you watch the pill refining, you must not make any noise. If you disturb the alchemist and ruin the pills, you will have to compensate for the cost of the herbs used in that batch, the other party said. After a moment, Li Yi was taken to a pill refining room where an old man was focused on refining pills. Li Yi and the others quietly watched from a small window outside. They observed the old man throwing various spirit herbs into the pill furnace, then extracting the liquid medicine and storing it in jade bottles. Finally, he poured the liquids from the different bottles into the furnace and mixed them, controlling the furnace until he quickly produced a batch of pills. The old man's pill refining process was smooth and unimpeded, and the quality of the pills produced was quite good. Watching the old man refine pills, Li Yi felt that pill refining wasn't particularly difficult. Soon, Sun Xiang handed a jade talisman to Li Yi. Dao friendly, now that you understand pill refining, shouldn't you buy some spirit herbs to try it out yourself? Sun Xiang said, looking at Li Yi with great anticipation. Hearing Sun Xiang's words, Li Yi displayed a bitter smile and said, Elder son, I've spent all my spirit stones at your Wanbao building. I would love to buy some spirit herbs to try, but I'm really low on funds. Haha, well then, we welcome you to visit our Wanbao building again next time. Here, we have an additional piece of news for you. Saying this, Sun Xiang took out a piece of paper and handed it to Li Yi. Li Yi took the paper with confusion, and after reading it, his brows furrowed. It was a notice of a bounty on his head, which not only included his name, but also his appearance. Someone had issued a bounty for him at the City Lord's mansion. Anyone who could provide information about him would receive 100 spirit stones, and anyone who managed to kill him and bring back his head would receive 500 low-grade spirit stones. In recent days, he had been looking for pill refining texts and had forgotten about the white-clothed youth he had killed outside the city. He seemed to have heard that the youth's cousin was in the enforcement team. Now, they had actually issued a bounty on him, which was quite troublesome. Thank you, Dao Friend Sunday. This information is very important to me, Li Yi said, cupping his fists. You're welcome. Providing quality service to our customers is the mission of Wanbao Building. Safe travels, Dao Friend, Sun Xiang said as he escorted Li Yi to the door, watching him disappear into the crowd. At that moment, a young attendant in green approached him and said, Elder, is it okay if we inform them about this person? The enforcement team has instructed us to report if we receive any information about him. The enforcement team? Our Wanbao building is not their subordinate. Why should we listen to them? I don't like that bunch, Sun Xiang replied with a cold snort. After a pause, he continued, I find this person quite remarkable. He casually took out 700 or 800 spirit stones, including medium-grade spirit stones. A chi refining period cultivator purchasing so much at once is already one of our quality customers. What does it matter if I provide him with information? Even if the building master finds out, he won't say anything. Sun Xiang sneered again. I see this person is not simple. There's a faint aura of killing around him. He must have killed quite a few people and is a ruthless character. We shouldn't offend someone like him. We need to befriend him. I think he might become an alchemist and bring us many benefits. Don't go around talking carelessly, or I won't spare you. All right, I understand. The young attendant in green replied, though in his heart, he felt quite skeptical. He even thought the elder was a bit delusional. A chi refining period cultivator. Only at the 4th level of chi refining, wanting to learn to refine pills and become an alchemist? That was unrealistic. He had been in Wanbao building for many years and knew how many cultivators coveted the profits of alchemists, wanting to become one. Yet, very few succeeded. Each one had a solid background with significant cultivation forces backing them. Becoming an alchemist was extremely costly, without thousands or even tens of thousands of spirit stones. It was impossible. He knew how many spirit stones Li Yi had spent. A cultivator who couldn't even afford spirit herbs couldn't possibly become an alchemist. Every year, many cultivators came to Jushin City with dreams of becoming alchemists, but in the end, they returned bankrupt and even fell into despair. Chapter 33. Disguise and enter the mountains. Li Yi, having blended into the crowd, swiftly vanished from sight. Moments later, he appeared in a secluded corner and put on a medium-grade spirit tool mask. With the mask on, Li Yi's appearance transformed into that of a middle-aged man, and he swaggered out from the corner. He naturally wouldn't return to the inn where he had previously stayed. He had most of his belongings on him. After finding another inn, Li Yi took out the basic pill refining compendium he had purchased and began to read it carefully. For Li Yi, pill refining was something he knew nothing about. The blue spirit pills he had concocted with his father, Li Qian, could hardly be considered real spirit pills. They were merely the most ordinary pills suitable for mortals. It turned out that pill refining was so complicated and required learning some spells. Fortunately, the spells were relatively simple and easy to grasp, which made Li Yi feel somewhat relieved. Then, he picked up the basic spirit herb atlas and read it carefully. It recorded hundreds of spirit herbs, covering all the materials needed for basic spirit pills. Currently, he needed to refine pills suitable for qi refining practitioners. The compendium listed 3 pill recipes at the end: Gathering Yuan pill, Ginseng spirit pill, and Ji Yuan pill, which were the same 3 pills he had seen in the Qingdan Alliance. Li Yi easily found all the materials needed to refine these 3 pills in the Spirit Herb Atlas. Besides the main materials, refining these pills required over 20 auxiliary materials. But fortunately, these herbs could be found in the Tianyin mountain range. However, there was still one problem. He was unfamiliar with the Tianyin mountain range and didn't dare to recklessly venture in. He had also heard that there were 3rd and 4th tier demon beasts deep within the mountains. 3rd tier demon beasts were equivalent to fully realized qi refining practitioners, while 4th tier demon beasts were comparable to foundation establishment practitioners. He certainly didn't dare to wander in recklessly. After disguising himself, Li wandered around Jushin City for a few days. In the task hall of Jushin City, he saw a task that required Qianling Medicine Shop to hire 20 cultivators above the 4th level of qi refining to protect their herb-picking team as they entered the Tianyin mountain range for about 3 months. Qianling Medicine Workshop, like the Qingdan Alliance, is also an organization that refines and sells medicinal pills. However, they also cultivate their own medicinal materials, so they often need to enter the Tianyin mountain range to collect various herbs. Li Yi saw this as an opportunity to sneak in and secretly gather some spiritual herbs. "Hello, I need to sign up for a hiring task," Li Yi said as he found the registration area of Qianling Medicine Workshop. "All right, fellow Taoist, come with me over here. Everyone who joins the escort team needs to pass an assessment," a young man said as he led Li Yi inside. After a moment, they arrived at a training ground where already a dozen people were lined up waiting. Among those registering, most were cultivators at the 5th or 6th level of qi refining, while there were only a few like Li Yi, who was at the 4th level. Li Yi watched the assessment process, which was relatively simple. One just needed to knock a black humanoid puppet off the ground in the training ground, based on the attacking power of the others. Li Yi realized that with his current strength, he would need to use a high-grade spiritual weapon to achieve that. Soon, it was Li Yi's turn. At that moment, an old man with white hair, holding a pen and a small notebook, frowned and said to Li Yi, "Only at the 4th level of qi refining. Your strength is a bit low. Go on, use your strongest attack on that puppet to see." "Okay." After saying that, Li Yi took out a golden flying sword, formed a hand seal, and the small golden sword quickly grew larger, about a foot long, before turning into a beam of golden light and striking fiercely at the black puppet, which was instantly knocked back several meters. "Hey, look, it's actually a high-grade spiritual weapon? This kid is really lucky to have gotten a high-grade spiritual weapon. No wonder a 4th level qi refining cultivator dares to come here with the herb-picking team into the mountains. Must be a disciple of a big family, out for some training, right? Otherwise, with such low cultivation, how could he have a high-grade spiritual weapon? Are you stupid? A disciple of a big family with this level of cultivation dares to come out? Aren't they afraid of being killed for their treasures?" The people around began to discuss animatedly, with many cultivators at the 5th and 6th levels of qi refining showing envious, greedy, and jealous looks, while a few others looked at Li Yi with a hint of malicious sneers. The white-haired old man looked at Li Yi with some surprise, then said lightly, "All right, you passed. What's your name? Just register." "Li Hao." Li Yi casually gave a name, and then he was led to a separate small room to rest. No words were exchanged that night. The next day, Li Yi was called back to the training ground for testing. At that moment, in the center of the training ground stood a middle-aged man in a black robe, with 3 pale green grass patterns embroidered on his chest. This man looked at them with an indifferent expression. Li Yi used his spiritual vision technique to observe and found that this person was at the 8th level of qi refining. After a while, the training ground was filled with people, all presumably hired individuals. On the other side stood a dozen young men and women in white clothing, all relatively young, with cultivation levels around the 1st and 2nd levels of qi refining. The elder responsible for their assessment suddenly walked over and said, "All right, since everyone is here, I will explain this task. This time, we will go to the Yunjian Ridge in the Tianyin mountain range. The hired Taoists are mainly responsible for protecting the safety of our herbalists and helping them clear obstacles encountered during the herb picking process, such as wild beasts, poisonous insects, and even some demon beasts. If you encounter danger, there's no need to fight hard. Just send out a distress signal, and we will send someone to assist." Additionally, one more thing to note is that for the spiritual herbs we encounter, Qianling Medicine Workshop must have the priority to collect them. For any spiritual herbs we do not need, you can dispose of them as you wish. We will not interfere. Now, each Taoist will be responsible for one herbalist, and you can form pairs as you wish. The person assigned next to Li Yi was a dark-skinned young man who directly stood beside him and said, "I'm Chen Ming, and I'm in your group. Please take care of me. Li Hao, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation." Li Yi replied, "Team leader, everyone is here and has been arranged. We can depart now," the elder said as he walked to the young man. "All right, let us go." The young man waved his hand, leading Li Yi and the others out toward the Tianyin mountain range outside the city. Chapter 34. Undercurrents and herb picking. Just as Li Yi was following the herb picking team from Qianling Medicine Workshop into the mountains, in a small courtyard in the northern district of Jushin City, where the law enforcement team cultivators lived, Each law enforcement cultivator had their own small courtyard. Although the courtyard was not large, it was quite luxuriously arranged, filled with various expensive furniture. At that moment, in the middle of the courtyard's hall, sat a young man in brocade clothing with a gloomy expression. Beside him stood an old man in black clothes. If Li were here, he would definitely recognize this person as the elder who had pursued him after killing that young man outside Jushin City. Have you not found the murderer of the 9th young master yet? The brocade-clad young man asked the old man with a cold tone. Yes, 6th young master. We have not found him yet. We only found out that the person left Wanbao Tower, and after that, there has been no news of him. It's as if he disappeared, the old man replied through gritted teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. I suspect that Wanbao Tower must have informed him of our pursuit, making him alert and go into hiding. I will send more people to look for him. We will definitely find this person and avenge the 9th young master. The father already knows about the 9th young master's death. Although the 9th young master's background is not good and his talent is mediocre, he is still a disciple of our Qin family and cannot just die like this. You were his protector, and he was killed in front of you. Your responsibility is not small. If it weren't for me speaking on your behalf, you would already be dead. The young man said expressionlessly to the old man. The old man's heart sank, and he said somewhat anxiously, Thank you, 6th young master. I will definitely find the murderer of the 9th young master. Well, I received news from inside Wanbao Tower that the kid bought some alchemy manuals, probably wanting to refine pills himself, but he didn't buy any spiritual herbs. I think he is preparing to go to the Tianyun mountain range to gather spiritual herbs and refine pills. Also yesterday, Qianling Medicine Workshop sent a herb-picking team into the Tianyun mountain range. Their destination is Yunjian Ridge. I suspect that kid mixed in with them. If he really is there, kill him and retrieve that top-grade spiritual weapon. A 4th-level Qi refining cultivator. You should be able to handle him, right? The young man looked sideways at the old man. I can deal with him, but that cloak he wears is probably a spiritual weapon that conceals his aura. I chased him for quite a distance last time, but couldn't catch him. Later, I suspected he was hiding nearby. And by the time I realized it and came looking again, it was too late, the old man said, somewhat frustrated. After listening to the old man's words, he thought for a moment and said, This spiritual artifact is for you. This is the spirit-searching mirror. With this artifact, no matter what hidden spiritual artifact he has, it should be able to detect it. If you mess this up again, you don't need to come back. Now go. The old man, holding the artifact given by the young man, felt a surge of joy and said excitedly, Thank you, young master. With this treasure, I will surely not let you down. As long as that brat is over there, I will definitely bring back what you want. After speaking, he bowed and exited. Li Yi was visiting the Tianyun mountain range for the first time and was very curious about everything inside. The mountains were high and the forests deep, with some faint spiritual energy lingering between the ridges. There was swirling fog at the mountain peaks, and various wild beasts occasionally appeared in the forest. During their journey, they had already encountered several waves of demon beasts, but they were all ordinary ones, which the group easily dealt with, and they even made some gains. The materials from these demon beasts were not of interest to the Qianling Medicine Workshop, but sometimes they would encounter large swarms of poisonous bees. Although these poisonous bees were only first-tier demon beasts, their appearance in large numbers forced Li Yi and the others to flee in panic. During this time, Li Yi also harvested a few spiritual herbs, all of which were just sprouting. The Qianling Medicine Workshop naturally looked down on these, but Li Yi treasured them like a treasure, directly placing them into his small cauldron space. The others scoffed at Li Yi's choice, some even looked down on him. Brotherly, these herbs have just sprouted. You won't be able to keep them alive when you take them back. Just as Li Yi finished pulling out a spiritual herb with its roots and soil, a young man behind him spoke. This person was Chun Ming, the cultivator from the Qianling Medicine Workshop, who was in the same group as him. Along the way, Li Yi had helped him fend off several attacks from demon beasts, and he felt very grateful, resulting in a much closer relationship between the two. Why won't they survive? Li Yi asked curiously. Spiritual herbs need to grow in places with dense spiritual energy. In ordinary places, the spiritual energy is thin, which may cause the medicinal properties to degrade. Only some large sects can set up medicine gardens using formations to create a place rich in spiritual energy, which is the only way to cultivate and grow spiritual herbs. Chen Ming explained. I see. I'll take them out and give it a try, Li Yi said, unconvinced. He believed that with his small cauldron and the blue liquid, he could succeed in growing them. Seeing Li Yi's unyielding attitude, Chen Ming stopped trying to dissuade him and then asked, Brotherly, your main purpose for entering the Tianyun mountain range this time is for these spiritual herb seedlings, right? Li Yi was startled and asked, How did you know? This isn't a rare thing. Every year, many cultivators like you follow the cultivators of the Qianling Medicine Workshop to gather herbs. But most return disappointed. Some friends even encounter dangers while gathering herbs and lose their lives. I have a senior brother who encountered danger last time. He went herb gathering and didn't come back. Chen Ming said sadly. Is it really that dangerous? Li Yi found it hard to believe. With so many of them, they weren't afraid of ordinary demon beasts, unless they encountered high-tier ones. Of course. Do you know why we hired so many cultivators to protect us this time? Because there have been third-tier high-level demon beasts appearing in Yunwu Ridge, which are comparable to cultivators at the 11th or 12th level of Qi refinement. There is a second-tier spiritual herb, the cold fog grass, that is over 300 years old there. This is our main task for going to Yunwu Ridge, Chunming said. Hearing this, Li Yi was taken aback. The people from the Qianling medicine workshop hadn't mentioned this at all. A third-tier demon beast was something he couldn't deal with. Even escaping would be a problem if he encountered one. Thinking of this, Li Yi's brows furrowed, and his expression immediately darkened. He felt that he had been played by the people from the Qianling medicine workshop. Brotherly, what I told you. You must communicate to our manager. If he finds out, I'm done for, Chunming urged. Okay, I understand. But why are you telling me this? Li Yi asked, somewhat puzzled. Brotherly, I think you are a good person and have decent strength. If we encounter demon beasts or any danger later, you can help me out. In return, I can help you gather herbs. Just tell me what spiritual herbs you need, and I will help you find them. I can submit less in return, Chunming said. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's heart stirred. If that's the case, it would greatly reduce the time he spent collecting medicinal materials. All right, I agree. But if we encounter danger that I can't handle, I can't guarantee anything. At that point, we should just escape separately. Okay, I agree. Brotherly, just tell me the medicinal materials you need. With that, Li Yi told Chunming all the herbs he needed. And Chunming generously gave him all the spiritual herbs he had in hand. This made Li Yi very happy. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could obtain the materials needed for alchemy. With their cooperative relationship, the bond between the two grew even closer. Along the way, Chunming helped Li Yi gather quite a few spiritual herbs. The materials needed for the gathering Yuan Dan had already been collected, but the age of the herbs was insufficient. As long as he returned and cultivated them for a while, he could try refining pills. Currently, he still needed 7 or 8 types of materials for the spirit ginseng Dan and the Zhiyuan Dan. Soon, the group arrived at the foot of a fog-shrouded peak. The leading old man said, all right, we've arrived at Yunwu Ridge. Everyone spread out and head towards the peak separately. Search for the herbs at the top. And don't compete. First come, first served. If you encounter demon beasts or danger, immediately seek help from everyone. After speaking, the crowd dispersed, and Li Yi and Chunming walked towards the back of the mountain. Brotherly, we should go to the back. The purple spiritual mushrooms and spiritual ginseng you need usually grow in dark and damp places. Yunwu Ridge is already quite humid. As long as we find a darker area, we should be able to find the spiritual herbs. All right, I'll follow your lead. You gather the herbs, and I'll keep watch. I don't need all the materials you collect, just one will do. The rest can be submitted, Li Yi said. Great. Then I won't have to worry about explanations, Chunming replied happily. After saying this, Li Yi took out a black turtle shell and placed it in front of himself and Chunming, then took out a small blue fan. The black turtle shell was a high-grade spiritual artifact that Li Yi had obtained from the He brothers. Although it had been sprayed with the venom of a giant python and sustained some damage, its defensive capabilities were still strong. The blue fan in his hand could unleash dozens of wind blades for group attacks, which Li Yi still liked. Brotherly, you even have a high-tier defensive spiritual artifact. That's great. Our safety will be more assured, Chunming said, somewhat excited. Along the way, he knew that Li Yi was not simple. But he didn't expect him to have more than one high-tier spiritual artifact. He was a perceptive person and didn't inquire too much about Li Yi's background. Moments later, Chunming exclaimed in delight. Brotherly, look over there. There are 2 spiritual ginsengs, and their age isn't low. Hearing this, Li Yi was also very excited. Spiritual ginseng was the main spiritual herb for refining the spirit ginseng Dan, and he had been searching for it for a long time. Just as Chunming was about to dig up the spiritual herb, Li Yi suddenly called out to him. Be careful, there are demon beasts. After speaking, Li Yi brought the black turtle shell from the top of his head in front of Chunming. Before Chunming could react, a blue centipede, about 10 feet long, crashed heavily into the black turtle shell. Chunming was startled. Thank you, brotherly, for saving my life. This is a first-tier demon beast, the ice snow centipede. It's quite powerful among first-tier demon beasts, so be careful, Chunming said with lingering fear. Okay, I understand. I'll lure it away while you gather herbs. But be careful to prevent any other demon beasts from appearing, Li Yi said. After finishing his words, his figure flashed. And with a flick of the small fan in his hand, dozens of green wind blades flew toward the blue centipede. Crack, crack, crack. The green wind blades struck the centipede, making a loud noise. Although they didn't injure it, they did provoke its anger. After a series of hisses, the blue centipede, with its small black eyes seemingly spitting fire, opened its mouth to unleash cold air and lunged at Li Yi. Li Yi kept retreating, and at that moment, frost appeared on the turtle shell spiritual tool. On the other side, Li Yi continuously attacked with the small fan, severing the legs of the ice snow centipede, causing its speed to decline. After seeing that the centipede was almost immobile, he took out a golden small sword and directly stabbed it into the centipede's mouth, killing the first-tier demon beast, the ice snow centipede. After slaying the ice snow centipede, Li Yi did not look back and directly tossed the centipede into his small cauldron space. Brotherly, you've already dealt with that centipede. That's great. I've gathered the spirit ginseng, Chunming said, taking out 2 spirit ginseng and handing them to Li Yi. Looking at the spirit ginseng being handed over, Li Yi said, let's each take one of these spirit ginseng. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to collect the medicinal herbs so quickly. Okay, thank you, brotherly. Chen Ming replied obediently. Upon hearing this, Li Yi smiled slightly, saying nothing, but he was very pleased in his heart. With the spirit ginseng, he had collected all the materials needed to refine the spirit ginseng pill. At that moment, a low, deep roar came from the peak of Yunwu Ridge, followed by a bone-chilling cold that swept down the mountain. The people gathering herbs around shivered in fear. Brotherly, what happened? Chen Ming asked. Looking at Li Yi with some fear, Li Yi furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before shaking his head and saying, I don't know, but I feel it's not a good thing. We should be more cautious. Slow down the herb gathering speed and stay behind everyone. We're not in a hurry. Let the others go ahead and scout the way, Li Yi added. Having collected the materials for 2 types of spirit pills, Li Yi was no longer in a hurry. He didn't want to risk himself for just a few spirit herbs. Okay, brotherly, I'll listen to you, Chen Ming said, nodding obediently. After a moment, a terrified roar came from the mountain. Not good. There's an ice snow centipede, and it's already a second-tier demon beast. And there's more than one. Everyone hurry to assist and clear the demon beasts. Herbalists, gather herbs quickly, the leading white-haired elder said to Li Yi and the others. I'll go first. You be careful. After saying that, he hurried toward the source of the rescue call, but his speed was not fast. Chapter 36, Cold Mist Grass. Third-tier demon beast. After walking for a while, Li Yi saw 3 blue centipedes over 2 meters long, accompanied by more than 10 small light blue centipedes over 1 meter long, engaged in a fierce battle with the others. The battlefield was divided into 5 or 6 combat groups. Upon arrival, Li Yi joined a slightly disadvantaged 2-person combat group. One was at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, and the other was at the 5th layer. They were struggling to deal with 2 first-tier centipedes because their spiritual tools were only intermediate grade. Seeing this, Li Yi controlled his high-grade spiritual tool, the Golden Flying Sword, and began attacking the first-tier demon beast small centipedes. With his help, the pressure on the other 2 cultivators was greatly reduced, and they began to attack with all their strength. In just a moment, Li Yi and the other 2 killed the 2 first-tier ice snow centipedes. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for helping us. You can take the corpse of one of these centipedes, said a simple-minded youth among the 2. The other person was about to say something, but seeing his companion agree, he remained silent. All right, I want to be polite then. Li Yi naturally wouldn't refuse such a gift. He casually tossed one of the blue centipedes into his storage bag. Taoist Li, you have a high-grade spiritual tool. Go help the other friends deal with the second-tier demon beasts. After I and team leader Zhou kill these 2 demon beasts, we'll come to help you. Just hold them off. Don't kill them, the white-haired elder said, his eyes brightening after seeing Li Yi swiftly eliminate 2 first-tier demon beasts. After hearing the elder's words, Li Yi sighed internally. He originally wanted to take it easy, but revealing too much strength by directly killing 2 demon beasts made that impossible. I can help, but I can't hold on for long. My cultivation is limited, and using a high-grade spiritual tool is still somewhat strenuous for me. So you all need to be a bit faster, Li Yi said, frowning at the elder. Then took out a low-grade spirit stone to begin absorbing spiritual power and restoring his mana. No problem, just hold on for a bit. Don't let them interfere with us, and we'll soon be able to deal with these 2 beasts. We will definitely compensate you later, the elder said happily. After Li Yi agreed, he didn't hesitate and immediately joined another 3-person combat group. Among these 3, one was at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and the other 2 were at the 5th layer. The 6th layer cultivator used a high-grade spiritual tool knife, while the other 2 used an intermediate-grade flying sword. Dealing with a second-tier demon beast was still quite challenging for the 3 of them, as second-tier demon beasts were equivalent to cultivators at the 7th or 8th layer of Qi refinement. Additionally, the shell of the ice snow centipede was very hard, and the cold air it exhaled was not only freezing, but also had considerable toxicity. As long as the cold air touched a spiritual tool, its attack power would slow down significantly. After Li Yi joined the combat group, their situation improved significantly. Although they couldn't defeat the centipede, they were able to hold the second-tier ice snow centipede firmly in place. After a quarter of an hour, the white-haired elder and the Zhou surname youth killed the other 2 second-tier ice snow centipedes, and then joined Li Yi and the others. They quickly killed the remaining second-tier centipede. At that moment, Li Yi noticed that the white-haired elder was at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, and his spiritual tool was also a top-grade green knife. The Zhou surname youth was a cultivator at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, wielding a high-grade fire-type flying sword spiritual tool, showing great strength. With the 3 second-tier demon beasts slain, the remaining ice snow centipedes seemed to have received some summons and quickly crawled back down the mountain. In this battle, 4 or 5 cultivators among Li Yi's group were killed by the demon beasts. The slain cultivators were mostly at the 4th and 5th layers of Qi refinement, while the other 6th layer cultivators suffered no injuries. Seeing this, Li Yi felt a sense of sorrow, as if witnessing the death of a rabbit and a fox. If it weren't for his high-grade spiritual tool, he might have lost his life during this herb-gathering trip. The dangers and brutality of the cultivation world were evident, and Li Yi felt an even greater urgency to improve his cultivation. Once this matter was over, he planned to find a place to enter seclusion and refine pills. Chase, let us all go and kill these beasts to avenge our fallen companions. At this moment, a passionate young cultivator shouted and rushed forward. followed by 4 or 5 other young cultivators, all with expressions of anger. The older cultivators, however, stepped back a little and did not rush forward. The white-haired elder and the young man with the surname Zhou also stood back, not hurrying to the front. Seeing this scene, Li Yi felt a bit puzzled, and then remembered what Chen Ming had said to him. There were tier 3 demon beasts here. And a somewhat unfavorable thought emerged in Li Yi's mind. While Li Yi was pondering, a piercing scream came from the top of the mountain. Ah, ah, ah. Then Li Yi saw a bloody scene. The 4 or 5 people who had just rushed up were now tragically dead, their bodies torn to pieces. He then saw a blue centipede, much larger than the 3 tier 2 centipedes from before, currently devouring those corpses, making a chilling sound. This scene made everyone's face look very unpleasant, and a few people's faces even turned pale. At this moment, a cultivator said with a trembling voice, "This is a tier 3 demon beast. We should flee quickly. We are no match for it." Manager Wang, Team Leader Zhou, what is going on? A tier 3 demon beast is not something we can deal with. We demand to leave now. A dark-faced man, with a grim expression, said to the white-haired elder and the young man with the surname Zhou. He was a 6th layer Qi refining cultivator. At this time, the white-haired elder and the young man with the surname Zhou looked at the blue centipede with joy at the sight of a small green grass behind it. The green grass was emanating a faint chill, and at the top of the grass was a blue fruit, covered with a layer of ice crystals, clear and translucent. Following the gaze of the two, it was a 2nd-tier spiritual herb, cold mist grass, which is a primary material for refining some 2nd-tier cold attribute elixirs. Although the cold mist grass was not of high grade, it was quite rare, usually growing in extremely cold places. At this moment, the white-haired elder and the young man with the surname Zhou came back to their senses and exchanged glances. The white-haired elder cheerfully said to everyone, "Don't be anxious. Although this ice snow centipede is a tier 3 demon beast, we have so many cultivators here, so we shouldn't be afraid of it. Moreover, our friend Zhou has a top-tier spiritual tool on him. As long as we work together, we can definitely slay this demon beast. Additionally, we promise to double the rewards given to everyone before. The materials from slaying this demon beast can be evenly shared among you, and we will not participate, ensuring that everyone is not at a loss. If anyone has any requests, feel free to bring them up now, but this cold mist grass must be given to us." Chapter 37. Slaying and scheming. Upon hearing the white-haired elder's words, the expressions of those present improved somewhat, and some even showed excitement. Although dealing with a tier 3 demon beast was risky, the rewards were tremendous. Not only would the rewards be doubled, but there were also materials from the tier 3 demon beast to obtain. It was known that tier 3 demon beasts were treasures all over, and the materials on them could be used to refine top-tier spiritual tools. By then, with a top-tier spiritual tool in hand, who would dare provoke them? Some had already begun to fantasize. Hearing this, Li Yi's heart stirred, and he spoke up, "I don't want the reward, but I need some purple spirit mushrooms. I wonder if Manager Wang can agree to that. As long as Manager Wang agrees, I will help you deal with the tier 3 demon beast centipede." Good. Brotherly Hao, what courage. I agree. I happen to have 3 purple spirit mushrooms here. I can give you one right away, and for the other 2. As long as we slay the tier 3 demon beast, I will immediately present them to you. After speaking, the elder took out a wooden box, opened it, and inside was a purple spiritual mushroom, which he then tossed to Li Yi. Li Yi was overjoyed upon receiving the wooden box and placed it in his storage bag. The purple spirit mushroom was a primary material for refining the Ji Yuan Dan. As long as he found 2 other auxiliary materials, he could refine it. Others also engaged in some bargaining, but as long as the conditions were not too excessive, the white-haired elder agreed. However, 2 people among them were unwilling to accept the reward and insisted on leaving, and although the white-haired elder and the young man with the surname Zhou looked displeased, they did not insist on keeping them. "All right, since everyone agrees, let us get to work." After speaking, the young man with the surname Zhou took out a red rope that surprisingly emitted a wave of heat. The spiritual tool in my hand is the top-tier binding demon rope, a fire attribute spiritual tool that specifically restrains ice attribute demon beasts. In a moment, I will use the binding demon rope to bind this demon beast. Everyone just needs to attack it together, the young man with the surname Zhou said. After that, he did not hesitate any longer and directly controlled the binding demon rope to attack the demon beast centipede. Seeing the sudden attack, the tier 3 ice frost centipede was immediately enraged. It dragged its heavy body, not only exhaling cold air, but also mixed with ice spikes, charging fiercely towards Li Yi and the others. The red binding demon rope collided continuously with the centipede in midair. But the binding demon rope did not gain the upper hand. Under the cold air of the blue centipede, the binding demon rope became somewhat sluggish. While Li Yi controlled the spiritual tool to attack, he was secretly astonished. His upper-tier spiritual tool, when attacking the hard shell on the centipede's back, left no marks at all. The centipede's back was covered in shimmering blue armor, transparent like ice crystals, with extremely strong defense. Everyone, do not attack the centipede's back armor. That layer of armor is not easily broken without a top-tier spiritual tool. Attack its mouth and abdomen. These are its weak points. When it finishes exhaling the poisonous mist, we will take the opportunity to attack its mouth. the white-haired elder said. After he finished speaking, everyone recalled their flying swords. After the blue centipede finished exhaling the cold mist, more than a dozen spiritual tools suddenly attacked its mouth. Among them, a flying needle spiritual tool unexpectedly pierced into the centipede's mouth, followed by a chilling scream from the centipede as it rolled on the ground. The young man with the surname Zhou was delighted to see this and took the opportunity to wrap the blue centipede on the ground with the red binding demon rope. Good opportunity, everyone, attack quickly, the young man with the surname Zhou said excitedly. Li Yi and the others seized the chance. Their spiritual tools attacking the blue ice frost centipede. The ice frost centipede sensed danger at this moment and struggled wildly on the ground, its mouth spraying cold mist as if it were free to do so. A few cultivators close to the ice frost centipede accidentally got enveloped by the cold mist and were immediately frozen. Subsequently, the serrated tentacles on the centipede's abdomen turned the frozen cultivators into several bloody pieces. Not good. Everyone, retreat quickly. This centipede is starting to counterattack. I can't hold it anymore. Everyone, be careful. The young man with the surname Zhou shouted angrily. The blue centipede broke free from the red binding demon rope and lunged at the cultivators, with two more unable to dodge in time, being bitten in half by the centipede. Seeing this scene, an extreme fear surged in Li Yi's heart. After hearing the young man's words, he was almost enraged to death. This guy had initially guaranteed it could be bound, but now the ice snow centipede had escaped, causing them great danger. At this moment, Li Yi did not dare to hold back any longer. A red cloak appeared behind him, and with a flash of red light, he disappeared from his original spot. Then, he reappeared not far away, holding a small blue fan in his hand, while the golden flying sword above his head had already been retracted. Stepping back far away, with an angry face, his expression was so cold that it seemed like frost could form on it. Just moments ago, he had been struck hard by the sharp legs of a centipede, and if he hadn't dodged quickly, he might have already met a gruesome end. At this moment, only 5 or 6 people were still alive. The rest had all perished in battle. Everyone was looking grimly at the white-haired elder and the young man surnamed Zhou. One red-faced man quietly asked, "Two friends, don't you need to explain? Why did you release the demon beast centipede in the end? Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so many friends." Upon hearing this, the young man surnamed Zhou snorted coldly and sneered, "Explain? What do we need to explain? My strength is insufficient to perfectly control this top-grade spirit tool. The centipede broke free and escaped. What could I do? Killing a third-tier demon beast is inherently risky. Since we took the risk for profit, we naturally have to be prepared for sacrifices. They died because of their own lack of strength. You can each still get a little more of the materials from this demon beast centipede. What is there to be unhappy about?" He looked at the centipede on the ground, severely injured and on the verge of death from the Group S attacks, and mocked them. At this moment, the young man surnamed Zhou was somewhat unexpectedly looking at Li Yi, observing the fan in his hand and the cloak behind him, seemingly lost in thought. "You." The red-faced man glared at the young man, filled with rage but unable to say anything. This was because his friend had just died in battle here, and they were all filled with anger towards the white-haired elder and the young man. "Haha, my friends, once a person is dead, they cannot return to life. Please mourn in peace. I think we should divide the materials from the demon beast. Let us go gather the herbs and leave this place quickly. You should know that Tianyun Mountain is not a good place," said the white-haired elder, stepping forward to mediate. Hearing the elder's words, everyone fell silent. They knew that now was not the time to turn against each other, especially since many of their own had already died. The two on the other side not only had high cultivation, but also possessed top-grade spirit tools. Even if they united, they might not be able to defeat the two. And their group was merely a chance encounter with little trust among them, making it impossible for them to work together. They exchanged glances, their faces somewhat gloomy, and walked towards the corpse of the demon beast centipede. Just moments ago, while they were in a standoff, the demon beast centipede had died from its severe injuries. The white-haired elder and the young man surnamed Zhou exchanged satisfied glances upon seeing this. Then they excitedly headed towards the frost mist herb at the mountain peak, which was their main goal for this trip, and how could they not be thrilled? At that moment, there were several dull thuds, mixed with sprays of blood flying into the air. Li Yi noticed that those who had just prepared to cut up the demon beast's corpse were now lying in pools of blood, one of whom was the red-faced man. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they died, never understanding why their companions had attacked them from behind. Another person, the white-haired elder from Qianling Medicine Workshop, also lay in a pool of blood, his joyful expression still lingering as he felt his life force waning, realizing he had been ambushed. His face was filled with unwillingness and fear. "Despicable and shameless. How dare you ambush us? You're seeking death." The young man surnamed Zhou shouted in a mix of rage and indignation. He took out the top-grade spirit tool, the red binding rope, and attacked the black-clad woman who had ambushed them with furious strikes. The young man surnamed Zhou hadn't even realized how the ambush had happened. If he had been targeted earlier, he might not have been able to dodge either. A cold sweat broke out on Li Yi's back. He had been cautious and hadn't rushed to check the corpse of the demon beast, thinking that his cultivation and strength were too low to gain much and that he had no say in the matter, so he had refrained from going, which unexpectedly allowed him to avoid a calamity. He then realized that the one who had ambushed them was a black-clad woman, who had a cultivation level of 6 in chi refining. Normally, she wielded a mid-tier spirit tool in the shape of a long knife and appeared very ordinary. However, at this moment, the woman displayed formidable strength. She was manipulating 3 transparent needle-like spirit tools, which seemed to be a high-tier spirit tool. Despicable. Am I as despicable as you people from Qianling Medicine Workshop? You hired cultivators to protect you while gathering herbs without disclosing the specifics, hiding the fact that there were 3rd-tier demon beasts here. Then you used them as cannon fodder against the demon beasts, secretly attacking some of them. Perhaps after you collected the spirit herbs, we would be the next to die. The woman said disdainfully. You. Speak with evidence. Don't slander us. You attacked for the spirit herbs and demon beast materials, didn't you? Stop coming up with grand excuses. Do you think you can deal with me just because you have a high-tier spirit tool and take everything here for yourself? The young man, surnamed Zhou, said angrily. Although the 3 flying needles were no match for the red binding rope, they were quite agile, and for a moment, the young man, surnamed Zhou, couldn't subdue the black-clad woman, which made him even angrier. Humph. Whether or not you can fish in troubled waters is none of your concern. Do you think I'm the only one who dares to ambush you? Just wait. I'll make you understand the consequences of underestimating me, the black-clad woman said fiercely. Upon hearing her words, the young man, surnamed Zhou's expression changed, and he quickly looked around, but there was no one else in sight, which made him somewhat relieved. Just as the black-clad woman and the young man, surnamed Zhou, were engaged in battle, Li Yi quietly approached the corpse of the demon beast centipede. He quickly dragged the centipede's corpse into his storage bag and took 2 storage bags off the corpse, putting them into his own. After doing all this, Li Yi was not finished. He swiftly ran towards the mountain peak, quickly took the white-haired elder's storage bag, and then dug up the frost mist herb with a shovel. Since they dared to scheme against him, Li Yi decided to leave them with nothing and quickly fled towards the north of Yunwu Ridge. You brat, seeking death. Leave the frost mist herb and the demon beast's corpse. The black-clad woman and the young man, surnamed Zhou, shouted angrily. They never expected that a small cultivator at the 4th level of chi refining would dare to rob them in front of their faces. The 2 hurriedly stopped and chased after the direction Li Yi had fled. You stop right there. Leave the frost mist herb, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, if I catch you, I'll definitely tear you to pieces. The young man, surnamed Zhou, gritted his teeth and shouted from behind. Li Yi, however, ignored him and charged forward. When Li Yi looked back, he found that although the black-clad woman was closely following him, she had a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth, which made him uneasy. Moments later, Li Yi reached the foot of the mountain and saw 7 or 8 black-clad individuals chasing down the herb-gathering disciples. These black-clad individuals were all at the 7th or 8th level of chi refining, very powerful, and those herb-gathering disciples were no match for them, quickly being subdued. Seeing Li Yi and the others running down, the black-clad individuals all focused their attention on him. The young man with the surname Zhou was furious upon witnessing this scene. Not only had he failed to obtain the spiritual herbs, but many people had also died. He had no way to report back. And now the only thing he could do was retrieve the cold mist grass to lessen his punishment. Looking at the black-clothed people and the woman in black behind him, he felt a surge of joy as she shouted, Scorpion, stop that kid. He not only got the cold mist grass, but also snatched the corpse of a 3rd-tier monster and several storage bags from other cultivators. We can't let him escape. The leading black-clothed man had a terrifying black scorpion tattoo on his face. Poison Bee, you are truly useless for delaying so long and allowing this kid to steal our treasures. Now it's up to us. This kid dares to take what belongs to the Blood Demon sect. I will definitely extract his soul and make him regret coming into this world, Scorpion said excitedly, licking his lips. Scorpion, be careful. This kid only has a cultivation level of the 4th layer of chi refinement, but his strength is not to be underestimated. He has several high-grade spiritual artifacts on him. Don't underestimate him, or you might end up in trouble, the woman in black warned. Chapter 39. Into the Bat Cave. Oh, I didn't expect this kid to be a fat sheep. We definitely can't let him get away now, Scorpion said, his eyes lighting up with excitement. The other black-clothed figures looked at Li Yi, nearly drooling, as if they wished to eat him. Meanwhile, the Zhou surname youth looked at Li Yi and the black-clothed figures in front of him, his face turning pale. Li Yi was surrounded, which made it even more difficult for him to retrieve the spiritual herbs and monster materials. Moreover, they were from the Blood Demon sect, making the situation even more complicated. The Blood Demon sect was a mid-sized sect, very secretive, but its cultivators practiced extremely sinister techniques, often using the flesh and souls of cultivators to forge spiritual artifacts. They were regarded as evil cultivators in the cultivation world, despised by everyone. Although many large sects had tried to eradicate them numerous times, they had never been completely wiped out and would soon rise again. This was one of the forces that his 1,000-spirit pharmacy could not afford to offend. With enemies in front and pursuers behind, although Li Yi was terrified, he remained calm. Looking at the black-clothed man blocking his way, Li Yi quickly took out a yellow small bell from his storage bag. The bell spun rapidly and flew above Li Yi's head, then struck forcefully towards the group of black figures. A wave of invisible sound waves instantly attacked the black-clothed figures. However, Li Yi's attack did not stop there. He donned a red cloak and with a flash of red light, he appeared in front of the black figures. Then, wielding a green small fan, he swung it fiercely, sending dozens of green wind blades slicing towards the black figures. Ah, not good. That's a top-grade spiritual artifact, and a rare sound wave attack type at that. Everyone, quickly dodge, the leading black-clothed man exclaimed, regaining his senses and dodging to the side. Due to Li Yi's unexpected attack and the black-clothed figure's lack of preparation, they were caught off guard. Two of the black-clothed men, unprepared, were easily killed by Li Yi. It was unbelievable that they, who were cultivators at the late stage of Qi refinement, were slain by someone at the fourth layer of Qi refinement. Taking advantage of the sudden attack, Li Yi swiftly broke through the encirclement and dashed towards the mountain base. When he saw Chun Ming bound, he gritted his teeth, stopped, and untied Chun Ming's bindings. He had promised to save Chun Ming's life, and now that he was being pursued, this was all he could do. I can only do this much. They are after me now, so you should escape quickly, Li Yi said to Chun Ming before instantly taking off. Ah, thank you, brotherly. Take care. Chun Ming gratefully replied, not expecting Li Yi to save him at this moment. He had already lost hope when he saw a group chasing Li Yi. Seeing Li Yi flee rapidly, the leading black-clothed man turned pale with rage, roaring, "Chase! I must extract this kid's soul." After saying that, he led a few people in pursuit, ignoring the other cultivators gathering herbs on the ground. His focus was solely on Li Yi, as once he killed this kid, the top-grade and high-grade spiritual artifacts on him would be his. He was particularly eyeing that yellow small bell. The Zhou surname youth watched the black-clothed men chasing Li Yi, his expression changing from dark to uncertain for a while. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, deciding to pursue as well. He knew the chance of obtaining Li Yi's treasures was slim, but the allure of those treasures was too strong for him to give up. So he followed with a stroke of luck. As the black-clothed figures closed in, Li Yi thought to himself, I can't go on like this. I must shake them off quickly. Determined, he made a sharp turn and returned, attacking the pursuing figures again with his yellow bell and green fan. Although this wave of attacks was swift, the opponents were now prepared, causing only minor trouble without killing any of them. Everyone, spread out and chase. Don't cluster together or get too close. That kid's cultivation level is low, and while the yellow bell's attacks are strange, it's a high-grade spiritual artifact. He can't use it for long. We just need to stay on his tail and prevent him from launching sneak attacks, and when his spiritual power is exhausted, he will be at our mercy, the woman in black instructed the others. Upon hearing her words, everyone brightened up and quickly spread out, following from a distance. Li Yi heard her and frowned. He took out a spirit stone brimming with energy from his storage bag. This was the last remaining mid-grade spirit stone he had. With the mid-grade spirit stone to restore his mana, Li Yi's internal spiritual power was quickly replenished. Seeing Li Yi's actions, the woman in black felt her face flush with anger, and gritting her teeth, she accelerated her pursuit. Li Yi dashed forward, unable to discern the direction, only focusing on running ahead. The further he went, the sparser the flowers and trees became, replaced by many dry branches and leaves, with some corpses of wild beasts along the roadside. These beast corpses were desiccated and looked horrifying, with numerous bite marks as if they had been drained of blood by some creature. The further he walked, the more corpses there were, and the more desolate the surroundings became. Li Yi felt a chill down his spine and involuntarily slowed his pace. As the path ahead narrowed, he soon reached a small hilltop. In front of him was a dark cave, about 3 meters high, deep and terrifying. On both sides of the hilltop were bottomless cliffs, and Li Yi had reached a dead end. Haha, there's no way forward. Let us see where you can run now. Ahead is the bat cave, where there is a large group of blood-sucking demon bats. The strongest blood-sucking demon bat is already at the 3rd tier. I'm curious whether to go in and feed the bats now or jump off the cliff instead. The leading black-clothed cultivator, Poison Scorpion, mocked Li Yi. At that moment, the woman in black standing nearby looked at Li Yi, seemingly having thought of something. She spoke in a very gentle tone, "Friend, as long as you hand over the cold mist grass, the monster materials, and your spiritual artifacts, we promise not to hold it against you, and we'll let you go." Hearing this, Li Yi frowned tightly, sneering coldly in his heart, his mind racing as he contemplated countermeasures. He was certainly unwilling to hand over his spiritual device and surrender. He preferred to have his fate in his own hands, as he did not believe that the people across from him would let him go. Glancing at the pursuers behind him, he gritted his teeth and rushed into the dark cave. Not good. Hurry and chase. It's fine if this kid dies inside, but we must not let his treasures stay in there, the woman in black said, her face changing color as she looked at Li Yi's actions in alarm. The group of black-clad individuals did not rush in immediately, but instead furrowed their brows and stared at the cave entrance. Chapter 40. Closed-door alchemy. What do we do now? The burly man in black asked, frowning as he watched Li Yi plunge into the bat cave. We can only wait. After he dies, we go in to collect the corpse. Let's just hope he doesn't go too deep, the woman in black said. Then what about him? The leading burly man pointed at the approaching young man, surnamed Zhou. Of course we kill him. As long as we kill this guy and seize his top-tier spiritual device, our chances of entering the bat cave will be much greater, the woman in black said, licking her lips as she looked at the young man. Not bad, just what I wanted. I've been displeased with him for a long time. It's perfect to take him down now, the burly man said cruelly. After that, the group of black-clad individuals who had been chasing Li Yi surrounded the young man, surnamed Zhou. What are you doing? I have a top-tier spiritual device. I'm from the Qianling pharmacy. The young man, surnamed Zhou, was now somewhat panicked. He regretted coming along, relying on his top-tier spiritual device. Haha, what is Qianling pharmacy? We, the blood demon sect, don't take you seriously at all. You young masters have probably been in Jushin City too long, just because you have a top-tier spiritual device. You look down on us. Your top-tier spiritual device is just an auxiliary one. It's fine against demon beasts, but against us, it's a joke. Kill, the burly man said, pulling out a small black triangular flag from his storage bag. On the flag was a menacing black scorpion, which had 2 wings on its back. The black flag in the burly man's hand flashed with red light, and the scorpion flew out, pouncing toward the young man surnamed Zhou. Moments later, under the siege of the black-clad individuals, the young man let out a scream and died. Li Yi was naturally unaware of all this happening outside. He was currently delving deeper into the bat cave, which was extremely foul-smelling, with many bats hanging upside down on the cave walls, their bright little eyes flickering. Above Li Yi's head, the yellow small bell was constantly vibrating. Ding, ding, ding. He quickly advanced deeper into the cave, encountering numerous blood-sucking demon bats along the way. But he managed to fend them off with the yellow bell spiritual device. During this time, Li Yi also used the sound wave attack of the small bell twice, naturally killing several low-level blood-sucking bats. He discovered that this yellow bell spiritual device was very effective against blood-sucking demon bats. Wherever the bell's sound waves reached, the bats were all stunned, allowing him to go in for the kill with his flying sword. As many bats were killed by Li Yi, the surrounding bats became fewer and fewer, and they began to avoid him. After walking for an unknown distance, when 2 third-level blood-sucking demon bats appeared, Li Yi's heart skipped a beat. Right here, Li Yi thought to himself, quickly finding a corner, taking out a green small cauldron from his storage bag. With a flash of green light, he entered the space of the small cauldron. Once inside the small cauldron space, Li Yi finally relaxed. This was a means of escape he had thought of after much contemplation. After resting for a day, Li Yi began to take out all the spiritual herbs he had obtained and carefully planted them in the small cauldron space. He then started to water the planted spiritual herbs with the blue liquid from the black water pool. A few days later, he obtained spiritual herbs that were 300 to 400 years old, and even some that were 1,000 years old. Based on the introduction in the spiritual herb catalog, he continuously cultivated the herbs. Half a year later, Li Yi had gathered hundreds of materials for refining Jiyuan pills and Shunling pills. Most of these herbs were 400 to 500 years old, with only a few being 700 to 800 years and 1,000 years old. Since he was refining first-grade spiritual pills, the age requirement for the herbs was not too high. Looking at the numerous spiritual herbs in his hands, Li Yi was very happy. With these herbs, if he could refine all the pills and then consume them, his cultivation would definitely make a qualitative leap. Coupled with the spiritual devices in his hands, he would no longer be chased so desperately. In addition to cultivating spiritual herbs, Li Yi did not idle. He cleaned up the materials obtained from the demon beast centipede. First were the demon cores. He had obtained 7 or 8 demon cores, including 1 third-level demon core, 1 second-level demon core, and the rest were first-level demon cores, along with a pile of ice centipede shells. Then there was the storage bag of the old man in white, which mainly contained fresh spiritual herbs. Almost all the spiritual herbs collected along the way were with the old man, and in the end, they all fell into Li Yi's hands. Li Yi sorted these spiritual herbs into categories and planted them in the small cauldron space. To his surprise, among these herbs, he found all the materials needed to refine the Ziyuan pill. Li Yi packed up the duplicate spiritual herbs to save for alchemy use. Finally, in the old man's storage bag, he discovered over 500 low-grade spirit stones and 1 medium-grade spirit stone, which made him very happy. The storage bag, which had originally been flat, was now bulging again. Lastly, there was a high-grade spiritual device flying sword that the old man had used. In addition to the old man's storage bag, Li Yi also picked up 2 other cultivator storage bags, but these 2 bags were quite meager, containing only a little over 100 low-grade spirit stones, some mid-grade spiritual devices, and the rest were miscellaneous items. After tidying up these things, Li Yi began to prepare for alchemy. He first took out the basic alchemy compendium and read it carefully. Then he took out the shadowing talisman he obtained from the Wanbao building and watched it several times, confirming that there were no omissions. Li Yi prepared to start alchemy. Alchemy is a tedious task. First, one needs to learn the floating technique, mainly used to control the cauldron. Next, one must learn the fire control technique to manage the heat, and finally, the water separation technique to control the fusion of the elixir liquid. After several days of study, Li Yi was now able to skillfully use these techniques. Li Yi took out 3 fire stones and activated them with his mana. At this moment, a small fire pile appeared on the ground. Then Li Yi took out his mid-grade spiritual device, the purple alchemy cauldron, and performed the floating technique, suspending the cauldron above the flames. Next, Li Yi threw a spiritual ginseng into the alchemy cauldron and waited for the ginseng to be refined into elixir liquid. After a moment, a burnt smell wafted from the alchemy cauldron. Li Yi opened the lid, and to his dismay, the melted elixir liquid had turned into a lump of charcoal. With a sigh, Li Yi cleaned out the waste. Then continued refining until he had wasted more than a dozen spiritual ginsengs before he finally refined perfect elixir liquid. After refining the elixir liquid, Li Yi needed to fuse these liquids together. When Li Yi poured all the elixir liquids into the alchemy cauldron, the cauldron shook violently and then turned into a lump of waste. Li Yi persevered in refining and, after failing dozens of times, finally produced his first batch of elixirs. When he opened the furnace lid, 9 gray orbs appeared inside. Looking at the orbs in his hand, Li Yi sighed. Although the elixir was refined, there was an issue with the fusion of the medicinal liquid, resulting in waste elixirs. However, he was not too disappointed with the waste elixirs. Instead, he felt a sense of joy, believing that as long as he continued refining, he would eventually produce good elixirs. Chapter 41. For years. Qi refining stage 10. After refining 2 to 3 dozen batches of elixirs, Li Yi finally obtained a low-grade spirit elixir. Holding the pure white gathering yuan pill in his palm, he was very happy, seeing the hope of success and feeling victory was within reach. Li Yi tirelessly refined elixirs. When he was tired, he would rest, and after resting, he would continue refining. Through his persistent efforts, he was able to stabilize the production of gathering yuan pills, with almost every batch yielding 9 fully formed pills. After refining several more batches, he became more skilled in his techniques and rarely failed. Eventually, among the gathering yuan pills he produced, many were medium grade, and a few were high grade, which made Li Yi extremely happy. It is known that the higher the grade of the elixir, the greater its value. Among all elixirs, the medium grade ones are of the best quality, containing almost no impurities, making them the purest elixirs. When cultivators consume them, they almost leave no elixir poison in the body, causing no harm to the cultivator. During the elixir refining process, Li Yi also discovered that the older the spirit herbs were, the higher the quality of the elixirs refined from them. The high-grade elixirs he produced were mostly made from spirit herbs that were 600 to 700 years old. With this discovery, Li Yi set his sights on 1,000-year spirit herbs. After several experiments, he surprisingly refined a batch of exceptional elixirs using 1,000-year spirit herbs as the main material. Although there were only 3 exceptional elixirs, the rest were high-grade elixirs. Holding the fragrant and cloud-wreathed Shunling pill in his hand, Li Yi was very excited, his hands trembling. With this exceptional elixir, he could consume it without any hesitation to increase his cultivation, completely without worries. Such exceptional elixirs are almost priceless. Ordinary cultivators would not sell them once refined. Li Yi had not seen such elixirs for sale, even in the Qing Dan Alliance's apothecary. After that, Li Yi began cultivating spirit herbs, focusing his efforts on cultivating 1,000-year spirit herbs. After spending nearly half a year, he cultivated a large batch of 1,000-year spirit herbs. Although they were only first-grade spirit elixirs, if sold, they would surely drive the entire cultivation world crazy. After obtaining a batch of 1,000-year spirit herbs, Li Yi began mass-producing elixirs, becoming even more skilled in his techniques, with no delays in the entire process. During the refining process, Li Yi summarized some small tips and unique experiences regarding the purification of medicinal materials, controlling the fire, and fusing the elixir liquids. Although he had no master to teach him, Li Yi did not mind the consumption of spirit herbs, and his experience was almost entirely self-summarized. At this moment, his success rate in refining first-grade spirit elixirs was nearly 90%, and he could guarantee that the quality was above high-grade. Among these elixirs, the proportion of exceptional elixirs was continually increasing, of course, all thanks to the 1,000-year spirit herbs he provided. 3 months later, Li Yi finally stopped refining elixirs. At this time, around him were hundreds of small white vials, each containing the elixirs he had refined. Based on their quality and type, Li Yi had categorized and stored them. Looking at the small jade vials before him, Li Yi's heart was surging at this moment. He cared most about the more than 100 small vials closest to him, which contained only exceptional elixirs, while the other types of elixirs were tossed aside like garbage. After completing the elixir refining, Li Yi tidied up the entire space, took a good rest for a few days, and then began to consume the elixirs for cultivation. Li Yi first took out an exceptional gathering yuan pill and swallowed it. A powerful medicinal force rapidly spread within him, much stronger than the gathering yuan pills he had consumed before. After taking the elixir, Li Yi did not dare to hesitate and quickly operated the withered wood technique to refine the medicinal force in his body. In this way, Li Yi continuously consumed elixirs and operated his techniques. His cultivation quickly broke through to the Qi refining stage 4, then to Qi refining stage 5, and soon after to Qi refining stage 6. Once Li Yi reached Qi refining stage 6, no matter how many gathering yuan pills he consumed, it was of no use. As if he had encountered a bottleneck, Li Yi fell into deep thought at this time, then took out a vial of Shunling pills, hesitating a bit. The Shunling pills and gathering yuan pills could only be consumed in the later stages of Qi refining. In the end, Li Yi gritted his teeth, poured one out, and swallowed it. Immediately, he felt a medicinal force much stronger than that of the exceptional gathering yuan pills spreading through his meridians, bringing heavy pressure to them. Li Yi felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his meridians, as if they were trying to burst out, causing him immense pain. Sweat beads formed on his forehead, and his shirt was soaked through. Enduring the tremendous pain, Li Yi gritted his teeth and persevered, meticulously operating the withered wood technique, as he sensed that his cultivation was on the verge of breaking through. Soon after taking the third exceptional Shinling pill, his cultivation broke through to Qi Refining Stage 7. After entering Qi Refining Stage 7, he no longer felt the tearing pain in his meridians. They slowly began to recover, seemingly becoming even more resilient than before. Once he reached Qi Refining Stage 7, Li Yi began to consume Shinling pills in large quantities, and his cultivation began to rise rapidly. Feeling his cultivation continuously increasing, he was very excited. In the entire cultivation world, no one could consume elixirs that enhance cultivation like candy. Even those top-tier sect cultivators could not enjoy such treatment. Days passed, and Li Yi's cultivation changed almost daily. Because he was practicing the withered wood technique, his aura not only did not increase, but became even more restrained. By the time his cultivation reached Qi Refining Stage 9, his aura had almost disappeared, as if he were a tree about to wither and die, with a rich aura of decline. Such an aura appearing on a teenage boy felt very strange. Crack! A crisp sound echoed in Li Yi's mind, as if some shackles had been broken. At that moment, Li Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Great! Finally broke through to Qi Refining Stage 10. My cultivation has finally surpassed Qi Refining Stage 10. Li Yi shouted excitedly. At this point, his cultivation had surpassed the late stage of Qi Refining, reaching the realm of complete mastery in Qi Refining, with foundation establishment in sight. As long as he worked a little harder, he might enter the next realm of cultivation, the foundation establishment stage, and become a powerful foundation establishment true person. Chapter 42. Purple Talisman Sword Transformation. Feeling the profound magical power within his body, Li Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Qualifications have always been a heavy burden on Li Yi. He still clearly remembers the evaluation of him by the cultivators of the Tianyue sect at that time, a waste of the 5 elements. The worst cultivation talent in the cultivation world, destined to linger in the Qi Refining stage for life, and could only be a low-level Qi Refining cultivator. However, with the help of the miraculous Qing Siding, he spent 7 to 8 years and managed to cultivate to the 10th layer of Qi Refining, essentially breaking the old man's judgment. His progress has surpassed many core disciples of major sects, advancing very quickly. The Qi Refining stage comprises 12 layers, and in fact, reaching the 10th layer allows one to attempt foundation establishment without needing to attain the 12th layer's perfection. However, there is a significant difference in strength after foundation establishment between those at the 10th layer and those at the 12th layer. Generally speaking, the higher the cultivation level in the Qi Refining stage, the deeper the mana after foundation establishment. Some cultivators from large sects or ambitious ones compress their cultivation to stay longer in the Qi Refining stage, continuously improving their cultivation until they reach the 12th layer before establishing their foundation to gain powerful strength. However, there is a problem. After reaching the 10th layer of Qi Refining, it becomes very difficult to improve mana with each subsequent layer. The Jiyuan Dan, Kanling Dan, and Ziyuan Dan in Li Yi's hands no longer have any effect on his cultivation, so he refrained from wasting pills and collected all the pills on the ground. He was already considering searching for some higher-grade pill formulas, as the 3 pills he had consumed were all first-grade pills. He believed that first-grade pills, no matter how many he took, would be useless. He needed some second-grade or higher pills. The reason Li Yi could reach the 10th layer of Qi Refining with first-grade pills was that he consumed exceptional quality pills. If they were ordinary pills, even high-quality ones, he would not have been able to reach the 10th layer so quickly. After resting in the small ding space for 2 days, he began to plan his future cultivation path. With his poor qualifications, to break through, he needed to find spirit herbs and pill formulas to refine pills, which also required strong strength. He had many enemies outside. During this trip into the mountains to collect herbs, he had robbed the Qingdan Alliance of their spirit herbs and offended the Blood Demon sect, as well as the cultivators from the Chen family who had just entered the city, all of whom were formidable forces. He decided to improve his strength first. Thinking of those he had offended made Li Yi somewhat anxious. His cultivation had broken through, and now he could use the top-tier spirit tool, the Yellow Bell, without restrictions. Moreover, he could also control 2 other high-tier spirit tools, which was more than enough to fight ordinary cultivators. However, Li Yi still felt somewhat insufficient in strength. With his cultivation at the 10th layer of Qi Refining, he had no problem dealing with those below that level. But what if a cultivator at the 10th layer or higher came to find him with a top-tier spirit tool? As he thought of this, Li Yi furrowed his brows. Then it seemed he thought of something and casually took out a wooden box. Upon opening it, he found a purple talisman lying quietly inside. This talisman was a trophy from when he killed the He family's 3 heroes. He vaguely remembered that He alone wanted to use this against his Yellow Bell. However, Li Yi did not give him the chance to use this treasure and took the opportunity to slay him. Moreover, using this talisman seemed quite troublesome. At that time, He alone, who was at the 5th layer of Qi Refining, was unable to activate it before being killed. Later, when Li Yi reached the 4th layer of Qi Refining, he tried to use it, but found it completely unusable. Li Yi held the purple talisman in his hands and slowly infused his mana into it. Suddenly, arcs of purple lightning began to flicker on the talisman. The short blade depicted on the talisman seemed to come alive. as if it wanted to fly out of the talisman. When 1/3 of Li Yi's mana was infused into the purple talisman, it transformed into a purple short blade, crackling with lightning. With a single finger, Li Yi sent the purple talisman soaring into the air at incredible speed, almost disappearing in an instant. Wherever Li Yi's consciousness went, the purple short blade would strike, extremely sharp and agile. Watching the short blade dance in the air, Li Yi took out a black turtle shell. After infusing it with mana, the black turtle shell glowed with black light and flew into the air. Li Yi controlled the purple short blade to gently slice through the black turtle shell. As the purple short blade passed through, an astonishing scene unfolded before Li Yi's eyes. Without a sound, the black turtle shell was sliced in half as if it were paper. This was a top-quality spirit tool. Even if damaged, it was still a top-quality spirit tool. With a thud, the two halves of the turtle shell fell to the ground, and Li Yi was startled. He realized this purple talisman was extraordinary, but he had not expected it to be so terrifying. Immediately, Li Yi's heart filled with joy. After testing it, he dispersed his mana, and the short blade transformed back into a talisman, returning to his hand. Upon seeing the purple talisman again, Li Yi noticed that the purple light on it had dimmed somewhat. He speculated that this talisman likely had a limited number of uses and should not be used lightly unless in a critical moment. In fact, he was very curious about the talisman's true power and whether it could break through the defenses of a top-tier spirit tool. But he lacked the courage to use the yellow bell for testing. The yellow bell was currently his highest-tier spirit tool, and if it were damaged, he would have no way to regret it. Li Yi tidied up the items on the ground, finally picking up the two halves of the turtle shell spirit tool and tossing them into the black water pool. Over the years in the small ding space, Li Yi had discovered some miraculous uses of this black water pool. He threw all his waste pills and the residues from refining spirit herbs into it, and these items were all devoured by the black water pool. Initially, he treated this black water pool as a garbage dump for waste, but he found that as long as he disposed of enough items, the amount of blue liquid produced after 7 days would be considerable. This discovery delighted Li Yi. But not everything could be thrown in. Only items with spiritual properties could be, including demon pills and spirit herbs, which could increase the quantity of blue liquid. However, there was a limitation to the blue liquid. When he collected the blue spirit liquid, he could only use ordinary items for collection. Regardless of whether they were spirit tools or any spells, they would all be ineffective against the blue liquid, and a portion would disappear into the black water pool each time he collected it. Finally, curious, Li Yi tossed a low-tier spirit tool into the pool to see what reaction it would provoke. As soon as the spirit tool entered the black water pool, it was immediately dissolved and disappeared. However, 7 days later, some fine, colorful particles appeared at the edge of the pool. These particles were few in number, and Li Yi did not recognize them. Therefore, after exiting, he planned to open a grocery store, recycling some damaged spirit tools to toss into this black water pool and collect more. Chapter 43. The mutated demon bat. After tidying up his belongings, Li Yi decided to leave. With a flash of blue light, he found himself in a stinky, dark cave. Once he emerged, Li Yi frowned tightly. This place was no longer where he had stored the small ding. It seemed someone had taken his small ding. As for where he was, Li Yi was uncertain. But judging by the surrounding environment, he was likely still in a cave of demon beasts, which relieved him somewhat. Seeing this scene, Li Yi immediately put away the small green tripod on the ground and summoned the Huang Yuan bell. The Huang Yuan bell transformed into a Wenzhong-sized small bell, flying above Li Yi's head, forming a golden yellow bell phantom that enveloped him. This was the effect of Li Yi fully activating the power of the small bell after reaching the 10th level of Qi refining. He tested the defensive power of the yellow bell phantom and found it quite impressive. Then, a small green fan appeared in his hand as he walked towards the exit of the cave. He hadn't taken a few steps when he heard a series of sharp squeaks. Suddenly, a white bat over a zhang tall appeared before him, with snow-white fangs about half a foot long on either side of its mouth and small black eyes that stared at Li Yi with a very venomous gaze. Li Yi raised the green fan in his hand and fanned it twice at the white bat, sending over 20 wind blades toward it. As the green wind blades approached, the white bat spread its enormous wings and shielded itself within them, showing no signs of damage from the wind blades. It's a 3rd-tier demon beast, and its defense is surprisingly strong, Li Yi murmured. He then summoned a small green sword and a small red knife, both of which were high-grade spiritual tools. Although this white demon beast bat was a 3rd-tier creature, Li Yi felt no fear because he had reached the 10th level of Qi refining and had high-grade spiritual tools at his disposal. So he had nothing to be afraid of. After the wind blades attacked, the white demon bat suddenly opened its wings and flew into the air, then opened its mouth to start howling. At that moment, Li Yi felt as if his head was about to explode as invisible sound waves surged toward him. His expression changed dramatically, and he quickly cast a spell on the copper bell above his head. A series of deep, resonant bell sounds rang out. Ding, ding, ding. Li Yi felt much more comfortable, and it seemed that the distant white bat hadn't expected Li Yi to have sound wave attack capabilities. As it swayed in the air as if it might fall. What a good opportunity. Seeing this chance, Li Yi was naturally unwilling to miss it. He controlled the green sword and red knife to attack the bat, and he didn't stop there. He continuously fanned the small fan in his hand. causing dozens of wind blades to appear in the air, forming a small storm as if to engulf the white bat. Seeing the dense attacks coming, the white demon bat revealed a fierce expression, desperately flapping its white wings. Then an incredible scene unfolded. The white demon bat actually vanished into thin air mid-flight. And all of Li Yi's attacks missed, crashing against the cave wall with a loud bang. Not good. When Li Yi saw the white demon bat disappear, he cursed inwardly and quickly activated his spiritual eye to locate the bat. Another series of sharp screeches rang out, but this time Li Yi was prepared. The bat's sound wave attack did not harm him, as it was all blocked by the yellow bell. However, the next scene left Li Yi utterly shocked. The white bat suddenly flew onto the yellow bell and began to bite it furiously. During the biting, although it did not damage the bell's body, Li Yi felt the magical power of the yellow bell rapidly depleting. As the magical power waned, the bell phantom around Li Yi started to fade and was about to disappear. This cannot go on. Otherwise, the magical power of the bell will soon be exhausted. Li Yi immediately infused his own magical power into it and quickly urged the Huang Yuan bell to shake the white bat away, continuing to attack with the flying knife and flying sword. However, every time he was about to hit the bat, it would unleash a sound wave attack, causing the high-grade spiritual tools to be knocked about, and the white bat could actually teleport to another location, making Li Yi's attacks miss, which was quite mysterious. Seeing the white bat attempting to flee again, Li Yi swiftly adjusted the bell to aim at the white bat and unleashed a series of booming sound wave attacks. However, at that moment, the white demon bat would also howl at Li Yi's bell, emitting a series of roars. This attack was also an invisible sound wave that could counteract the Huang Yuan bell's sound wave attack, which was quite peculiar. Although Li Yi's attacks did not harm the bat, the demon beast also did not dare to approach him to launch an attack. For a time, Li Yi and the white bat were at a stalemate. Watching the standoff, Li Yi frowned and then sighed, realizing he had to use that item. Saying so, he took out a wooden box that contained the purple talisman. Li Yi took out the purple talisman and continuously infused his own magical power into it. Moments later, a purple short blade appeared above his head, flickering with faint lightning. Ding, ding, ding. Li Yi continuously activated the yellow bell in his hand and launched a series of attacks toward the bat in the distance. Feeling the invisible sound waves, the white bat began to howl at the Huang Yuan bell, and a trace of fear appeared in its eyes as it looked at the purple short blade. Li Yi pointed at the purple short blade above his head and growled. Now, with a whoosh, the purple short blade emitted a sharp, long howl and shot toward the white bat, trailing a long purple light. The purple short blade was completely unaffected by the sound waves, and the eerie white bat was filled with extreme fear. It hurriedly screeched and flapped its wings madly, trying to use its spell to teleport away. However, before the bat could close its mouth, the purple short blade shot into its mouth and then flew out from the back of its head, piercing deeply into the cave wall. After a single strike, the white bat was dead, crashing to the ground and convulsing for a while before finally ceasing to breathe. Li Yi summoned the purple short blade into his hand, transforming it into a purple talisman, which he then stored in the wooden box. Chapter 44. Pursuit and encounter. Looking at the dead eerie white bat on the ground, Li Yi revealed an expression of great joy. Generally, blood-sucking demon bats are completely black, with red fangs, and they usually survive by feeding on the blood of demon beasts. The demon beast blood-sucking bat that Li Yi had just killed should be a mutated blood-sucking bat. Its flesh wings not only could block Li Yi's wind blade attacks, but it could also use teleportation techniques. Its pair of sharp fangs could absorb the magical power of spiritual tools, making it quite extraordinary. Li Yi could confirm that this demon beast bat's strength was among the top tiers of third-tier demon beasts. He had seen a third-tier ice snow centipede before, which was nowhere near as powerful as this mutated demon beast bat. Had he encountered this demon beast bat earlier, he would have surely faced a fatal outcome. Li Yi picked up the corpse of the demon beast bat and placed it into his storage bag. After battling the third-tier demon bat, his magical power had been considerably depleted. After using spirit stones to restore his power, he held the yellow bell above his head, wielded the green fan in one hand, and directed the golden flying sword with the other as he made his way out of the cave. On the path of exploration, Li Yi naturally encountered quite a few blood-sucking demon beasts, specifically bats. Fortunately, these bats were just ordinary first and second-tier demon beasts, and he no longer encountered the mutated white bats. These ordinary first and second-tier demon beasts were no match for Li Yi. Whenever he encountered them, he killed them all. By the end, there were no demon bats left in front of Li Yi, as they all fled from him. After half a day's exploration, Li Yi finally emerged from the ghost bat cave. Looking at the glaring sunlight in the sky, the azure sky, and the drifting white clouds, breathing the fresh mountain air, Li Yi, whose cultivation had greatly improved, felt very relaxed. Noticing his blood-stained clothes, Li Yi found a small river to wash himself properly, then took out a set of clothes from his storage bag to change into. Looking at his reflection in the river, Li Yi felt a bit helpless. His skin was sallow, resembling a nearly withered tree. As he delved deeper into the practice of the withered wood technique, he felt that his exterior became even more sallow and emaciated. Only his eyes were filled with vibrant vitality. At this moment, he also realized that his aura was extremely restrained, As long as he did not actively release it, outsiders could hardly perceive it. Just then, Li Yi suddenly heard the sound of spiritual weapons clashing coming from not far away. At this moment, several cultivators were rapidly approaching him along the bank of the small river. A group soon came into his view. The one being chased was a woman in white with her face veiled, cradling a white ancient zither. The woman had a furrowed brow, blood at the corner of her mouth, a flushed face, and unsteady steps. Occasionally, she would pluck the zither to attack the pursuers behind her. With each strum, invisible sound waves mixed with dozens of wind blades and ice spikes attacked the pursuers. Although the pursuers were in a dire situation, the woman's attacks did not cause much harm to them, as the leading woman blocked them with a red silk-like spiritual weapon. The pursuers were all dressed in black and red, with a woman leading them and a fierce man behind her with a scorpion tattoo on his face. They were the same group that had chased Li Yi before. Seeing these people, Li Yi revealed a cold smile and immediately took out a red cloaked spiritual weapon to conceal his figure. Little beauty, you can't escape. Not only are you injured, but you've also been affected by our young master's Yin-Yang Harmony powder. I advise you to surrender quickly and become our young master's concubine. We will immediately give you the antidote and treat you with respect. Otherwise, heh, the leading black-clad man said with a sinister grin. Dream on, seeking death. The woman replied angrily, quickly using the ancient zither to attack. Seeing that the woman did not heed his warning and even attacked him, the black-clad man became furious and said, "You're asking for it. Just wait. Once the effects of the harmony powder kick in, you'll see how I deal with you." Hearing his words, the woman felt extremely anxious. Although her cultivation was not weak, she had been ambushed recently and had been affected by the Yin-Yang Harmony powder, a lewd and sinister poison. She had relied on her deep cultivation to suppress the poison's effects, severely injuring the one who poisoned her and then escaping. However, the enemy had many subordinates. Although she had already killed quite a few, the new pursuers included someone wielding a high-tier spiritual weapon, being heavily injured. It was impossible for her to repel these people in a short time, which left her with no time to detoxify. Her situation was becoming increasingly urgent. If those behind her caught up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just now, she sensed that there were cultivators nearby and that their cultivation was not weak, which is why she had run this way. But she never expected that this person would be so cowardly, hiding when she arrived. As she thought this, the woman realized that the poison in her body was already out of control. Her face became even more flushed, and her body began to tremble slightly. She had reached a dead end, and it seemed that she would perish here today. Even if she died, she would not let these people touch her body. She can't hold on much longer. It seems the effects of the harmony powder are about to fully erupt. The more she suppresses it, the stronger the eruption will be, the black-clad cultivator leered as he approached the woman. Watching the approaching cultivator, the woman's consciousness gradually blurred, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Gathering her strength, she reached for her forehead, preparing to end her own life. Not good. She wants to commit suicide. We can't let her die. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain to the young master, the black-clad man said urgently. Of course. We can't let her kill herself. Knowing her fiery temperament, I was already waiting for her here, said the black-clad woman with a playful smile. At this moment, she held a transparent thread in her hand, the other end of which had unknowingly bound the woman tightly. The moment the white-clad woman was trapped, fear appeared on her face. Then her consciousness began to blur, her face flushing even more, until it was completely filled with a seductive color. Finally caught this beauty. Looking at her, I really want to devour her, the black-clad brute said, drooling. Poison scorpion, are you seeking death? This woman belongs to the young master. How dare you touch her? You know the means the young master uses. If you want to die, just try it. Hurry and detoxify her. Then we'll go back immediately. We're not far from gathering Immortal City. We can't stay long, the black-clad woman said coldly. Hearing her words, the brute shuddered as if recalling something, immediately halting his malicious thoughts and taking out a porcelain bottle to approach the woman. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Chapter 45, Slaughter. Chu Yuanlan, just as the black-clad figures were putting away their spiritual weapons and starting to relax. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Li Yi's mouth. Hiding not far away, Li Yi suddenly erupted, summoning the Huang Yuan bell, which flew into the air and emitted a dull ringing sound of clang, clang, clang. Subsequently, a red small knife and a yellow small sword flew out from Li Yi's body, attacking the leading black-clad woman and the black-clad man with the scorpion tattoo on his face, respectively. Additionally, the cyan small fan in Li Yi's hand unleashed dozens of wind blades, attacking the black-clad crowd. The sudden attack caught the black-clad man and woman completely off guard, and they were easily decapitated by Li Yi's high-tier spiritual weapons, their heads thrown into the air, bearing expressions of fear and disbelief. Two others among the black-clad people were also instantly sliced into pieces by the wind blades. Not good. The poison bee and poison scorpion have been killed. The opponent is a 10th level chi refining cultivator and has a top-tier spiritual weapon. We are no match. Run. Seeing their companions killed, the remaining black-clad figures panicked, no longer caring about the white-clad woman on the ground, and scattered to flee. The remaining individuals were mostly around 7th level chi refining cultivators, lacking powerful spiritual weapons and low in cultivation. Li Yi was like a hungry wolf entering a flock of sheep. The spiritual weapon in his hand madly harvested the lives of the cultivators, watching the black-clad figures fall one by one. The air was filled with piercing screams and cries for mercy. However, Li Yi was completely unmoved. He never showed mercy to his enemies. These people had mercilessly hunted him in the past, showing no sympathy at all. If it weren't for his green small cauldron, he would have died in the ghost bat cave long ago. A quarter of an hour later, Li Yi killed the last black-clothed man. By now, all the black-clothed cultivators from the Blood Demon sect had been completely eliminated by him. His mood lightened. He was quite satisfied to have avenged the great enmity from when they hunted him down. Moreover, there was a pile of treasures on the ground waiting for him to collect. Moments later, Li Yi gathered all the storage bags from the black-clothed men and burned their corpses to ashes. At that moment, he looked at the white-clothed woman on the ground, and his brow furrowed tightly. Although Li Yi was not a righteous person, he was not one to indiscriminately kill innocents. The white-clothed woman had no grievances with him, and he felt a pang of reluctance to harm her. When he saw her face, he muttered in surprise, "It's actually her." He recognized her as the woman who had boarded the same ship to Jushin City. Her graceful figure at the bow of the ship had left a deep impression on him. Back then, she had merely glanced at him, which led to him attracting the attention of that young master from the Qin family. Although he had already killed that young master, he was still being hunted down. If it weren't for this woman, he wouldn't have crossed paths with others. The phrase "a beauty brings disaster" flashed through Li Yi's mind. Thinking of this, Li Yi shook his head with a wry smile, and then rummaged through his storage bag, taking out a small black porcelain bottle. He poured out a small yellow pill and sniffed it. This pill was the antidote he had seen the black-clothed man preparing for the woman. Li Yi placed the pill in the woman's mouth, and soon the flush on her face began to fade. Her body stopped trembling and twisting, and she gradually regained her calmness, her breathing becoming steady. Seeing this, Li Yi took the binding thread off her body. Looking at the transparent thread in his hand, he was quite amazed. This bundle of transparent thread was not only incredibly tough and thin, but could also conceal its presence. It was indeed difficult to detect without careful examination, making it perfect for surprise attacks. Just moments ago, he had secretly checked the white-clothed woman's cultivation level and was surprised to discover that she was actually at the 11th level of chi refinement, even higher than him. Yet, she hadn't detected the stealthy attack of the transparent thread. As Li Yi was fiddling with the transparent thread, the white-clothed woman lying on the ground slowly regained consciousness. When she woke up, she was initially confused, but then, as if recalling something, her face showed extreme panic. She quickly checked her body, and, finding her clothes intact and untouched, she finally relaxed. Then, she saw Li Yi nearby, quickly picked up the guqin on the ground, and, with a wary expression, coldly asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Seeing the woman holding the guqin, ready to attack him, Li Yi sighed inwardly. It seemed he couldn't engage in acts of saving people in the future. Now that he had saved her, he was being threatened. It appeared that in the world of cultivation, he should refrain from such acts. "Fellow Taoist, is this how you treat your savior?" Li Yi asked with a serious expression. "It was you who saved me. You killed those people. It was you who was hiding here," the white-clothed woman said uncertainly. "Those people had some grievances with me, and I naturally wouldn't let them go when I encountered them. I saw they had the antidote on them, so I gave it to you. I didn't do anything else to you," Li Yi replied calmly. Upon hearing that Li Yi had fed her the pill, the woman's cheeks flushed deeply. She was well aware of her condition after being affected by the Hahuan powder. A look of embarrassment and anger suddenly appeared on her face, making her feel both angry and ashamed. Even though she was usually proud and aloof, she wished she could find a hole to hide in right now. After their conversation ended, both fell silent, and for a time, neither spoke. After a long while, the woman finally calmed down, a serene expression returning to her face as she gazed at Li Yi several times. Li Yi felt that her expression changed too quickly and was somewhat puzzled. "I'm Chu Yuanlan. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I hope to repay it in the future. May I ask for your name, so I can remember it well?" the white-clothed woman said, bowing respectfully with a sincere and dignified tone. This gesture left Li Yi somewhat at a loss. "I am Li Yi. Fellow Taoist, Chu need not be so formal. I saved you merely as a matter of convenience. You need not take it to heart. If there is nothing else, let South leave this place. I have some matters to attend to," Li Yi said to the white-clothed woman. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the white-clothed woman ceased to say more, then looked at Li Yi's pale and ordinary face, as if she had seen him somewhere before, which left her feeling a bit puzzled. Chapter 46. The difficulty of foundation establishment. "Then I shall call you brotherly. I will definitely repay your kindness in saving my life," Chu Yuanlan said earnestly. Then, looking at Li Yi uncertainly, she said, "Brotherly, have we met somewhere before? You seem somewhat familiar, but I can't recall where." Hearing her words, Li Yi smiled slightly and self-deprecatingly said, "It seems my face is too ordinary to be easily remembered. It turns out we really have met. Where could that be?" "I honestly can't remember," Chu Yuanlan said apologetically. "On the ship heading to Jushin City. I was fortunate enough to see your elegance on the deck," Li Yi replied. "Is that so? Now that you mention it, I do remember. But back then, your cultivation level seemed to be only around the 4th level of chi refinement. Looking at you now, You must have reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, right? You truly are a cultivation genius, reaching the 10th level in just about 4 years. Such a speed of cultivation can only be compared to the talents of major sections. Entering the foundation establishment stage must be just around the corner for you, Chu Yuanlan said, somewhat enviously. Miss Chu, you jest. Foundation establishment isn't that simple. I've merely encountered some fortuitous opportunities in the mountains. How could I dare to compare myself to those cultivation geniuses? Besides, foundation establishment is no easy feat. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators in Jushin City, how many can even reach that stage? Li Yi said with some emotion. Brother Li is right. Foundation establishment is indeed difficult, but I believe you have a great chance. May I ask which cultivation family or sect you belong to? Chu Yuanlan inquired. I am just a loose cultivator, not from any cultivation family or sect. By chance, I obtained a cultivation method, which led to my current level of cultivation. If we talk about foundation establishment, Miss Chu's chances should be greater than mine. I see you are already at the 11th level of Qi refinement. Li Yi looked at Chu Yuanlan and said. As Li Yi and Chu Yuanlan spoke, they walked together, chatting and laughing on their way to Jushin City. Brother Li truly has a discerning eye, immediately seeing through my cultivation level. If Brother Li were a loose cultivator, it would be somewhat difficult to establish a foundation. I heard that Li Yi is just a loose cultivator, and Chu Yuanlan showed extreme shock. She simply couldn't understand how a loose cultivator like Li Yi could have such cultivation, and his speed of advancement was so fast. She had been cultivating since childhood and had spent over a decade to reach her current level, and her spiritual root quality was quite good. Why is that? I hope Taoist friend Chu can enlighten me. After hearing Chu Yuanlan's words, Li Yi's brow furrowed. He didn't understand why it would be so difficult for a loose cultivator to establish a foundation. It's nothing, after some time. Taoist friend will surely understand that establishing a foundation requires foundation pills, and the chances of loose cultivators obtaining foundation pills are extremely slim. Without foundation pills, it's basically impossible to successfully establish a foundation, unless one is an extraordinary genius who can establish a foundation without them. But such cultivators are almost legendary. There hasn't been one in the Chu Kingdom for over 1,000 years. It's worth noting that foundation pills are almost entirely controlled by the 5 major cultivation sects in the Chu Kingdom. Unless one is a cultivator from the 5 major sects, others simply cannot obtain foundation pills. The foundation pills obtained by the Loose Cultivator Alliance and cultivation families also come from the 5 major sections. Therefore, the cultivation families and Loose Cultivator Alliance in the Chu Kingdom are basically backed by the 5 major sections. The formula and refining methods for foundation pills are even more secrets of the major sects, and outsiders simply cannot obtain them or create foundation pills. This is also why the 5 major sects can firmly control the Chu Kingdom. Chu Yuanlan elaborated. After hearing her words, Li Yi's expression darkened completely. He hadn't expected that establishing a foundation required foundation pills, and that they were so difficult to obtain. He had a small cauldron space to cultivate spiritual herbs himself. But without the formula for foundation pills and the necessary spiritual herbs, he was like a clever woman unable to cook without rice. He couldn't create foundation pills out of thin air. He was even less likely to obtain the formula for foundation pills from the 5 major sections. Seeing Li lost in thought, Chu Yuanlan said somewhat confusedly, Brother Li, don't be anxious. I believe if you enter one of the 5 major sects, you will definitely be able to obtain foundation pills. Moreover, in 3 years, the 5 major sects will recruit a new batch of disciples. With your cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement, you still have a good chance of entering one of the 5 major sections. After all, you are only in your 20s, right? With such cultivation, your aptitude must be quite good. After hearing Chu Yuanlan's words, Li Yi sighed and smiled bitterly, saying maybe. He was unwilling to speak much about his own aptitude. Li Yi felt a sense of desolation in his heart. His aptitude was a waste root of the 5 elements. The worst aptitude in the cultivation world. If it weren't for this, he could have entered the Tianyue sect back then. His current cultivation level was achieved solely by consuming special-grade spiritual pills. Without the small cauldron and that mysterious blue liquid, he would be nothing. Could you tell me more about the recruitment of disciples in 3 years? Li Yi still held some hope and asked Chu Yuanlan. In addition to recruiting disciples with excellent aptitude, the 5 major sects also recruit some powerful Qi refinement disciples to help them with various chores. These disciples are generally serving as deacon disciples. They mainly serve the core disciples of the sect and have a certain amount of tasks each year, which come with some rewards. Some foundation pills are also distributed to these disciples. If Brother Li's aptitude isn't too good, you can participate in the assessment for these disciples. This is also an opportunity for most loose cultivators. Although the competition for these disciples is very fierce each time, I believe Brother Li should have no problem. Chu Yuanlan said seriously. She felt that with Li Yi's cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement, he should have no problem participating in the assessment. After hearing her, Li Yi thought it was necessary to give it a try. Since he had no chance to join the Tianyue sect, he would see if there were opportunities to join other sections. Li Yi felt that even if he could obtain foundation pills, one pill wouldn't be enough. He still needed to find a way to get the formula for foundation pills, then gather the spiritual herbs, and refine a large number of foundation pills to ensure his success in establishing a foundation. I understand. Thank you, Miss Chu, for the information. We are approaching Jushin City, and I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Li Yi said to Chu Yuanlan. Brotherly, don't be in a hurry. I have an opportunity here that I would like to share with you. Chu Yuanlan looked at Li Yi and said seriously. After hearing her words, Li Yi was somewhat dismissive. He had the small cauldron and the blue liquid, and he didn't think Chu Yuanlan could offer him any opportunity. Moreover, he was not familiar with her and was unwilling to take risks with someone he didn't know well. Even though she was very beautiful, Li Yi was not the type to lose his reason for beauty. This time he went into the mountains to gather herbs. He had thoroughly witnessed the cruelty of the cultivation world, and going out with unfamiliar people posed significant risks. Chapter 47 Invitation, Washing Marrow Fruit. Noticing that Li Yi's interest was not high, Chu Yuanlan immediately spoke up. I have a map that records a cave dwelling of a foundation establishment cultivator. According to the information I obtained, this foundation establishment cultivator was a traitor from the Tianyue sect who escaped 500 years ago. It is said that this cultivator stole a third-grade spiritual herb, the washing marrow fruit tree, from the Tianyue sect. And he was also an alchemist who was obsessed with alchemy throughout his life. He wasted a large amount of washing marrow fruits while researching how to refine washing marrow pills. Later, the Tianyue sect forbade him from experimenting with the refinement of washing marrow pills, which is why he stole a washing marrow fruit tree from the sect. The washing marrow fruit tree, could it be that legendary tree that produces washing marrow fruits, capable of washing tendons and marrow? Li Yi said, somewhat moved. Brotherly, you are correct. It is indeed this kind of washing marrow fruit. In ancient times, cultivators from major sects used this spiritual fruit to refine washing marrow pills, which would wash and refine the bodies of cultivators. However, with the passage of time, this spiritual fruit has almost become extinct. The formula for refining washing marrow pills has also disappeared. Only the leader of the Tianyue sect has obtained a few fruit trees from ancient ruins. But he did not obtain the refining method. Because of this, the number of foundation establishment cultivators in the Tianyue sect is significantly higher than in other sects, and correspondingly, the number of golden core cultivators is also higher, which is why their overall strength surpasses that of ordinary sections. This fruit not only increases the success rate of establishing a foundation, but if consumed over a long period, it is also beneficial for forming cores, though the exact efficacy is unknown. Chu Yuanlan said eagerly. Miss Chu, can you confirm that there is a washing marrow fruit tree in the cave? Li Yi asked with some anticipation. If he could obtain a washing marrow fruit tree and cultivate it in large quantities, establishing a foundation would be much easier. After all, entering the foundation establishment stage requires not only foundation pills, but also other auxiliary pills, among which washing marrow fruit is the best auxiliary item. I can't be certain, but it is highly probable. During my exploration in the mountains, I just discovered the cave's location deep in the Tianyan mountain range. However, I haven't found a way in yet, and I was discovered by the Blood Ghost sect's people. Later, I was chased by them, and fortunately, thanks to Brother Li's rescue, I escaped a great disaster. Chu Yuanlan said, frowning and expressing her gratitude to Li Yi. Hearing that the cave was deep within the Tianyan mountain range, Li Yi frowned. This time, he had only searched the periphery and encountered a third-tier demon beast. With his current strength, dealing with some third-tier demon beasts was not a problem. However, the depths of the Tianyan mountain range housed fourth-tier demon beasts, which could rival foundation-building cultivators and were simply beyond his current capabilities. Now that he had seen them, he could only run as far as possible and could not engage in battle. Not only that, but the young master of the Blood Ghost sect was also inside. A sect's young master was certainly not easy to provoke, and he had a nearly irreconcilable feud with the other party. Although this exploration of the cave was fraught with risks, the rewards were also considerable. The opponent was a foundation-building cultivator, and there were quite a few treasures among them. The cave should contain magical tools, elixirs, spiritual herbs, etc. Moreover, the other party was an alchemy fanatic, so there should also be some alchemy manuals in the cave. Li Yi didn't care much for the magical tools and elixirs, but he was eager to obtain the alchemy manuals. The alchemy manuals he bought last time at the Wanbao building were merely ordinary texts, which could be easily acquired. However, purchasing some advanced texts was nearly impossible. One must understand that advanced alchemy manuals are the secrets of alchemists, usually passed down from father to son or master to disciple. And they are not sold unless absolutely necessary. Alright, I promise Miss Chu, but I have one request. If we obtain any alchemy manuals, I need to make a copy. I am very interested in refining elixirs, Li Yi said, looking at Chu Yuanlan. This is no problem at all, just a small matter. As long as we enter the cave, everything can be split evenly. However, this cave is in the Heishui Marsh, and it is somewhat perilous. The outer area of the cave is also protected by formations, so I need to invite a few friends who are proficient in formations to help. And I need to prepare some things. You can also prepare a bit. 6 months later, Brother Li can come to this address to find me. Don't forget, she said, taking out a map and handing it to Li Yi. Li Yi reached out to take the map, opened it to take a look, and memorized the address. Okay, I've noted the address. Thank you, Miss Chu. I will definitely arrive on time, Li Yi said sincerely. Brother Li, don't be polite. Besides, your strength is not weak. We need to work together to explore. You have saved my life, and I don't know how to thank you. If you don't mind my plain appearance, just call me Yuanlan. Chu Yuanlan said, looking at Li Yi. her face slightly flushed and shy. You jest, if your appearance is plain. Then there probably aren't any beautiful women in the world. Then I will call you Miss Yuanlan. Li Yi replied. Then it's settled. I have something to attend to. So I will take my leave first. See you in 6 months. After saying that, her face slightly flushed, she walked into the Jushin city. After a round of farewells, Li Yi parted ways with Chu Yuanlan. Looking at her graceful figure in the distance, he shook his head, no longer indulging in his thoughts, and also walked into Jushin city. He now needed to handle the demon beast corpses on him. He did not plan to sell these materials, but intended to find a weapon refiner to forge them into top-tier spiritual tools. After all, he had materials from 2 third-tier demon beasts, and it would definitely be possible to forge top-tier spiritual tools. Moreover, this time he would enter the depths of the Tianyan mountain range with Chu Yuanlan, and having 2 top-tier spiritual tools would certainly increase his means of survival. Then he would see if he could buy some recipes for elixirs to refine some that could enhance his cultivation. First-tier elixirs were no longer effective for him. He now needed to see if he could buy second-tier elixir recipes and spiritual herbs, as well as some special elixirs. For example, detoxification pills, healing pills, and elixirs for restoring mana. He did not want to use spirit stones to restore mana every time, as the speed of restoring mana with spirit stones was too slow, which was very disadvantageous during battles. Thinking this way, Li Yi walked into Jushin city. The fees and jade tokens from his last entry into Jushin city were naturally no longer valid, so Li Yi registered again and paid the spirit stones for entry. This time, Li Yi entered Jushin city without using a disguise. He was now a 10th layer chi refining cultivator, and even if that black-clothed old man discovered him, there was no need to fear him. He even thought that if the man came after him, it would be a good opportunity to kill him and take revenge for the arrow incident years ago. Chapter 48. Master Blacksmith. After entering the city, Li Yi casually called over a messenger from Jushin city and said, I need to find a blacksmith who can help me forge spiritual tools. Do you know where such a place is? At that moment, a smiling old man approached Li Yi respectfully and said, Hello, friend. I happen to know the place you're talking about. Last year, a blacksmith came to Jushin city. His reputation is quite considerable, and he has helped many people forge top-tier spiritual tools. Moreover, if the forging fails, he compensates double the material cost. It is said that even foundation building seniors have sought him out to forge magical tools. Upon hearing the old man's words, Li Yi raised his eyebrows and instantly became interested. A cultivator capable of forging magical tools was quite extraordinary. He asked, what is this person's background? Are there any requirements for forging spiritual tools? The person is very young, and his background is unclear, no one knows. However, he has a rule for forging. He only forges with top-grade or special materials. The forging fees are several times higher than those of ordinary blacksmiths. The price is steep, but the spiritual tools forged are outstanding, the black-clothed old man replied again. All right, take me to see him, Li Yi said. A moment later, Li Yi arrived at a luxurious shop in the south of Jushin city, which had a sign that read Master Blacksmith Pavilion. Looking at the sign, Li Yi smiled and shook his head. The owner was quite straightforward, directly calling himself a master, which was rather amusing. Li Yi casually handed over 2 spirit stones and dismissed the old man who had guided him. At that moment, there were already 3 people waiting inside the shop. There were 2 attendants in the shop. One was introducing various spiritual tools to the customers at the counter, while the other was attending to the customers who came in to forge tools. Li Yi glanced at the various spiritual tools in the shop, which were mainly mid-tier and high-tier spiritual tools, and there were even several top-tier spiritual tools, which made Li Yi secretly amazed. This blacksmith pavilion was indeed extraordinary, which gave him even more confidence in the spiritual tools he could forge from the demon beast materials he had. Friend, do you need to purchase spiritual tools, or are you here to forge spiritual tools? One of the white-clothed attendants asked Li Yi. I have some materials and need to forge spiritual tools, Li Yi replied. Okay, forging spiritual tools will take some time. There is already someone inside forging, the white-clothed attendant said politely. After waiting for about half a day, the door of a room at the back of the blacksmith pavilion was opened, and a middle-aged man in black walked out. There was a trace of pain on the man's face, but the joy in his heart was hard to conceal. He must have obtained a very good spiritual tool. The white-clothed attendant escorted the man out, and then said to Li Yi, this guest, please come in. The blacksmith inside is already waiting. After saying that, Li Yi was led into a small courtyard, and then the attendant closed the courtyard door and left. The small courtyard is very spacious, with nothing inside except for a table and a chair. On the table sits a teapot, and in the middle of the courtyard, there is a young man in red, in his 20s, looking somewhat cynical. At this moment, the young man is teasing a black fire crow, feeding it some elixirs. Li Yi checked the young man's cultivation level and found that he has reached the 11th level of chi refining, 1 level higher than him, indicating he is close to forming his foundation. Such cultivators are usually preparing the materials needed for foundation establishment, yet this person is refining tools here, which puzzled Li Yi. The fire crow in front of him is also not simple. It is a 3rd-tier demon beast and has likely been tamed by him, becoming his spirit beast. Stop standing there like a fool. What spirit tool are you going to refine? Hurry up and bring out the materials. You should know my rules. Don't waste my time with ordinary trash. I'm a master tool refiner, and my time is very valuable. the young man said without even looking up, continuing to play with his little fire crow. Hearing his words, Li Yi showed no signs of displeasure and directly took out from his storage bag the materials of a third-tier demon beast centipede, a third-tier demon beast bat, as well as some materials from second-tier and first-tier demon beast centipedes and bats, placing them all on the ground. In an instant, the originally empty courtyard was almost filled. The young man, who had previously seemed indifferent, immediately became spirited, his face filled with joy as he excitedly said, "Incredible. There are actually materials from third-tier demon beasts. I finally have the chance to refine my skills. Haha, those guys will be envious if they know I can use third-tier demon beast materials for tool refining. My friend, what spirit tool do you want to refine with these materials? Do you have any specific requirements? Feel free to mention them," the young man said warmly to Li Yi, as if afraid that Li Yi would take the materials away, continuously stroking the two white demon beast bats and the ice centipede materials on the ground. "I want to refine a few top-tier spirit tools, and they need to be high quality. The wings of those two white demon beast bats need to be refined into a pair of flying wing spirit tools. As for the fangs, I hope to refine them into attack spirit tools. The materials from the demon beast centipede, I hope to refine them into a set of top-tier spirit armor. You can handle the rest of the materials as you see fit. Consider the remaining materials as your reward," Li Yi said. "All right, no problem. I wonder what characteristics these two demon beasts have. Could you tell me? I can maximize the effectiveness of these materials based on their characteristics," the young man said eagerly. "This third-tier demon beast centipede has a hard shell with ice attributes, capable of launching ice spikes and poisonous mist for attack. The third-tier demon beast bat has teeth that can absorb spiritual power and can emit sound wave attacks. Additionally, it flies at incredibly high speeds," Li Yi briefly explained, not disclosing that the white demon beast could execute a nearly instantaneous ghostly movement technique. "Good, they all have decent abilities. I wonder if the inner cores of these demon beasts are still intact? If the inner cores are still there, they can be integrated into the spirit tools, significantly increasing their power," the young man said. "The inner cores can be refined into spirit tools? Is there such a method?" Li Yi asked curiously. "Yes. Integrating the inner core into the spirit tool can enhance its power, but this only applies when refining with demon beast materials. Typically, Foundation establishment period cultivators use this method for refining artifacts. It's rare for ordinary spirit tools to be refined this way. Using an inner core for refining a spirit tool would be a waste. I only recently researched this method of spirit tool refining. If you don't mind, you could bring it out for me to try," the young man said proudly, with a hint of anticipation. "I have inner cores as well, so I hope you won't let me down," Li Yi replied. After saying this, Li Yi took out two wooden boxes from his storage bag, inside which were one blue and one red inner core, belonging to the third-tier demon beast ice centipede and the third-tier demon beast mutated bat. Chapter 49, Tool Refining. Dan Tower 5 days later, Li Yi walked out of the tool refining pavilion with great satisfaction. The young man in red truly had impressive tool refining skills. Not only was his refining technique proficient, but he also had his own ideas, greatly broadening Li Yi's horizons. The three spirit tools were all refined according to his requirements, and were all high quality among top-tier spirit tools. The shell of the third-tier demon beast ice centipede was refined into a set of blue ice spirit armor, which not only had extremely strong defensive power, but could also automatically activate a layer of ice shield for defense. The fangs of the third-tier demon beast mutated bat were embedded on both sides of a spear spirit tool, forming a trident spirit tool. The spear itself was already a top-tier spirit tool, possessing strong armor-piercing capabilities. Thus, while this spirit tool, embedded with the bat's fangs, seemed unusual, it also gained the ability to absorb spiritual power, making it quite rare and peculiar. The most satisfying aspect for Li Yi was the pair of pure white wings, which were refined into a wing spirit tool that Li Yi named Bat King Wings. This allowed Li Yi to soar in the sky even during the chi refining stage and to cast a nearly instantaneous spell like the Bat King, making Li Yi ecstatic. In the future, even if he encounters an enemy he cannot handle, he can simply flap his wings and leave. The red-clad tool refiner was also very envious of this spirit tool. He even offered a hefty sum to purchase the pair of wings, but Li Yi did not agree. Since the other party offered an additional top-tier spirit tool, Li Yi also paid an extra bottle of top-grade Ji Yuan Dan as the price. The young man was quite surprised when he saw Li Yi take out the high-quality elixirs, and even more astonished when he learned that these elixirs were refined by Li Yi himself. This was because Li Yi was remarkably young, not yet 20 years old, and had not only reached the peak of chi refining, but could also refine first-grade high-quality elixirs. He developed a strong interest in Li Yi, subtly asking him many questions. But Li Yi did not give direct answers, only saying he was a loose cultivator. Instead, he revealed quite a bit of information to Li Yi, which made Zhang Tai very frustrated. The two continued to converse for a long time, and Li Yi felt that this person was straightforward and had a skill in tool refining, making him someone worth befriending. Zhang Tai also wanted to befriend this young alchemist. Li Yi learned that this person's name was Zhang Tai, a disciple of the Fire Spirit Valley, one of the 5 major sects in the Chu Kingdom. Due to a mistake in tool refining, he ruined the artifact of a Foundation establishment period cultivator. to escape the wrath of the Foundation establishment cultivator. He took on an external training task to both improve his tool refining skills and earn some spirit stones in preparation for Foundation establishment. When they parted, Zhang Tai even suggested that Li Yi go to the Dan Tower to certify his alchemist level, as this would provide many conveniences for him in the future in the cultivation world. It should be noted that alchemists, tool refiners, and formation masters are the three most sought-after professions in the cultivation world. As long as one achieves success in any of these areas, they will live a worry-free life and be highly respected. The Dan Tower is a very unique and mysterious organization, with branches not only in the Chu Kingdom, but also in several surrounding countries, wherever there is a long-term gathering of cultivators. It mainly provides qualification certification for alchemists and collects rare spiritual herbs and elixir formulas, selling them at very generous prices. When cultivators apply for qualification certification, they need to pay a fee in spirit stones and then refine elixirs using their own spiritual herbs. The alchemists of the Dan Tower will give a certification badge based on the level of their alchemy skills. According to the ranks of elixirs refined by alchemists, they can be divided into 1st to 9th rank alchemists. This certification is widely recognized in the cultivation world. Whenever someone inquires about alchemy skills, they will ask if you possess the certification token from the Dan Tower. If you do, others will immediately acknowledge your status. All of this was told to Li Yi by Zhang Tai, who also informed him that the power of the Dan Tower is unfathomable. There have been individuals dissatisfied with the Dan Tower's practices who attempted to challenge it, but these forces later disappeared without a trace, leading people to understand that the Dan Tower is not to be trifled with. Even the 5 major sects of the Chu Kingdom dare not offend the Dan Tower easily. So Li Yi should be cautious. The Dan Tower's location is not in a bustling area, but rather in the south of the city, where small shops are clustered, not far from the place where masters cultivate qi. After inquiring with a few people, Li Yi found the location of the Dan Tower. The premises of the Dan Tower are not very large. Instead, they are quite low-key and desolate, with no shops around, just the Dan Tower itself. And there are hardly any people coming in or out. The signboard simply reads Dan Tower, with Chu Kingdom, Ju Xian City branch written in the lower right corner. Standing at a distance, Li Yi glanced at the Dan Tower, hesitated for a moment, and then walked over. Upon entering the Dan Tower, Li Yi was somewhat taken aback. There was hardly anything inside, just a counter, a tea table, and a few chairs. Behind the counter sat a young girl in green, who was reading an ancient book. Noticing Li Yi's entrance, the girl put down her book and asked, "Dear friend, do you have any spirit herbs or elixir formulas to offer?" "I am here to apply for the alchemist qualification assessment," Li Yi replied. "Oh, are you looking to take the 1st rank alchemist assessment?" The girl looked at Li Yi, who was dressed simply, with a slightly youthful and thin face, and asked in surprise. "1st rank," Li Yi said succinctly. "All right. The 1st rank alchemist assessment requires a fee of 200 low-grade spirit stones. Please proceed to pay over here." Upon hearing the girl's words, Li Yi cursed inwardly. How greedy. Reluctantly, he handed over the spirit stones. Seeing Li Yi's expression, the contempt in the girl's eyes grew even stronger. An alchemist, even if just a 1st rank one, shouldn't be this impoverished, struggling over such a small amount of spirit stones. "All right, the alchemist assessment is upstairs. Follow me." After collecting the spirit stones, she led Li Yi to the staircase. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the decor was even simpler. A vast empty hall with a purple bronze furnace placed in the center, about a yard tall, emitting a faint sandalwood fragrance that was refreshing and invigorating. Behind the bronze furnace sat an old man in white. Li Yi used his probing ability to check the old man's cultivation level. To his surprise, he couldn't detect the old man's cultivation at all. The old man's presence gave him an overwhelming feeling, startling Li Yi. This person was definitely not a qi refining cultivator, but should be a foundation building cultivator. Sensing Li Yi's arrival, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Li Yi. That one glance seemed to see right through him. "Elder Qin. He has come to participate in the 1st rank alchemist assessment," the girl in green said. Hearing her words, the old man in white slowly spoke. Since you are here for the assessment, you know the rules, right? Take out your spirit herbs and start refining your elixirs." "Yes, senior," Li Yi replied respectfully. He didn't dare to be negligent in front of this foundation-building elder. After speaking, Li Yi took out the spirit herbs he had prepared in his storage bag. He took out a spirit ginseng that was about 100 years old, along with some other auxiliary materials, but he didn't take out any long-aged spirit herbs, as taking out herbs that were hundreds of years old would surely cause trouble. He planned to refine a spirit ginseng pill, as this was the elixir he had refined the most, and it also had the highest success rate. Among 1st rank elixirs, it was considered above average. Much better than the qi gathering pill. "Little brother, you intend to refine a spirit ginseng pill, right? Based on the age of the spirit herbs you've brought, you need to refine 3 medium-grade or higher spirit ginseng pills for the Dan Tower to issue you the 1st rank alchemist qualification token. Moreover, you only have 3 chances. If all 3 attempts fail, it will be deemed a failure." The old man in white stroked his small mustache, smiling. Upon hearing his words, Li Yi's expression stiffened. There were such requirements. It seemed that the Dan Tower's assessment was not only about the elixirs produced, but also about the true alchemy level of the alchemist. "All right, I understand. Li Yi replied respectfully. As a qi refining cultivator, it was always wise to show respect to a foundation-building cultivator. After that, Li Yi took out a fire stone, ignited a flame, and then took out a purple spirit tool alchemy furnace to begin refining. He first placed the spirit herbs into the alchemy furnace and started purifying the medicinal liquid. The old man watched Li Yi's skilled movements and the purified liquid, nodding frequently, clearly approving of Li Yi's refining steps. Soon, Li Yi poured all the medicinal liquid into the alchemy furnace and began to merge the liquids. He carefully controlled the merging of the medicinal liquid in the furnace. Although he had refined many batches of elixirs, using such low-year spirit herbs still made him nervous, as he had primarily used spirit herbs that were hundreds to thousands of years old for refining high-grade elixirs. After a while, a fragrant aroma wafted from the alchemy furnace. Li Yi knew that the medicinal liquid was beginning to condense into pills. He had succeeded in refining. Opening the alchemy furnace, he saw 9 round and plump balls lying inside. Among the 9 elixirs, 6 were medium grade, and 3 were low grade. Li Yi was overjoyed. "Elder, please take a look. These are the elixirs I refined," Li Yi said, holding out the elixirs to the old man. The old man took the elixirs and began to examine them carefully. Then slowly spoke. "Not bad. There are actually 6 medium-grade elixirs among the ones you refined. The other 3 are low-grade. Your control over the refining process is still lacking a bit. If you could control the heat better, those 3 would also be medium-grade elixirs. Little brother's alchemy level has already reached that of a first-rank alchemist, and among first-rank alchemists, your level is also quite high. May I ask which sect you are from?" Hearing the old man's words, Li Yi hurriedly replied, "I have no sect. I have only obtained some alchemical texts and some ordinary spirit herbs, and I have explored and refined by myself." You actually have no sect." The old man in white looked at Li Yi with some surprise, while the girl in green was already dumbfounded. How many elixirs would one need to refine to reach such a level on their own? The two exchanged glances but did not delve deeper, as everyone has their own secrets. Subsequently, the old man took out a white jade pendant and handed it to Li Yi. The surface of the pendant had a character written on it. He spoke gently. "This is the certification for a first-rank alchemist from the Dan Tower. You just need to drop your blood on it." Li Yi took the pendant, bit his finger, and dripped a drop of blood onto the jade pendant. The character instantly turned red. Li Yi felt a subtle and mysterious connection with the jade token. As long as he infused his internal magical power into it, the jade token would prove to be his. The old man looked at the somewhat curious Li Yi and said, "Thank you, senior." Li Yi put away the other jade token and respectfully bowed to the old man. "All right, your assessment is complete, and the jade token has been given to you. You may leave now. I still need to meditate." After handing over the jade token, the old man began to send him off. Seeing the old man's actions, Li Yi did not dare to stay longer and immediately stood up to respectfully exit the second floor. Just as Li Yi was about to walk out the door, he suddenly remembered something and said to the girl behind the counter, "Excuse me, what do you accept in exchange for herbs and pill recipes? Is it just spirit stones? Or are there other things?" Hearing Li Yi's words, the girl put down the book in her hands again, looked at Li Yi, and said with some anticipation, "We usually offer spirit stones, but sometimes we also provide other items. Do you have any spiritual herbs or pill recipes?" "I have a spiritual herb. Its age is not low, but you also know that I am a pill maker and do not lack spirit stones." Li Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "You can take out this herb, and I will assess its value, then see what we can exchange for it," the girl said after some thought, blinking her big eyes. Hearing her words, Li Yi no longer hesitated. With a single hand, he tapped his storage bag and took out a wooden box. He then opened the box, and a chilling aura rushed out, revealing a small grass that exuded coldness. It was the second-grade spiritual herb, cold mist grass, which Li Yi had obtained earlier in the Tianyan mountain range. This spiritual herb was not the same as the previous one. It was cultivated by Li Yi in the small cauldron space using azure liquid, with an age of about 500 to 600 years. Oh, it's actually a second-grade spiritual herb, cold mist grass, and its age is already 500 to 600 years. The girl exclaimed in surprise. "What does the friend want to exchange for this spiritual herb? If it's not too much, we will definitely agree and will not let the friend suffer a loss," she said earnestly, looking at Li Yi. "I want a pill recipe, preferably one that is beneficial to my current cultivation," Li Yi said seriously, staring into the girl's eyes. "You actually want a pill recipe, and it has to be useful for your current cultivation. That request is a bit difficult. Your current cultivation level has already reached the peak of qi refinement. A regular first-grade pill recipe would definitely not be effective for you. You would need a higher-grade one," the girl said with a furrowed brow, looking troubled. "Our Dan Tower has regulations that we cannot disclose high-grade pill recipes. High-grade recipes are the result of countless efforts and research by our alchemists," she added. Chapter 51. Ancient Formula. Rejuvenation pill. Hearing the girl's words, Li Yi's face revealed a deep disappointment. He knew that those who possessed pill recipes were rarely willing to exchange them. First-grade pill recipes were not much of an issue, but second-grade and above were rarely seen in the market. Initially, Li Yi could not understand why they would do this. If everyone sold them, they could earn more spirit stones without any loss. Later, he realized it was because of the spiritual herbs. The number of cultivators in the cultivation world was increasing, leading to a higher demand for pills, but but the growth and cultivation of spiritual herbs required time. And the supply of spiritual herbs could not keep up with the increasing number of cultivators. If more people knew the pill recipes, then more people would compete for the spiritual herbs. Over time, many began to hide their pill recipes, slowly collecting spiritual herbs and then refining pills. Seeing Li Yi's expression, the girl spoke again. Would you be willing to use spirit stones for an exchange? Our Dan Tower will definitely provide you with satisfactory spirit stones. Forget about spirit stones. I don't lack them, Li Yi said, putting away the wooden box and preparing to leave. As for spirit stones, Li Yi currently did not care much. As long as he wanted, he had hundreds of bottles of first-grade pills left in his storage bag. As long as he sold these pills, he would immediately have a large number of spirit stones. To avoid drawing attention, Li Yi had not done so. He planned to sell the pills slowly after obtaining the first-grade alchemist certification so that he would not attract much attention. Little brother, please wait. Just as Li Yi was about to leave, the old man in white who had assessed him upstairs came down with a smile. Hearing the old man's words, Li Yi's expression changed, and he thought to himself, could this old guy be interested in my spiritual herbs and forcefully buy them? May I ask what the senior means? Li Yi remained very respectful to the old man, but was secretly on guard. Oh, little brother, don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions towards you. In fact, it could even be beneficial for you. I have a pill recipe here, which is not from the Dan Tower and can be exchanged with you. I wonder if you would be willing? The old man said confidently, then took out a jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to Li Yi. Li Yi reached out to take the jade slip, pressed it against his forehead, and began to read the information within. The jade slip is a tool for recording information by cultivators. As long as it is pressed against the forehead, the contents can be read. As he looked at the introduction in the jade slip, Li Yi's expression gradually changed, losing the previous joy and gaining a hint of hope. The jade slip contained the method for refining a rejuvenation pill, but this pill was not meant to enhance cultivation, but to restore spiritual power. The pill's grade was not low. It was a second-grade spiritual pill. It was useful not only for cultivators in the chi refinement stage, but also somewhat beneficial for those in the foundation establishment stage. This type of pill was much more effective for restoring spiritual power than using spirit stones. How does the little friend feel about the rejuvenation pill recorded in the jade slip? The pill's grade has reached second grade. The old man said kindly. It would definitely be useful for you, and even for those in the foundation establishment stage. I wonder if the little friend would be willing to exchange the second-grade cold mist grass for the rejuvenation pill recipe? The old man looked at Li Yi with a kind and amiable expression. The senior is correct. The rejuvenation pill is indeed a second-grade spiritual pill, but it does not have any effect on enhancing cultivation. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, this should be an ancient pill recipe. Many spiritual herbs used to refine spiritual pills have become extinct since ancient times, so it might not even be possible to refine it. Li Yi said with a bitter smile. In fact, the rejuvenation pill is considered a somewhat useless pill recipe. It only helps cultivators to quickly restore their spiritual power. Both meditation and the use of spirit stones can restore spiritual power, just at a slower speed. Furthermore, this pill requires over 20 types of spiritual herbs, most of which are over 100 years old. Even if one obtains the herbs, very few cultivators are willing to refine such a pill, as they prefer to refine pills that enhance cultivation. Little friend, you are mistaken. This rejuvenation pill is also a top-tier existence among second-grade pills. Even compared to ordinary third-grade spiritual pills, it is not inferior at all. Even if you cannot find the spiritual herbs to refine the spiritual pill for a time, it can still be brought over for improvement and research. For someone with your alchemical talent, it is also a very good pill recipe. I see that you are only in your 20s and already have the level of a first-grade alchemist. If you can improve this pill recipe, your alchemy skills will definitely reach a higher level. Moreover, for a young friend to obtain over 500 years of cold mist grass, it shows that the opportunity is quite profound. I think it's not impossible for you to gather all the spiritual herbs on the complete alchemy recipe. What do you think, young friend? The old man said with a smile, looking at Li Yi very seriously. Upon hearing the old man's words, Li Yi's heart trembled, and a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on his back. It seems that in the future, if he sells hundreds of years' worth of spiritual herbs, he still needs to be a bit cautious. Doing so would be too conspicuous and easily arouse others' suspicions. It would be better to refine them into pills before selling them. Combined with his identity as an alchemist, it wouldn't attract too much attention, reducing the risk significantly. Since the conversation had reached this point, Li Yi could no longer refuse and immediately said, "Then I will listen to the senior. This cold mist grass is yours." He had snatched this spiritual herb from the Qianling medicine shop, and he didn't know how many cultivators had escaped back then. He wondered if the other party knew about him stealing this herb. If they did, he would say that this spiritual herb had already been traded to the alchemy tower, which would save him some trouble. Good. Your choice is definitely a wise one, the old man said with great joy as he took the wooden box into his hands. Excitedly speaking, after completing the transaction with the alchemy tower, Li Yi left the tower. At this time, the girl in green was watching the direction in which Li Yi left and asked, "Grandpa, why didn't you introduce him to the alchemy tower? This person has reached the 10th level of chi refinement at such a young age, and he is also a first-grade alchemist, which should qualify him for introduction to the alchemy tower." Upon hearing the girl's words, the old man sighed and said, alas. I initially planned to introduce him to the alchemy tower. However, when he was refining pills, I noticed that the spiritual energy around him was mixed, and that his spiritual root quality should be quite poor. Although I didn't investigate, it should be a mixed spiritual root. People with such qualifications find it very difficult to enter the foundation establishment stage. His rapid progress in cultivation should also be due to consuming many spiritual pills. Consuming too many spiritual pills is not a good thing. Breaking through major realms will be very difficult, as you should know. Oh, so that's how it is. Then he can't be admitted. But his luck is quite good to have obtained a cold mist grass of such high age, the girl in green said, blinking her eyes. It's nothing. A few years ago, I heard that the Qianling medicine shop obtained a cold mist grass in the Tianyan mountain range and organized a team to gather herbs. But later, I don't know what happened. The herb gathering team suffered almost total losses and did not obtain the spiritual herb. I think it should be this one. However, how this person got it, I can't guess. The old man pondered for a moment before speaking. Well, it seems this person is not simple, the girl said. This has nothing to do with us. This spiritual herb needs to be sent to the headquarters of the Chu country quickly, and then we can strive for some resources. The old man said again. I will send a message to the headquarters right away and have them send someone to collect it. The girl obediently nodded. Walking on the street, Li Yi was in a very good mood. Unaware that the origin of the cold mist grass in his hand had already been guessed almost completely by the other party. If he knew, he would definitely be shocked and more wary of the alchemy tower's influence. Although the returning spirit pill is an ancient spiritual pill, as the old man said, while the spiritual grass is rare, it's not impossible to collect. Moreover, he does not need to worry about the age issue, as long as he spends time collecting. It is still possible to gather them all. However, his alchemy level is only mediocre, relying on the accumulation of spiritual grass. And his understanding of the medicinal properties is shallow. Modifying the alchemy recipe would be a pipe dream for him. Unknowingly, Li Yi arrived at the night market in the West City, where various loose cultivators were selling their goods. There were sellers of talismans, pills, spiritual grass, as well as those selling spiritual weapons and spiritual beast cubs, and some seeking adventure teams. The various calls for sale dazzled Li Yi. The last time he came here, he was solely focused on finding alchemy books and had no time to wander around. This time, however, he could take a good look at the cultivator's night market. After walking for a while, Li Yi stopped in front of a stall. Behind the stall was a boy of about 17 or 18 years old, and the stall was filled with fresh spiritual herbs that seemed to have just been harvested, with some dirt still on the roots. At this moment, Li Yi looked at a small blue grass on the stall and felt a bit excited. This little grass was just a seedling that had recently sprouted, but it was one of the two main materials for refining the returning spirit pill. Li Yi calmed his emotions, squatted down, and carefully observed the small grass. After confirming it was indeed correct, he asked, "How much is this spiritual grass?" Upon hearing Li Yi's inquiry, the boy slowly raised his head and said, 120 low-grade spirit stones, no bargaining. Looking at the boy who had raised his head, Li Yi was momentarily stunned because he recognized this boy. It was Chun Ming, whom he had saved in the Tianyan mountain range. He wondered why he was here selling goods. Logically, he should be a herb gatherer for the Qianling medicine shop and should be staying there. Something must have happened. At this moment, Chun Ming did not recognize Li Yi because when he first met Li Yi, he was disguised, even using a fake name. This time, before entering the city, Li Yi did not disguise himself. First, he felt that his cultivation had reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, and he had several top-tier spiritual weapons. Second, he had offended members of the Qin family, but it was just a cultivator from the law enforcement team, not the entire team, so he did not need to worry. The other party wouldn't dare to deal with him openly in Jushin City. If they tried to assassinate him outside the city, Li Yi wasn't afraid. He would know after he fought. With the spiritual weapons he had just refined, he was confident he could escape even if he couldn't win. As for the old man who had chased him back then, Li Yi's cultivation had long surpassed his, so he didn't take it to heart. However, what made Li Yi a bit wary was the Qianling medicine shop. This was a local force in Jushin City, and they were doing quite a business. So there must be foundation establishment cultivators backing them. If they found out that he had robbed their spiritual herbs and materials from third-grade demonic beasts, they would definitely come to demand them back. This is just a seedling, 120 low-grade spirit stones. Isn't that too expensive? Li Yi raised his eyebrows and asked. Although this is just a seedling, it is guarded by two first-grade demonic beasts. I don't know them, but they are definitely not ordinary spiritual herbs. I think 120 spirit stones is not expensive, Chun Ming said sadly, his expression not feigned. Seeing his expression, Li Yi's heart stirred. For years had passed, and now Chun Ming's cultivation had only progressed from the first level of Qi refinement to the third level, indicating that his talent was not too good. His face had also gained some weariness, losing the innocence of the previous years. Alright, I don't have 120 spirit stones, but I have this. See if it can be exchanged. Saying this, Li Yi took out 3 jade bottles from his storage bag and handed them to Chun Ming. What Li Yi offered were 3 bottles of low-grade gathering yuan pills. 10 pills in each bottle, with a market price of 5 spirit stones per pill, worth 150 spirit stones. Chun Ming curiously picked up a jade bottle and sniffed it at his nose, revealing a look of surprise on his face. He then said, "Are you really going to use these 3 bottles of pills to exchange for this spiritual herb?" You were given this, of course, for exchange. Why are you unwilling? Li Yi said with a slight smile. These inferior pills were nothing but useless to him. He wouldn't consume them himself, but discarding them would be a waste. Exchanging them for a large amount of spirit stones would be too conspicuous, so he had no choice but to trade them now. After refining, Li Yi directly gave the high-quality spirit ginseng pill to Zhang Tai, who was very pleased. He discovered that these pills that could promote cultivation were surprisingly more popular than spirit stones in the cultivation world. Of course, I am willing. Thank you, fellow Taoist. These pills are exactly what we need. You can also choose one herb from the remaining spiritual herbs, Chen Ming said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Li Yi was very satisfied with him, and at that moment, his idea became even more resolute. I don't need the spiritual herbs at your stall. I need some special spiritual herbs. I see that these herbs are freshly picked. Can you help me gather some? I will exchange them with these pills. Li Yi asked Chen Ming. Hesitating a bit after hearing Li Yi's words, Chen Ming really wanted to agree. With these pills, he and some brothers could quickly advance, vastly increasing their chances of survival in the cultivation world. However, since it was their first meeting, he found it difficult to ascertain the character of this person. What if he was a malicious cultivator? Over the years, while mingling in Jushin City, he had often seen lower-tier cultivators disappear mysteriously, which made him wary. Seeing Chen Ming silent and indecisive, Li Yi seemed to understand what he was thinking. He then took out a spiritual artifact mask from his storage bag and handed it to Chen Ming, saying, "It's me. This isn't a place for conversation. Let's change locations." Chapter 53. Meeting Chen Ming again. Brother Li, is that you? It's so good to see you alive. Chen Ming recognized Li Yi upon seeing the mask. It's me. Let's change locations. I have some matters to inquire about you. Okay, Brother Li. Let us go to where we are staying. After thinking for a moment, Chen Ming picked up the items on the ground and walked towards the west of the city. Moments later, they arrived at a dilapidated small courtyard. Chen Ming used a jade talisman in his hand to open the gate of the small courtyard and walked in. Inside the courtyard, there were already 7 or 8 people, all cultivators at the first or second level of qi refining, meditating in the middle of the courtyard. Brother Chen is back. Upon Chen Ming's entrance, everyone stood up to greet him, indicating his high prestige among them. Chen Ming warmly greeted everyone, but did not introduce Li Yi to them. Brother Li, let us go inside to talk. It's very secluded here, and there are rarely outsiders, so you don't need to worry. They are all my close friends. Chen Ming said very seriously. Okay. Li Yi glanced at the others and nodded. Brother Li, I was so worried when so many cultivators were hunting you down back then. It's great that you're still alive. How did you escape? Chen Ming asked. Li Yi briefly recounted his escape without going into detail and then asked, weren't you at the Qianling herb shop? How did you end up here? Upon hearing Li Yi's question, Chen Ming's expression darkened slightly, and he said angrily, back then, when we went to Yunwu Ridge to gather herbs, almost all of our brothers were wiped out, including the 2 team leaders. Only a few disciples managed to escape. After returning, we were interrogated for a long time, and later for some unknown reason, we were released after about half a year. After we got out, we were frequently sent to gather herbs, and the tasks were almost always extremely difficult. If we failed to complete them, we would be punished, and many brothers lost their lives in the process. Later, to survive, some of us secretly banded together, prioritizing our safety whenever we went out to gather herbs, only collecting a little bit symbolically. It was better to face punishment than to lose our lives. As the collected herbs dwindled, the higher-ups were dissatisfied and replaced the manager. Only then did our lives improve a bit. However, after that incident, everyone lost their good feelings towards the Qianling herb shop, as the herbs we collected were all ordinary ones. As our treatment diminished further, we were eventually expelled from the Qianling herb shop. We had no other skills besides herb gathering, so to obtain some cultivation resources, the remaining people banded together to gather herbs in the mountains. Initially, the harvest was quite good, and we evenly split the herbs collected, then sold them in the city for some cultivation resources. But when the Qianling herb shop learned about it, they began to suppress us, forcing us to sell the spiritual herbs to them, but they offered very low prices. Upon hearing Chen Ming's words, a flicker of anger flashed across Li Yi's face, and a wave of inexplicable fury surged in his heart. The Qianling herb shop had not only concealed the information about the 3rd-tier demon beasts, but also used the cultivators they employed as cannon fodder. If it hadn't been for the attack from the blood demon sect, they might have even plotted against Li Yi and the others. Li Yi harbored a deep resentment towards them. Though Li Yi was furious, he hadn't lost his composure. Although his strength had increased significantly, he was still not strong enough to deal with the Qianling herb shop. He had also seized their spiritual herbs, which could be considered a form of revenge. Has the Qianling herb shop inquired about me? Li Yi asked Chen Ming, as this was his main concern. At first, they did ask a few times, but later, upon learning that Brother Li's cultivation was only at the 4th level of qi refining and that you had been hunted down by a large group of cultivators, they stopped inquiring after a year or 2 when you didn't show up, Chen Ming replied. Li Yi relaxed a bit upon hearing Chen Ming's words. It was a relief that he hadn't been targeted by the Qianling herb shop. Brother Li, is there something you need from me this time? I do have some matters to discuss. I need you to help me gather some spiritual herbs, as I need to refine some pills but don't have enough time to collect them myself. Additionally, I need you to help me gather some information. Of course, I want to let you do this for free. As compensation, I can give you some pills as a reward. What do you think? Li Yi said seriously to Chen Ming. Sure, that's no problem. Brother Li can refine pills, so you must be an alchemist. Chen Ming exclaimed with excitement, realizing that forming a relationship with an alchemist would ensure he wouldn't lack pills in the future. Yes, I am a first-grade alchemist. Just you knowing this is enough. Please don't leak this information. I don't want to attract too much attention in Jushin City, so you should also keep a low profile. This matter should be conducted discreetly. You can continue doing what you have been doing before. I want to interfere. I have no requirements for the age of the spiritual herbs, but they must be fresh and cultivable. If you come across some rare pill recipes, please help me gather those as well, and I also need some broken spiritual artifacts. I will come to you every 3 months to collect the items. If you find anything of high value, you can trade with me directly. After finishing, Li Yi took out more than 20 small jade bottles and tossed them to Chen Ming. These contain the spirit-gathering pills I refined. There are 2 bottles of high-quality gathering essence pills, and the rest are medium and low-quality gathering essence pills. Take care of them. One of the high-quality gathering essence pills is your reward. The others can be used to exchange for items. If you can, convert as many as possible into spirit stones. Preferably mid-grade spirit stones, and the prices can be lower than those of the herb shops. But don't be too ostentatious. And don't change everything at once to avoid attracting people's attention. Let it out slowly. After hearing Li Yi's words and looking at the small medicine bottle in his hand, Chen Ming was almost dumbfounded. He could hardly believe his ears. Li Yi could actually provide him with high-quality elixirs. Even a first-grade alchemist capable of refining high-quality elixirs is rare, and he had never heard of such an alchemist in Jushin City. Moreover, he felt that Li Yi's generosity was overwhelming. With elixirs worth thousands of spirit stones at his disposal and such trust in him, Chen Ming was deeply moved. With the rewards Li Yi gave him, his cultivation could improve rapidly. All right, Brother Li, you can rest assured. I will be careful and won't leak any information. What specific spirit herbs do you need to collect? And what news do you need me to investigate? After a moment, Chen Ming's excitement gradually calmed down as he asked Li Yi. This is the list of the spirit herbs needed. Additionally, I need you to find out the news about the 5 major sects recruiting disciples in 3 years, along with the specific requirements for each sect. Li Yi took out a brush and wrote down a list of spirit herbs, handing it to Chen Ming as he spoke. Chapter 54, Cave Dwelling. Transaction. Chen Ming carefully received the handwritten list of spirit herbs from Li Yi, tucking it cautiously into his robe, and said earnestly, All right, Brother Li, you can rest assured. However, he then asked, Brother Li, if I have an urgent matter, where can I find you? Li Yi thought for a moment and replied, If there's something urgent, you can make a smiley face mark at the bottom of the East City Gate, and I will come to find you. After discussing a bit more, Li Yi bid farewell to Chen Ming and left the small courtyard, not speaking to any other cultivators throughout. Li Yi originally planned to open a small shop himself to gradually collect spirit herbs and then exchange the elixirs he had for spirit stones. However, he realized that this would be a waste of time. Now that he had met Chen Ming, he felt that this person was trustworthy. And since he owed him a life-saving grace, offering him substantial rewards should motivate him to work for Li Yi. After all, he was merely spending some elixirs. While Li Yi was wandering around Jushin City, in a small courtyard in the north of the city, an old man with one arm stood reporting to a young man. If Li Yi were there, he would surely recognize this one-armed old man as the one who had clashed with him outside Jushin City. 6th Young Master. The kid who killed 9th Young Master has appeared again, the one-armed man said with a face full of resentment. That kid reappeared? Didn't you say he was chased into the Ghost Bat Cave? How could a chi refining stage for kid escape from there? The young man in black scrutinized the old man, clearly skeptical. He felt that this old man was lying to him. Even if he was chased into the Ghost Bat Cave, it was likely that he would meet a grim fate. The old man was sweating profusely under the young man's questioning and hurriedly said, Yes, 6th Young Master, I wouldn't dare deceive you. I indeed saw him escape into the Ghost Bat Cave. Moreover, I waited there for a long time. Not only did the Blood Ghost Sect's cultivators go into search, but I also went into search, and we found no trace of that kid's corpse. He was able to stay in the Ghost Bat Cave for so long without incident. I believe he must have some secret. After hearing the old man's words, the young man in black pondered for a moment and said, You have a point. Are you sure it's him? You wouldn't mistake him, would you? I wouldn't mistake him, young master. Even if that kid turned to ash, I would still recognize him. The old man gritted his teeth and replied. He had seen Li Yi being chased before, but he did not pursue immediately because the cultivators chasing Li Yi were simply too powerful, and he did not dare to intervene. Moreover, since he had failed in his duties and lost an arm because of the young man in black, he did not dare to hold a grudge against him and instead placed all the blame on Li Yi. All right, keep a close watch on this person. As soon as he leaves the city, notify me immediately. This time, I will handle it myself. You won't mess up such a small task, will you? The young man in black licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile as he coldly spoke. After hearing the young man's words, the one-armed old man shivered and said in fear, No, I won't let him escape this time. Li Yi, of course, had no idea that he was once again being targeted by the old man. After wandering around Jushin City, Li Yi found the cave dwelling rental office. Does this friend need to rent a cave dwelling? As soon as he walked into the lobby, a young attendant asked. I need to rent a cave dwelling with ground fire. I wonder what the price is, Li Yi inquired. A cave dwelling with ground fire? Could it be that this friend is an alchemist or a blacksmith? The attendant looked at Li Yi with some excitement as he asked. Must one be an alchemist or a blacksmith to rent it? Li questioned. You've misunderstood, friend. It's just that this type of cave dwelling is generally only needed by blacksmiths or alchemists. If you can provide proof of being an alchemist or a blacksmith, we can offer a 20 discount, the attendant explained. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's heart stirred, and he took out the jade token engraved with a character given to him by the Pill Tower. Ah, a level certification jade token from the Pill Tower. Then you must be a first-grade alchemist. The attendant returned the jade token to Li Yi, speaking with great respect. The annual fee for a cave dwelling with ground fire here is 500 low-grade spirit stones, and as a first-grade alchemist, you can get a 20 discount. How long do you need to rent it for? Li Yi thought for a moment and said, let's rent it for a year. After saying that, he took out the spirit stones and paid the fee for a year. Afterward, he was taken to a quaint courtyard in the northeast of Jushin City. Above the small courtyard was a green light barrier that securely protected it, so that outsiders could not see anything inside. Li Yi took out a jade token and placed it on the entrance of the light barrier, which then opened a hole for one person to pass through. Li Yi walked in, and the hole closed again. Inside the courtyard was very spacious, filled with various flowers, plants, and trees, lush and green, giving a refreshing feeling. The spiritual energy inside was also much denser than outside. Although he spent some spirit stones, Li Yi still felt it was worth it. After checking the arrangement of the cave dwelling, Li Yi did not start cultivating immediately. Instead, he lay down on the bed to rest. 2 days later, after organizing himself, Li Yi left the cave dwelling and returned to the Wanbao building. This time, after coming out, Li Yi felt that someone was always following him. But he did not take it to heart. A faint, cold smile appeared on his lips. Friend, do you need to purchase something? We have spirit weapons, elixirs, and talismans. Everything you could want, a young attendant in green said to Li Yi. I need to buy some elixirs and talismans. Is Sun Xiang still here? I know him. Li Yi replied. Last time, it was Sun Xiang who had warned him that someone was looking for him, and he thought this person was quite decent. So he decided to come to him for a transaction this time. You know our manager's son? Please rest in the VIP area for a moment. I'll go invite him for you, the attendant said, looking a bit surprised at Li Yi. A moment later, Sun Xiang came down from upstairs. From a distance, he looked at Li Yi and revealed a smile reminiscent of a Mithriya Buddha, saying, I was wondering why it felt like something good was happening today. It turns out Brotherly is here. It's been a few years, and your cultivation has improved quite a bit, Brotherly. I can hardly recognize you now. After speaking, Sun Xiang carefully examined Li Yi a few times, secretly astonished. With his strength, he surprisingly couldn't discern Li Yi's cultivation level. It should be noted that 4 years ago, Li Yi's cultivation was only around the 4th level of Qi refinement. Brother Sun, you're joking. I indeed have some opportunities. And I came here to buy some items from you, Li Yi said warmly. Brotherly, you're too polite. Just say what you need. I will definitely not refuse if I can help. Sun Xiang waved his hand and said, I need to purchase some detoxification pills, healing pills, some low-level talismans, and the formula for second-tier pills that can enhance Qi refinement cultivation. Li Yi stated his needs in one breath. Chapter 55, Temptation, Confrontation. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Sun Xiang frowned. He then spoke. Brotherly, it's no problem for you to purchase pills and talismans. However, the second-tier pill formula is somewhat difficult to handle. We at Wanbao Pavilion do have it, but there are regulations in the building that prohibit the sale of formulas above the second tier. Are you perhaps already a pill master? I was fortunate to obtain some spiritual herbs in the Tianyan mountain range, practiced a bit, and unexpectedly became a pill master. Thanks to the pill-making classics you sold me back then, Brother Sun, Li Yi said with a smile. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Sun Xiang's mouth dropped in surprise, as if he could swallow a duck egg. Although he felt that Li Yi was not an ordinary person and had the potential to become a pill master, it was shocking that he could become one in such a short time. Is there no way for Brother Sun to make an exception regarding the formula? Li Yi still asked with some reluctance. Sun Xiang sighed and said, this is really difficult, but it's not completely hopeless. If you agree to join Wanbao Pavilion and become our pill master, you can also obtain the spiritual pill formula. After considering the other party's words, Li Yi shook his head and said, never mind, I'm used to being free and don't want to be restricted. Although Li Yi really wanted the formula, he was still unwilling to join a force just to refine pills for others. He only learned pill refining to improve his own cultivation. He didn't want to be a pill master for life. Since that's the case, then I have no way, Sun Xiang said regretfully. The detoxification pills and healing pills you need, as well as the talismans, are completely fine. 20 inferior detoxification pills for 1 inferior spirit stone. 30 healing pills for 1 inferior spirit stone. 2 inferior level talismans for 1 inferior spirit stone. 10 intermediate level talismans for 1 inferior spirit stone. And 20 advanced level talismans for 1 inferior spirit stone. How many do you want, Brotherly? Sun Xiang looked at Li Yi, thinking that he should buy quite a lot of items this time. After hearing his offer, Li Yi pondered for a moment and said, give me 5 detoxification pills and 5 healing pills. Additionally, I need all the low-level talismans, specifically attack talismans. Give me 150 of those, distributing some from the 5 elemental talismans as much as possible. Also, 20 intermediate level talismans and 10 advanced level talismans. Show me any mid to high level talismans you have. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Sun Xiang felt delighted. The other party was indeed a good customer, and with one transaction, he would certainly earn a lot. All right, Brother Li is indeed straightforward. This time, I'll give you a half price for this transaction, Sun Xiang said with a smile. Thank you very much, Brother Sunday. By the way, how do you purchase spiritual pills? I have some ginseng spirit pills and Jiyuan pills, which can promote the cultivation of Qi refinement stage cultivators, Li Yi said with a smile at Sun Xiang. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Sun Xiang was once again astonished. And then he was overjoyed, quickly saying, Brother Li has such good things. I'm willing to offer 7 inferior spirit stones per piece for the low-grade ginseng spirit pills and 18 inferior spirit stones per piece for the mid-grade ones. What do you think? Li Yi thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll exchange 6 bottles of low-grade ginseng spirit pills and 2 bottles of mid-grade Jiyuan pills for these items. What do you think, Brother Sun? Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Sun Xiang felt a bit pained, but said, all right, then it's as you say. After that, Li Yi took out 8 small jade bottles and handed them over to the other party. Sun Xiang checked the pills in each bottle and then took out a large number of talismans for Li Yi to choose from. Li Yi left Wanbao Pavilion feeling quite satisfied, and Sun Xiang saw him off to the door. This scene surprised the people around. They knew that Sun Xiang was a very profit-driven person, and for him to personally see someone off meant that the person was definitely not ordinary, making them unable to help but glance at Li Yi a few more times. Li Yi purchased detoxification pills and healing pills mainly to explore the cave of a foundation establishment stage cultivator with Chu Yuanlan. Although he could refine detoxification and healing pills himself, it required collecting formulas and spiritual herbs and then refining them. The demand for such pills was very low, and even if he refined them, they wouldn't sell as well as ginseng spirit pills, which almost every cultivator needed. As for talismans, many talismans thrown together could bring significant damage to high-level cultivators. He had prepared well for this exploration. The washing marrow fruit and pill refining classics from the cultivator's cave were essential for him. Li Yi wandered around Jushin City, occasionally sensing behind him. Although the other party's tracking was very cautious, Li Yi still discovered it and knew who was following him. In Jushin City, the only ones who wanted to deal with him were the cultivators of the Chun family's enforcement team. Thinking of this, Li Yi sneered and then walked towards the outskirts of Jushin City. The other party came to find him, which was exactly what Li Yi wanted. Being under constant surveillance made Li Yi feel uncomfortable. Only by eliminating all threats against him could he feel at ease. In Jushin City, he had no way to deal with the other party, so he decided to leave the city to meet this enforcement team cultivator. After leaving the city, Li Yi donned his red cloak and quickly flew toward the Tianyin mountain range. Just as Li Yi was flying away quickly, a black-clad old man and a young man in luxurious clothing also quickly left the city, chasing after the direction Li Yi had gone. After a good half a day, Li Yi stopped on a mountain peak. Not long after Li Yi stopped, the black-clad old man and the young man in luxurious clothing appeared behind him. Seeing the two pursuing him, Li Yi curled his lips and asked, "You must be from the Qin family, right? I am Qin Xian. To dare to come out of the city knowing we are from the Qin family and deliberately leading us here, it seems you are quite confident in your own strength. I really don't know what your reliance is," the young man in luxurious clothing said calmly, while constantly observing his surroundings, being very vigilant and wary of ambushes. As soon as he left Jushin City, Qin Xian felt that the other party was deliberately luring him out of the city, but he was confident in his own strength and didn't think Li Yi could deal with him. "Kid, this is our Chun family's 6th young master. We know you are a first-tier pill master. Our 6th young master is kind-hearted. As long as you reveal the secret of escaping from the Ghost Bat Cave and allow us to place a restriction on you to refine pills for our Qin family, we can spare your life. Our young master is already a Qi refinement stage 11th layer cultivator now. Although we can't see your cultivation, you will definitely not be a match for the 6th young master. Be sensible and surrender quickly. Otherwise, heh." The black-clad old man looked at Li Yi, a sinister smile appearing on his face as he spoke coldly. Hearing the old man's words, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Li Yi's mouth. Since it was confirmed that the other party was from the Qin family, Li Yi no longer wasted words. With a single slap of his hand on the storage bag, a pair of pure white wings appeared in his hand, which were the Bat King wings, a spirit tool he had just refined, along with a transparent thread and a strange trident. Li Yi waved his hand, and the pure white Bat King wings appeared on his back. He then grasped the trident in one hand and the thread in the other. Subsequently, with a gentle flap of the Bat King wings behind him, Li Yi vanished from his original spot. At the moment Li Yi disappeared, a black dagger unexpectedly appeared in the place he had just occupied, silently and without a trace. And Li Yi had not sensed it at all. Chapter 56. Killing Qin Xian. Seeing the black dagger's attack was so strange, Li Yi was startled. If he hadn't used the Bat King Wing spirit tool to dodge in time, that dagger would have surely struck his head. The other party had only engaged him in conversation to confuse him and buy time for a sneak attack. Thinking of this, Li Yi felt a wave of fear. He realized that Qin Xian had considerable combat experience and was quite cunning. At this moment, A fierce look flashed across Li Yi's face as he decided to give the other party a severe blow. Huh, he actually managed to dodge the Shadow Blade sneak attack. It's teleportation. No, wait, it's a high-level spell, Wind Shift. Be careful. The young man in the brocade robe was greatly surprised. He hadn't expected that the pure white wings on Li Yi's back were actually a spirit tool capable of casting high-level spells like Wind Shift. He looked at Li Yi's wings with intense desire, but furrowed his brows, realizing that with this spirit tool, it would be difficult to kill him. The young man in the brocade robe was envious of Li Yi's spirit tool, but his actions were not slow. He quickly took out several talismans and stuck them onto himself. Then, he retrieved a small black shield from his storage bag and placed it in front of him. A crisp sound rang out as Li Yi thrust the trident fiercely into the back of the brocade-robed youth, Chen Xian. The shield on Chen Xian's body seemed to be nothing more than a bubble, easily pierced by the trident, but unfortunately, it was blocked by the opponent's black shield. When Li Yi saw the old man in black, who was already dumbfounded, a smile crept onto his lips. The old man's head had already rolled off his neck. His face filled with disbelief, and the spirit tool he had been holding fell to the ground. A transparent thread was wrapped around his neck, and the other end was held in Li Yi's hand. This item was the spirit tool Li Yi had obtained after killing the black-clothed woman from the Blood Ghost sect. Although it was only a high-quality spirit tool, it was very tough and, if not observed closely, was nearly invisible, making it an excellent ambush weapon. Just now, Li Yi had noticed that the old man had no defenses and had used the Bat King wings to teleport not far from him to launch a surprise attack. The successful strike left Li Yi quite satisfied. Originally, he had intended to ambush the brocade-robed youth, but the other party's reaction was too quick, and he was already on guard, forcing Li Yi to give up. Li Yi and the brocade-robed youth's confrontation lasted only an instant, and the old man in black was already dead. This made the black-clothed youth furious, and he laughed in anger. Good. I, Chen Xian, have roamed the cultivation world for so long, and this is the first time I've suffered such a loss. You rely on that winged spirit tool, right? Your cultivation has also reached the 10th level of Qi refining, and you managed to go from the 4th level to the 10th in such a short time. It seems you have many secrets. Then, the brocade-robed youth took out 3 red flying needle spirit tools from his storage bag, gestured with his hand, and launched an attack at Li Yi. The speed of the flying needles was extremely fast. Almost every time Li Yi finished teleporting, the flying needles would attack him. For a moment, Li Yi found it impossible to get close to the youth to launch a counterattack. As the red flying needles attacked and entangled Li Yi, the black short blade would also strike towards him. Li Yi slapped his storage bag with one hand, and a small yellow bell appeared above his head, protecting him from the attacks of the dagger and flying needles. With one hand, Li Yi pointed at the trident in the air, continuously attacking the youth's black shield. For a while, Li Yi and the youth Chen Xian engaged in a battle of attrition. Watching Li Yi engage him in a battle of attrition, the brocade-robed youth Chen Xian was not at all worried, as his cultivation was at the 11th level of Qi refining, 1 level higher than Li Yi. Moreover, Li Yi was controlling 3 top-tier spirit tools, which consumed more of his mana than it did Chen Xian's. As long as he could hold on and not let the other party escape, all of Li Yi's spirit tools and secrets would be his. Chen Xian thought this, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. However, he felt somewhat uneasy that the black shield in front of him seemed to be consuming more mana than usual. Looking at Chen Xian, Li Yi couldn't help but sneer continuously, controlling the trident to attack the black shield. With each attack, the black light of the shield dimmed considerably. And while using the yellow yuan bell to fend off the black dagger and flying needle attacks, he repeatedly disturbed the brocade-robed youth with the bell's sound. Gradually, the brocade-robed youth realized that the mana within him had already been depleted by more than half. He quickly took out a medium-grade spirit stone to replenish his mana, as most of his mana had been wasted on the black shield. Meanwhile, the spiritual light on the trident he was battling against became increasingly vibrant, and its attacks grew sharper, while the mana consumed by the black shield continued to rise. Chen Xian gradually began to panic. This trident is strange, the brocade-robed youth exclaimed in a low voice, his face changing dramatically. He quickly summoned the black flying dagger and red flying needles back into his storage bag, casting a fierce glare at Li Yi, and quickly retreated. His only thought now was to escape. Kid, just wait. Next time we meet, I will kill you. Chen Xian shouted through gritted teeth. Seeing the other party attempting to retreat, Li Yi sneered in his heart. You think it's that easy to leave? Li Yi flapped the Bat King wings on his back and pursued closely behind, constantly using the yellow yuan bell to attack. Each bell sound wave attack caused considerable damage to his opponent. Then Li Yi's trident would strike fiercely against the black shield again. After several consecutive attacks, the brocade-robed youth could no longer withstand it, growing increasingly disheveled, with his clothes torn in many places and his expression turning more panicked. You can't kill me. I am the captain of the law enforcement team in Gather Immortal's city. My master is a foundation establishment cultivator, and our Chun family's ancestor is a golden core cultivator. If you kill me, you will definitely have nowhere to bury your body. The brocade-robed youth, seeing he was at a disadvantage, actually began to threaten Li Yi. Hearing his words, Li Yi's brows furrowed tightly. Foundation establishment and golden core cultivators were beyond his capability to deal with. If this person escaped today, he would surely bring endless troubles. Li Yi took a deep breath and then slowly said, since that's the case, for my safety, I can't let you go. Die. Li Yi formed a hand seal with one hand, and the spiritual light of the trident surged greatly, striking fiercely and sending the black shield flying. He then launched a desperate attack with the yellow yuan bell against the youth. Clang, 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 with 3 consecutive loud sounds. The brocade-robed youth finally could not hold on any longer, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes beginning to lose focus. And the protective spiritual light around him started to fade. A good opportunity. With a gentle flap of the pure white bat king wings, Li Yi vanished from his original spot and reappeared not far from the brocade-robed youth. Then, with a flick of his hand, the transparent thread wrapped around the youth's neck. And with a strong pull, the brocade-robed youth's head rolled off his neck, his face still bearing a look of terror and regret. Li Yi picked up the young man's storage bag and the spirit weapon on the ground, used a fireball technique to turn the young man's corpse into ashes, and then flew back to the place where the old man in black had died, rummaging through the area and similarly burning the old man to ashes. After examining the surrounding area of the battle, Li Yi took out a blue fan and fanned it continuously for over 10 times, completely destroying the traces of the battle. After finishing all this, Li Yi carefully checked once more, feeling that he had missed nothing. He then activated the wings of the White Bat King and soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of Jushin City. Chapter 57. Transaction blocked. Using the Bat King's wings to fly, Li Yi reached the outskirts of Jushin City in just 1 hour. The speed of the Bat King's wings was extremely fast, and Li Yi was very satisfied, though it consumed a lot of energy. When he was still a certain distance from Jushin City, he put away the Bat King's wings and entered the city with a casual demeanor, returning to his dwelling cave. Back in his cave, Li Yi began to tally his gains. This time, by killing the young man in brocade and the old man in black. He obtained 2 top-tier spirit weapons, a small black shield and a black dagger, which had the ability to conceal one's aura and was very adept at ambushes. He also acquired 5 upper-grade spirit weapons, about 7 to 800 lower-grade spirit stones, 5 middle-grade spirit stones, and a pile of various talismans and miscellaneous items. Unfortunately, these spirit weapons could not be seen in public. Li Yi pondered quietly. He knew the identity of the brocade-clad youth, Chen Xian, who was a cultivator from the law enforcement team in Jushin City, and before dying, he mentioned that the Chun family had an ancestor in the Golden Core stage. If news of his killing this person leaked out, he would definitely have no burial place, and at the very least, he wouldn't dare to use these spirit weapons. He tossed all of them into the space of his small cauldron to deal with them later. Including the red silk-like spirit weapon obtained from killing the Blood Ghost sect cultivator, Li Yi also didn't dare to use it easily. If it came down to life or death, he couldn't worry about so much. In fact, Li Yi was not lacking in spirit weapons at the moment. Aside from the newly acquired top-tier spirit weapons, he had 4 top-tier spirit weapons available for use. The flying spirit weapon Bat King's wings, the defensive spirit weapon Huanyuan Bell, the attacking spirit weapon Trident, and the top-tier protective spirit armor Soul Armor. He had a pile of other upper-grade spirit weapons as well, making him quite wealthy among Qi refining stage cultivators. The ability to kill the brocade-clad youth was entirely due to the Trident spirit weapon he had refined himself. This spirit weapon continuously absorbed the spiritual energy from the black shield weapon during the battle with Chen Xian, turning it into his own use. By the end of the battle, Li Yi found that the trident consumed very little of his own spiritual energy, roughly equivalent to using a middle-grade spirit weapon, while Chen Xian needed to expend a lot of spiritual energy to maintain the small black shield. This mutual consumption was a major reason for Chen Xian's defeat and death. Under normal circumstances, Li Yi could use up to 3 top-tier spirit weapons simultaneously, and time was also limited. If the battle dragged on, he could manage to control only 2 top-tier spirit weapons. With the trident's ability to absorb the opponent's spiritual energy during the duel, Li Yi gained a significant advantage, almost allowing him to use an additional top-tier spirit weapon. In the following days, Li Yi did not go out or train much, but stayed in his cave, cultivating some spiritual herbs and refining some pills to improve his alchemy skills. As a result, he accumulated quite a few first-grade spirit pills. With Qinming's help, these pills were quietly distributed, allowing Li Yi to acquire many spiritual herbs that he did not previously have. Among them, he also gathered several strains of herbs for refining recovery pills, but their ages were too young to meet the requirements for refining recovery pills. So he needed to cultivate them with green liquid for a while. As for the pill recipes, he did not manage to collect any, which left Li Yi somewhat disappointed. But he was not in a hurry. What pleased Li Yi was that over 6 months, he exchanged quite a number of middle-grade spirit stones. And he now had over 20 middle-grade spirit stones in hand, amounting to a huge fortune. Even for an average foundation establishment stage cultivator, it would be quite a lot for someone who was financially strapped. One day, Chunming and Li Yi sat in a hidden private room of a tea house, discussing something. At this point, Chunming's cultivation had reached the 5th layer of Qi refining, entering the mid-Qi refining stage. Over the past 6 months, seeing Chunming perform well, Li Yi had given him some high-grade spirit pills, allowing his cultivation to advance 2 levels in a row, which made Chunming very happy. However, today, Chun Ming's expression was not good, indicating that something had happened. Brotherly, we encountered trouble. It's all my fault. I didn't handle things well. Chun Ming said with some shame. What trouble? Don't rush. Take your time, Li Yi replied, frowning. One of my brothers, after getting drunk, leaked that we were selling a large quantity of spirit pills. Now the Qingdan Alliance and some shops selling pills know about it. Since we sell at a low price and the quality is good, we have a great reputation among the lower-tier loose cultivators. Now these lower-tier cultivators are buying pills from us, severely impacting their business. They claim we are disrupting the pill trade and warned us not to sell low-priced pills, or else they would take action against us, Chun Ming said in one breath, waiting for Li Yi's reaction. How are they going to deal with you? I remember there are regulations in Jushin City, right? It's not allowed for cultivators to fight, Li Yi asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes, it's not allowed in Jushin City. But they have found many troublemaking loose cultivators. When they traded with me, they claimed our pills had problems and caused us trouble. In the end, this reached the officials of Jushin City, and they also determined we were at fault, so we ended up compensating quite a bit. I suspect they are already in cahoots. Some of my brothers were attacked while gathering herbs outside, and several have died in battle. The attackers were all cultivators we had conflicts with. Our people are of lower cultivation and fewer in number, so we suffered significant losses. Many have already withdrawn from our group, Chun Ming said angrily and helplessly. After hearing Chun Ming's account, a strange anger surged in Li Yi's heart, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. However, he also knew that he was not yet able to deal with them. Selling pills at such a low price had indeed infringed upon others' interests, and facing retaliation was quite normal. How about this? You all should refrain from going out to gather herbs for a while, ensure your safety, and focus on improving your strength. Once you become stronger in the future, you won't have to fear them. For now, clean up your personnel. Get rid of those who are loose-lipped, unreliable, or want to withdraw. Keep the reliable ones and give them more spirit pills to enhance their cultivation. All personnel should disperse. Avoid unnecessary contact. For exchanging spirit stones and herbs, find some loose cultivators to do it, and try not to use the same people. I don't believe that in Jushin City, with thousands of cultivators, these few shops can control all the transactions of lower-tier cultivators, Li Yi said calmly. After hearing Li Yi's words, Chun Ming's eyes brightened. Good, this idea is excellent. I don't think they would dare to stop all the lower-tier cultivators from trading. Chapter 58. The appointment this time, you must identify the good people and not let any malicious individuals mix in. If necessary, you can buy some heart question talismans and disguising spiritual tools, and avoid showing your face easily, Li Yi advised again. Okay, brotherly, don't worry. I will definitely do well this time. Chun Ming clenched his fists and assured Li Yi. Looking at Chun Ming, Li Yi took out more than 50 small jade bottles from his storage bag, all filled with elixirs, as well as 2 high-level spiritual tools. One was a red cloak, and the other was 2 transparent flying needles. He had top-tier spiritual tools now, so these high-level spiritual tools were of no use to him. He handed them all to Chun Ming and said, these 2 high-level spiritual tools are for your self-defense. You can take 2 bottles of elixirs, and the rest can be used for exchange. I have some matters to attend to outside for a while. If there are any problems you can't handle, we can discuss them when I return. Seeing what Li Yi had given him, Chun Ming felt a lump in his throat, tears welling up in his eyes, almost spilling over. Since he stepped into the cultivation world, no one had treated him so well. Li Yi not only saved him, but also provided him with elixirs and spiritual tools, helping him improve his cultivation level. He felt deeply grateful to Li Yi. Where are you going, brotherly, and when will you be back? Chun Ming asked with concern. I need to go deep into the Tianyan mountain range. The exact time is still uncertain. Don't worry, I will come to find you when I return, Li Yi replied. After that, Li Yi and Chun Ming exchanged some insights on cultivation before parting ways. Li Yi opened a map in his hand and headed east towards Jushin City. Soon, he stopped in front of a spacious courtyard. The courtyard was protected by a light yellow barrier, making it impossible for outsiders to see what was inside. In terms of area, this courtyard was much larger than the cave dwelling he had rented. Li Yi surveyed the courtyard ahead, then patted his storage bag with one hand. Producing a red talisman, he whispered a few words, and the talisman transformed into a red light that shot into the barrier. The talisman Li Yi used was one he had purchased earlier, specifically for communication, called the transmission talisman. Moments later, a large hole appeared in the light yellow barrier, and a young woman in white with a charming appearance and graceful figure appeared before Li Yi. This woman was Chu Yuanlan. With a charming smile, Chu Yuanlan said, So it's Brother Li who has arrived. Please come in quickly. Brother Li is truly a punctual person. Since I promised Miss Chu, I naturally wouldn't dare to delay. Moreover, what Miss Chu mentioned is very important to me as well, Li Yi replied. After saying that, the two of them walked into the courtyard. At this moment, a young man in blue stood in the middle of the courtyard. He had a fair and smooth face with a hint of sternness. His deep black eyes resembled stars. A high nose and thin lips gave him an air of nobility. His appearance was even more handsome than Li Haoran's back then, exuding an aura of nobility and elegance that Li Yi could not compare to, and he was currently smiling at Li Yi and the others. Brother Li, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Chu Tianhua. He is also preparing to explore the cave with us this time. His cultivation level has already reached the 12th layer of Qi refining, just a step away from foundation establishment. With his addition, our chances will increase, Chu Yuanlan introduced. Hearing her words, Li Yi's heart trembled. The other party was actually a cultivator at the 12th layer of Qi refining. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "So it's Taoist Chu. It's truly a pleasure. You're too modest. You must be Li Yi, right? I must thank you for saving Yuanlan back then. The cultivation method you practice is quite remarkable. I couldn't discern your cultivation level at first," Chu Tianqua said, looking at Li Yi with some surprise. "Taoist Chu flatters me. At that time, it was just a chance occurrence, and I acted on impulse. Besides, I have some grievances with the Blood Ghost sect. As for the cultivation method, it only has some effects in concealing one's aura, nothing to speak of. Your cultivation level is what truly deserves admiration. You've already reached the 12th layer of Qi refining, and it shouldn't be long before you establish your foundation, right?" Li Yi replied. "Sigh, I've just cultivated for a few more years. I've heard Yuanlan say that you went from the 4th layer of Qi refining to the 10th layer in just 4 years. I can't compare to such a cultivation speed." Chu Tianqua said, looking at Li Yi. "I've also had some fortunate encounters, obtained some spiritual herbs, and refined some elixirs. All thanks to the elixirs," Li Yi said simply. After hearing Li Yi's words, Chu Tianqua understood and greatly reduced his opinion of Li Yi. A loose cultivator relying on elixirs to achieve today's cultivation level would certainly face many difficulties in advancing later on. Brotherly, let's go in and talk," Chu Yuanlan said from the side. The three of them walked into the hall together. Shortly after, a maid came over, holding a tray with 3 cups of steaming spiritual tea. "Brotherly, try this. It's my own blend of spiritual tea. See how it tastes," Chu Yuanlan said, pointing to the teacup. "Wow, Yuanlan, you actually took out the spiritual mist tea. I've asked you for it several times, and you only gave me a little. It seems today I can benefit from Brother Li's presence. It looks like Brother Li's status here is quite special," Chu Tianqua said sourly as he looked at the teacup. Hearing his words, Chu Yuanlan's face turned red. She secretly glanced at Li Yi and then said, "Brother Li is a guest and my lifesaver, so of course it's different. Unlike you, who only thinks about my tea leaves." After hearing Chu Yuanlan's words, Chu Tianqua chuckled, picked up the teacup, and began to drink. Li Yi picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip. Instantly, a wave of spiritual energy filled his mouth, giving him an indescribable refreshing feeling. "Not bad. It really is good tea. Taoist, you can actually refine ordinary tea leaves to possess spiritual energy. I truly admire you," Li Yi said with some surprise after taking a sip of the tea. "Since Brotherly likes it, drink a few more cups. When you leave, I'll send you some spiritual tea," Chu Yuanlan said. "Sigh, Yuanlan, don't forget to send me some too. The spiritual tea you gave me last time is already finished," Chu Tianqua hurriedly said from the side. "Okay, then thank you, Taoist Yuanlan. By the way, when are we setting off to explore the cave this time?" Li Yi asked, as finding the washing marrow fruit in the cave of a foundation establishment cultivator was his main purpose, and he naturally wouldn't forget. "This might take a little while. One of my friends has some matters that delayed some time. She is a formation master, and without her help, I can't open that cave. But it should be just a few days. Brotherly, don't worry. There are many houses here, and it's convenient to stay. You can choose a room to stay in and wait for a few days," Chu Yuanlan explained seriously. Chapter 59, The Blackwater Marsh. 3 days later, Li Yi and the others encountered a young girl dressed in black with a black veil covering her face. Outsiders could only see her large, bright black eyes shimmering beneath her willow leaf-shaped eyebrows, as if she could see into people's hearts. This person was named Mo Qingyu and had a cultivation level of the 11th layer of Qi refining. She spoke very little, and when Chu Yuanlan introduced her, she merely nodded at Li Yi and the others without saying a word. After resting for a day, the group left the city of gathering immortals and headed deep into the Tianyin mountain range. After traveling a distance from the city, Chu Tianqua suddenly stopped and said, "The destination this time is quite far. I have a flying spiritual tool that can carry several people, which will make our journey faster. Everyone, come aboard." After speaking, he took out a small black boat-like spiritual tool from his storage bag, cast a spell on it, and it grew to over 10 feet long, floating in midair. Then he leaped onto the black flying boat. Seeing Chu Tianqua jump onto the boat, Li Yi and the others no longer hesitated and jumped onto the boat one by one. The black boat then shot off with a whoosh, flying towards the depths of the Tianyin mountain range. "Big brother, this flying boat spiritual tool is really nice. It's very convenient for traveling. With this boat, we should be able to reach our destination in just 2 or 3 days, said Chu Yuanlan, looking at the black boat beneath his feet with some excitement. "Of course, I spent quite a bit to obtain this black flying boat. Though it's not large and can't carry many people, it's a top-tier flying spiritual tool, extremely fast. Yuanlan, you guide us, and I'll control the boat," Chu Tianqua said proudly, casting a glance at Mo Qingyu. Hearing Chu Tianqua's words, Li Yi became interested. He had not expected that this inconspicuous black boat was actually a top-tier spiritual tool. Li Yi himself had a Bat King Wing spiritual tool and couldn't help but compare the two. If they were to fly for a long time, his Bat King Wing would naturally be inferior. However, in small spaces, with its ability to maneuver and dodge, his Bat King Wing could perform nearly instantaneous teleportation, something this boat couldn't do. While Li Yi was secretly observing and comparing, His gaze fell on Mo Qingyu beside him. She seemed unfazed by Chu Tianqua's words, her expression calm and devoid of joy. Li Yi felt that her identity was not simple. She gave off a mysterious aura and likely had some background. However, when Chu Yuanlan introduced her, he only mentioned her name and said she was a formation master at the 11th level of Qi refinement. In fact, both Chu Yuanlan and Chu Tianqua gave Li Yi an unusual impression. They seemed to belong to some cultivation faction, as it was quite difficult for ordinary loose cultivators to reach the 11th or 12th levels of Qi refinement. Li Yi himself was a 10th level Qi refinement cultivator, but he had no direction on how to reach the 11th level, while the two had managed to achieve this level, indicating they were not ordinary. Although he was curious about their backgrounds, since they did not voluntarily explain, Li Yi naturally wouldn't ask. It would be awkward if they were unwilling to share. All right, I'll guide the direction. We're going to the Blackwater Marsh. I found the cave entrance last time at the edge of the marsh, and it is protected by a formation. I was discovered by the Blood Ghost sect cultivators before I could investigate it further, so I had to retreat. The Blackwater Marsh is not only filled with various poisonous insects and beasts, but it is also the territory of the third-tier demon beast, the Blackwater Crocodile. Although we have some strength, we still need to be careful. It's best to take an antidote pill before entering the Blackwater Marsh to avoid unknowingly inhaling poisonous gas, said Chu Yuanlan, looking at Li Yi and Mo Qingyu. I have prepared some, Li said. I have some too, so I don't need Sister Yuanlan's pills. A clear and pleasant voice rang in Li Yi's ears, and it was Mo Qingyu speaking. I don't have any. Yuanlan, hurry and give me one, Chu Tianqua said anxiously, looking at Chu Yuanlan. After nearly 2 days of flying, Li Yi and the others finally reached the edge of a vast marsh and disembarked from the flying boat. Looking at the dark expanse of the marsh in the distance, with black water bubbling up, some small poisonous insects crawling on the black water and dead branches, and wisps of black mist rising into the air, the scene was quite eerie. Li Yi frowned as he looked at the distant marsh. He couldn't see any signs of a cultivator's cave. Yuanlan, are you sure that the cave of the Dan Master is here? It doesn't seem like it to me. Who would build a cave in this cursed place with thin spiritual energy and poisonous creatures everywhere? Chu Tianqua asked, frowning. Just as Chu Tianqua finished speaking, the usually quiet Mo Qingyu suddenly spoke up. There is an aura of a formation here, and it's one that conceals spiritual energy and presence. After saying this, she began to perform a spell, her eyes closed. The spiritual energy around her surged and then gathered at her brow. After a moment, a nearly real illusory vertical eye appeared at her brow. As her hand gestures changed, the vertical eye gradually opened, its gaze very cold, as if a god were overlooking the human realm. As Mo Qingyu's head turned, the vertical eye scanned the marsh and finally landed on an inconspicuous small pond. After a moment, the vertical eye at her brow flickered and transformed into a mass of spiritual energy that vanished without a trace. She opened her eyes and pointed at the small pond, saying, the cave should be in that direction. Looking at the direction she pointed, Chu Yuanlan said, slightly enviously, Sister Qingyu's technique is becoming more and more refined. Just a single glance, and she could locate the cave. I searched for it for quite a while back then. It seems we have great hope of breaking the formation this time. Hearing their conversation, Li Yi and Chu Tianqua felt a bit helpless. They quickly looked in the direction she pointed, but found nothing. They exchanged glances and smiled wryly. It was no wonder she was a Foundation establishment cultivator. Even the cave she set up was so hidden. At the same time, both were interested in her technique. If they could cultivate something like that, it would certainly make treasure hunting or exploring formations much easier. Just as Li Yi and the others were intrigued by Mo Qingyu's technique, she spoke again. This should not be too easy. First, this formation should be a third-tier formation, the Bai Shui Tian Huan formation. It's a relatively rare water-type defensive formation, and it's quite difficult to break. There should be a top-tier water-type spiritual tool at the formation's eye. Chapter 60, Breaking the Formation. 4th-tier Demon Beast. So how do we break the formation? Fellow Taoist Mo should have a way, right? After hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Chu Tianqua hurriedly asked, I have a set of Earth-type formation flags that can be used to break the formation. All of you just need to follow my instructions and channel your spiritual energy to activate the flags. However, I have one requirement. After breaking the formation, the spiritual tool at the formation I must be given to me. After saying this, Mo Qingyu looked at Li Yi and the others, waiting for their response. That's not a problem. The formation was originally broken by Sister Qingyu, so the item at the formation I should also belong to her. Chu Yuanlan was the first to express agreement, smiling. I have no objections either. Chu Tianqua also chimed in. What he cared about now was a treasure that could help him quickly establish his foundation, not 1 or 2 top-tier spiritual tools. Seeing that both agreed, Li Yi naturally wouldn't voice any objections. His goal on this trip was the marrow-washing fruit and alchemy texts, not these external items. Everyone has different goals, so there won't be any conflicts. After reaching a consensus, Mo Qingyu took out 4 earthy yellow array flags and handed them to Li Yi and the others. Li Yi looked at the palm-sized small flag in his hand, which was engraved with a black turtle and a small snake coiled around it. The patterns on the other flags held by the others were also different. Fellow Taoists, according to the positions I mentioned, activate the array flags in your hands to attack the array here, Mo Qingyu said seriously. She then injected her spiritual power into the array flag. And a phantom earthy yellow dragon flew out from the flag, crashing hard into the void. Soon, a light blue water shield appeared, isolating the yellow dragon's phantom outside. At this moment, Li Yi and the others also saw the general appearance of the Bai Shui Tianhuan array. Without hesitation, they activated the array flags in their hands. A yellow strange bird and a yellow turtle phantom flew out from the flags, attacking the shield. In an instant, these beast phantoms grew to over 10 feet long, continuously biting at the shield. The 4 beast phantoms seemed to have some connection, linking together to form a circle, rotating and covering the blue shield, diminishing its spiritual light. The shield seemed to sense the threat and continuously released water rings from below to resist the beast's attacks. After a quarter of an hour, the blue shield's glow had dimmed significantly from its original brilliance. Seeing this, everyone knew their attacks were effective, and joy appeared on their faces. They understood that it wouldn't be long before they could break through the array's defenses. After a while, a muffled bang echoed in the air, and the blue shield completely dissipated, breaking the Bai Shui Tianhuan array. A dim blue circular ring flew out from the bottom of the pond. Mo Qingyu waved her hand and quickly took the blue ring into her possession without a second glance, placing it into her storage bag. Li Yi and the others looked at the spirit tool with envy. After all, this blue ring could serve as the core of a third-tier array. Although it was just an ordinary top-tier spirit tool, it surely had some extraordinary uses. All right, the array has finally been broken. Let's hurry in and search for treasures, Chu Tianhua said with a hint of excitement. After saying this, he prepared to rush toward a huge opening below. However, before he finished speaking, a low, deep roar was heard. Upon hearing this, Li Yi and the others' expressions changed, and they quickly looked toward the opening, only to see a pitch-black crocodile-like monster slowly crawling out. Its blood-red eyes fixed on Li Yi and the others. The black crocodile was over 30 feet long, its scales exuding a chilling aura. And the demonic energy it emitted was exceedingly strong, causing Li Yi and the others to frown deeply. The 4 exchanged glances, and Chu Tianhua spoke up, "Not good. Retreat quickly. This black water crocodile is nearly at the 4th-tier level based on its aura and size. A 4th-tier monster is comparable to a Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, it is blocking the entrance. We can't enter without dealing with it. Let's discuss how to proceed. Should we continue to fight it or retreat?" Chu Yuanlan suggested. "We can't handle a 4th-tier monster, but we can lure it away and then sneak into the cave to seize the treasures," Chu Yuanlan added. Hearing his words, Li Yi and Mo Qingyu fell silent. Who would lure the monster away? They guessed that no one would want to attract the monster's attention. It was too dangerous, and they certainly wouldn't feel at ease if someone else went for the treasure. Li Yi had the least connection with them and naturally was unwilling to take on this task. Although he could rely on the Bat King's wings to lure the black water crocodile away, he didn't want to expose his trump card. So Li Yi spoke up. "I think this black water crocodile won't be easy to lure away. It should be the guardian beast of the cave, likely bound by some restriction or command to protect this place. To get in and take the treasure, we must kill this beast. If we can't kill it, we can only retreat for now and think of another way." After hearing Li Yi's words, Chu Yuanlan and Chu Tianhua exchanged glances, feeling that Li Yi had a point. Since the black water crocodile had emerged, it had been guarding the entrance, watching them warily without attacking. Li brother is right. If we want to get in, we have to slay this beast, unless we give up. But now that the cave's defenses have been breached, if we retreat now, the treasures might be taken by others. And we could end up with nothing, Chu Yuanlan said, frowning. She had worked hard to get here and naturally did not want to give up. In that case, slaying the monster is the only way forward. I have yet to slay a 4th-tier monster in my cultivation journey, Chu Tianhua said, eager to test his strength against a 4th-tier beast. If my fellow Taoists are willing to join forces with me, I can give it a try. To be honest, I have a good treasure that can be used against this beast. However, it is somewhat troublesome to use and requires some time. I need my fellow Taoists to buy me some time to trap this beast, Chu Tianhua said. Upon hearing this, the other's eyes brightened, sensing a glimmer of hope. But there was also some concern, as it was indeed a 4th-tier beast, comparable to a Foundation establishment cultivator. "Cousin, is this true?" Chu Yuanlan asked excitedly. "Of course. It's true, but this is my trump card. Using it will come at a cost to me. If we can't slay this beast, then so be it. If we manage to kill it, I want an extra share of the treasures in the cave, and I want to choose one material from this beast first," Chu Tianhua said earnestly. Hearing Chu Tianhua's words, Li Yi frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He thought Chu Tianhua was being greedy. While it was fine to take more of the beast's materials, wanting an extra share of the cave's treasures was a bit much. However, Li Yi did not voice his objections. If fellow Taoist Chu is truly confident in slaying this beast, I have no objections. Although this black water crocodile is also 4th tier, its speed is average. The array we just used actually has the effect of trapping enemies. As long as we control the flag simultaneously, we can trap this beast. Mo Qingyu said slowly from the side. "That's great. With the array's assistance, my cousin should be able to slay this black water crocodile. Qingyu sister, please state your request," Chu Yuanlan said from the side. "Thank you, Sister Chu. According to our agreement, my task in this treasure hunt is to break the array, and I am not responsible for combat. However, if I have to take action now, I hope to get an extra half share of the washing marrow fruit. Mo Qingyu said, without hesitation. Hearing her words, Chu Yuanlan's brows furrowed. This cultivator's cave was discovered by her, and now others were constantly asking for a share of the cave's rewards. The most valuable thing in the cave was indeed the washing marrow fruit, which was the goal of everyone coming here. Now her cousin and Mo Qingyu were both asking for more, which meant she and Li Yi would receive less, making her somewhat unhappy. However, others had indeed contributed significantly, and she found it hard to refuse, as she couldn't independently seize the treasures. He originally promised Li Yi to share the treasures here with him. Li Yi also saved her life, so she now feels somewhat guilty towards him. Thinking of this, Chu Yuanlan looked at Li Yi and said, Li brother, what do you think of cousin and Qingyu's proposal? Upon hearing this, Li Yi sighed and said, I naturally have no objections. I think there should be quite a few washing marrow fruits, so just give me a few when the time comes. However, a copy of the alchemy books must be provided to me. All right, then there is no problem. There should be over 100 washing marrow fruits. We will divide them into 6 portions. Cousin will take 2 portions, Li brother will take 1 portion, Qingyu will take 1.5 portions. And the rest will belong to me. Everyone should have no objections, right? Chu Yuanlan said seriously. After she finished speaking, no one objected, and they tacitly agreed. Okay, then there's one more issue. There are 4 formation flags, aside from cousin, no one else is controlling them, right? Chu Yuanlan said again. You don't need to worry about that. I can control 2 formation flags at the same time, Mo Qingyu said. Good, then I have no issues. As long as you friends can help me control this black water crocodile, I'm confident I can slay this beast, Chu Tianhua said excitedly. After speaking, Chu Tianhua patted his storage bag, and a black wooden box was taken out. Then, he opened the box and took out a light yellow talisman. The yellow talisman depicted a small black mountain. From a distance, the black peak surprisingly exuded an astonishing killing aura, which was very mysterious. When Li Yi saw this talisman, his eyes narrowed. This talisman was very similar to the purple talisman on him, which depicted a purple short blade. He felt a stirring in his heart. It seemed that today he would uncover the secret of this talisman. Just as Li Yi was pondering this, he heard 2 surprised exclamations beside him. Oh, this is a talisman treasure. You two have good insight. Indeed, it's a talisman treasure, which I obtained with great difficulty, Chu Tianhua said with a proud expression. Great. With this talisman treasure, plus cousin's 12th level of Qi refining stage cultivation, dealing with this 4th-tier demon beast will definitely be a piece of cake, Chu Yuanlan said excitedly. Mo Qingyu, who was standing beside her, also had a look of agreement. Standing aside, Li Yi wanted to ask what a talisman treasure was, but he knew it wasn't the right time. He could look up some text later to find out what kind of talisman treasure this was. All right, let us get moving quickly. Delays could lead to changes. Just help me trap this demon beast, and give me some time. After saying this, Chu Tianhua held the talisman in his hands and began to activate it. Let us start as well. After saying this, Mo Qingyu and Chu Yuanlan took their positions, surrounding the black water crocodile and continuously activating their small flags. The 4 illusory beasts reappeared, quickly wrapping around the black water crocodile and launching a frenzied attack. Boom, boom, boom. However, the black water crocodile would not just sit still, it bit wildly at the illusory figures on its body, constantly spitting out black water arrows to attack the illusory figures in the air. Each time it was attacked, the light yellow illusory figure would be pierced with a large hole, and the figure would dim a bit. When the black water arrows pierced through the figures, they created large pits in the ground, showcasing their terrifying attack power. Not good. This is a mid-level low-grade spell, the black water arrow technique. Everyone be careful. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuanlan hurriedly said. Li Yi frowned upon witnessing this and quickly took out his Huanyuan Bell spirit weapon, placing it atop his head to block the black water arrows directed at him. The black water arrows struck the Huanyuan Bell, producing a series of roaring sounds, with the spiritual light on it flickering constantly, and the small bell shook wildly. Watching this scene, Li Yi silently lamented. 4th-tier demon beasts were truly not comparable to 3rd-tier ones. He had killed 3rd-tier demon beasts before, thinking that 4th-tier ones wouldn't be much stronger. But he was completely mistaken. The difference between 4th-tier and 3rd-tier demon beasts was like heaven and earth. Qingyu, this black water crocodile's spiritual power is too strong, and its strength is too great. We simply can't trap it. Think of a way. Chu Yuanlan shouted beside him. At this moment, Chu Yuanlan looked quite flustered, with a white handkerchief-like spirit weapon on her head, continuously resisting the black water arrows. Sister Chu, don't worry, just wait a moment, Mo Qingyu said. Then with one hand, she formed a seal. The 4 illusory beasts in the air began to change continuously, ultimately forming a light shield that trapped the black water crocodile inside. The light shield had 4 layers, stacked and fused together, with 4 small flags guarding the 4 directions. Li Yi and the others could only control the formation flags from a distance and supply them with spiritual power. Each time the black water crocodile crashed into the light shield, it was blocked. Although the black water arrows were sharp, they only caused some damage to the shield, which would immediately heal back to normal. Once again, trapping the black water crocodile inside made it extremely furious, and its ferocity was completely unleashed. Its eyes turned blood red as it clawed and bit at the light shield. Its its tail constantly whipping against it, producing creaking sounds, and the light flashed wildly, as if it could break the shield at any moment. Daoist Chu, the formation can't hold much longer. Hurry! Li Yi shouted from the side. He felt that Chu Tianque was activating the talisman treasure too slowly. The time it took to activate a talisman treasure with 12th level Qi refining stage cultivation was too long. Almost there. You all hold on a bit longer. Chu Tianque gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, Li Yi looked at Chu Tianque and saw that his face was pale, showing signs of excessive spiritual power consumption, which startled him. Using a talisman treasure was actually this difficult. He thought his purple talisman was also a talisman treasure, but he had never encountered such a situation when using it. It seemed that there were still many secrets to talisman treasures. Not all talisman treasures required the same amount of spiritual power to activate, and he would need to look into texts more in the future. Moments later, just as the light shield was about to shatter, Chu Tianque shouted, "Everyone, get back, now!" With Chu Tianque's voice, Li Yi and the others quickly stepped back, only to see a black mountain peak nearly 5 or 6 zhang in size appearing above his head, flying over the black water crocodile. The black mountain peak was shrouded in a dense killing aura, making it chilling. Drop! With a loud shout. The black mountain peak suddenly smashed down towards the black water crocodile. At this moment, the black water crocodile seemed to sense the lethal threat and struggled madly, shattering the yellow light shield and preparing to escape. Just at this critical moment, the black mountain peak crashed heavily onto the black water crocodile's body. Boom! A massive crashing sound echoed, creating a giant pit of 10 zhang in diameter on the ground, at least 5 or 6 zhang deep. Watching this scene, Li gasped. He hadn't expected the black mountain peak to be so powerful. His own purple talisman had strong attack power, but it definitely wasn't as formidable as the black mountain peak. It seemed that even among talisman treasures, the amount of spiritual power required to activate them depended entirely on the power of the talisman treasure. Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu looked equally astonished at the giant pit, speechless for a long time. Chu Tianque's face was pale, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Clearly having expended a significant amount of spiritual energy, he quickly took out a pill from his body and swallowed it, his complexion immediately regaining some color. Chu Tianque waved his hand, and a black mountain transformed into a black talisman, flying into his hand. Looking at the somewhat dim spiritual light of the talisman, Chu Tianque felt a pang of heartache and carefully put it back into a wooden box, placing it cautiously into his storage bag. When he saw the black water crocodile deeply embedded in the mud, now devoid of breath and completely dead, he felt a surge of excitement. The materials from a 4th-tier monster were treasures that could be used to refine magical tools. Although he had used a talisman treasure this time, Chu Tianque still felt it was worth it. I just want the demon core of the black crocodile. The rest of the materials can be shared among everyone, Chu Tianque said, looking at the corpse of the black water crocodile. After he finished speaking and saw that no one had any objections, Chu Tianque jumped into the pit and took out a golden large knife, starting to dissect the corpse of the black water crocodile. Soon, everyone had finished cutting up the 4th-tier monster, and Li Yi took some of the black water crocodile's teeth, while Mo Qingyu and Chu Yuanlan each received the crocodile's hide. All right, cousin, sister Qingyu, brotherly, let's hurry and go inside to see what treasures are in the cave. We should grab the treasures and leave quickly. The commotion from the battle just now was quite loud and might attract the attention of other cultivators. Chu Yuanlan said excitedly, yet with some concern. Yes. What Yuanlan said is right. Let's go quickly. Chu Tianque replied. With that, everyone headed towards the enormous passage. Moments later, they reached the end of the passage, which opened into a small lake. In the middle of the lake was a small island, and on the island was a huge transparent cave entrance. A beam of sunlight fell upon the island, illuminating a fruit tree about 30 feet high, laden with purple fruits, over 100 of them, exuding a fragrant aroma that was refreshing. Surrounding the fruit tree were various spiritual herbs, many of which were already ripe. Li Yi could only recognize a small part of them, but the herbs were at least 300 to 400 years old. On one side of the fruit tree was a small wooden house, in front of which was a table with an alchemy furnace, a jade slip, and a gray storage bag. Behind the table was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. At the end of the passage, there was a row of stone stumps on the surface of the lake, which could be stepped on to reach the island. I didn't expect that the outside was so ordinary, but the inside is a hidden paradise. Look at those purple fruits. They must be the marrow-cleansing fruits. There are so many spiritual herbs here. Many should be used for refining pills during the foundation building stage, and they must be hundreds of years old. Is this the cave left behind by the alchemy genius Han Fengyan? Chu Tianque's face flushed red, and his voice trembled with excitement. Yes, that's right. Those purple fruits are indeed marrow-cleansing fruits, and there are numerous spiritual herbs here. This time, our harvest is tremendous. Chu Yuanlan said excitedly, her face filled with joy. Even Mo Qingyu, who had been silent, looked at the things before her with sparkling eyes, clearly very happy as well. Seeing these things, although Li Yi was also somewhat excited, he remained extremely vigilant. The value of these items was too great, enough to incite greed and thoughts of killing for treasure. Li Yi clearly remembered the events from when he collected the cold mist grass. All right, let's hurry and gather the herbs. Chu Tianque, now unable to contain his excitement, stepped on the stone stumps and rushed toward the center of the island. Just then, a red light mixed with a bloody aura rapidly flew toward Chu Tianhua, who was heading to gather herbs. Cousin, be careful. At that moment, Chu Yuanlan let out a cry, but it was already too late. The red light flashed by in an instant and appeared right in front of Chu Tianhua. As he turned his head, he found the red light strike his neck, and his head was sent flying into the air, his face filled with disbelief, terror, and regret. Chu Tianhua couldn't believe he had died just like that. He was a 12th layer Qi refining cultivator, just a step away from the foundation building stage. If it weren't for the need to lay a solid foundation for gaining stronger power after reaching the foundation building stage, he would have long since closed himself off to break through to it. Yet, this led to his demise. Not good. That's a magical tool. The one who came is a foundation building cultivator. Everyone, be careful, Mo Qingyu said coldly, her face turning extremely pale. Haha, the little girl's eyesight is quite good, able to see through my identity. Since that's the case, I will spare your life. At this moment, a mocking voice rang out from behind the cave entrance. Chapter 63. Threat. Take action. Looking at Chu Tianhua's dismembered body floating in the lake, and recalling the moment when Chu Yuanlan had cried out, Li Yi's face changed dramatically, his pupils shrinking in fear. A foundation-building cultivator was not someone he could deal with. If he fought against one now, he would undoubtedly die. Li Yi's mind raced as he thought of countermeasures, hurriedly taking out the Bat King wings, the Huang Yuan bell, and several talismans from his storage bag. Li Yi first activated the Bat King wings artifact, swiftly flying to the island and away from the passage. Then, he summoned the Huang Yuan bell to protect himself. But even then, he was still uneasy, pulling out 2 more talismans and sticking them on himself, forming a blue and a green defensive barrier around him. Just as Li Yi finished all this, he saw Mo Qingyu and Chu Yuanlan following closely behind him, also activating their artifacts and talismans to protect themselves. Looking warily toward the depths of the passage, Chu Yuanlan's face was icy, filled with anger, sadness, and regret. All sorts of emotions played on her face. Her cousin had come with her to seek treasure, and just like that, he lost his life. She had no idea how to explain this to her family. After killing Chu Tianhua, the opponent did not attack them again, which left Li Yi and the others puzzled. The 3 exchanged glances, but said nothing. Just then, a burst of excited laughter suddenly came through. Haha, this time I've really made a huge profit. Not only did I kill a guy with a talisman treasure, but I also harvested so many spiritual herbs. I'll definitely reach the mid-foundation stage now. I've always heard about an alchemy genius named Han Fengyun, who supposedly perished in the Tianyun mountain range. It seems this is the place. This spot is truly hidden. I've been in the Tianyun mountain range for so long and never discovered it. As the voice approached, a group of cultivators dressed in black entered. Leading them was a young man holding a black folding fan, dressed in red, with narrow eyes filled with mockery and a sneer on his lips. He looked at Li Yi and the other 2 and said, Are you 3 going to surrender, or should I take action myself? 2 little beauties. As long as you agree to be my concubines, I can naturally spare you from death. At that moment, a black-clad man behind the young man leaned forward and said fiercely, Young master, that kid is the one who escaped from the Ghost Bat Cave back then. He was able to escape from the Ghost Bat Cave at the 4th layer of Qi refining. This kid must have secrets on him. We must capture him and torture him to extract his secrets. Oh, so it's you. It seems that you have thrown yourself into my embrace, without any effort. Just hand over the secrets on your body, and let this young master place a restriction on you to become my servant, and I might spare your life. The blood-clothed youth said with a wicked smile, licking his lips. Dream on. You dare to kill someone from the Chu family, and still want me to be your concubine? Do you really think no one can deal with you? Chu Yuanlan said coldly, laughing in anger. Standing beside them, Mo Qingyu also looked extremely displeased, though she remained silent. The Chu family, the royal family of Chu country? So what? Even the 5 major sects couldn't do anything to our blood ghost sect. A washed-up royal family dares to threaten us? It's laughable, haha. The blood-clothed man laughed wildly, and the group of black-clothed cultivators behind him joined in the laughter. You. Chu Yuanlan was so furious that he couldn't speak. The blood-clothed youth ignored Li Yi and the others' reactions and walked toward Chu Tianhua's corpse. He took a storage bag from his waist, weighed it in his hand, and, satisfied, tucked it into his bosom. This scene made Chu Yuanlan's eyes blaze with fire. He wished he could swallow the blood-clothed youth alive. Li Yi and the others remained silent, watching the blood-clothed youth and an old man in black beside him with great vigilance. The blood-clothed youth was at the Qi refining stage, only at the 11th level. But the old man in black was a genuine foundation establishment cultivator, holding a blood-red dagger that was the very one used to kill Chu Tianhua. At this moment, Li Yi became even calmer, his eyes gradually narrowing. Have you all made up your minds? The blood-clothed youth asked again. Just as he spoke, Li Yi suddenly moved. With a flap of his Bat King's wings behind him, he vanished from the spot, appearing in front of the marrow-cleansing fruit tree. With one hand, he patted his storage bag, and a golden small sword flew into the air, circling once before cutting the marrow-cleansing fruit tree in half. After cutting the tree, Li Yi slung it over his shoulder while holding a handful of fiery red talismans, over 20 of them, most of which were fire attribute talismans. Li Yi's movements were incredibly fast, from using the Bat King's wings to initiating the wind shift, to cutting down the fruit tree. It all happened in an instant, leaving the black-clothed men astonished and unable to react in time. However, once they did react, they were extraordinarily furious. They had already regarded the marrow-cleansing fruits and spirit herbs in this area as their spoils of war, and Li Yi cutting down the fruit tree was naturally a destruction of their loot, which made them very angry. Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu looked at Li Yi in confusion but did not speak. After seeing Li Yi cut down the fruit tree, the blood-clothed youth, livid with anger, said, "Kid, you seek death. I will tear you to pieces. Blood Wolf, kill him." "Yes, young master," the old man in black responded, waving his hand as the blood-red dagger flew towards Li Yi. At the same time, the blood-clothed youth opened a folding fan and fiercely waved it, causing 4 or 5 blood ghosts to fly out, baring their fangs and claws as they charged at Li Yi, a strong smell of blood wafting through the air. Faced with the incoming attacks, Li Yi was extremely tense and quickly used the yellow origin bell to protect himself while placing the marrow-cleansing fruit tree in front of him to block the attacks. Thud! The blood-red dagger pierced through the marrow-cleansing fruit tree, causing several marrow-cleansing fruits to fall and smash on the ground. The dagger struck the yellow origin bell fiercely, sending it flying, with fine cracks appearing on its surface, its spiritual light dimming, yet it still managed to block the blood-red flying dagger. The blood ghosts that charged at Li Yi were blocked by Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu, both of whom knew that if Li Yi was killed, their fate would be extremely tragic as well. "Hey, this spirit tool of yours is quite good. It can actually withstand a hit from my magical tool." The blood spirit blade, the Foundation Establishment elder exclaimed, preparing to attack again. At this moment, a flicker of anger crossed Li Yi's face, a fierce look appearing as he threw out over 20 talismans in one go. His target was not the black-clothed elder or the youth, but rather the large patch of spirit herbs. The talismans transformed into a massive fireball, quickly turning a small portion of the spirit herbs into ashes. Seeing what Li Yi had done, the group of black-clothed men were so enraged they almost spat blood. The spirit herbs he had just burned were all 2nd and 3rd grade spirit herbs that had been cultivated for hundreds of years, extremely valuable, many of which were priceless. "Do you really think you've got us cornered? You have Foundation Establishment cultivators who can easily kill us chi-refining cultivators, but if the 3 of us join forces, we can destroy all the spirit herbs here before you can kill us. I guarantee you will get nothing," Li Yi said coldly. As he spoke, he pulled out another 20 or so low-grade talismans, ready to activate them at any moment. "You dare to threaten me?" The blood-clothed youth gritted his teeth, taken aback by Li Yi's ferocity. He had never expected Li Yi would use the spirit herbs here to threaten them, which was precisely a point of hesitation for him. As Li Yi had said, if the spirit herbs were destroyed, even if he extracted their souls and refined their bodies, it would be futile. Yet, Li Yi's threat infuriated him. No one had ever dared to treat him this way. "Threatening? If that's how you want to play it, we have no choice. We just want to survive. I believe the value of these spirit herbs is definitely less than our lives." Li Yi's mouth curled into a slight smile. Seeing that the black-clothed elder did not move to attack again, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief but remained vigilant, unsure if the other side had other means to deal with them. As for the hundreds of years of spirit herbs around, Li Yi was completely unmoved. Perhaps others regarded these spirit herbs as treasures, but he had cultivated spirit herbs for 1,000 years. As long as he was given a bit of time to collect seedlings or seeds, he could definitely cultivate them using the green liquid. However, the marrow-cleansing fruits were difficult to obtain from the outside world, and he had to get a few back. While Li Yi was speaking, he used the golden sword to cut the fruit tree into 3 sections, directly tossing the parts with the marrow-cleansing fruits to Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu. He kept only a small section of the marrow-cleansing fruit tree with several of the largest fruits remaining. "Fellow Taoists, quickly collect these marrow-cleansing fruits. These fruits are our life-saving talismans now. We can't lose them. It's too risky for me to hold them alone. We should all take a portion. They definitely can't kill us all at once, and whether we can survive will depend on our luck. As for these spirit herbs, they are definitely no longer ours. If they are destroyed, so be it," Li Yi said rapidly, not even looking at the reactions of the 2 women. The 2 women also understood the current situation and quickly nodded in agreement. While Li Yi was speaking, he walked to the table and grabbed the storage bag, pill furnace, and jade slips. After hesitating for a moment, he tucked the jade slips into his bosom and, gritting his teeth, handed the remaining 2 items to Mo Qingyu and Chu Yuanlan. In fact, Li Yi did not want to give these items to the 2 women, but he was also afraid that holding everything in his hands would invite retaliation and pursuit from the blood-clothed cultivators. By distributing the treasures, although the gains were less, he could earn the favor of the 2 women and strengthen their resolve to fight together, while also significantly reducing the danger. The 2 women were surprised as they received the items. They had not expected Li Yi to share these things with them. "Fellow Taoists, we came in together to explore for treasures. Let's each take one of these items. As for what we can obtain, it depends on our luck. There is no time to check now," Li Yi said. "All right, thank you, brotherly. From now on, we will follow your lead," the 2 women said, a mix of gratitude and determination in their voices. "I still have some hidden cards. As long as we can get out and not be trapped in this cave, We shouldn't be afraid of any Foundation establishment cultivator, Chu Yuanlan said coldly. Her hatred for the blood robe cultivators was at its peak after her cousin was killed. Li Yi and the others spoke openly about the blood robe youth and his companions, causing the blood robe youth to frown, feeling somewhat helpless. Just a moment ago, he had signaled the old man to prepare an ambush to take down Li Yi, but now it seemed unrealistic to catch all three of them off guard. Even for a Foundation establishment cultivator. Watching Li Yi collect the three treasures from the table, the blood robe youth was furious. His face darkening to an extreme as he said in a deep voice, "Kid, as long as you hand over all the treasures, I promise to spare your lives." Hearing this, Li Yi sneered. "Do you take us for newborn children? Handing over the treasures, do we have any chance of survival? We are all reasonable people here. Please don't say such deceptive words." "Then what do you want?" the blood robe youth asked, suppressing his anger. "First, everyone behind you must withdraw and give us a way out. Once we are out, we will give you the marrow-cleansing fruits. If you dare to chase or try to rob us, we will destroy these fruits immediately. I will only give you 3 breaths of time. I will count to 3. And if you don't agree, we will destroy these spiritual herbs right now." Li Yi quickly laid out his conditions, not giving the other party any time to think. Negotiating with Foundation establishment cultivators was indeed very difficult, and he feared that if the delay was too long, reinforcements would arrive or some unforeseen event might occur. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the blood robe youth laughed in anger, saying, "Good, good, good. Everyone, retreat 10 miles and clear a passage for them. Kid, you'd better not play any tricks, otherwise I will definitely make you regret coming to this world." The group of black-clad cultivators, upon hearing his words, quickly retreated from the cave, clearing the way. Li Yi paid no mind to the blood robe youth's threats, and, along with Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu, quickly made their way toward the passage. However, when Chu Yuanlan reached Chu Tianqua's side, she took the opportunity to collect the corpse on the ground. The black-clad old man and the blood robe youth did not stop her. They had already taken the storage bag, and the remaining body was of no use to them. Li Yi and the others quickly escaped the cave, with the black-clad old man and the blood robe youth closely pursuing them, showing no intention of giving up the chase. Just as the three were about to reach the entrance of the passage, already beyond the range of the talisman's attack, the blood robe youth let out a sigh of relief. His face revealed a vicious expression as he coldly commanded, "Blood Wolf, go after them, don't let them escape. Immediately send a sound transmission talisman to Blood Eagle. Let him come over and capture these people, regardless of whether they live or die. However, the marrow-cleansing fruits, the alchemy furnace, the storage bags, and the jade slips must be retrieved. I will dig out the spiritual herbs here and then come find you." Chapter 65. Pursuit and response. After Li Yi and the three exited the cave, Mo Qingyu immediately took out a palm-sized blue wooden bird from her storage bag. After casting a spell on it, the wooden bird quickly enlarged, transforming into a 3-zhong, approximately 10 feet, tall blue bird, majestic and ready to fly. Then, Mo Qingyu took out 4 mid-grade spirit stones from her storage bag and stuffed them into a hidden compartment on the bird's back, quickly saying, "Li Daoist, Chu sister. Hurry up. My mechanism bird can carry several people. Let us leave together." Hearing this, Chu Yuanlan was overjoyed and jumped onto the back of the blue bird without hesitation. Li Yi was both surprised and delighted. He had not expected Mo Qingyu to have such a treasure. With this, their chances of escape were greatly increased. After a moment's hesitation, he flapped his bat king wings and flew onto the back of the blue bird as well. In fact, Li Yi wanted to escape separately. He could use his bat king wings to activate wind shift and move at incredible speed. However, he was also worried that the Foundation establishment cultivators would pursue him recklessly. His chances of escaping alone were still quite slim, so staying with the 2 women increased their odds of fleeing. As soon as Li Yi hopped onto the back of the blue wooden bird, it flapped its wings, and a strong wind surged, lifting Li Yi and the others into the sky. "Not good, it's a flying mechanism puppet, and it's not low level. Quickly intercept them." The blood robe youth, just emerging from the cave, saw Li Yi and the others preparing to board the wooden bird and hurriedly shouted. Upon hearing the youth's words, the black-clad cultivators outside, still somewhat dazed, quickly took out various spirit tools and talismans to attack Li Yi and the others, creating a significant commotion. The blood robe youth continuously waved the blood-colored fan in his hand, summoning blood fiends from it to pounce on Li Yi and the others, while the black-clad old man urged a blood-colored dagger to attack the flying blue wooden bird. Seeing the overwhelming attack, Li Yi and the 3 looked grave. Not daring to be careless, they hurriedly took out their top-grade defensive spirit tool, the Black Shield, and the Huanyuan Bell spirit tool, placing them in front of themselves. The talisman they held had already been thrown out by Li Yi to block the attacks from the black-clad cultivators. Mo Qingyu, in front, controlled the blue wooden bird and did not make a move to defend. Chu Yuanlan had a white handkerchief above her head to help block attacks while constantly plucking a guqin, sending wind blades and cold air toward the blood robe youth. Bang! With a crisp sound, the yellow bell above Li Yi was shattered by the blood-colored dagger, turning into spots of spiritual light that vanished. With the spirit tool destroyed, Li Yi also suffered some injuries, his face turning pale as he coughed up a trace of blood. The blood-colored dagger, having broken through the yellow bell, charged directly toward him on the wooden bird, as if it had locked onto him, causing Li Yi's expression to change drastically. He hurriedly used the black shield to protect himself and took out a golden fork, pointing it at the flying dagger. Although he knew his spirit tool was no match for a magic weapon, Li Yi still wanted to buy some time. Just at that critical moment, the wooden bird beneath him suddenly turned its head, opening its mouth to unleash a white beam of light as thick as an arm, which instantly slammed into the incoming dagger, sending the fierce dagger flying away with ease. Seeing this scene, Li Yi was naturally filled with surprise and joy. He had not expected the wooden bird to have an offensive capability, greatly increasing their chances of escape. The black-clad old man and the blood-robed youth looked ashen, glaring at the soaring wooden bird. Bloodwolf, chase after them now, and send a sound transmission talisman to notify all available personnel in this mountain range to capture them. I, Shweli, have never suffered such a loss in my life, the blood-robed man said. Upon hearing his words, the old man frowned, expressing some concern. Young master, is it really necessary to mobilize so many people without first consulting the sect master? Hearing the old man's words, the youth in blood-stained clothes frowned and said unhappily, What? Is my command useless? If I tell you to go, you go? I will explain to my father. Upon hearing the cold words of the blood-clothed youth, the old man's forehead broke out in a layer of fine cold sweat, and he hurriedly said, No problem, I will chase. In addition, the old man took out a sound transmission talisman, said a few simple words, and the talisman flew out, disappearing into the mountains. After doing all this, the old man in black took out a small black banner, recited a few incantations, and the black banner emitted a large amount of black mist, enveloping the old man, transforming into a streak of dark light, rapidly pursuing Li Yi and the others. Li Yi and the others, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, thought they had escaped, but upon seeing a streak of black light chasing after them, their relaxed hearts immediately tensed up again. Imoching quickly said, Not good. That Foundation establishment cultivator has caught up, and his speed is extremely fast. It won't be long before he catches up with us. Looking at the pursuing Foundation establishment cultivator, Chu Yuanlan's face revealed a look of resentment as she said, I still have an explosive flame thunder talisman sword in my hand, which is a one-time offensive spiritual artifact. Its power is immense and can injure Foundation establishment cultivators. However, the flying speed of the Foundation establishment cultivator is too fast. I can't guarantee I can hit him. Everyone, bring out any hidden means you have. At this point, we shouldn't hide anything. Hearing her words, Li Yi also sighed and said, I have a talisman treasure that requires some time to activate. It should be able to deal with this person's magical artifact. Additionally, I have some low-grade talismans that can be used to disturb and confuse him, combined with Taoist Yuanlan's explosive flame thunder talisman sword for a sneak attack. We should be able to heavily injure him. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the two women showed a hint of joy on their faces, as they had not expected Li Yi to have a talisman treasure. With the two of them joining forces, there was a great hope of heavily injuring or even killing the Foundation establishment cultivator. At this moment, Imoching spoke up. I'm not as wealthy as my two fellow Taoists. This wooden bird puppet is my last trump card. I can control it to fly, and when necessary, it can launch a beam attack that can withstand a strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator's magical artifact. However, each attack will consume a piece of mid-grade spirit stone, and I don't have many left. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuanlan was delighted and immediately took out 3 mid-grade spirit stones, saying, I have 3 mid-grade spirit stones here. They are for you, Qingyu. I also have a few spirit stones, Li Yi said as he took out 3 spirit stones and handed them over. With these 6 spirit stones, this is great, Imo Qingyu said with some surprise. With these mid-grade spirit stones, she could fully control the blue bird to fly. Just as Li Yi and the others were conversing, the black-clothed Foundation establishment cultivator had already caught up. Li Yi could clearly see the other party's face. At this moment, the old man's face was filled with a sinister smile as he looked at them. Chapter 66. Counterattack. Since that's the case, then my two fellow Taoists, let's act separately. Taoist Mo will be responsible for controlling the wooden bird to evade attacks. Taoist Yuanlan will defend, withstand attacks, and look for opportunities to counterattack. I will activate the talisman treasure. This time we must settle this quickly. We need to heavily injure this person to have a chance of escape. The other party is from the Blood Demon sect, and there are likely other helpers here. If this person holds us back, it will be troublesome when we want to leave. Li Yi said with a gloomy expression, as he observed that the other party had released a sound transmission talisman when they left, likely calling for reinforcements. All right, no problem, the two women replied in unison. Subsequently, the three began to do their respective tasks. To be safe, Li did not put away the black small shield in front of him. He did not intend to leave all the defense to Chu Yuanlan. If something went wrong, he might lose his life. After taking out the wooden box containing the talisman treasure and retrieving the purple talisman, Li Yi sat cross-legged on the back of the wooden bird, beginning to channel his mana to activate the talisman treasure. As the black-clothed old man flew closer to the wooden bird, he once again activated the blood-red small knife magical artifact to attack Li Yi and the others. Mo Qingyu controlled the blue wooden bird, dodging left and right in the air to evade the small knife's attacks. When evasion was impossible, Chu Yuanlan desperately defended against the blood-red small knife's attacks with her white handkerchief-like magical artifact and Guqing. When she could no longer withstand it, she would throw out a dozen talismans, as Li Yi had given her over 100 talismans. In addition, Mo Qingyu's blue bird would occasionally emit beams of light to block the blood-red small knife. Together, Mo Qingyu and Chu Yuanlan managed to barely withstand the attacks of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator's magical artifact, allowing Li Yi to finally calm down and activate the talisman treasure. Seeing that his attacks were actually being blocked by Qi refining cultivators, the black-clothed Foundation Establishment old man suddenly became enraged, feeling humiliated. If this got out, he would definitely be laughed at. At this moment, the black-clothed old man saw Li Yi sitting cross-legged on the back of the wooden bird. Knowing he must be preparing some means to deal with him, which made him feel uneasy, he hurriedly took out a black small fork from his storage bag, which transformed into a streak of black light and joined the attack against Li Yi and the others. The black small fork was also a magical artifact with considerable attack power, and Chu Yuanlan's white handkerchief was clearly about to be overwhelmed. Finally, with a crisp sound, it was torn apart. Upon seeing this, the two women turned pale with fear and hurriedly shouted, "Li Daoist, hurry up, we can't hold on any longer." Just then, Li Yi suddenly stood up, and in front of him floated a 1-foot-long purple short blade, with arcs of electricity constantly jumping on it. Li Yi said, "Go." The short blade flew out, directly knocking away the blood-red small knife and the black small fork, heading straight for the black-clothed old man. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed old man felt a sense of foreboding and exclaimed, "Not good, it's a talisman treasure." He had not expected that Li Yi and the others actually had another talisman treasure. The black-clothed old man, seeing the approaching purple short blade, dared not be careless and immediately stopped his movement, placing the black small banner in front of him to try to block the incoming short blade. The purple short blade easily tore through the black small banner, creating a large hole in it, and the short blade sliced through the old man's shoulder, severing his left shoulder and arm completely. If he hadn't instinctively dodged at the last moment, it would have been his head that was severed. This is impossible. The old man looked at his severed left arm and shoulder in disbelief, hurriedly taking out a talisman to stick on his wound, then urgently directing the blood-red small knife and black small fork to block the purple short blade's attack. At the same time, his figure retreated rapidly under the protection of the black small banner, not daring to confront Li Yi head-on. Seeing the already injured and rapidly retreating old man, Li Yi felt greatly encouraged and said, "Chase, kill this person, then we quickly leave. He is already injured. This is an opportunity. Don't get entangled with him. I won't be able to use the talisman treasure for long." Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu naturally understood the reasoning behind this and did not dare to hesitate. The purple short blade talisman treasure was blocked by the blood-red small knife and the black small fork. Mo Qingyu controlled the blue wooden bird to continuously harass and attack the old man, making him extremely flustered, while Chu Yuanlan occasionally threw out a few talismans to disrupt the old man's spellcasting. Just as the old man was slowly getting used to Li Yi and the others' attacks, Chu Yuanlan seized an opportunity and released the one-time offensive spiritual artifact, the explosive flame thunder talisman sword. Whoosh, boom. The bright red little sword, mixed with lightning, resembled a dazzling meteor, crashing into the old man, causing a loud explosion. The old man, along with the black small banner, was blasted away, spitting out blood from his mouth, his eyes vacant. Seeing this scene, Li Yi whispered in surprise, "What a great opportunity." He quickly urged the purple short blade to shake off the entanglement of the blood-colored small knife and the black small fork and struck towards the old man, easily beheading him. The old man's flying head was mixed with expressions of surprise, unwillingness, and regret. He could hardly believe that as a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he would die at the hands of 3 Qi refining cultivators. The old man's corpse soon fell from midair, and Li Yi activated the Bat King Wing's spirit artifact on his back, quickly arriving in front of the old man's body, and forcefully snatched the storage bag from the old man's waist. Immediately afterward, he also rolled up the blood-colored small knife and the black small fork, these 2 magical artifacts. His movements were very skilled, as if he had done it many times before. After a few flashes, Li Yi returned to the back of the greenwood bird and said to Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu, "Friends, it's not suitable to stay here for long. The commotion from the battle just now was too great. The blood ghost sex cultivators will probably arrive here soon. We should leave quickly. All right, let's go." Mo Qingyu and Chu Yuanlan said with an inexplicable excitement. Li Yi tidied up the spirit artifacts and talismans on him and began to sit cross-legged. Chu Yuanlan did the same, while Mo Qingyu continued to control the greenwood bird, flying towards the direction of gathering Immortal City. Shortly after Li Yi and the others left, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face, driving a blood giant eagle, stopped at this place. Looking at the traces of the battle and the dismembered old man, the middle-aged man's expression changed, and he murmured, "Bloodwolf has actually been killed. How is this possible?" The young master said the opponent is just 3 Qi refining cultivators. How could they kill Bloodwolf, who possesses multiple magical artifacts? The aura of this place also dissipated, making it impossible to discern which direction they escaped from. After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man turned and left. returning to a hidden cave in the Tianyan mountain range, reporting something to the young man in blood clothing. Chapter 67. Harvest. Plans what? You say Blood Wolf is dead? How is that possible? A Foundation establishment cultivator can't be defeated by 3 chi refining cultivators. Even if he was outmatched, he could escape. Why did he die? The young man in blood clothing suddenly stood up from his seat, extremely shocked. He could not understand how a Foundation establishment cultivator would die while chasing chi refining cultivators. It was unbelievable. The young man even suspected that the Blood Eagle secretly killed Blood Wolf and hoarded treasures. There is no mistake, young master. Blood Wolf is dead. I saw his corpse with my own eyes, said the middle-aged man with a grim expression. The young man in blood clothing walked back and forth in the hall for a while, thinking for a moment, then said, "All right, I understand. You personally lead a team to secretly monitor the entrance to Gathering Immortal City. If you encounter those people, capture them on the spot. If you can't find them, send more people to infiltrate Gathering Immortal City to investigate the backgrounds of these 3. One of them is from the Chu family. If they escape, they will definitely hide in Gathering Immortal City. If they can't be found, spread the word that these people obtained treasures from the cave of Dan Jihan Fengyun, claiming they not only have a large number of elixirs and alchemical classics, but also marrow-cleansing fruits and a lot of spiritual herbs. I don't believe they can stay in Gathering Immortal City for long. At that time, we can fish in troubled waters." The young man in blood clothing sneered at the end. "Okay, I'll go do it." The Blood Eagle's eyes lit up as he said. To avoid the pursuit of the young man in blood clothing, the 3 of them took a long detour and finally returned to the outskirts of Gathering Immortal City 3 days later, entering the city under the cover of night. What they didn't know was that it was precisely because of their caution that they avoided a calamity. Soon, the 3 arrived back at the cave of Chu Yuanlan. At that time, 4 people had gone out together, but now only the 3 of them returned, which was quite regretful. This is the storage bag of the killed Foundation establishment cultivator. Let us see what treasures are inside, and then divide them. Li Yi took out the storage bag obtained from the Foundation establishment old man and said to the 2 women. He turned the storage bag upside down, and everything inside fell to the ground. Among them were 3 magical artifacts. A black small banner with a large hole in it, from which a lot of black energy was emanating, a blood-colored small knife, and a black small fork, which were still relatively intact. The rest were some low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones, about 2,000 of them, and 2 jade slips. One recorded a technique called Blood Spirit Art, while the other contained a secret technique called Blood Sacrifice Technique. Both the technique and the secret technique were quite bloody, causing Li Yi to frown. He didn't intend to cultivate them. The rest were some talismans and miscellaneous items. "Li brother, I don't want these items. You and Sister Qing, you can split them. I'm very satisfied just to have avenged my cousin," Chu Yuanlan said sincerely. Then she handed Li Yi a silver alchemy furnace, which was one of the 3 treasures Li Yi had previously found in the cave. Chu Yuanlan took the alchemy furnace, while Mo Qingyu took the storage bag, and she herself took a jade slip. "Well, thank you, Taoist Yuanlan." Li Yi did not refuse and directly accepted the alchemy furnace, putting it into his storage bag without even looking at it. Afterward, Li Yi pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and took out a jade slip, which was the other jade slip obtained from the cave. Li Yi quickly copied the jade slip twice and handed one each to Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu. Chu Yuanlan did not refuse and took the jade slip, putting it into her storage bag. However, Mo Qingyu accepted the jade slip somewhat awkwardly, sighed, and took out a storage bag from her body, which was the one Li Yi had given her. She also poured out the contents of the storage bag, and immediately 10 or so small jade bottles and some spiritual stones and miscellaneous items fell out. Soon, the 3 divided these items, and their harvest was quite significant. All of them wearing happy expressions. Especially from the storage bag of Han Fengyun's cave, they obtained quite a few elixirs and spirit stones, and each received a magical artifact. "I will leave Gathering Immortal City tomorrow to inform the family about my cousin's death. I wonder what plans Li brother and Sister Qing you have?" Chu Yuanlan asked, looking sadly at Li Yi and Mo Qingyu. "I plan to return to the sect. This time, I obtained marrow-cleansing fruits and some elixirs, enough for a long period of cultivation, sufficient to assist me in refining my essence and marrow, and reaching the great perfection of Qi refining level 12, Mo Qingyu said. After speaking, both of them looked at Li Yi, who shrugged and said, "I am a loose cultivator, without a fixed residence, and I haven't decided where to go yet. But I still need to go out and hide for a while to avoid the storm. This time I killed a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Blood Ghost sect. They will definitely not let it go easily. Moreover, if the news of us obtaining the Foundation establishment cultivator's cave spreads, I might not be able to stay safe in Gathering Immortal City, and they might even turn their attention to me. I've decided to return in 2 years to participate in the selection of the 5 major sections." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu exchanged glances, and Chu Yuanlan said, "Li brother, if you want to join the 5 major sects, you might as well let Sister Qingyu help. She is a disciple of the Tian Shaman from the 5 great sects. It's relatively easy to recommend a disciple to enter. There's no need to wait for the entrance selection 2 years later." After hearing Chu Yuanlan's words, Li Yi's eyes lit up, and he said calmly, "So, Taoist Mo is actually a disciple of Tian Shaman. I am truly honored. I won't hide it from you 2 Taoists. I am a 5-element root cultivator. and my aptitude for cultivation is quite poor. A senior from Tianyuanzong has already assessed me and did not accept me as a disciple. I wonder if Tian Shaman has any requirements for aptitude? After previously battling together against foundation-building cultivators and enduring hardships, the three of them had grown much closer, and Li no longer concealed anything, directly stating his aptitude. Brother Li is actually a 5-element root cultivator. Yet he has quickly reached the 10th level of qi refining. This is truly incredible, Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu said in unison, as if they were about to drop their jaws in disbelief. They could not believe that a 5-element root cultivator could reach the 10th level of qi refining. It was simply astonishing. I have had some opportunities and possess some talent in alchemy. Reaching my current level is also due to the efficacy of pills, Li Yi said, producing the alchemist identity token given to him by the Dan Tower. The two women looked at Li Yi's identity token and gradually felt relieved. Since Brother Li is an alchemist and has reached the 10th level of qi refining, entering Tian Shaman should not be a problem. However, after entering, Brother Li may have to work a bit harder, Mo Qingyu said, looking at Li Yi. Harder? Why is that? Please enlighten me, Taoist Mo. Li Yi asked with cupped fists. It's nothing much. Your aptitude is indeed not very good, but since you excel in alchemy, you can be admitted as an outer disciple through special consideration. You will need to complete certain sect tasks each year. However, this is only during the qi refining stage. Once you reach the foundation building stage, there will be no such requirements. Since you are skilled in alchemy, your sect tasks will certainly involve alchemy, Mo Qingyu explained. Upon hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Oh, so I only need to focus on alchemy. That's not a problem. Then I would like to ask Taoist Mo for a recommendation. Brother Li, there's no need to be polite. It's a small matter. After all, we have gone through hardships together. Since Brother Li is skilled in alchemy, I may need to trouble you in the future, Mo Qingyu said with a charming smile. That's no problem. If Taoist Mo needs anything in the future, as long as I can help, I will definitely not refuse, Li Yi promised, patting his chest. Watching the two engage in such warm conversation, Chu Yuanlan suddenly spoke up. All right, you two don't need to flatter each other anymore. Soon you will be fellow disciples, and there will be many opportunities to help each other. How long will you keep thanking each other? Upon hearing Chu Yuanlan's words, Li Yi and the other two stopped their flattery and began discussing other matters. After chatting for a while, Chu Yuanlan suddenly thought of something and turned to Li Yi, saying, Brother Li, you shouldn't be too concerned about your 5-element root aptitude. In fact, in the cultivation world, there is no absolute good or bad when it comes to aptitude. Li Yi's heart stirred upon hearing Chu Yuanlan's words. With some confusion, he asked, Taoist Yuanlan, what do you mean by that? Isn't single spiritual root aptitude the best, followed by mutated roots like wind, ice, and thunder, and then mixed roots, with 5-element roots being the worst? That is indeed the common understanding in the current cultivation world, but it is merely a prevalent perception. In ancient times, there was no distinction of superiority or inferiority among spiritual roots. The strength of a cultivator was judged solely based on their abilities. And cultivators with 5-element roots could also possess great powers and cultivate quickly, Chu Yuanlan explained slowly. The main reason is that in ancient times, the cultivation world was rich in spiritual energy, with countless spiritual herbs. Ancient cultivators created various alchemical formulas, including foundation-building pills and marrow-cleansing pills, during that period. Moreover, ancient cultivators also developed cultivation techniques suitable for various spiritual roots, allowing cultivators to choose methods that suited their own spiritual root aptitude. Many cultivators opted for multi-attribute techniques. Unlike the current cultivation world where most choose single-attribute techniques, multi-attribute cultivators often possess great powers, and with the aid of various pills, their cultivation speed is not slow, making them the rulers of the cultivation world. However, as the number of cultivators increased, the spiritual energy in the cultivation world became thinner, and various rare treasures disappeared. This made cultivating with multi-element roots extremely difficult, and many cultivation techniques were lost, leading to the near extinction of multi-element root cultivators. Even those who do exist are often low-tier cultivators, and gradually, cultivators with more spiritual roots have lower cultivation levels, and their aptitude is deemed as waste roots. In contrast, single-element roots shone brightly during this time. Their single spiritual root attributes allowed them to absorb only one type of spiritual energy without interference, resulting in faster cultivation speeds, making them highly sought after by major cultivation factions. After hearing Chu Yuanlan's words, Li Yi pondered and then spoke. So, Taoist Yuanlan means that if I can find a cultivation technique suitable for my 5-element roots, and with the assistance of some pills, it would not be a problem to cultivate to a high level. Is that correct? You are right. That is what I mean, Chu Yuanlan replied, her beautiful eyes blinking. After listening to the conversation between the two, Mo Qingyu, who was sitting nearby, suddenly frowned and interjected, cultivation techniques suitable for 5-element roots should have long been extinct. It's impossible to find them. Qingyu, you are correct that such techniques are indeed rare, but to say they are extinct is not entirely true. I know of a place where such techniques exist, Chu Yuanlan said. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's heart warmed, and he eagerly asked, where is it? Mo Qingyu was equally interested. Seeing Li Yi's eagerness, Chu Yuanlan smiled slightly and said, "The Wenyang's secret realm." Li Yi softly repeated the words Wenyang's secret realm. But his heart was filled with doubts, so he asked again, "What is the Wenyang's secret realm? How come I've never heard of it?" Chu Yuanlan looked at Mo Qingyu and said, "It is normal that Brother Li hasn't heard of it, but Sister Qingyu definitely knows this place. Could this be the so-called Wenyang's secret realm, known as the Land of Death? I've only heard that it's an ancient secret realm, containing some rare spiritual herbs and medicines from the outside world. In the Chu Kingdom, the spiritual herbs needed to refine foundation-building pills were obtained from there. But how could there be techniques inside?" Mo Qingyu asked, somewhat puzzled. "Sister Qingyu, it's understandable that you don't know. In fact, the Wenyang secret realm is divided into 2 layers. The first layer does indeed have many spiritual herbs and medicines, but the second layer contains techniques and treasures." Chu Yuanlan explained. "It is said that the owner of the Wenyang secret realm perished within it, and the techniques he left behind are also there. I also know that the owner of the Wenyang secret realm was a 5-element root cultivator. To claim an ancient secret realm as his own speaks volumes about his power and abilities, and it is highly likely that he cultivated using 5-element techniques." Chu Yuanlan's eyes were filled with longing as she spoke enviously. "Is there really such a thing?" Mo Qingyu furrowed her brows and asked. "The information about the Wenyang secret realm is a secret of our Chu family. Our ancestors had some connections with the owner of the secret realm, which is why we have more knowledge about it. The Asking Heaven secret realm has been restricted by its master, allowing only Qi refining stage cultivators to enter. However, there is another secret. Only cultivators at the 12th layer of Qi refining can enter the second layer of the inheritance trial. Those who pass the inheritance trial will gain the master's recognition and receive the inheritance. This information was originally secret, but over time, many senior cultivators from the 5 major sects have come to know it, though it hasn't been publicly shared. However, core disciples who reach the 12th layer of Qi refining will definitely be informed. My cousin could have entered the foundation establishment stage long ago, but he delayed in order to enter the secret realm to obtain the inheritance, only to unfortunately perish." Chu Yuanlan sighed and said, hearing Chu Yuanlan's words. Li Yi and Mo Qingyu both pondered. Currently, Li Yi's cultivation level is only at the 10th layer of Qi refining, while Mo Qingyu is at the 11th layer. Still some distance away from the 12th layer. "I wonder when the secret realm will open next?" Li Yi asked. "The Asking Heaven secret realm opens once every 50 years. Calculating the days, there are still less than 5 years until the last opening. So Li brother can prepare well during this time, and then explore the secret realm. As for whether you can obtain techniques, it depends on fate, because there are spiritual herbs for refining foundation establishment pills within the secret realm. Therefore, the cultivators entering will not be weak, and the 5 major sects distribute foundation establishment pills based on the quantity of herbs collected. Thus, the competition is extremely fierce. Each time the secret realm opens, the number of cultivators who survive is less than 1/10. The competition is exceptionally brutal," Chu Yuanlan said with lingering fear. Chapter 69. An appointment to go to the Tianxiao sect. Hearing Chu Yuanlan's words, Li Yi took a deep breath and said to himself, "Wow, that's quite a high number of casualties. Is the competition really that fierce inside? The number of deaths is indeed high. Each time the secret realm opens, there are about 1,000 people entering, but the number of those who can walk out is often less than 100, and sometimes even fewer, only a few dozen. If Li brother wants to go in, he still needs to be well prepared, because countless talented cultivators perish each time the secret realm opens." Chu Yuanlan said seriously. "All right, I will consider it carefully and prepare well. Thank you, Yuanlan." Li Yi stood up, expressing his gratitude. "Li brother, you're welcome. If there's a chance, maybe we can cooperate again in the secret realm." Chu Yuanlan looked at Li Yi and smiled meaningfully. "Sure, if I can enter the secret realm with you, that would be great. However, I don't know much about the Asking Heaven secret realm, so I'll have to rely on you." Li Yi said. "No problem. I don't trust others either." Chu Yuanlan replied. "I wonder if Sister Qingyu will also enter the secret realm." Chu Yuanlan asked Mo Qingyu. "I'm not sure about that. We'll have to wait and see." Mo Qingyu pondered for a moment and said. The 3 chatted for a while longer before parting ways. With Li Yi leaving with Mo Qingyu. "Li brother, we will leave Jushin City tomorrow and head to Tianxiao sect. You don't have any problems on your side, right?" Mo Qingyu asked Li Yi. Hearing her words, Li Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "I have a friend here, and I want to check on him to see if he wants to leave. If he does, I want to take him with me. Let's leave the day after tomorrow." "All right, Li brother, you go ahead and take care of your business. We'll meet at the East City dock early the day after tomorrow and set off together," Mo Qingyu said. After they separated, Li Yi left alone. He planned to take Chun Ming with him when leaving Jushin City, as he felt that his relationship with Chun Ming was special and could easily be discovered. If news of him obtaining treasure from the cave spread, it could lead to trouble. Additionally, he needed someone to help him with things at Tianxiao sect, such as collecting pill recipes and spiritual herbs. His cooperation with Chun Ming had been quite good, and Li Yi trusted Chun Ming's character. After searching around Jushin City, Li Yi quickly contacted Chun Ming using the agreed method. When Chun Ming saw Li Yi, he appeared very happy and excitedly said, "Big brother Li, you're back. That's great. I have good news to tell you." Hearing this, Li Yi became interested and said, "Oh, what news? Let's hear it." I reorganized the trade according to the method you gave me last time, and the harvest was pretty good. A few days ago, I collected a dewdrop grass that has been around for over 10 years, and its quality is quite good, although I spent some extra pills. While speaking, Chunming carefully took out a wooden box from his storage bag. When he opened it, a vibrant green small grass lay inside. Not bad. This spiritual herb is indeed dewdrop grass. It's good to get it, and spending some extra spirit stones and pills isn't a problem, Li Yi said with great joy. Dewdrop grass is a second-grade spiritual herb, one of the 2 herbs needed for refining the recovery pill. He had already collected a spirit-nurturing grass before, so he now had both main herbs. Now he just needed to collect a few auxiliary spiritual herbs to refine the recovery pill, and fortunately, these auxiliary herbs are not too difficult to obtain. As long as he spends some time, he will definitely find them. You did well. Later, I will give you a bottle of high-grade spirit ginseng pill. Actually, I came to find you for a reason. I plan to leave Jushin City and want to take you with me. I wonder if you would be willing. Li Yi said straightforwardly. Thank you, big brother Li. I would be willing to go with you. Chunming replied without hesitation. This surprised Li Yi. In fact, Li Yi didn't know that even if he urged Chunming to leave, he wouldn't go because Chunming realized that following Li Yi meant he wouldn't lack pills. And his cultivation was also progressing rapidly. His usual work was just to collect spiritual herbs and pill recipes. To ensure that Li Yi would stay, Chunming never slacked off in the tasks Li Yi assigned him, completing them diligently. By the way, big brother Li, have you offended anyone recently? Chunming suddenly asked as if he thought of something. Hearing Chunming's words, Li Yi's heart stirred, but he maintained a calm expression and asked, Why do you ask? It's like this. I heard from some loose cultivator friends that some unfamiliar cultivators have come to the city recently, searching for information about you with your portrait. Chunming said. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's expression changed slightly. He knew that these must be people from the Blood Ghost sect, who had actually found this place. He immediately said, Pack your things, we need to leave here immediately. Seeing Li Yi's changed expression and serious demeanor, Chunming didn't ask further. He quickly packed his things, donned a disguised mask, and left Jushin City under the cover of night. On the way, Chunming learned that Li Yi was planning to join the Tianxiao sect from the 5 major sects in the Kingdom of Chu, and he was naturally overjoyed and happy for Li Yi. With Li Yi's elevated status, he would naturally rise with him. At the same time, Chunming was also very envious. Becoming a cultivator of the 5 major sects was a lifelong dream for loose cultivators like them. Life as a loose cultivator was indeed very difficult. If Chunming hadn't encountered Li Yi, he would probably have remained at the 4th or 5th layer of qi refining for his entire life, unable to obtain cultivation resources and being bullied by some cultivation sects and families. After camping overnight in the wild, Li Yi met up with Mo Qingyu the next day. Li Yi informed Mo Qingyu about the news he heard from Chunming in the city. After some discussion, they decided they couldn't stay any longer and immediately made plans to leave. Mo Qingyu took out her wooden bird flying puppet again. Li Yi and Chunming, feeling embarrassed to sit idly, offered 4 mid-grade spirit stones to her as a contribution for the puppet's usage. This generous act earned Li Yi a lot of goodwill from Mo Qingyu. At the same time, Li Yi felt a bit emotional. Cultivating immortality really consumed spirit stones. The more than 20 mid-grade spirit stones he had obtained earlier were now reduced by half. While riding on the wooden bird, Li Yi pondered for a moment and asked Mo Qingyu, Taoist friend Qingyu, could you tell me some basic information about the Tianxiao sect? It would help me prepare. Hearing Li Yi's words, Mo Qingyu smiled slightly and replied, No problem. Even if you hadn't asked, I would still have shared this with you. Thank you, Taoist friend Qingyu, Li Yi said, cupping his fists in gratitude. Chapter 70, Entrance Examination, Part 1. The Tianxiao sect is one of the 5 major sects of the state of Chu. Located in the Tianmen Mountain in the southeast of Chu, a river called the Tianshui flows beneath Tianmen Mountain, and to the east lies the vast, boundless sea. Originally, Tianmen Mountain was just a small mountain range, but the founder of the Tianxiao sect passed through this area and felt that the feng shui was excellent. So he established the sect here. Later, he displayed his supernatural powers and moved 5 large mountains to form 5 main peaks, which are also the 5 main peaks of the Tianxiao sect. The most famous aspects of the Tianxiao sect are puppet techniques and formations. Every cultivator practices some puppet techniques, but it's not mandatory. It mainly depends on personal preference and talent, Mo Qingyu explained. Throughout the journey, Li Yi received a lot of information about the Tianxiao sect from Mo Qingyu, with her doing most of the talking. Li Yi listened carefully, which gave him a general understanding of the Tianxiao sect. He also gained some insights into the other 4 major sections. After half a month of hurried travel, Li Yi and Mo Qingyu finally arrived at the foot of Tianxiao sect. Since Chunming was an outsider and not qualified to enter the Tianxiao sect, Mo Qingyu arranged for him to stay in the market at the foot of the mountain. Li Yi left some resources for Chunming and then left with Mo Qingyu. Looking at the mountain shrouded in mist, Li Yi asked in confusion, Taoist friend Mo, is this really the Tianxiao sect? Why does it feel like there is nothing here? Mo Qingyu replied, this is covered by a great formation. The mist is also there to prevent ordinary people from mistakenly entering the mountain. As she spoke, she took out a white jade pendant from her storage bag, infused it with some spiritual energy, and then a strange scene unfolded. The mist in the mountains began to roll continuously, and surprisingly, a stone staircase appeared, leading directly to the mountaintop. Yu put away the jade pendant and said to Li Yi, "Brotherly, let's go up. Be careful not to touch the surrounding mist. There are restrictions inside, and you might get attacked." Watching this scene, Li Yi was amazed. He followed closely behind Yu, cautiously making his way towards the mountaintop. Soon, they reached the summit, where a huge stone tablet appeared, inscribed with the characters Tianxiao. Behind the stone tablet stood two young men in white, guarding the mountain gate. Their cultivation level was at the 10th level of qi refining, having reached the great perfection of the qi refining stage. But they were relegated to guarding the mountain gate in the Tianxiao sect. This Tianxiao sect was indeed extraordinary, which made Li Yi secretly marvel. "Junior brothers, this is my friend who has come to our sect on important business and needs to stay in the reception pavilion for a while. I need to report to the sect master and then bring him to meet the sect master," Yu said, taking out the jade pendant and showing it to the two guards. The two received the pendant and carefully examined it. Afterward, they returned the pendant to Yu, saying, "So it's Sister Imo returning to the sect. This friend can go to the reception pavilion without issue, but he must not wander around inside. Rest assured, fellow Taoists. I understand the rules." Li Yi stepped forward and said respectfully, "That's good. You may enter," one of the young men in white said. After that, Li Yi was taken to an ancient hall, which was the place where the Tianxiao sect received external cultivators. Li Yi was arranged in a small room to wait. As per the agreement with Yu, he sat cross-legged in the room, focusing on meditation and not feeling anxious. Half a day later, Li Yi suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, the room was unexpectedly opened, and Yu entered with a white-robed cultivator. "Brotherly, the sect master is ready to see you, but you will need to undergo an examination for entry. This is Senior Brother Chong Luo, a disciple of the sect master. He will take you to meet him," Yu said. "Really? That's wonderful," Li Yi said excitedly. Although he had Yu's recommendation, he was still quite worried about whether he could enter the Tianxiao sect. However, now that the sect master was willing to see him, the hope was much greater. Soon, the three boarded a silver flying boat, heading towards a mountain peak. Sitting on the boat, Li Yi felt the overwhelming spiritual energy rushing towards him, making him feel as if every pore in his body was about to expand. The spiritual energy here was several times denser than in Jushin City. It truly lived up to its reputation as a major sect for cultivation, Li Yi thought to himself. Before long, the flying boat stopped in front of a grand hall, where the plaque read Tianxiao. As they entered the hall, Li Yi saw an elderly man with an immortal demeanor and a long beard, smiling as he looked at Li Yi and the others. Li Yi could not discern the old man's strength. He should be a foundational stage cultivator and might even be a golden core stage cultivator. Naturally, Li Yi did not dare to be careless and became even more cautious. "Greetings, Master Uncle. This is my friend, Taoist friend Li Yi. He is a good friend of mine. I owe a lot to him for this trip. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for me to obtain those things. So please do not make things difficult for him," Yu said playfully. "I see, Imo girl. Since just now, my ears have almost developed calluses from hearing you repeat it so many times. If you want to recruit disciples, I need to see and understand their background and origins," the old man said. All right. Brotherly, this is our Tianxiao sect's sect master, Master Wei Zifeng. Master, he is now at the great perfection of the foundation building stage, and will soon enter the golden core stage," Yu said with a smile, while looking at the old man. "Junior Li Yi, I pay my respects to you." Senior, Li Yi stepped forward and bowed deeply. As the old man looked at Li Yi, his murky eyes suddenly sharpened, carefully examining Li Yi. After a moment, he slowly said, "Li Yi, you have quite good wood attribute mana, having cultivated to the 10th level of qi refining. I heard that your talent is actually that of a 5-element root cultivator, which surprises me greatly. Normally, this would not meet the entry requirements. However, since you are a pill master with considerable talent in alchemy, and since Qingyu girl has strongly recommended you, I wanted to meet you and give you a chance. My talent is too poor. Please don't laugh at me, senior. The cultivation I have now is all thanks to the effects of pills. Fortunately, I have some talent in alchemy," Li Yi said with a hint of self-deprecation. "Oh, there's nothing to laugh about. Talent is innate. We cultivators cannot decide that. It seems you are quite confident in your alchemy talent," the old man said. "How about this? As long as your alchemy skills are indeed as good as Miss Imo said, and your background is also clean, I can make an exception and let you enter," the old man said to Li Yi very seriously. Immediately, Li Yi was arranged to refine pills. Just like during the last assessment at the pill tower, Li Yi easily refined the spirit ginseng pill. This time, he actually performed exceptionally well, using ordinary spiritual herbs to refine 9 medium-quality spirit ginseng pills. Although the pills were of first rank, all were of medium quality, surprising the people present. Chapter 71, Entry Assessment, Part 2. Li Yi's alchemy skills are indeed quite good. I see that your alchemy techniques are quite proficient, and it seems you have refined quite a number of pills. The pills you refined are all of medium quality, and it won't be long before you can become a second-rank alchemist, the old man said, clearly very satisfied with Li Yi's alchemy skills. Senior, you flatter me. I dare not think of becoming a second-rank alchemist in such a short time, Li Yi said with a, very humbly. Becoming a second-rank alchemist also requires refining a large number of pills. Currently, Li Yi only possesses the formula for the second-rank returning spirit pill, and he has not completely gathered the necessary spiritual herbs. However, in Hanfinyan's cave, he obtained a jade slip that recorded not only his insights on alchemy, but also several pill formulas. Although Li Yi had not yet had the chance to look at them, do not be humble, young friend. I have lived a long life, and I do have some insights. What you lack is only some spiritual herbs for practice. Next, I will use the Heart Inquiry Talisman to ask you about your background. Please do not deceive me with falsehoods, just answer honestly. I will ask a total of 10 questions, and as long as you do not lie in 8 of them, you can enter. Of course, we will not inquire about some of your secrets, the old man said very seriously. After hearing his words, Li Yi hesitated a bit. He was afraid that the secret of his small cauldron would be exposed. Before this, Imoqingyu had never mentioned such an assessment to him. However, having reached this point, he had no choice but to agree. If they inquired about the secret of the small cauldron, he would have to lie, even if he could not enter. He could not expose the secret of the small cauldron. All right, senior, please ask. Li Yi agreed. Okay, the first question. Please tell me about your background. The old man affixed a talisman to Li Yi and softly asked. As for his background, Li Yi naturally had nothing to hide, and he explained it very calmly. After listening to Li Yi's answer to the first question, the old man nodded, looking quite satisfied. My second question, why did you choose to join the Heavenly Clever sect? After asking, the old man looked at Li Yi with sharp eyes, clearly concerned about this question. Foundation establishment pills, Li Yi answered succinctly. After Li Yi finished answering, he fell silent and blinked at the old man, as if to say, hurry up and ask the next question. Seeing Li Yi's expression, the old man paused, seemingly choked up. He was still waiting for Li Yi to continue speaking, but Li Yi had already stopped. There were many reasons for Li Yi to join the Heavenly Clever sect, but it was not only to obtain a few foundation establishment pills. It was also to be able to refine foundation establishment pills and enter the secret realm. With his qualifications, Li Yi felt that he needed to refine at least high-quality foundation establishment pills to help him enter the foundation establishment stage. In fact, Li Yi played a little trick here. The range of the other party's questions was very broad, but he only mentioned foundation establishment pills, which was not technically a lie, just very one-sided. Suddenly, Li Yi realized that this Heart Inquiry Talisman assessment had many loopholes, and it was not very difficult to pass this assessment while keeping his secrets. Soon, half an hour passed, and Li Yi finished answering all the questions. Your identity is no problem. You can enter the Heavenly Clever sect. After entering, you must abide by the sect rules and protect the interests of the sect. If you violate them, you will not be lightly punished, the old man said. Smiling at Li Yi, hearing the old man's words, Li Yi's heart was filled with joy. He quickly bowed and said, Thank you, master. I will definitely abide by the sect rules and will not dare to violate them. All right, from now on, you are a disciple of our sect. No need for formality. Qingyu, take junior brother Li to receive the entrance token, a set of entrance clothing, spiritual weapons, and the sect rules manual. Saying this, the old man took out a talisman, spoke a few words on it, and handed it to Imoqingyu. Thank you, master. Imoqingyu took the talisman, thanked him, and then led Li Yi out of the Heavenly Clever Hall. After Li Yi and the two left the main hall, the white-haired old man turned to the white-clothed young man beside him and asked, Luor, what do you think of this junior brother Li? This junior brother Li's alchemy level should be quite good, but when he answered the questions, it felt a bit insincere. We asked several questions. Although his answers had no issues, I always feel like he is hiding something, the young man in white said. Your intuition is correct. As a 5-element root cultivator, he has managed to reach the 10th level of chi refinement at such a young age and has a certain level of alchemy skills. He must have many secrets. It is normal to have some concealments when first arriving. Observe him secretly for a while and see if he has any other purposes for coming to our sect. Also, probe what secrets he has. I always feel that his secrets are not simple, the old man said, narrowing his eyes at the end. Yes, master, the white-clothed young man. Chang Luo frowned and said seriously. Li Yi naturally did not know that he had already caught the attention of the sect master just after entering. If he knew, he would wonder if he would regret coming to the Heavenly Clever sect. At this moment, Li Yi, under the guidance of Imoqingyu, arrived at the miscellaneous hall. Following a servant, they came to the main hall, where a middle-aged man was sitting, looking at Li Yi and the others with a puzzled expression. Master uncle, we are here on the sect master's orders to bring junior brother to collect his entrance items, Imoqingyu said as she handed over the communication talisman. The middle-aged man took the communication talisman with some confusion and asked, Imo junior sister, I remember that our sect did not recruit new disciples this year, right? How come you are here to collect entrance items? Junior brother Li has been admitted as an exception, personally assessed by the sect master, Imoqingyu replied obediently. Hearing this, the young man became interested and asked, Oh, to be assessed personally by the sect master. It seems that junior brother Li is quite extraordinary. Junior brother, I only know some basic alchemy skills. I am grateful to the sect master for not abandoning me and allowing me to enter as an exception, Li Yi said, cupping his fists in greeting. Upon hearing that Li Yi knew some alchemy skills, the young man's eyes lit up as he asked, Junior brother Li is actually an alchemist. I wonder what rank alchemist you are. I am currently a first-rank alchemist, Li Yi said. After hearing Li Yi's words, the young man's interest quickly diminished. If he were a second-rank alchemist, he might find it somewhat interesting, but since he was just a first-rank alchemist, it wouldn't be very helpful to him. He was a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, and the pills useful to him were at least third rank. First-rank pills were of no use to him. So his interest in Li Yi decreased significantly. Newly admitted disciples can receive 4 sets of clothing, 1 sect rules manual, 1 identity token that can recognize its master with a drop of blood, 1 upper-grade spiritual weapon sword, and 1 storage bag. Saying this, the middle-aged man took out a pile of items and tossed them to Li Yi. Chapter 72. Sect Mission. After Li Yi finished counting all the items and used the token to recognize his master with his blood, he heard the middle-aged cultivator urging them to leave. All right, the items have been given to you. If there are no issues, you can leave. But there's one thing I need to remind you, kid. Although you have entered our sect, you are still just an outer disciple. Don't forget about the sect missions every month. Of course, new disciples have a 6-month adaptation period, after which they must complete sect missions. If they fail to do so, they will face punishment, the middle-aged man reminded them once more. Hearing the elder urging them to leave, Li Yi and his companion didn't dare to linger any longer and immediately stood up to bid farewell, saying, "Thank you, Master Uncle." Your disciple takes his leave. Looking at the storage bag in his hands, Li Yi felt as if he were in a dream. He had become a disciple of the Tiangue sect, one of the 5 major sects of the Chu kingdom. Li Yi certainly wouldn't forget the sect mission the middle-aged man mentioned, so he asked, "Sister Amo, where can I receive the sect missions? I'd like to check it out." Are you planning to get the sect mission right now, Junior Brotherly? You can take some time to look around the sect and rest for a while before deciding which mission is more suitable, Mo Qingyu suggested. After hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Li Yi shook his head firmly. He had just arrived at the Tiangue sect and was not familiar with the place. He didn't want to wander around and risk violating any sect rules. It would be better to receive a mission first and then lay low for a while to plan for his future cultivation. At the same time, he wanted to alleviate some people's concerns. He didn't think that entering a major sect meant that he could simply ask a few questions and be fine. They would definitely conduct a detailed investigation and observe him for a while before feeling at ease. No need. I'm not one to seek out excitement. I just want to find a quiet place to cultivate steadily and study some alchemy techniques, looking for ways to break through my cultivation level, Li Yi said somewhat naively. After hearing his words, Mo Qingyu didn't respond but looked at Li Yi deeply, as if she was just getting to know him. Junior brother Li is truly diligent in his cultivation. You wouldn't even waste a quarter of an hour. My aptitude is poor, so I can only cultivate hard to seek a glimmer of hope in the immortal path. If I waste more time, I might not even be able to enter the foundation establishment stage, and decades later, I'll just turn into a pile of dust, Li Yi said somewhat dejectedly. You're right, Junior brother Li. For us cultivators, if we want to achieve longevity, we must cultivate diligently. Otherwise, we will all eventually perish. I wonder what your thoughts are on the sect missions? Mo Qingyu looked at Li Yi and asked. Upon hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Li Yi's expression changed. And then he said, what? Can sect missions be chosen? Generally, they cannot be chosen. However, if a cultivator has some expertise, they can be given some leeway based on their strengths, allowing the sect tasks to be completed satisfactorily, which benefits everyone. But Junior brother Li, it's best to prepare some spirit stones to make things easier with the deacons, Mo Qingyu said. After hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Li Yi sighed inwardly. It seemed that no matter where one went, they couldn't escape the customs, whether in the cultivation world or the mundane world. As long as there was a bit of power, it would be used to gain benefits. Li didn't mind this. He was more than willing to spend some spirit stones to get a satisfactory task. You know my situation. I prefer peace and just want to find a quiet place to plant some spiritual herbs and refine some pills, Li Yi said casually. All right. That shouldn't be a problem. Follow me, Mo Qingyu said, and led Li Yi to another location. Soon, they arrived at the task hall, a place specifically for issuing missions. All sect missions of the Tiangue sect are managed by the task hall. As soon as Li Yi and his companion arrived at the task hall, a young boy around the 7th or 8th layer of Qi refining stepped forward to inquire. Senior brother, senior sister, are you here to receive missions? Yes. This junior brother has just joined the sect and intends to receive a sect mission. Please assist me. Junior brother, Li Yi said very humbly. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the boy was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect someone who had just entered the sect to come for a mission, especially since he hadn't heard of any new disciples being accepted recently. Seeing the disbelief on the boy's face, Li Yi helplessly shrugged and took out his identity token. Upon seeing the identity token, the boy finally believed Li Yi. Oh, so you really are a new disciple. Follow me. The sect missions are arranged by the uncles of the sect. As they walked into the main hall, Li Yi saw an old man sitting at a tea table, holding a teapot and deeply engrossed in studying a chess game on the table. Uncle, this senior brother is here to receive a mission, the boy said. Receive a mission? What mission? Isn't everyone supposed to have already taken their task this year? The old man said impatiently, annoyed at being interrupted from his chess game. Whoa, uncle, junior brother Li just entered the sect today. Mo Qingyu, who stood behind Li Yi, said. At this moment, the old man finally snapped back to reality. Looking at Li Yi and Mo Qingyu, he smiled and teased. "Oh, so it's you, Mo girl. Is this your husband you found outside? When will you invite uncle to drink? I need to prepare a gift. But this kid doesn't he look too impressive, and his cultivation isn't much either. Can your grandpa agree?" The old man kept mumbling as he looked at Li Yi and Mo Qingyu. Hearing this, Mo Qingyu's face turned red, and she hurriedly said, "Woo uncle. Junior brother Li is just an ordinary friend of mine. Please don't say such things." Li Yi glanced at the old man, blinked, and thought he was a bit inappropriate, casually matchmaking, but he didn't say anything. "Oh, so just an ordinary friend. Since you brought him here, let us hear it. What is this kid good at? What kind of task does he want?" The old man squinted at Li Yi. Li Yi stepped forward respectfully and said, "I'm a first-tier alchemist, and want to find a task related to refining pills and cultivating spiritual herbs. This is a bottle of pills I just refined. Please have a taste, uncle." After saying this, Li Yi took out a bottle of pills he had just refined during the assessment and handed it to the old man. "Oh, so you're also an alchemist. Let me see those pills." The old man was somewhat surprised and skeptical. This kid looked to be around the 10th layer of qi refining, yet he could refine first-tier pills. He was a bit unconvinced. Chapter 73, Misty Peak. Westwind Valley not bad. They're all medium-grade pills. Your refining skills are quite good. The old man examined the pills Li Yi provided and said in surprise, "You're doing well. With this alchemy skill, you'll certainly have a good life in the sect and can help me share some work. So, what do you have in mind for the task?" The old man was very satisfied with Li Yi and even gave him the opportunity to choose a task. "I would like to find a job that involves planting spiritual herbs and refining pills," Li Yi said respectfully with cupped fists. Hearing Li Yi's words, the old man was clearly taken aback for a moment. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "The type of task you mentioned, nephew, happens to be available here. However, this task is quite challenging, and many disciples have been unable to complete it. Quite a few have already been punished by me. To be honest, it does have a certain level of challenge." Upon hearing the old man's words, Li Yi became interested and hurriedly asked, "What is this task? I wonder if Master Uncle could provide a detailed introduction." Immediately, the old man took a jade slip from a nearby shelf and handed it to Li Yi. Then he slowly said, "In the northwest of the Misty Peak, there is a valley where the spiritual energy is quite abundant. The sect has built a medicinal herb garden there, and there is also a small geothermal vent, making it an excellent place for growing spiritual herbs and refining elixirs. Each year, a certain quantity of spiritual herbs needs to be submitted to the sect. Many disciples have their eyes on this task, but not a single disciple has been able to submit the required amount of herbs. Some haven't submitted even a single herb. Originally, it was thought that the disciples were hoarding the herbs, but later it was discovered that the herbs mysteriously disappeared. I have investigated several times, but have not found the cause. If you take on this task, as long as you submit one bottle of such elixirs each month, you won't need to submit any herbs. What do you think, Li Yi?" At this point, the old man looked quite frustrated. Listening to the old man's words, Li Yi frowned. Submitting elixirs was not a problem, but the mysterious disappearance of the herbs definitely had some underlying issues. If even the foundation establishment stage cultivators couldn't find the cause, he would have even less chance. Li Yi felt a bit uneasy. "Since it's the Westwind Valley, Junior brother Li, you'd better choose another place. This place seems a bit sinister," said Mo Qingyu, who was standing nearby. She knew about the Westwind Valley and was aware that the medicinal herb garden there had only managed to meet the requirements during the initial period of its establishment, when the disciples guarding the garden could submit enough herbs and even make a good profit. However, later on, no disciple could complete the task, and those guarding the garden often ended up with nothing and faced punishment from the sect. "Master Uncle, are there any other tasks?" Li Yi asked hopefully. "There are none. This year's tasks have all been assigned, and the disciples who have taken on tasks are not allowed to change them for at least a year. This is something you need to remember, Junior brother Li. No matter what task you take on, once you accept it, you cannot change it within a year. Currently, the only task that meets your needs is the Westwind Valley. In fact, for you, this Westwind Valley is a good place. The spiritual energy is rich. The area is large, and there are protective formations. Aside from you, there aren't many people around, so you can do whatever you want, including practicing techniques and refining elixirs, which can be quite private. You should know that taking on other tasks does not offer such good treatment. Cultivators in the qi refining stage do not have their own caves and must share living spaces with others." The old man went on, trying to persuade Li Yi to take on this task. Seeing that Li Yi was somewhat tempted, the old man began to encourage him again. "Besides, you are an alchemist, so even if some spiritual herbs are lost, it shouldn't be a big deal for you." Li Yi was not swayed by the old man's words. Instead, he looked at the jade slip that showed the location of the Westwind Valley. It was situated on the outskirts of the Misty Peak, quite remote, and had both a medicinal herb garden and a geothermal vent, which suited his needs perfectly. After some contemplation, Li Yi decided to take on the task at the Westwind Valley and said, "One bottle of medium-grade elixir each month is too much. I can't afford that. How about submitting 10 bottles of medium-grade spirit ginseng elixirs over the course of a year, with one submission every 6 months? What do you think, Master Uncle?" Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the old man's face first showed joy, but then he pretended to be serious and said, Since this is your first task, I can reluctantly agree to this request, but it won't be allowed next year. However, there is one condition. The scale of the medicinal herb garden in the West Wind Valley cannot be reduced and must not be abandoned. Also, I want to be returning that bottle of elixir to you. Additionally, I must remind you not to forget to submit the spiritual herbs, or you will face punishment. Thank you, Master Uncle. I understand, Li Yi said respectfully, clasping his fists. He felt that this person was not bad, just a bit greedy. Alright. This jade pendant is the key to activate the protective formation of the West Wind Valley. You must keep it safe. Mo girl is familiar with the way, so let her take you there. I want to send anyone else with you. The old man took out a white jade pendant and handed it to Li Yi. Li Yi received the pendant with both hands, and then took his leave with Mo Qingyu. Under Mo Qingyu's guidance, they quickly arrived at a valley on the back mountain of the Misty Peak. The Misty Peak is one of the 5 main peaks of the Heavenly Clever sect, consisting of a main peak and 3 sub-peaks. It is also the tallest peak, towering into the clouds. At the top reside Golden Core Stage cultivators, while Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators live in the middle, and Qi Refining Stage cultivators can only reside at the foot of the mountain. The location of the West Wind Valley is somewhat special. It is situated at the junction of the main peak of the Misty Peak and one of the sub-peaks. Although it does not compare to the living conditions for Foundation Establishment cultivators, the spiritual energy here is still much better than that at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the mist enveloping the valley, Li Yi used the jade pendant in his hand to open the formation. A long and narrow valley appeared before him, with the words West Wind written above it. The valley is about 100 zhang long, but only 5 or 6 zhang wide. In the middle is a small path, with many spiritual herbs planted on the slopes on both sides. At the end of the valley, there is a small wooden house, and behind the house is a geothermal vent, with flames emerging from it. Feeling the rich spiritual energy and the strong fragrance of herbs in the air, Li felt very pleased. Junior brother Li, the environment here is quite good. It's a great place for cultivation, and the defensive formation is also strong. Ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators might not be able to break through, Mo Qingyu said. Previously, she had only heard her senior brothers mention that the tasks in West Wind Valley were hard to complete, but she didn't know the environment was actually this nice. However, thinking about the requirement to submit a bottle of medium-grade elixir each month, she gave up on the idea. Although there are some spiritual herbs produced here, the frequent disappearance of herbs was a burden she couldn't afford, especially since her current living situation was not bad either. Chapter 74, Spirit Gathering Pill. Magical artifact. Thank you very much, senior sister. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to find such a place. You mentioned needing my help last time. I wonder what it is. Could you let me know? Li Yi expressed his gratitude. At the same time, he didn't forget about Mo Qingyu's previous request for help. He believed that since she helped him, she must have some request in return. Li Yi never believed that someone would help him without asking for anything in return. He didn't trust that kind of luck. I didn't help that much. It was all done by you, junior brother. I didn't expect you to be someone so eager. I originally planned to tell you after some time. But since you asked today, I'll tell you in advance. Actually, I want to ask you to help me refine some pills, but I don't want others to know. Mo Qingyu said very seriously. Saying this, she took out a jade slip from her storage bag and handed it to Li Yi. Li Yi accepted the jade slip with curiosity and quickly read it using his spiritual sense. After a while, Li Yi finished reading the jade slip and let out a wry smile, helplessly saying, Senior sister Mo really thinks highly of me, wanting me to refine the spirit nurturing pill. This is a second-grade pill, and I am currently only a first-grade alchemist. There's no way I can refine it. The jade slip recorded the recipe for a second-grade spirit pill, the spirit nurturing pill, which is quite a niche pill that can nurture and enhance one's spiritual consciousness. It's rather mystical. There's no need to rush, as long as I can refine it before I establish my foundation. I still have at least 5 or 6 years before I break through to the foundation establishment stage. The cultivation method I practice is quite special, leaning towards the spiritual consciousness aspect, and during the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, I must have a breakthrough in my spiritual consciousness as well. Moreover, this pill will not only benefit me, but also my junior brother. If he can take it, his spiritual consciousness will definitely increase significantly. He must know the benefits of having a strong spiritual consciousness. I believe that in these few years, my junior brother will definitely become a second-grade spirit alchemist. Mo Qingyu said to Li Yi with great confidence. After hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Li Yi pondered for a moment and said, All right, since senior sister Mo trusts me so much, I won't refuse any longer. However, refining pills has a certain failure rate. Even if I become a second-grade alchemist, I can't guarantee that every refining will be successful, so senior sister should prepare a few more spiritual herbs, just in case. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Mo Qingyu was very pleased and quickly said, Okay, that's not a problem. I have already collected a batch of spiritual herbs. I'll give them to you first. I'll continue to gather more spiritual herbs, at least 2 more for you. The more of these spirit pills I have, the better. So you must provide me with at least 1 furnace. Also, this matter must be kept confidential. Junior brother must remember that due to certain reasons, this pill cannot be leaked. You can refine it for your own use, but if it gets out, it could bring you great danger. Mo Qingyu's expression was very serious. It wasn't pretentious, but Li Yi found it somewhat strange. After all, it was just a second-grade pill. Why couldn't it be leaked? Seeing Li Yi's somewhat skeptical expression, Mo Qingyu sighed and said, Junior brother Li, there are certain reasons I'm not convenient to disclose, but it is indeed a serious matter. Otherwise, finding a second-grade alchemist in the Heavenly Craft sect wouldn't be difficult. The reason I'm looking for you is that I trust you. After hearing Mo Qingyu's explanation, Li Yi's brows furrowed tightly. He felt that this matter was not simple and that he might have fallen into an unknown vortex. However, having already seen the recipe, it was too late to refuse. Li Yi's expression also became serious as he said, All right, senior sister Mo, I understand. I assure you it won't be leaked. Seeing Li Yi's serious expression, Mo Qingyu finally felt relieved, then spoke again, Junior brother Li. You have just arrived at the sect and must have many things to take care of, so I won't disturb you. Please take care of the pill matter. Please rest assured, senior sister Mo. As soon as I can refine the second-grade pill, I will notify you at the first opportunity, Li Yi said. Li Yi escorted Mo Qingyu to the entrance of West Wind Valley, watching the departing figure lost in thought as he took a deep look at Mo Qingyu's back. Reflecting on how he met Mo Qingyu, he felt that this woman was a bit overly enthusiastic. They had only known each other for a short time. And since the spirit-nurturing pill required strict confidentiality, Li Yi thought that there shouldn't be such a high level of trust between them. I hope I'm just overthinking this. Li Yi murmured to himself while standing at the valley's entrance. After watching Mo Qingyu disappear from view, Li Yi turned and returned to the wooden house inside the valley. He didn't even look at the spiritual herbs Mo Qingyu had brought out and directly collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Since escaping from the Heavenly Cloud Mountain range, Li Yi had been in a state of tension, and after going through the sect's assessment, he hadn't had any time to rest. Now that he had settled down, he could finally take a good rest. After an unknown amount of time, Li Yi slowly woke up. After waking up, Li Yi freshened up and began to count his gains. He hadn't had the chance to organize the things he obtained in the Heavenly Cloud Mountain range, so it was just the right time to check them. In fact, during his time in the Heavenly Cloud Mountain range, he had killed 4th-grade beasts and fought with Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. Although it was extremely risky, the rewards were also considerable. Among them, the most valuable was the Jade Slip from the pill fanatic Han Fengyun, which contained insights into alchemy and recipes for several 3rd-grade spirit herbs. These spirit pills could only be used by Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, so they were of no use to Li Yi at the moment. However, the alchemical insights were quite helpful to him. Unfortunately, the methods for refining the Foundation Establishment pill and the cleansing marrow pill were not recorded, which left Li Yi very disappointed. Next, Li Yi took out all the cleansing marrow fruits, packed them into jade boxes, and placed them in his storage bag. Finally, Li Yi took out a small black fork, a damaged little banner, and a silver token. These 3 items were all magical tools used by Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. The black little banner was already damaged, while the small fork was obtained from killing a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. He had originally intended to get the blood-colored dagger, but it was taken by Mo Qingyu. The silver token was found in the storage bag of the pill fanatic, which contained 3 magical tools, just enough for the 3 of them. Looking at the 3 magical tools in his hand, Li Yi felt a surge of excitement. If he could use these 3 magical tools, his strength would dramatically increase. Even if he encountered Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, with the talismans in his hand, he could put up a fight instead of just fleeing. Chapter 75, Blood Sacrifice Secret Method. Alchemical Furnace Secrets. Chapter 75, Blood Sacrifice Secret Method. Alchemical Furnace Secrets. Thinking of this, Li Yi suddenly had a thought. He seemed to recall seeing a secret technique somewhere that allowed Qi refining stage cultivators to use magical tools. Li Yi rummaged through his storage bag and soon found a blood-colored jade slip, which he had also obtained after killing that Foundation Establishment stage elder. It recorded a secret technique called Blood Sacrifice Technique. The Blood Sacrifice Technique is a sinister method that involves sacrificing a cultivator or a beast to gain powerful strength, allowing for rapid cultivation increase in a short time. Although this secret technique is powerful, it cannot be used continuously, as each time it is employed, it does boost cultivation but also brings negative effects, making one's temperament volatile. Only by completely suppressing these negative emotions can one proceed to the next cultivation. If one forcibly cultivates, they may easily fall into madness, gradually losing their rationality and becoming a monster that only knows bloodshed. Naturally, Li Yi was unwilling to cultivate the blood sacrifice technique. However, at the end of the secret technique, there was a record of a blood sacrifice secret method, which allows one to use their own blood essence to nurture magical tools, enabling Qi refining stage cultivators to use part of the power of magical tools for a short time. However, this blood sacrifice secret method requires continuous use of one's own blood essence to nurture the magical tools. The longer the nurturing time, the greater the power the magical tools can exert. It actually requires using one's own blood essence to nurture magical tools. This is somewhat troublesome, Li Yi muttered to himself. Li Yi is no longer just a naive beginner who has just learned to cultivate. He has gained quite a bit of understanding about cultivation. Essence blood is fundamental for a cultivator, and losing too much essence blood can easily damage one's foundation. Previously, when he refined the blue small cauldron, he lost a large amount of essence blood, almost being drained dry by the cauldron, which left him bedridden for half a month. He consumed a lot of restorative medicine to recover. Even though he could use essence blood to refine magical tools, Li Yi did not dare to use it lightly unless he could find a way to replenish his essence blood. Otherwise, he would not risk damaging his foundation just to use a magical tool. That would be a complete loss. The methods of cultivation in the demonic path are truly bizarre, as they can allow ordinary chi refining stage cultivators to wield magical tools through blood sacrifices. It seems that in the future, he must be more cautious when encountering cultivators from Blood Ghost sect, as the methods of the demonic path are indeed quite mysterious and terrifying, making it hard to guard against. Li Yi couldn't help but sigh. In fact, Li Yi does not resent some of the methods of the demonic path. If one can gain powerful strength without harming oneself and without indiscriminate slaughter, why not? Cultivators of the demonic path often take unconventional routes to gain power quickly. Although there may be some side effects, their strength is generally superior to that of ordinary cultivators, allowing them to gain the upper hand during battles. Besides magical tools, Li Yi's top-tier spiritual tools include the Bat King wings, ice-cold armor, and a black fork made from bat teeth. The black shield, after battling with a magical tool, has already been considered destroyed. Additionally, Li Yi also possesses a pill furnace spiritual tool, which he obtained from the alchemist's cave, originally meant for Chu Yuanlan. She gifted it to him when they parted ways, which greatly enhanced his fondness for her. Li Yi held the pill furnace and studied it carefully. The furnace is entirely silver, with a three-legged base, a large hollow abdomen, a slightly long neck, and a round lid on top that has 3 flames engraved on it. Looking at the delicate silver pill furnace in his hand, Li Yi was very fond of it and couldn't help but play with it. Then, Li Yi took out the spiritual herbs for refining the spirit refining pill and went to the magma pool behind the wooden house. He wanted to test how well the pill furnace worked. Opening the furnace, controlling the fire, and adding the spiritual herbs, Li Yi had all the steps down to a T. His operations were as smooth as flowing water, and soon a batch of fragrant pills was ready. When Li Yi opened the small cauldron, he saw 9 plump pills lying at the bottom of the furnace, among which there was actually 1 high-grade spiritual pill, while the others were all of medium grade. It is worth noting that Li Yi had only used ordinary spiritual herbs. In the past, when he used ordinary materials, he had never managed to refine a high-grade spiritual pill. This pill furnace is truly a treasure. It not only distributes heat evenly, but also preserves the medicinal properties, reducing the loss of potency and enhancing the quality of the pills. Li Yi murmured to himself. In the following days, Li Yi spent all his time refining pills. Before entering the Tianqiao sect, he didn't know when he would be able to go out. So he gave all the spiritual pills he had on him to Chen Ming for him to develop independently. He now aimed to refine 10 bottles of pills to complete the sect's task, after which he could focus on his own matters. A few days later, Li Yi had more than a dozen small jade bottles in his hands. Except for 1 batch of pills that he accidentally ruined, all the others were successfully refined, and they were all of medium quality or above. With the silver pill furnace, Li Yi was able to save quite a bit on high-level spiritual herbs. Just as he was about to put away the pill furnace, he surprisingly discovered some dense, tiny inscriptions on the wall of the furnace. What is this? Li Yi touched the fine engravings with his hand, lowered his head in contemplation, and finally took out a piece of paper to prepare to copy down all the tiny characters. After a whole day of careful work, Li Yi managed to copy all the inscriptions. My name is Han Fengyan. I have been obsessed with alchemy throughout my life. After over 100 years of research, I have finally developed the method for refining the cleansing marrow pill. This formula differs from ancient formulas, but it can fully release the medicinal power of the cleansing marrow fruit, helping cultivators achieve marrow cleansing far better than consuming the fruit alone. I have inscribed the methods for refining the cleansing marrow pill and the foundation establishment pill in this furnace, leaving it for those who truly love alchemy. I have, in my quest for research, stolen spiritual herbs from the sect, feeling unworthy of the sect's nurturing, and I have no face to meet my ancestors, master, or junior sisters again. I hope that those who obtain this formula can inherit my legacy and carry it forward, seeking opportunities to pass it on to the Tianhui sect. The treasures within my cave are merely a token of gratitude. Li Yi looked at the paper in his hand, trembling with excitement. On the back of the inscription, not only was there the formula for the cleansing marrow pill, but also the method for refining the foundation establishment pill that he had been desperately searching for. For Li Yi, the cleansing marrow pill was optional. He had the cleansing marrow fruit and the mysterious small cauldron, which gave him the chance to replant a cleansing marrow fruit tree in the cauldron, allowing him to have as many as he wanted. However, the foundation establishment pill was different. It held all his hopes for establishing his foundation. Now that he had obtained the method for refining the foundation establishment pill, he just needed to slowly gather the spiritual herbs for refining it, without needing to expend effort searching in the Tianqiao sect anymore. However, he still needed to attend the Wen Tian Secret Realm trial a few years later, as it was said that the main spiritual herbs for refining the foundation establishment pill grew within the secret realm, and the cultivation methods for the 5 spiritual roots were also found there. After checking his belongings, Li Yi began to plan his next cultivation. Chapter 76, Gathering Soul Grass. Second-rank alchemist Li Yi took out the formula for the foundation establishment pill and carefully read through it, noting down all the required spiritual herbs in preparation for slow collection. After finishing the reading, Li Yi's brows furrowed tightly. The refinement of the foundation establishment pill requires 3 main spiritual herbs, and the auxiliary herbs number over 100, many of which he was hearing for the first time. It seems that the foundation establishment pill is truly not something an ordinary person can refine. Just gathering these spiritual herbs is not something a regular person can manage. No wonder it requires the entire sect to refine. Li Yi let out a bitter laugh, feeling somewhat helpless. However, for Li Yi, who has the small cauldron, there is indeed a possibility. He is now in charge of a small herb garden, allowing him to openly collect spiritual herbs without arousing suspicion. Otherwise, as a chi refining stage cultivator, collecting immature spiritual herbs everywhere would surely attract attention. But now that he manages a herb garden, which often loses spiritual herbs, along with his identity as an alchemist, collecting a bit more spiritual herbs would not raise any suspicion. This made Li Yi feel quite wise for choosing West Wind Valley initially. This is his first time visiting such a large sect as Tianqiao sect, so he is being very cautious. Even with his identity as a second-rank alchemist to cover for him, if his cultivation level were to rise too quickly, it would still attract the attention of some observant individuals. The secret of his mysterious small cauldron absolutely cannot be exposed. If it were, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, during the first 6 months in the sect, Li Yi made no moves at all, simply staying in West Wind Valley, diligently taking care of the herb garden, cultivating spiritual herbs, pondering alchemy insights, and occasionally refining 1 or 2 batches of pills when inspired. In these 6 months, he did not come away empty-handed. He organized all the spiritual herbs in the herb garden, which included over 100 varieties, many of which were not present in the small cauldron space. Here, he easily gathered all the auxiliary spiritual herbs needed for the recovery pill and the cleansing pill, and he had already collected the main spiritual herbs required for pill refining. He just needed to mature them a bit more in a small cauldron before he could start refining. It's important to note that both of these spiritual pills are second-grade pills, and if he can successfully refine both, he would become a genuine second-grade alchemist. Of course, he also had the recipe for another second-grade spiritual pill, the mysterious spirit-nourishing pill, which is not a pill for improving cultivation, but rather helps cultivators nurture and enhance their spiritual consciousness. This pill is quite rare in the cultivation world, and its main refining herb is a type of soul-gathering grass, a small gray-black grass that seems to be able to absorb a person's soul. Li Yi didn't dare to look at it for long. The other auxiliary herbs were all, in attribute, spiritual herbs, giving off a very gloomy feeling that Li Yi disliked. For safety's sake, he didn't plant these herbs in his small herb garden. He hadn't forgotten the serious warnings from Imo Qingyu earlier and had to carefully store these herbs, planning to plant them later in the space of the small cauldron. During the time he was tending to the herbs, Li Yi was quite happy about another matter. The spiritual herbs on him, combined with those planted in the small herb garden, amounted to over 40 types of the herbs needed for refining the foundation establishment pill, nearly a third of the required herbs. This discovery excited Li Yi, as it would greatly reduce the time needed to gather all the herbs for refining the foundation establishment pill. In the past 6 months, Li Yi found that he had lost over 10 plants of spiritual herbs, and he couldn't figure out the reason for their disappearance, which was quite strange. After checking around and finding nothing, he reluctantly gave up, glad that the lost herbs were not too many and still acceptable. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and the old man who had given him the sect task personally came to check on the herb garden and collect the pills Li Yi had refined. When Li Yi handed over the pills, he pretended to be very pained and complained to the old man that many spiritual herbs had gone missing, which he had to replace with his own herbs, insisting that he must change tasks next year. The old man naturally comforted him and talked about the benefits of Shifeng Valley. After sending the old man off, Li Yi started to get busy with his own matters. He first planted all the spiritual herbs needed for the cleansing pill, recovery pill, and spirit-nourishing pill into his small cauldron space, then used a mysterious green liquid for cultivation. Li Yi quickly cultivated the herbs needed for the recovery pill, to ensure he could refine high-quality pills. He nurtured the spirit-nourishing grass and dewfall grass for 600 to 700 years. After more than half a year of cultivation, he ended up with hundreds of portions of herbs for refining the recovery pill. During this period, Li Yi took out 5 pieces of cleansing fruit, and after eating the flesh, a thin layer of black substance appeared on him, emitting a foul odor. These were the impurities in his body. After cleaning off the dirt, Li Yi felt refreshed, as if some invisible shackles within him had been released, and his previously stagnant mana actually showed a slight increase, which made him feel inexplicably happy. Li Yi planted the 5 leftover seeds of the cleansing fruit into the small cauldron space and watered them with the green liquid. After half a month, one of the seeds sprouted and grew into a young fruit tree. However, the rest of the seeds showed no signs of sprouting, no matter how he used the green liquid to water them, so Li Yi had to give up on them. As long as one tree could sprout and grow cleansing fruits, that was enough. Subsequently, Li Yi watered the fruit tree with the green liquid every 7 days, and the tree grew rapidly, but it would still take some time before it bore fruit. Li Yi used the remaining green liquid to water the herbs needed for the spirit-nourishing pill. Although the growth of the soul-gathering grass was still relatively slow despite the watering, the faint gray mist above it became denser. Whenever Li Yi approached this small grass, he He felt as if his spirit was about to leave his body and drift toward the grass. As the grass aged, this feeling became stronger. And once it reached 500 years, he decided to stop cultivating the soul-gathering grass, while cultivating herbs and refining pills. With the help of the alchemical jade slips left by Dan enthusiast Han Fengyun and numerous herbs to practice with, Li Yi's alchemy skills were advancing rapidly. After wasting over 20 batches of spiritual herbs, Li Yi finally broke through to become a second-grade alchemist. Looking at the 9 fragrant pills in the alchemy furnace, he laughed heartily. These 9 pills were the recovery pills he had refined, and surprisingly, 3 of them were medium-grade pills. Li Yi quickly took one and swallowed it. The mana he had lost from refining was rapidly restored with the medicinal power of the recovery pill. After a short while, Li Yi discovered that a quarter of his mana had actually been restored. His current cultivation level was at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, and a medium-grade recovery pill could restore this much mana. The ancient spiritual pill truly lived up to its reputation, and he couldn't help but wonder how the effects of the high-grade and special-grade recovery pills would be. Thinking of this, Li Yi felt a surge of excitement. With this recovery pill, he wouldn't need to worry about mana consumption in future battles. He could simply keep taking the pills. If he encountered someone competing against him in mana, he could easily outlast them, making this a powerful trump card for himself. In the following days, Li Yi continued to cultivate spiritual herbs and refine pills, and finally, after a month, he produced his first high-grade recovery pill. After trying it out, he found that a high-grade recovery pill could replenish a third of his mana, and its recovery speed was slightly faster than that of a medium-grade recovery pill. After another 2 months of hard work, Li Yi finally obtained a special-grade recovery pill. Looking at the crystal-clear pill in his hand, surrounded by pill aura and exuding a rich fragrance, Li Yi swallowed it in one gulp. The pill melted in his mouth, transforming into a surge of spiritual power that flowed through his meridians and ultimately turned into mana, filling Li Yi's dantian. It surprisingly filled his mana in an instant. Li Yi couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He discovered that after consuming the special-grade recovery pill, his mana, which had been consumed during alchemy, was now completely restored. This indicated that the pill could at least restore half of his mana. The special-grade recovery pill was excellent, but it also had high requirements for spiritual herbs. With his current alchemy level, he could only refine it using herbs that were 1,000 years old. It seemed he would have to refine fewer of them. Li Yi couldn't help but sigh. Furthermore, he had no intention of selling the high-grade and special-grade recovery pills. Only the low-grade and medium-grade pills would be put up for sale. What Li Yi didn't know was that in the cultivation world, no one would use 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs to refine such auxiliary recovery pills. Only he, with countless 1,000-year-old herbs in hand, would be so extravagant. However, Li Yi was also cautious about recklessly consuming spiritual herbs. He needed to grow too many herbs right now, and the green liquid only formed once every 7 days. No matter how he collected it, some would inevitably be lost, and it simply wasn't enough. After refining 2 bottles of top-grade and 3 bottles of superior-grade returning spirit pills, he stopped and turned his attention completely to the spirit-nourishing pill. As for the maturation of the bone-cleansing fruit, it would take some time, so he could only wait patiently. However, regarding the remaining bone-cleansing fruits, Li Yi had no intention of letting them go and consumed them all like ordinary fruits. Originally, they could have been used to refine bone-cleansing pills. But with only a little over 10 fruits left, he felt uncertain about producing superior and top-grade bone-cleansing pills. So it was better to eat them himself and satisfy his cravings. After tasting the benefits of the top-grade pills, Li Yi lost interest in the inferior pills, as their effects were definitely not as good as those of the superior pills, and they would accumulate pill toxins in his body, which was a loss for him. It was better to eat them and indulge his appetite. He now had the ability to cultivate 1,000-year spirit herbs and refine top-grade pills, and he was willing to spend more time doing so. After finishing the more than 10 bone-cleansing fruits, Li Yi's previously stagnant cultivation unexpectedly loosened. This discovery excited him immensely, prompting him to stop everything he was doing and start consuming top-grade ginseng spirit pills and Ziyuan pills, then began to meditate and practice Qi. After 7 days of diligent cultivation, Li Yi's cultivation finally broke through to the 11th level of Qi refining, just 1 step away from the 12th level. For Li Yi, the fact that he could break through to the 11th level before refining any bone-cleansing pills was a pleasant surprise. At the same time, he felt more confident about his future cultivation. He had initially planned to rely on bone-cleansing pills to advance to the 12th level, but he was still uncertain if that would work. Now, having consumed just over 10 bone-cleansing fruits and achieved a breakthrough, he gained enough confidence. After his cultivation breakthrough, Li Yi turned his thoughts to the spirit-nourishing pill. He had prepared dozens of spirit herbs for refining the spirit-nourishing pill, but their ages were not very long. Only around 200 years. The reason Li Yi did this was that he intended to practice with these herbs first to familiarize himself with the pill refining process. It would be wasteful to start with herbs that were hundreds of years old. He would switch to higher-aged herbs once his refining success rate improved. With his experience in refining returning spirit pills, Li Yi originally thought that refining spirit-nourishing pills wouldn't be too difficult. However, in reality, the difficulty of refining spirit-nourishing pills exceeded his expectations. Although the spirit-nourishing pill was also a second-grade spirit pill, Li Yi always felt his spirit becoming restless while melting the soul-gathering grass, unable to concentrate his thoughts. This led to frequent errors in the refining steps. And after refining 7 or 8 batches, he failed to reach the condensing stage and ended up turning the herbs into a pile of waste. Originally confident in his alchemical skills, he now felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Although refining the spirit-nourishing pill was challenging, Li Yi had no intention of giving up. Instead, he began to forcefully concentrate his will to counteract the aura of the soul-gathering grass. After more than 10 days of effort, he finally adapted to the aura of the soul-gathering grass and successfully refined a batch of spirit-nourishing pills. Albeit all of them were inferior grade. Looking at the inferior spirit-nourishing pills in the pill furnace, Li Yi had no intention of consuming them. Instead, after practicing a few more times and mastering certain refining techniques, he took out herbs aged 400 to 500 years and began to refine high-quality pills. Through Li Yi's continuous efforts, after half a month, he finally refined 3 superior-grade soul-gathering pills. Holding the milky white pills in his hand, which emitted a faint fragrance, Li Yi picked one up and sent it to his mouth. Once the pill entered, it transformed into a warm flow that rushed to his mind, wrapping his brain in warmth and making him feel extremely comfortable, almost moaning in pleasure. Feeling such a comfortable warmth, Li Yi consumed the remaining 2 superior-grade pills, only to find that his mind felt warm and there were no unusual changes, which made him somewhat doubtful. After resting for 2 days, Li Yi discovered that his perception had actually strengthened. Previously, his spiritual sense could only probe within a mile radius, but now it could extend to 2 or 3 miles. Moreover, when he used the soul-gathering grass to refine pills, he no longer felt as if his consciousness was about to be sucked away. And he became more adept at refining spirit-nourishing pills, with his success rate continuously rising. Chapter 78. Regret, mysterious little beast feeling that his spiritual sense had improved significantly. Li Yi's mind began to work again. He was well aware of the benefits of having a powerful spiritual sense. The wider the range of perception, the sooner he could detect enemies and avoid dangers. During battles, he could control more spiritual tools. Cultivators with weak spiritual senses could control fewer tools, although they could still forcefully control them. Doing so would greatly weaken their effectiveness and expose more flaws. Only with perfect control of spiritual tools, and the more tools controlled, would combat strength increase, thus raising the chances of winning battles. Li Yi had originally not planned to cultivate the 1,000-year soul-gathering grass, because he felt its aura was too strong and would affect his spirit, something he could not control. However, now that he had discovered the excellent effects of the spirit-nourishing pill, and with his spiritual sense having significantly strengthened, he could suppress some of the aura of the soul-gathering grass. He decided to refine a batch of top-grade spirit-nourishing pills to see how much his spiritual sense could grow. In the following 3 months, Li Yi devoted all his energy to refining top-grade spirit-nourishing pills and finally produced over 20 top-grade spirit-nourishing pills. Looking at the spirit-nourishing pills before him, despite being extremely fatigued from a long period of alchemical work, he was still exceptionally excited and immediately consumed one. As the pill went down, he once again felt that warm sensation in his mind. He felt very good, and soon, he consumed pill after pill, quickly swallowing all 20-plus pills. At first, he thought there was nothing special about them, feeling that the top-grade pills were just like that, regretting having spent so much time refining them. But before he could dismiss this thought, a piercing pain like needles appeared in his mind, as if it were about to pierce through his head. Allah! Li Yi clutched his head and rolled on the ground in agony, the intense pain soon causing him to lose consciousness. After a full day, Li Yi, lying on the ground, finally slowly regained consciousness. Upon waking, his gaze was dazed, but he quickly understood what had happened earlier. He hurriedly began to check his body, and after some examination, he found that there were no abnormalities. Wait, my spiritual sense can actually perceive my body's condition so thoroughly, Li muttered to himself. His spiritual sense had never been this powerful before. Realizing this, Li Yi quickly released his spiritual sense, which gradually expanded and soon enveloped the entire West Wind Valley. It should be noted that the West Wind Valley is a narrow valley, approximately 8 to 9 miles long. Li Yi's current spiritual sense could actually cover the entire West Wind Valley. He didn't know how strong a foundation-building cultivator's spiritual sense could be, but definitely, Qi refining stage cultivators did not possess such a broad spiritual sense. Previously, his spiritual sense could only perceive 1/5 of the West Wind Valley. Now it can envelop the entire valley, which indicates that Li Yi's spiritual consciousness has at least increased by 5 times compared to before. While feeling the power of his spiritual consciousness, Li Yi also experienced a wave of fear. Taking more than 20 pills at once caused a concentrated burst of medicinal power that nearly made his head explode. He definitely cannot do this in the future. Taking a large number of pills at once could lead to an explosion from the medicinal power, and it would be too late to regret. This experience has made Li Yi more cautious about taking pills, and he no longer dares to consume the spirit-nourishing pill. In the following days, Li Yi did not practice or refine pills, but instead tended to the spiritual herbs in his herb garden. After his cultivation level broke through to the 11th layer of Qi refining, his training speed began to slow down again. Cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Sometimes, Continuous training is not beneficial, and it is essential to relax appropriately. While managing the spiritual herbs, Li Yi's expression turned somewhat unpleasant as he discovered that he had lost a considerable number of herbs during his fainting episode yesterday, totaling more than 20 plants. If he continues to lose over 20 spiritual herbs daily, no matter how many he cultivates, he cannot afford such losses. He needs to find a way to catch the thief who is stealing the herbs. Initially, he had no confidence, but now that his spiritual consciousness has surged, covering the entire herb garden, he does not believe he cannot find the culprit. In the following days, Li Yi enveloped every inch of the Shifeng Valley with his spiritual consciousness, eager to find out who was stealing his spiritual herbs. However, after several days without rest, he was unable to catch the herb thief and eventually could no longer hold on. Although he had reached the 11th layer of the Qi refining stage, he could not go without sleep indefinitely. After a few more days, Li Yi finally collapsed and slept in his small house. Upon waking, he felt refreshed. But when he checked the spiritual herbs, he found that another 10 plants were missing, which infuriated him. The thief was quite cunning and had a sharp sense, striking when he was relaxed. Li Yi stroked his chin, pacing back and forth in the house, frowning as he pondered countermeasures. After Emil's time, his frown finally relaxed, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had found a way to deal with the situation. In the following time, Li Yi continued to tend to the spiritual herbs as usual, then took out some herbs from the small cauldron space to replenish the lost ones, including 2 second-grade spiritual herbs that were 500 to 600 years old, emitting an extremely rich fragrance. Li Yi chose a spot near the wooden house to plant them, then returned to the wooden house to meditate and refine qi. By night, Li Yi took out several pills from his storage bag and consumed them. After a while, he started rolling on the ground, holding his head, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. Of course, Li Yi was only pretending at this moment. He released all of his spiritual consciousness, enveloping the entire Shifeng Valley, not missing a single inch, especially focusing on those 2 500 to 600-year-old spiritual herbs. After a moment, a wave of spiritual energy fluctuations appeared on the ground in front of the small wooden house, followed by a flash of purple light, revealing a strange little beast. The beast was only about a foot in size, dark purple all over, covered in fine scales, standing upright with 2 front claws. Its sharp claws having 4 fingers, sharp and pointed. It had 2 sharp horns on its head, and its small, agile eyes rolled around. With a pair of sharp fangs and a sunken nose, it looked quite fierce. Saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, and its eyes sparkled with excitement as it stared at the 2 500 to 600-year-old spiritual herbs in the herb garden, glancing at Li Yi from time to time. Its lower half had a long tail and 4 legs on its belly, moving quickly across the ground. Chapter 79, Beast Fight, Task Release finally caught you. Seeing the purple little beast, Li Yi knew this was the thief of his spiritual herbs and naturally did not intend to let it go. With one hand, he clapped his storage bag, and a dark red small fork appeared in his hand. In his other hand, a long red silk-like spiritual weapon also appeared. With the 2 top-tier spiritual weapons flanking the purple little beast, Li Yi jumped up from the ground, his eyes fixed on the little beast. Due to the surge in his spiritual consciousness, Li Yi found it easier to control these 2 spiritual weapons, which quickly attacked the little beast. The small fork struck the beast's back, making a sound like metal clashing, but it was surprisingly deflected as a layer of rich purple light emerged from the beast's back, enveloping it. This scene shocked Li Yi, but the next moment brought him great joy as he discovered that the red silk had started wrapping around the purple little beast layer by layer. However, before Li Yi could rejoice for long, the purple light on the beast erupted, and the fiery red silk spiritual weapon was forced open, causing the beast to vanish within the purple light. This astonished Li Yi, and he quickly used his spiritual consciousness to probe the herb garden. At that moment, he saw the purple little beast in front of his wooden house, each of its small claws holding a spiritual herb, greedily munching away, completely ignoring Li Yi. Seeing this, Li Yi was infuriated. He could not believe he couldn't deal with this little creature. He took out a transparent thread and tried to entangle the beast. But before he could even touch it, the little beast escaped again. Subsequently, Li Yi used all available spiritual weapons and talismans. Yet he found he could do nothing against this little beast. The little beast was extraordinarily nimble, moving quickly, and its purple scales provided formidable defense. Aside from the initial surprise attack where he managed to hit it once, Li Yi could not lay a finger on it afterward as it escaped. Should he use a talisman treasure? Or perhaps ask his foundation-building uncle for help? Li Yi thought to himself. After several failed attempts, he found he could do nothing against this little beast. No, this little beast is quite extraordinary. If he asked his uncle to catch it, it would have nothing to do with him. If hard methods don't work, then he would have to try a softer approach. Li Yi pondered in his heart. During this time of Li Yi's struggles, the purple little beast had already devoured the 500 to 600-year-old spiritual herbs in its hands. At this point, it still looked somewhat unsatisfied, its little tail wagging excitedly on the ground as it eagerly glanced at Li Yi, as if asking, "Is there more? Give me 2 more." This extremely annoying expression made Li Yi's teeth itch with anger. Staring at the little beast before him, he found himself at a complete loss. After a period of confrontation, the little beast seemed to grow bored. With a flash of purple light, it vanished again, prompting Li Yi to quickly probe with his spiritual consciousness. Finally, he found the little beast figure at a depth of 10 feet underground, moving swiftly as if it were walking on flat ground, quickly disappearing from Li Yi's spiritual consciousness perception. It's hiding underground. Li Yi sighed in relief and muttered to himself. Previously, he had suspected it was hiding underground, but his spiritual consciousness had a very limited range below ground, only about 10 zhang. Li Yi felt somewhat helpless and put away all the spiritual tools in his hands. He did not continue cultivating or refining pills, although this little beast did not cause him any harm. It occasionally jumping out and causing him to lose a few spiritual herbs was a minor issue. However, if it were to ambush him in the future, he would regret it. Li Yi did not bother with the spiritual herbs in the medicine garden and directly opened the restrictions to leave the West Wind Valley. He had been at the Heavenly Clever sect for more than 2 years, almost 3 years. During this time, he had been staying in the West Wind Valley. On one hand, he was in seclusion to refine pills and cultivate the spiritual herbs he needed to improve his cultivation. On the other hand, he was avoiding the surveillance and probing of certain people to lower their guard. Looking at the blue sky and breathing in the fresh air, Li Yi felt particularly good. At this moment, he was heading towards the task hall. Over the years, apart from the first time when the old man who assigned him tasks came to check on the small medicine garden, he hadn't come back after finding out that Li Yi could submit the spiritual pills on time. Today was again the time to submit spiritual pills, and Li Yi decided to pay a visit to the old man, submit some spiritual herbs, and see if he could get a method to deal with the purple little beast from him. Li Yi quickly arrived at the task hall, and under the guidance of a disciple, he found the old man. He respectfully handed over 10 small jade bottles and said, "Uncle Master, these are the spiritual pills submitted this year." At this time, the old man was still drinking tea and playing chess by himself, enjoying himself immensely. Li Yi did not understand why this old man liked to play chess with himself and seemed so excited about it. Seeing Li Yi arrive, the old man reluctantly raised his head and said, "Oh, so it's you, kid. Not bad, not bad. It seems your cultivation has made progress. Already at the 11th layer of the chi refining stage." Hearing his words, Li Yi's expression froze. He did not expect that his cultivation would be seen through at a glance, and he let out a bitter smile. Then, Li Yi's heart moved. He wanted to release all his consciousness to probe the old man's cultivation, but after thinking for a while, he gave up. Uncle Master truly has keen insight. And your cultivation is also unfathomable. I really admire you. My little cultivation was easily seen through by you. Li Yi said very respectfully. Stop, no need for flattery. You wouldn't come to me if you had nothing to say. Speak your mind, and then hurry up and scram. I'm busy, the old man said impatiently. But his expression was quite pleased. Hearing the old man's words, Li Yi quickly spoke up. Nephew wants to issue a task to help others refine pills, including some first-grade pills and some second-grade pills. The refining is free, but if it fails, there will be no compensation for the spiritual herbs. Additionally, there are some things I need Uncle Master's help with. I want to refine some mind-altering pills and some blood-replenishing pills. I wonder if Uncle Master knows where there are such pill formulas. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the old man's expression changed, and he asked in surprise, "You can actually refine second-grade spiritual pills? Is that true?" The old man looked Li Yi up and down, clearly not believing it. Chapter 80. Transaction. Surprising news. Seeing the old man's disbelieving expression, Li Yi did not waste words. He directly took out a small jade bottle from his storage bag and handed it to the old man, saying, "This is a pill I just refined that can restore spiritual energy. Please evaluate it, Uncle Master." The old man reached out to take the pill Li Yi offered and began to carefully identify it. The pill Li Yi handed over was merely a low-grade spirit recovery pill. The second-grade pills he refined were only the spirit recovery pill and the spirit nourishing pill. Naturally, he did not dare to take out the spirit nourishing pill, so he only took out the low-grade spirit recovery pill. Since the old man had not returned the last bottle of pills after evaluating them, this time, Li Yi only handed over 3 pills. The old man took one of the pills and swallowed it, carefully feeling its effects. Then, his eyes lit up as he said, "Kid, this pill is good. It actually has the effect of restoring spiritual energy for a short time. Do you have any more? Sell some to me. The price won't let you suffer." Hearing his words, Li Yi let out a bitter laugh and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint Uncle Master, but I only have a few left, which I am keeping for myself. Next time I gather enough spiritual herbs to refine more, I'll prioritize giving some to Uncle Master. The pills in the jade bottle can be considered a token of my respect." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the old man was clearly a bit disappointed. But then he said, "You indeed have broken through to second grade in pill refinement, but your level is just average among second-grade alchemists. I guess not many people will come to you for second-grade pills, but since you gave me this pill, I'll help you promote it. There will definitely be quite a few people looking for you to refine first-grade pills. For second-grade, it's probably rare. Kid, why do you want mind-altering pills? Are you interested in that female disciple? And if she doesn't agree, are you planning to drug her? As for blood-replenishing pills, I see you don't lack blood. What do you need that for?" Hearing the old man's words, Li rolled his eyes and said, "Uncle Master, you're joking. How could I do such a thing? The mind-altering pills are mainly because I oversee the medicine garden, and recently I've lost quite a few spiritual herbs and can't find out who stole them. I want to put something in the spiritual herbs. The blood replenishing pills are in case, as I encountered some practitioners from the blood demon sect last time, got injured, and lost a lot of blood. I want to prepare some spiritual pills. Li Yi did not tell the truth and found a somewhat plausible reason. This was also the excuse he had prepared before coming, in case the other party asked. He could use this set of reasoning to cope with them. After hearing Li Yi's words, the old man's eyes sparkled, and then he said, "Indeed, being young is good. Your idea is not bad. I don't have what you want, but I can tell you where to find it." "Where?" Li Yi asked eagerly. "The scripture pavilion," the old man said slowly. After hearing the old man's words, Li Yi frowned. He knew about the scripture pavilion of the heavenly clever sect and had considered it before, but upon entering the sect, he had put it aside to avoid raising suspicion. Then, uncertainly, he asked, "The scripture pavilion, it should be difficult for me to enter, right?" "The scripture pavilion is a key place of our sect, so of course, it's not easy to enter. Chi refining stage cultivators can enter the first floor by paying a certain amount of spirit stones, but to enter the second floor, you need someone to vouch for you. The third and fourth floors can only be accessed by foundation establishment stage cultivators, and the fifth floor requires golden core stage cultivators to enter. The things you want can only be found on the second floor of the scripture pavilion." The old man squinted his eyes and said with a smile. After hearing the other party's words, Li Yi first frowned and looked at the old man's expression, understanding it, and then let out a bitter laugh and said, "I wonder if Uncle Master could vouch for me. If you can, I will definitely reward you handsomely." Li Yi was prepared to spend a lot. He had been eyeing the scripture pavilion of the 5 major sects for a long time. "Vouch. Of course I can. I heard that you have some cleansing marrow fruits. Could you give me a few?" the old man said. Hearing his words, Li Yi was taken aback. He did not understand how the other party knew he had cleansing marrow fruits. Seeing Li Yi's surprised expression, the old man chuckled and said, "Nephew might not know yet, but the news about you, the girl Qing Yu, and a disciple from the royal family of the state of Chu obtaining the cave dwelling of the Dan master Han Fengyun and the washing marrow fruit has already spread like wildfire. Moreover, the girl Qing Yu has admitted to this matter, so you shouldn't deny it. The Tianyue sect is also aware of this and has sent someone to negotiate, claiming that Han Fengyun is their disciple and preparing to ask you to hand over the treasures left in the cave dwelling, although the sect master rejected them. However, I noticed that they didn't seem satisfied when they left." After hearing the old man's words, Li Yi was extremely shocked and, at the same time, filled with deep hatred for the cultivators of the Blood Ghost sect. The news must have been leaked by them, as he believed that Mo Qing Yu and Chu Yuanlan would never disclose it. Seeing that Li Yi had fallen silent, the old man asked again, "What does nephew think of this transaction?" After hearing the old man, Li Yi forced a bitter smile and then took out a wooden box containing a dozen fruit pits and handed it to him, saying, "I dare not hide it from you, uncle. I indeed obtained some washing marrow fruits with my senior sisters back then, but I only got a dozen, most of which were taken by my 2 senior sisters. Moreover, I have already consumed the washing marrow fruits I obtained, and this is all that remains." Li Yi felt somewhat relieved that he hadn't thrown away the fruit pits. Otherwise, if he claimed he had eaten them, the old man would certainly not believe him. And if he couldn't produce the washing marrow fruits, that would have been troublesome. Looking at the washing marrow fruit pits Li Yi had taken out, the old man lamented, "Oh dear, why did you eat them all? Such a waste." Hearing this, Li Yi rolled his eyes in his heart. How could consuming such fruits that enhance cultivation be considered wasteful? "How about this? Just give me these fruit pits, and hand me a bottle of the pills you just took out, and I will guarantee you." "What do you think, nephew?" the old man asked seriously. After listening to him, Li Yi felt a bit pained and said, "All right, I will listen to you, uncle." After saying that, Li Yi reluctantly took out a bottle of low-grade recovery pills. After receiving the pills, the old man took out a jade pendant from his storage bag and tossed it to Li Yi. Li Yi was very pleased to receive the jade pendant. The old man looked at Li Yi and, still somewhat unconvinced, said, "Are you really out of washing marrow fruits? You wouldn't just bring a bunch of fruit pits to deceive me, would you?" Chapter 81. Scripture Pavilion. Hearing the old man's words, Li Yi showed a face that looked worse than crying and said, "I can swear, I absolutely wouldn't dare deceive you, uncle. All the washing marrow fruits I obtained from the Dan Master's cave have been consumed by me." He naturally wouldn't count the washing marrow fruits he had cultivated himself. After Li Yi swore an oath, he was finally allowed to leave. After obtaining the jade pendant, Li Yi did not return to the West Wind Valley, but headed directly to Tianju Peak. The Tianqiao sect has 5 peaks: Sunset Peak, Liang Peak, Lingwu Peak, Miao Miao Peak, and Tianju Peak. Among them, Tianju Peak is the main peak, while the West Wind Valley where Li Yi is located is at the junction of Miao Miao Peak and Sunset Peak, with Tianju Peak at the center of the Tianqiao sect. Li Yi moved quickly and soon arrived at the base of Tianju Peak. Looking at the majestic 6-story pavilion before him, Li Yi was filled with admiration. The words Scripture Pavilion were flamboyantly written at the bottom, resembling a dragon soaring and a phoenix dancing. At this moment, 2 cultivators were standing at the entrance of the Scripture Pavilion. Li Yi scanned them with his divine sense and found that their cultivation was actually at the 12th level of Qi refining. Li Yi quickly approached, presented his identity token, and said, "Seniors, I would like to enter the Scripture Pavilion to consult some texts." The 2 young gatekeepers checked the token and then coldly said, "There's no problem with your identity. You can go in. Just don't wander around. As a Chi refining stage cultivator, you can only enter the first and second floors of the scripture pavilion. You can't go to the third floor now. There is a foundation establishment stage senior stationed on the first floor. Just tell him what you need. After receiving his identity token back, Li Yi thanked them and walked in. As he stepped into the scripture pavilion, he saw an old man in a green robe sitting at the entrance, reading an ancient book. Li Yi bowed to the old man and said, "Uncle, I would like to enter the scripture pavilion to find some texts." The 11th level of Chi refining can enter the first floor of the scripture pavilion, and you need to pay 10 low-grade spirit stones for every hour. If you need to copy a jade slip, it costs 20 spirit stones per slip. To enter the second floor, you need a foundation establishment stage cultivator to vouch for you, and it costs 20 low-grade spirit stones per hour. Copying a jade slip will cost an additional 50 low-grade spirit stones. Which floor do you wish to enter? The old man put down the book in his hand and asked Li Yi. Hearing the old man's words, Li Yi couldn't help but curse in his heart. The fees for the scripture pavilion were indeed exorbitant, charging by the hour for reading. However, he had to accept the rules set by others. As a small cultivator in the Chi refining stage, he could only passively comply. I have the vouch of Uncle Wu from the task hall and would like to take a look on the first floor first, then go to the second floor. I'm not sure how long I will be there, Li Yi said as he handed over the jade pendant the old man had given him. The old man took the jade pendant with some suspicion and said slowly, "It's actually him, that miser. I can't believe he would vouch for you. This is unbelievable." Upon hearing this, Li Yi agreed, saying, "Nephew spent quite a bit to obtain this. Oh, so that is how it is. I was wondering why this old guy suddenly changed his ways and would vouch for someone else. Here's the deal. You pay a deposit of spirit stones first, and we will settle the balance at the end, either refunding or charging you the difference," the old man said as he returned the jade pendant to Li Yi. "Thank you, uncle," Li Yi said respectfully, then handed over 100 spirit stones and walked into the first floor of the scripture pavilion. The first floor of the scripture pavilion was filled with various bookshelves, categorized into different sections such as alchemy, martial arts, formations, weapon forging, beast taming, spiritual herb cultivation, medical skills, and strange tales. Li Yi walked to the nearest row of bookshelves, took out a jade slip, and began to read with his divine sense. The jade slip contained the method for refining a first-grade spirit pill, which had effects similar to the ginseng spirit pill and could help Chi refining stage cultivators improve their magical power. However, halfway through, he suddenly noticed that the text below started to become blurry, indicating that it had been obscured by someone, and if he wanted to read it, he would need to pay spirit stones. Naturally, Li Yi had little interest in jade slips of this type of pill. One by one, he picked up and put down jade slips, and his brows gradually furrowed. He discovered that the jade slips for refining pills here were quite similar to those he had obtained earlier, and some were even ordinary medical books from the mortal realm. All very common and unremarkable things. After 3 hours, Li Yi naturally did not want to waste any more time here. He informed the old man at the entrance that he wanted to go to the second floor, and the old man waved his hand, allowing him to go up without saying anything. The layout on the second floor was similar to the first, but there were significantly fewer jade slips. With only about 1/10 of what was on the first floor, Li Yi first walked to the jade slips for alchemy, picked one up, and began to read. After a while, Li Yi's eyes lit up. This jade slip contained a method for refining a second-grade pill, the Peiyuan pill, which was exactly what he needed right now. Before the shelf of pill recipes, Li Yi wandered for a while and picked out 2 types of pill refining methods. One was the Yangyuan pill, and the other was the Peiyuan pill. The reason for refining these 2 types of pills was that he already had the required spiritual herbs for both, and he could easily refine them when he returned. Additionally, he also found the necessary supplements for blood essence and the mind-altering pill jade slips, which were the blood essence pill and the mind-confounding powder. The blood essence pill was a pill made from the essence blood of demon beasts and spiritual herbs, while the mind-confounding powder was a colorless and tasteless powder. Both of these pills were quite good. However, he did not have the main refining material for the blood essence pill and the mind-confounding powder, the illusionary god flower, and needed to go out to collect it. After that, Li Yi also selected several jade slips from the shelves of formation and beast taming. The formation jade slips recorded some simple principles of formations and methods to crack them. For the beast taming jade slips, Li Yi picked a method to control demon beasts, which was naturally prepared for dealing with that little purple beast. Since that greedy little beast could not be dealt with directly, he decided to drug it. Since it loved to eat so much, he would let it eat to its heart's content. With this thought, Li Yi chuckled coldly. Li Yi had almost flipped through all the jade slips on the second floor and finally selected about 10 jade slips to take downstairs. The old man looked at Li Yi and asked in surprise, "Are these all the jade slips you want to copy?" Hearing his words, Li Yi nodded and said, "Yes. Master uncle, I need to copy all these jade slips." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the old man smiled and said, "It seems that your worth is quite high, nephew. The fee for viewing the jade slips has already cost 100 spirit stones. Although it's a bit more, considering you are copying so many jade slips. Let's forget about that fee. Now, you only need to pay 600 low-grade spirit stones." Chapter 82, Strange Regulations. Li Yi nodded and did not say anything further. He readily paid the spirit stones and left the scripture pavilion. After leaving the scripture pavilion, Li Yi returned to the task hall and returned the jade pendant to the old man. Kid, it seems you had a good harvest. Looks like you got what you wanted. The old man said to Li Yi. Yes, I have obtained the refining methods for the blood essence pill and the mind-confounding powder. But I do not have the main refining materials, the essence blood of demon beasts and the illusionary god flower. And I still need to find a way to collect them, Li Yi replied without hiding anything from the old man. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the old man's eyebrows raised. Why did you choose the mind-confounding powder? Although its potency is strong, it is an ancient spiritual pill that has been passed down. Especially the illusionary god flower, such a thing is hard to find. As for the essence blood of demon beasts, I can help you get some. The fact that the mind-confounding powder was an ancient spiritual pill was news to Li Yi, and that could be troublesome. Without the illusionary god flower, this pill would be nearly useless. The essence blood of demon beasts requires at least the blood of a third-tier demon beast. I wonder how much you have and how we could exchange, Li Yi said, somewhat surprised that the mind-confounding powder was an ancient spiritual pill. He knew the difficulty of refining ancient spiritual pills. The returning spirit pill was one of them. If it weren't for his good luck in collecting the main refining spiritual herbs and cultivating some spiritual plants, he definitely wouldn't have been able to refine it. Since the old man had the essence blood of demon beasts, that saved him the trouble of collecting blood everywhere. But he would certainly have to pay a hefty price to exchange for it. Hearing Li Yi's words, the old man chuckled and said, recently, the sect has recruited many disciples and needs a large number of pills. The alchemy hall has been quite busy and needs to refine some additional pills. Could you help by refining some? Refining 10 batches of first-grade pills will exchange for 1 vial of third-tier demon beast essence blood. 20 batches of first-grade pills will exchange for 1 vial of fourth-tier demon beast essence blood, and the success rate must not be lower than 80%. Second-grade pills can be skipped. Your success rate won't be high, so I won't ask you for those. Li Yi felt a bit dizzy upon hearing the old man's words and secretly cursed. This old guy really thinks I'm just a laborer. You should know that I can only refine 5 or 6 batches of pills in a day. Master Uncle, this price is too high. I really can't afford it. Can you lower it a bit? Li Yi said with a face full of despair. After some bargaining, they finally settled on refining 8 batches of first-grade spiritual pills in exchange for 1 vial of third-tier demon beast essence blood. As for the fourth-tier demon beast essence blood, the old man would not lower the price, and Li Yi had to give up in frustration. In fact, Li Yi did not even know how much essence blood he needed. So he decided to exchange for 5 vials of third-tier demon beast essence blood and 3 vials of fourth-tier demon beast essence blood. The spiritual pills the old man had him refine were also the spirit ginseng pills that Li Yi had given him earlier. Refining the pills was not difficult, but refining pills every day made Li Yi very frustrated. It took him more than 20 days to refine 100 batches of spirit ginseng pills. Moreover, the quality of the pills was excellent. Almost all were of medium quality, with a small portion being of high quality and only a very few were of low quality. The success rate was also extremely high. Out of 100 batches of pills, Li Yi successfully refined 94 batches, with a success rate close to 95%. Li Yi did not expect his pill refining skills to reach such a level, which was thanks to the insights on pill refining from the pill madman and the silver alchemy furnace he had left behind. Additionally, Li Yi had refined this type of pill many times, making the refining of first-grade spiritual pills almost second nature to him. Such a high success rate and quality of pills shocked everyone, including the old man, who was also very surprised and then overjoyed, generously giving Li Yi an extra vial of fourth-tier demon beast essence blood, which was a pleasant surprise for Li Yi as well. Both of them were very happy. After this pill refining session at the task hall, Li Yi's reputation was completely established, and among the low-level chi refining period cultivators, almost everyone knew him. Many low-level cultivators came to him for pill refining, and it was said that Li Yi refined spiritual herbs for others without requiring any payment, doing it for free just to improve his alchemy skills. However, he had a strange regulation. Those who wanted to have pills refined must provide fresh spiritual herbs and submit them to him at least half a month in advance. In order not to delay his own cultivation, Li Yi only refined 3 batches of pills each day. Indeed, Li Yi's requirement to submit spiritual herbs half a month in advance initially made many cultivators unhappy. But later they found that Li Yi's success rate in pill refining was very high. Moreover, the refining was done in front of them, so he did not cheat them out of their spiritual herbs, and eventually, they all accepted it. Among the low-level disciples, Li Yi quickly gained the favor of many. Li Yi was not so kind-hearted. The main reason he refined pills for others was still to obtain spiritual herbs, as he was still short of many auxiliary spiritual herbs for refining foundation establishment pills. Whenever a disciple brought over spiritual herbs that he did not have, he would use the half-month period to cultivate spiritual herbs. The well-cultivated spiritual herbs would be kept for himself, and then he would take out the remaining spiritual herbs to refine pills for others. Since Li Yi refined pills for others for free and did not charge any fees, many disciples came to him for pill refining, and he collected a lot of spiritual herbs that he did not have, including over a dozen plants of the spiritual herbs needed for refining foundation establishment pills. In addition, he also obtained some pill recipes. When others asked him to refine pills, they not only needed to provide spiritual herbs, but also the recipes. Li Yi's actions naturally raised doubts among many people. They couldn't believe that he would be so kind-hearted as to refine pills for others for free without any apparent reason. After some time, people noticed that Li Yi had a particular fondness for rare pill formulas, as well as unconventional or rare spiritual herb formulas. Sometimes, he would refine an extra furnace of pills each day. Everyone thought that Li Yi was helping others refine pills for free because he was interested in their formulas. But they felt it was hard to criticize his blatant intentions. After all, asking someone to refine pills and providing them with formulas was perfectly reasonable. Another 6 months passed, and Li Yi found that he could hardly obtain any new spiritual herbs from helping others refine pills. Moreover, he had not received any news about the illusory divine flower, which he had been seeking. He hung a sign outside the West Wind Valley that read, "Please do not disturb, close for meditation, and return to the West Wind Valley." Stopping his pill refining activities, Li Yi was sitting next to the fire pool behind the small wooden house in the West Wind Valley. In front of him was a jade box containing a purple fruit, the washing marrow fruit. After a long period of cultivation, the washing marrow fruit had finally ripened, and he was ready to refine washing marrow pills. Chapter 83. The washing marrow pill is completed, sacrificial refinement of magical artifacts logically, having cultivated a washing marrow fruit tree. Li Yi had obtained over 100 washing marrow fruits, even if he didn't use them to refine washing marrow pills. Consuming the washing marrow fruits directly could slowly wash away impurities from his body. However, after trying a few times, he found that the effect was too slow, and if he wanted to completely wash his marrow, it would require a lot of time, which he was currently short on. With more than a year until the opening of the celestial secret realm and his cultivation still at the 11th level of chi refinement, he needed more time to break through. Even with the use of pills, the speed of his cultivation was quite slow. Now, he only hoped to refine top-grade washing marrow pills to wash away his impurities once again, thus accelerating his cultivation speed. Reaching the 12th level of chi refinement would not only greatly increase his chances of survival in the secret realm, but also provide opportunities for inheritance assessments. Li Yi had never forgotten what Chu Yuanlan had told him, but the slim chances of survival in the secret realm trials made him uneasy. During his time in the Tianxiao sect, Li Yi had been preparing for the secret realm trials and foundation establishment. Shaking his head, Li Yi threw away those chaotic thoughts and began preparing the spiritual herbs to start refining pills. The process of refining the washing marrow pills went relatively smoothly. With his experience from refining the spirit-gathering pills and recovery pills, Li Yi only failed a few times before successfully refining the washing marrow pills. Though they were only low-grade pills, with only a few medium-grade washing marrow pills. After consuming one, Li Yi found that the effect of washing away impurities was significantly better than simply consuming the washing marrow fruit. He was shocked by the foul smell that emerged from his body, which he thought was already free of impurities, and hurriedly cleaned himself. After washing, Li Yi thought to himself, it would be better to spend some time refining top-grade washing marrow pills. To speed up his progress, Li Yi decided to refine top-grade washing marrow pills. Although the washing marrow fruits had ripened, he did not pick all the fruits from the tree, but rather took them as needed, keeping them fresh. It would be an easy task to refine top-grade washing marrow pills with the 1,000-year washing marrow fruits. Once he had refined a bottle of top-grade washing marrow pills, he began using them to wash away his impurities. At the beginning of consuming the top-grade washing marrow pills, Li Yi was cautious. He vividly remembered his previous experience of taking over 10 spirit-gathering pills at once, which had resulted in excruciating pain. For safety, Li Yi only took one top-grade washing marrow pill. Once the medicinal power entered his body, it transformed into streams of cold spiritual power that penetrated his meridians. Soon, Li Yi felt as if tiny ants were gnawing at his body, causing unbearable itching, and a layer of light gray impurities surfaced from his body. After enduring the painful process of washing away his impurities, he stopped taking the pills only when he could no longer expel any impurities. Li Yi had used 3 bottles of top-grade washing marrow pills to completely eliminate the impurities from his body. After the impurities were cleared, Li Yi felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and let out a few loud shouts of joy. While cultivating, he noticed that his cultivation speed had increased significantly, and his cultivation was rapidly growing. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he reached the perfect completion of the 12th level of chi refinement. After the washing away of impurities, Li Yi began refining blood essence pills, which could restore his essence blood. If he wanted to sacrifice and refine magical artifacts, he needed to use the blood sacrifice secret technique, which consumed essence blood, something Li Yi had always been hesitant to practice. The refinement of blood essence pills required not only the essence blood of demonic beasts, but also some spiritual herbs, with another required herb being blood ginseng. Normally, it would only take 100-year-old blood ginseng to refine blood essence pills, and since he was refining them, Li Yi certainly aimed to create the best blood essence pills. Thus, with the essence blood of a 4th-tier demonic beast and 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, he successfully produced top-grade blood essence pills. After the pills were refined, Li Yi did not rush to consume them, but instead stored them away. He took out a blood-colored jade slip, a silver small token, and a black small fork from his storage bag. The blood-colored jade slip contained the record of the blood sacrifice secret technique. while the silver token and black small fork were magical artifacts. He did not take out the already damaged black small banner. Li Yi picked up the blood-colored jade slip and read it carefully. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he pondered for a moment, picked up the silver token, and his expression grew serious. Finally, he gritted his teeth, bit the tip of his tongue, and spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the silver token. After spitting out the essence blood, Li Yi's face turned pale, but he did not dare to slack off. He continuously changed the hand seals, and the crimson blood slowly seeped into the silver token. A blood-colored light emerged from the silver token, intertwining with the original silver glow of the magical artifact, creating a strange appearance. Then the light slowly dimmed. Seeing this, Li Yi's expression changed, and he quickly opened his mouth, spitting out 2 more mouthfuls of fresh blood onto the token. The originally dim blood-colored glow brightened again, and gradually, a weak connection formed between Li Yi and the silver token. Feeling this change, Li Yi's pale face showed a hint of joy. He knew that this sacrificial refinement was successful. After the successful refinement, Li Yi did not proceed to refine the other black small fork, but instead took a blood-colored pill and consumed it. This was the top-grade blood essence pill that Li Yi had painstakingly refined. After consuming the blood essence pill, a hint of color returned to Li Yi's face, and the essence blood he had lost began to recover slowly. After 2 days of meditation, he had nearly replenished his lost essence blood. This blood essence pill is truly remarkable, Li Yi murmured to himself. With the help of the top-grade blood essence pill, he no longer feared the loss of essence blood that could damage his foundation and began to sacrifice and refine magical artifacts day and night. While refining the magical artifacts, Li Yi also made a different discovery. He found that the difficulty of refining the silver token was much greater than that of the black small fork. Li Yi faintly felt that the silver token was not an ordinary magical artifact. After more than 3 months of refining, he could now initially use these 2 magical artifacts and unleash some of their powers. With these artifacts, along with the talismans and healing pills he possessed, Li Yi felt that even if he encountered a foundation-building stage cultivator alone, he would have the strength to fight back, rather than being at their mercy. Counting the days, there wasn't much time left before the secret realm opened, so Li Yi decided to leave his seclusion. Chapter 84. Sect's Minor Competition. Chapter 85. Sect's Minor Competition. After refining the magical artifacts, Li Yi briefly used them and then put them away. He was actually quite eager to test their power. The originally purple little beast was the best target for testing the artifacts, but after Li Yi refined the artifacts, that little beast no longer dared to come out. Even when it did, it would sneak out to steal 2 spirit herbs and then hide underground, leaving Li Yi with no way to deal with it. Li Yi had no choice but to collect all the valuable spirit herbs, allowing the little beast to take the less valuable ones for now, intending to deal with it once he had refined the mind confusion powder. After leaving the West Wind Valley, Li Yi found that there were quite a few communication talismans outside his barrier, most of which were requests for alchemy. Among them was a communication talisman from Mo Qingyu, who informed Li Yi to let her know once he came out of seclusion, as she had matters to discuss with him. She also reminded him not to forget to participate in the sect's minor competition, as it was key to entering the secret realm. The sect's minor competition. Li Yi murmured softly. He had never heard of it before, but since it was related to the secret realm trial, he didn't dare to be negligent and hurried towards the task hall. After the previous alchemy incident, he was quite familiar with the disciples in the task hall. Before leaving, he didn't forget to send a communication talisman to Mo Qingyu. Soon, Li Yi found a disciple in the task hall whom he was quite familiar with and inquired about the sect's minor competition. After asking, Li Yi learned that because the Wenyang secret realm would be closed for about 100 years after its opening, it meant that the next time the sect would open the secret realm would be in 50 years. The purpose was to allow the spirit herbs inside to grow for a longer period. Thus, this time the sect planned to send out the strongest disciples to enter the secret realm and compete for spirit herbs to refine more foundation-building pills. Tianxiao sect had 120 spots for entering the Wenyang secret realm, of which 20 spots were already predetermined by the sect, with some secretly trained disciples being sent in to compete for spirit herbs. The remaining 100 spots would be allocated to everyone, for which the sect would hold the minor competition. The rewards for this minor competition were also quite generous, and Li Yi found them very appealing. The top 10 disciples in this 100 would each receive a foundation-building pill and a magical artifact, along with a secret method to help cultivators unleash part of the artifact's power. The first place would reward a 4th-tier puppet, which could match the full power of a foundation-building stage cultivator. Additionally, those ranked from 10th to 50th would each receive a top-tier spirit artifact and a 3rd-tier puppet, with the puppet's strength equivalent to that of a late-stage chi refining cultivator's full power. As for cultivators ranked 50 and below, each would also receive a top-tier spirit artifact as a reward. Moreover, Li Yi learned that the registration requirements were not low, to avoid the unnecessary sacrifice of low-level cultivators. The sect prohibited cultivators below the 10th level of chi refining from participating. Only those above the 10th level of chi refining were allowed to enter. Truly, as one of the 5 major sects, their scale was impressive. Li Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Initially, he thought that with 2 magical artifacts, entering the secret realm should be no problem, but now he could only say he was not weak. However, after some thought, he felt relieved. As a chi refining stage cultivator, he could obtain a magical artifact and the method to refine it. With so many foundation building and golden core cultivators in the 5 major sects, it was normal for them to have plenty of artifacts and methods to refine them. Thinking of this, Li Yi began to worry for himself. He felt he needed to obtain 2 more life-saving items to feel secure entering the Wenyang secret realm. Just as Li Yi was about to leave the task hall, he encountered the old man who had just returned from outside. When the old man learned that he was going to register for the assessment, he, who was usually a bit lecherous and greedy, seriously advised Li Yi not to take risks and to honestly focus on alchemy in the sect. As long as he made enough contributions to the sect, he would ask the sect for a foundation-building pill for Li Yi. Hearing the old man's words warmed Li Yi's heart. Although the old man was quite greedy, he was able to remind Li Yi and would ask for a foundation-building pill for him, for which Li Yi was very grateful. However, Li Yi also had his reasons for needing to go. He was sure that one foundation-building pill would not give him much hope of success, and he also needed to find cultivation techniques in the secret realm. Seeing Li Yi's determination, the old man stopped trying to persuade him, handed Li Yi a stack of talismans, more than 100 in total, and then told him to scram, which greatly increased Li Yi's fondness for him. After leaving the task hall, Li Yi went to the registration area, presented his identity token, and after the other party checked the token and his cultivation level without any issues, they gave him a jade tablet with a number inscribed on it. Looking at the number on the jade tablet, Li Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. He had already been assigned a number beyond 1,000. After receiving the jade tablet, Li Yi headed back to the West Wind Valley. On the way, he saw 2 people standing at the valley entrance. One was Imo Qingyu, and beside her stood a young man in white, both chatting and laughing. Li Yi scanned them with his divine sense and found that both had already reached the 12th level of chi refining. He hurriedly approached with a smile, saying, "Sister Imo, what brings you here? You didn't inform me in advance. It's my fault for making you wait here. Who is this senior brother?" Hearing Li Yi's words, Imo Qingyu teased, "Junior brother is quite the busy person now. It's not easy to see you. I can only wait here to ambush you. This is Zhao Fifan, senior brother Zhao." After Imo Qingyu's introduction, Li Yi carefully examined the young man in white. The young man was very elegant, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding a scholarly aura. While Li Yi was assessing him, the young man was also smiling at him, saying, "So you are junior brother Li Yi. Your alchemy skills are known far and wide among the chi refining disciples. Not many can refine second-tier pills at this stage. Senior brother Zhao is overpraising me. It is your cultivation that deserves my respect. Let us not stand here. Let us go inside and talk." Li Yi replied, opening the barrier of the West Wind Valley and leading the 2 inside. As Li Yi led the 2 into the West Wind Valley, his divine sense remained focused on them, never letting up. Although the young man in white walked behind him with a smile, there was a hint of arrogance, disdain, and even some hostility in his gaze. Due to Li Yi's strong divine sense, he monitored them without being detected. However, Li Yi was puzzled as to why the young man had hostility towards him when it was their first meeting. Chapter 85, Cooperation, Information. Chapter 85, Cooperation. Information. Li Yi quickly brought the 2 into a small wooden house and poured them a cup of spirit tea. Then, he asked, "Sister Imo, did you come here to find me to refine pills? As long as senior sister gives me the spirit medicine, I can refine it for her. I wonder what brings brother Zhao here." After hearing Li Yi's words, a fleeting look of joy crossed Imo Qingyu's face. She then said, "Thank you, junior brother. I heard that brother Zhao came to see junior brother Li's alchemy skills and to get to know him. He wants to collaborate with you in the secret realm, as this trial is quite dangerous." After saying this, Imo Qingyu placed a storage bag on the table. "Oh, I see. I wonder how senior sister Imo and brother Zhao plan to collaborate. I heard that entry into the secret realm is random teleportation," Li Yi said. In fact, Li Yi was not keen on collaborating with these 2, as it would involve the issue of distributing the spirit medicine. "You don't need to worry about this, junior brother. I have a special talisman that, as long as we activate it when entering the secret realm, has a high chance of teleporting us together," Zhao Fifan said from the side. Hearing his words, Li Yi frowned. He had not expected that the other party had such a good item. If the 3 of them could gather together, their strength would greatly increase, making it much better than searching alone. And the speed of collecting spirit medicine would also be much faster. Junior brother Li may not know much about the Wenyang secret realm. Our sect has entered the secret realm many times and has a lot of understanding of its rules, terrain, and the distribution of spirit medicines. If junior brother is willing to collaborate with us, this information can be shared, Imo Qingyu said. After hearing Imo Qingyu's words, Li Yi's heart stirred. These pieces of information were indeed what he lacked. If he could obtain them, it would be very beneficial for his exploration of the secret realm. But he still had some concerns. After pondering for a moment, he slowly asked, "I see. I want to ask why you 2 want to collaborate with me? There should be quite a few cultivators in the sect who are stronger than me." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Zhao Fifan glanced at him and revealed a warm smile. Gently laughing, he said, "I heard from senior sister Qingyu that you have a talisman treasure in your possession, which is a good item. If used well, it can be equivalent to the strength of a foundation establishment stage cultivator in a short time. To be honest, this time the secret realm opening is much more dangerous than before. In the past, some cultivators would secretly take in 1 or 2 magical artifacts, but this time, the sect has grandly offered magical artifacts as rewards. The intensity of the battles within the secret realm can be imagined. If we can have Junior Brother join us, we will collect more spirit medicine and greatly increase our chances of survival. After hearing his words, Li Yi's expression remained unchanged, but he felt quite displeased. Mo Qingyu had actually revealed the fact that he possessed a talisman treasure, and she asked, Brother Zhao, how many of us will work together? How will the spirit medicines be distributed? Currently, it will just be the 3 of us. If we invite more people, each person will get less spirit medicine, so naturally, the fewer people we invite, the better. Besides, the stronger they are, the better. We can share equally. What do you think, Junior Brother? Also, I heard that Junior Brother Li is looking for the illusion god flower. I happen to know where it is, and if you are willing to join us, I can immediately tell you its location. Zhao Fifan looked at Li Yi, confident that he would agree to the invitation. When Li Yi heard about the illusion god flower, he, who had been indecisive, made up his mind. After all, the illusion god flower was something he had to obtain, as it was of great use to him. All right. Since Brother Zhao and senior sister Imo think so highly of me, I won't refuse any longer. I will trouble you both to take care of me then. Li Yi said with a loud laugh, appearing very generous and completely shedding his previous hesitance. Junior Brother is too polite. Here is some information we gathered about the secret realm and the location of the illusion god flower, which we give to you. One more thing to remind you. During the sect's small competition, do not use the talisman treasure. Preserve some of its power. As long as you can secure a spot, you can enter the secret realm and collect more spirit medicine to exchange for Foundation establishment pills. After speaking, Zhao Fifan took out 2 jade slips and placed them on the table. Li Yi glanced at them, his heart filled with joy. He then stored the storage bag and jade slips on the table and said, All right, I understand. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Senior sister, please give me your spirit medicine. Wait here for a moment, and I will refine the pills for you. Thank you, Junior Brother Li, Imo Qingyu said. Li Yi spent half a day helping Imo Qingyu refine the spirit-nourishing pills. As agreed before, Imo Qingyu took out 2 portions of spirit medicine, and Li Yi produced 2 bottles of low-grade spirit-nourishing pills. Imo Qingyu took the pill bottles handed to her by Li Yi, very excited, and quickly expressed her gratitude. This left Zhao Fifan beside them astonished, wondering what kind of pill could make the usually composed Imo Qingyu lose her composure like this. Imo Qingyu's excitement was mainly due to the many surprises Li Yi had given her. She originally thought it would be great if Li Yi could refine 1 bottle of pills for her, but he actually produced 2 bottles. This would certainly improve her spiritual consciousness significantly. Seeing Imo Qingyu's grateful expression, Zhao Fifan was somewhat surprised and said, Today, I have truly opened my eyes. Junior Brother Li's alchemy skills are really impressive. He successfully refined both portions of spirit medicine. By the way, Qingyu, what kind of pill is this? Zhao Fifan asked curiously. Upon hearing Zhao Fifan's words, Imo Qingyu came back to her senses. She calmed her emotions and said apologetically, Sorry, brother. This is a special pill needed for my cultivation technique. You might not know it even if I tell you. Oh, that's nothing. It's your secret, Zhao Fifan replied. The 3 chatted for a while longer, each having their own matters to attend to, before they left separately. Watching the 2 leave, Li Yi's expression gradually became serious. He felt that the opening of the Wenyang secret realm was definitely extraordinary. Even disciples at the 12th level of Qi refinement were looking for partners to enter with. With so many powerful disciples carrying magical artifacts entering, the level of brutality in the battles would surely exceed that of previous times. He felt somewhat unprepared, and he also needed to hide some of his methods during the sect's small competition. He did not plan to expose any of his magical artifacts, talisman treasures, or Bat King wings. Thinking of this, Li Yi recalled the talisman that the old man had just given him, and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 86. Continuous victories in the following days, Li Yi was in the West Wind Valley, refining magical artifacts while reviewing the information provided by Zhao Fifan. He hoped to maximize the power of the magical artifacts, so he worked even harder at refining them. Additionally, he sought to gain some understanding of the Wenyang secret realm and the medicinal herb trial. 10 days later, Li Yi received a notification that the sect's small competition had begun. At this time, in the huge square under Tianju Peak, there were 10 large arenas set up, surrounded by arrays of prohibitions to protect the arenas securely. However, disciples on the outside could clearly see the cultivators fight, and there were 2 Foundation establishment stage cultivators acting as judges by each arena. This was also to ensure the safety of the fighting disciples and to prevent any accidental injuries during the fights. In this sect competition, 10 arenas were set up, and the disciples were evenly divided among the 10 arenas for battles, with the first place being declared the champion of the arena. The 10 winners would then compete in ranking matches. As a result, each arena had about 100 participants, and Li Yi was assigned to arena number 8. At this moment, the area around arena number 8 was crowded with disciples, and Li Yi was among them, watching the duel between 2 practitioners with great interest. From these battles, he could learn some experience, understand the strength of his fellow disciples, the spirit weapons they used, and how to respond, among other things. The next match was between Wang Meng and Li Yi. An old man in the Foundation establishment stage at the edge of the arena held a name list and announced loudly. Hearing his name called, Li Yi quickly jumped onto the arena, submitted his identity token, and after confirming it was correct, he stood to the side, in friendly sparring among fellow disciples. Do not intentionally injure each other. Let the match begin. The old man warned sternly after verifying both participants' identity tokens. Li Yi nodded in agreement, glanced at his opponent, who was a fierce-looking young man with a cultivation of the 11th layer of Qi refining. The young man held a large axe in one hand and a shield in the other, grinning savagely at Li Yi, saying, "Junior brother, hurry up and jump off the arena to surrender, lest I have to make a move. If I accidentally hurt you, don't blame me." Li Yi clapped his storage bag, and a small blue fan appeared in his hand. At the same time, he stuck a talisman of golden light on himself, and then he fanned the small fan several times, instantly sending 3 to 4 dozen wind blades flying towards the young man. The blue wind blades were incredibly fast, appearing in front of the young man in an instant. Startled, he hurriedly blocked with his black shield. The series of wind blade attacks made the young man very angry. While defending, he also urged his small axe to attack Li Yi. Seeing the axe coming at him, Li Yi once again activated the blue fan, fanning a few more times, producing a large number of wind blades to block the axe's attack in midair. At the same time, he took out more than 20 talismans, activating them all at once with considerable momentum. Seeing so many talismans attacking him, the young man's face changed dramatically. His shield was only a high-grade spirit weapon and definitely couldn't withstand such a barrage. At this moment, he could no longer afford to attack Li Yi and hurriedly reached for his storage bag. However, Li Yi would not let this opportunity pass. He attacked again with the blue fan and threw out more than a dozen talismans. Watching Li Yi's sharp attacks, the young man's face turned pale as he hurriedly retreated. But he was already at the edge of the arena and about to be overwhelmed by Li Yi's attacks. Just then, the old man in the Foundation establishment stage suddenly intervened, blocking the attacks and saving the young man. Wang Meng is defeated, Li Yi wins, the old man announced. Then gave Li Yi a deep look. The battle between Li Yi and Wang Meng was extremely brief, lasting only a few breaths from start to finish. The surrounding practitioners were still in shock, staring blankly at Li Yi as he stepped down from the arena. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd and hearing their discussions, Li Yi felt uncomfortable all over and walked away from the crowd towards the other arenas. Who is this? He actually defeated Wang Meng in such a short time. Just now, he threw out 3 to 4 dozen talismans at once. That's too extravagant. I know this person. He seems to be an alchemist. He helped the task hall with alchemy before. I heard from a senior brother over there that his alchemy skills are quite good, with a success rate of over 90% for first-grade pills. Not long ago, he was still helping some senior brothers with alchemy for free. But later I heard he entered seclusion. He casually helps people refine a few furnaces of pills and has this many talismans. It's nothing to him. I've also heard of this person. His alchemy skills are quite impressive. I originally wanted to befriend him, but he usually stays in West Wind Valley and rarely interacts with others. Wang Meng, who fought against him, I have also heard of him. I heard he has a top-grade spirit weapon, but it seems he didn't use it just now. Logically, his strength shouldn't be that weak. Ah, you still don't understand. He must be hiding his strength, keeping it as a trump card. But he didn't expect his opponent to be so strong that he got overwhelmed in an instant. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Wang Meng's face turned green and white with anger, clearly realizing that others had seen through his intentions. The first round of battles quickly concluded. 5 days later, Li Yi faced his second battle, and this time his opponent was a thin young man holding a blue flag with a blue strange dragon on it. Li Yi scanned with his spiritual sense and found that it was a top-grade spirit weapon. Li Yi no longer hid his abilities and released his trident spirit weapon, which he had crafted from bat teeth. Soon, the two spirit weapons entangled with each other. The blue flag transformed into a shadow of the strange dragon, wrapping around the trident. Seeing this, Li Yi was not anxious. Instead, he was intrigued and engaged in a contest of controlling spirit weapons. A proud smile forming on his lips. He was certain he would win against the trident, as it could continuously absorb the spiritual power from his opponent's spirit weapon. Soon, the dragon's shadow in the air disappeared, and the blue flag let out a mournful cry before falling to the ground, clearly exhausted of spiritual power. Li Yi pointed at the trident with one hand, breaking through the opponent's protective light shield and forcing him to concede. How could this happen? How could I lose? The defeated young man muttered, seemingly unable to believe it. Look, Li Yi won again. He has a top-grade spirit weapon. Isn't that obvious? His worth is considerable. He must have top-grade spirit weapons, maybe even more than one. The last match was just to hide his strength. I think his trident spirit weapon is quite extraordinary. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Li Yi walked away again. Chapter 87. Gaining Quota. Chapter 87. Gaining Quota. 3 days later, Li Yi faced his third round of battles. This time, his opponent was a woman in white, and 3 small swords hovered in front of her, 1 blue, 1 white, and 1 red. As the woman activated her spell, the 3 spirit weapons attacked Li Yi. Li Yi scanned with his spiritual sense and discovered that these 3 flying swords were actually a set of spirit weapons, all top grade. The attack power of such a set of spirit weapons was strong, but they were also easy to control. This was because the 3 spirit weapons had formations engraved on them, allowing them to respond to each other, making the difficulty of controlling them much lower than controlling 3 separate spirit weapons. Moreover, this woman was not weak either. With a cultivation of the 12th layer of chi refining, above her head was a top-grade handkerchief-like defensive spirit weapon, emitting a milky white light shield that firmly protected her. It was evident that after 2 rounds of elimination, the practitioners remaining on the arena were all quite strong. At this moment, there were still more than 30 practitioners competing on the stage, basically the top disciples among the chi refining practitioners in the Heavenly Clever sect. Thinking of this, Li Yi felt relieved. He dared not be careless, as that could easily lead to failure. He quickly took out his trident spirit weapon and a red long silk to counterattack, while trying to test his opponent and think of a strategy. At this moment, the monks below the arena began to discuss among themselves. Hee, I knew senior brother Li Yi must have some hidden skills. 2 top-grade spirit artifacts, that's impressive. In our Tianqiao sect, only those who are at the chi refining stage can possess 2 top-grade spirit artifacts, said one disciple while looking at Li Yi. So what if he has 2 spirit artifacts? He definitely can't match senior sister Lu Qing. Senior sister Lu's spirit artifacts are a complete set of flying swords. And her cultivation level is also higher than his, another female disciple remarked. Exactly. Even though he has 2 top-grade spirit artifacts, he is definitely no match for senior sister Lu Qing. Meeting senior sister Lu Qing at this time is just his bad luck. Otherwise, he would surely have made it to the next round. Now, another disciple chimed in. Listening to the noisy discussions from the disciples below, it was almost entirely in support of the woman in white. In fact, there were more spectators than usual, seemingly all there to watch this woman. Li Yi stroked his chin and thought to himself, it seems this woman is quite significant. This could be troublesome. After pondering for a moment, Li Yi came up with a countermeasure. He patted his storage bag, and in his hand appeared a black short blade, a transparent silk thread, a blue small fan, and a set of talismans. The black short blade was a top-grade spirit artifact he obtained after slaying Chun Xin years ago, which he had almost forgotten about as it had been stored away for so long. He had been afraid to use it before, worried about being targeted by the Chun family cultivators, but now as a disciple of the Tianqiao sect, he no longer feared a cultivation family. Li Yi pointed at the black short blade with one hand, and it instantly vanished into thin air. The silk thread in his hand also disappeared in the same manner, slowly wrapping around the hilts of the 3 small swords that were flying up and down in the air. The originally agile small swords suddenly slowed down, and for a moment, they couldn't cut through the transparent silk thread. Just then, Li Yi used a red long ribbon spirit artifact to wrap them up, and the 3 small swords could only bounce around inside the red ribbon, struggling to break free. In an instant, Li Yi gained the upper hand and seized the opportunity to attack the woman in white with his 3-pronged spear. At the same time, he waved the blue small fan in his hand, unleashing dozens of wind blades that appeared around the woman in white. The woman in white looked at Li Yi with a mix of surprise and anger, but her speed was not slow. She quickly took out 2 talismans from her storage bag and stuck them to herself, forming 2 blue protective shields, which made her feel a bit more secure. However, at this point, the defensive range of her white handkerchief had already reached its limit. Seeing this, Li Yi threw out a set of talismans, and in an instant, the white handkerchief was torn apart, and even one layer of the woman's light shield was breached. The woman in white turned pale at this sight, but fortunately, she still had another layer of light shield for protection, preventing the attack from hitting her directly. Before she could regain her composure, there was a crisp sound, crack. The last remaining layer of her light shield was broken by Li Yi, and a black short blade glowing with dark light was already pressed against her neck. A strand of her long hair was cut off, falling to the ground, and at that moment, the woman in white looked horrified. Senior sister, I concede, Li Yi said with a smile. I've lost. Junior brother is truly skilled, the woman in white said with some lingering fear. Fortunately, it was just a spar, otherwise, I would have been doomed. At this time, an elder at the Foundation establishment stage who was standing to the side smiled and said, Li Yi wins. Kid, your spiritual sense is impressive. You can control 3 top-grade spirit artifacts, as well as 2 upper-grade spirit artifacts, and even have the energy to use talismans. I have high hopes for you. Keep it up. Hearing the words of the Foundation establishment cultivator, Li Yi quickly responded, Thank you, Master Uncle. After thanking him, Li Yi stepped down from the arena. At this moment, the disciples below the arena showed shocked expressions, and those who had previously said the woman in white would win had fallen silent. The looks they gave Li Yi were filled with awe, completely lacking the previous reckless discussions. Looking at the crowd before him, Li Yi did not leave because the number of remaining cultivators on the arena was decreasing, and he still had another battle to face today. He secretly consumed a pill to restore his mana. By evening, Li Yi finally welcomed his second match of the day. He had expected a fierce battle, but after the opponent took the stage, they directly conceded without making a move, leaving him quite surprised. Just like that, Li Yi entered the top 10 ahead of schedule, now ranked 8th. Even if he withdrew now, he would still secure a spot in the top 100 of the sect and receive a top-grade spirit artifact. However, for Li Yi, who already possessed magical tools and talismans, a top-grade spirit artifact was not particularly appealing. Since the arena required the selection of the top 10, and currently, only 8 had qualified, 2 more cultivators needed to be selected from the defeated disciples. As a result, after a fierce competition among the remaining disciples, the 2 that entered the top 10 surprised Li Yi. They were both disciples he had battled against before. One was the disciple who had conceded voluntarily, and the other was the woman in white, Lu Qing. The 3 top-grade spirit artifacts she wielded were still quite formidable in combat. Chapter 88, Luck. Battle against Chu Ling. After the competition ended, a Foundation Establishment elder announced, the selection of disciples is now complete. Tomorrow, we will commence the ranking battles. Tomorrow's matches will only determine the first place and the top 5. The remaining disciples will not be ranked. If anyone does not wish to participate, they may withdraw now. Looking at the 10 disciples before him, the elder's gaze swept across them, and none chose to withdraw. This included Li Yi, whose displayed strength was quite formidable. With 3 top-grade spirit artifacts and 2 upper-grade spirit artifacts, most disciples at the Qi refining stage were backed by powerful families to possess such treasures. Seeing that no one was stepping back, the Foundation Establishment elder spoke again. Good, since no one is withdrawing, we will draw lots for the battles tomorrow. The winners will enter the top 5, and then we will continue drawing lots for the matches until we determine the first place. Those who are defeated will automatically withdraw. The crowd agreed, and then left the arena. After a night without incident, the next morning, Li Yi arrived at the arena to find it already filled with people, clearly there to watch the battles. As the competition progressed, the cultivators' levels became higher, and the duels became increasingly spectacular, naturally attracting many disciples. After Li Yi took the stage and waited for a while, the Foundation Establishment elder began organizing the draw. Li Yi drew number 5, and his opponent was number 6, who happened to be Lu Qing, his opponent from yesterday. When Lu Qing realized this, her expression turned somewhat unpleasant. After contemplating for a moment, she stood up and said, I have already fought with junior brother Li yesterday and am not his match, so I will not fight him today. I take my leave. After saying this, she greeted everyone and then bowed to the Foundation Establishment elder before leaving. The elder did not stop her and nodded in acknowledgement of her departure. Why did senior sister Lu Qing leave? I wanted to see her prowess. One disciple exclaimed. Li Yi is so lucky. He directly advanced. Sai, you must not know this. Senior sister Lu Qing had a match with junior brother Li Yi yesterday and was defeated by him. Junior brother Li Yi can control 3 top-tier spiritual tools, and his methods are quite impressive. It's understandable that senior sister Lu Qing conceded. The remaining people on stage looked at Li Yi with envy, secretly lamenting that Li Yi's luck is truly great. He could advance closer to the Foundation Establishment pill without even lifting a finger. Li Yi rubbed his nose and didn't say anything, just stood aside, watching the remaining cultivators duel. After a fierce battle, only 5 people were left on stage. One of them was a woman with a dark complexion, holding a pipa, which could unleash invisible sound wave attacks, a top-tier spiritual tool. Additionally, she could control a transparent flying sword, making her attacks quite bizarre, allowing her to defeat cultivators unknowingly. Another cultivator in a red robe held a fiery red gourd, which could release fire crows for attacks, boasting considerable power. Among the other 2, one was a cultivator who could control flying swords, managing 5 flying swords, 2 of which were top-tier, with very strong attack power. The last person was a more mysterious cultivator, holding a small white mirror that could emit white light to immobilize opponents' spiritual tools. Although the effect lasted only a short time, in the midst of a duel, that moment could often determine the outcome. The 5 continued to draw lots for their matchups, and Li Yi drew number 3. Just as he received the number 3 token, an elder at the Foundation Establishment stage suddenly spoke up. The disciple who drew number 3 stepped forward. You don't have to compete this round. You advance directly. Hearing this, Li Yi was clearly taken aback, then handed the token to the elder, who was also slightly surprised, not expecting it to be Li Yi. Li Yi's luck was truly remarkable. He got a bye this round, meaning he could enter the top 3 without doing anything today. The 4 people on stage looked at Li Yi with envy. Feeling the 4 scorching gazes, Li Yi felt a bit uncomfortable, shrugged his shoulders, and rested on the side, while also contemplating how to deal with the remaining opponents. At this moment, the combatants were a man controlling flying swords versus a woman holding a pipa. The woman relied on her pipa's attacks, which had no effect on the man wielding the flying swords. In the end, the man was defeated by the flying swords. The man with the red gourd fought against the one with the white mirror, but since the red gourd was restricted, he couldn't release the fire crows and was ultimately defeated. The remaining disciples on the platform were the flying sword user Chu Ling, who was at the 12th level of Qi refining, the cultivator Nia Kong using the white mirror, and Li Yi. The 3 would duel, and whoever defeated the other 2 would obtain a Foundation Establishment pill. At this moment, Li Yi's heart began to race, and he couldn't help but lick his dry lips. Unfortunately, in this round of drawing lots, Li Yi did not get a bye but faced Chu Ling, the flying sword user. Soon, the 2 stood on the platform. Chu Ling was a very cautious person, starting with her adept flying sword techniques. 5 flying swords rushed toward Li Yi, forming an encirclement that quickly surrounded him. Seeing this, Li Yi also released his 3 top-tier spiritual tools to defend. He originally thought that suppressing the opponent's 2 top-tier flying swords wouldn't be too difficult. But in fact, things didn't go as expected. The opponent's flying sword techniques were quite impressive. His trident, red long ribbon, and black short blade were suppressed by the opponent's flying swords, showing signs of being at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Li Yi was somewhat surprised because he had previously fought against the 3 flying swords of a woman in white and had been able to defeat her set of flying swords. However, this time, his opponent had only 2 top-tier flying swords, and he surprisingly had no way to deal with them. Even using transparent threads against those top-tier flying swords offered no chance. The opponent's flying swords were very agile, like cunning fish easily evading nets in the water, always slipping through gaps. Moreover, they could find his weaknesses and attack when he faltered, causing him considerable losses. For a moment, Li Yi found himself at a loss against the opponent. However, after a moment, Li Yi steeled himself and took out a red long knife and a green flying sword from his storage bag, both of which were top-tier spiritual tools. With a single hand gesture, he also summoned 5 spiritual tools to battle against the opponent. At this moment, he still had a green small fan in his hand, ready to use for auxiliary attacks if he showed signs of being at a disadvantage. Chapter 89, Sword Control Technique. The manifestation of magical tools. Looking at the green small fan in his hand, Li Yi sighed. The green small fan was his favorite spiritual tool, capable of unleashing wide-ranging wind blade attacks, but unfortunately, its grade was a bit low and felt somewhat useless for him now. On the platform, Li Yi and Chu Ling engaged fiercely with their spiritual tools, both fighting intensely without daring to slack off. Although Li Yi's control over spiritual tools was not as refined as his opponent's, the higher grade of his spiritual tools and his powerful consciousness made up for some of the gap, thus they were almost evenly matched. However, Li Yi had one weakness. His cultivation level was lower than his opponent's. The opponent was at the 12th level of chi refining, but luckily, he had recovery pills to compensate for this shortfall. Looking at the over 10 spiritual tools clashing in the air, bursting forth with intense spiritual light, the spectacle was quite magnificent, captivating the many disciples below the platform, who watched in rapt attention. One disciple remarked, "Junior brother Li Yi and senior brother Chu Ling are both quite impressive. They can control so many spiritual tools in battle. I wonder when I will be able to do that." You can forget about it. I don't know about Li Yi, but I know a bit about senior brother Chu Ling. He is a named disciple of a golden core stage master, practicing the sword control technique taught by that master. So it's natural for him to control so many flying swords. You dare to look down on me? The boy who spoke earlier retorted indignantly. Come on. Let us just watch others duel. It has nothing to do with us. A calm youth intervened. I know this senior brother Li Yi. He is an alchemist, very kind, and even helped me refine pills for free. He often refines pills, so it's natural that his consciousness is stronger than that of ordinary cultivators, allowing him to control more spiritual tools. At this point, a chi refining stage cultivator at the 7th or 8th level weakly spoke. The cultivators below the platform chattered excitedly, quickly revealing the backgrounds of Li Yi and Chu Ling. Although Li Yi was in battle, the discussions of the cultivators below clearly reached his ears, causing him to startle. His opponent was actually a named disciple of a golden core stage cultivator and was practicing the legendary sword control technique. Li Yi had some understanding of the sword control technique. It was a rare technique passed down from an ancient sword cultivation sect, quite difficult to practice, but immensely powerful. And it was said to have been lost. However, it now appeared in a chi refining stage cultivator. Yet the opponent's training should not be very deep, otherwise, Li Yi would definitely not be a match. Seeing this, Li Yi took out a small jade bottle and poured out a pill to take, which was a recovery pill. Li Yi's consciousness was strong enough to control several spiritual tools, but his magical power had also been consumed significantly. The two engaged in a fierce battle again. It seemed that the opponent's mana was somewhat lacking, revealing a flaw. After Li Yi seized the opportunity, he used more than 10 talismans in one breath and defeated his opponent. Li Yi emerged victorious. The elder in the foundation establishment stage looked at Li Yi with a smile and said, seeing Li Yi win, Chu Ling, who had a pale face, picked up her flying sword, jumped off the stage, and shot Li Yi a fierce glare, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. The cultivators below the stage looked at Li Yi with intense admiration. They were greatly impressed that an ordinary cultivator could rely on his strength to defeat a disciple of a golden core ancestor. This was a significant shock to them, and also a topic of discussion and hope for these disciples. After resting for half an hour, Li Yi was set to battle Nyakong. As long as he defeated Nyakong, he would receive a foundation establishment pill. This was the final match, and Li Yi was facing Nyakong. The elder in the foundation establishment stage spoke to the two of them, showing some anticipation. As soon as Li Yi made his move, he summoned his signature spirit tools, a red long ribbon, a trident, and a black short blade that could conceal its aura. The black short blade was originally a good ambush weapon, but after Li Yi used it several times, everyone had become familiar with his tactics. And the cultivators he fought against had some defenses against the black short blade. However, Nyakong, across from him, calmly took out a small white mirror that floated above his head, continuously emitting white light. As long as something was covered by the white light, the spirit tool would go out of control. Li Yi found it quite challenging to deal with this. In the instant they clashed, his trident and black short blade were both enveloped by the light beam at critical moments, leaving Li Yi feeling quite helpless. Watching his spirit tools being controlled again, Li Yi gritted his teeth and took out over 20 talismans from his storage bag, activating them all at once to strike the white mirror. With a loud boom, the white mirror erupted with a strong white light, managing to block most of the attacks while also reflecting a small portion back. Seeing the reflected attacks returning, Li Yi was quite surprised and quickly used the long ribbon spirit tool to defend. Junior brotherly, you really are extravagant with your moves. Using over 20 talismans at once, but relying on these things to break my light-fixing mirror and defeat me is still not enough. If you have any other tricks, just show them all, Kong said with a cold smile. Is that so? Li Yi frowned, responding with another talisman. In the moment of chaos, he used the black short blade to stab fiercely at Kong's back. Seeing this, Kong's heart leaped with joy, but he was soon shocked. The black short blade easily tore through his clothes, but was stopped by a layer of green soft armor. Armor, Li Yi murmured. To be able to block his black short blade, it was at least a top-tier armor spirit tool. Li Yi beckoned the rebuffed short blade back to him. Then, he threw out another talisman. Although the attack of the talisman was ineffective, it could entangle the light-fixing mirror. Li Yi then used the fiery red long ribbon to wrap around Kong, quickly retracting it, as if to bind him tightly. However, looking at Kong already wrapped in the red long ribbon, there was no joy on Li Yi's face. Within the red ribbon, there was a strong aura brewing, as if it could burst out at any moment. Not good, it's a magical tool, Li Yi exclaimed softly, as he sensed an aura of a magical tool emanating from Kong. Kid, you forced me to this point, making me reveal my hidden magical tool, the Azure Water Sword. You should be quite proud of yourself, Kong said angrily. Li Yi hurriedly summoned back the red long ribbon. But a blue small sword shot up into the sky, instantly cutting the red ribbon into shreds. However, it seemed that the small sword had no intention of stopping and aimed directly at Li Yi's head. Li Yi's hair stood on end, and he quickly used the black short blade and tried to defend while retreating rapidly. He hurriedly reached for his storage bag, knowing that only a magical tool could deal with another magical tool. He no longer dared to hide and prepared to take out his magical tool for a fierce battle. At this critical moment, the elder in the Foundation establishment stage shouted, "Stop! Don't hurt anyone." He quickly took out a black circular ring and threw it out, knocking the blue sword away and saving Li Yi's life. Li Yi's expression darkened to the extreme, with murderous intent surging in his heart. He sensed that the earlier strike was definitely intentional. He could feel that Kong harbored animosity towards him. Uncle Master, I was just a first-time user of a magical tool and wasn't skilled enough. It was an accident. Please forgive me, Junior brotherly. I hope you weren't hurt, Kong said apologetically. However, there was no hint of sincerity in his expression, and he even shot a provocative glance at Li Yi. Li Yi glared fiercely at him, but did not speak. Let it go this time. Kong wins. You can leave. The elder in the Foundation establishment stage frowned as he spoke. His expression was also quite unpleasant. He had noticed that Kong was intentional. But a Chi refinement cultivator with a magical tool must have an extraordinary background. Since Li Yi wasn't injured, he didn't want to stir up trouble and simply let him go. Watching Kong leave, Li Yi slowly withdrew his hand from the storage bag and respectfully said to the elder, "Thank you for saving my life, Uncle Master. I, Li Yi, will remember this. You can leave now too. This Kong is not simple. You should be careful. I see he has considerable animosity towards you," said the elder in the Foundation establishment stage. "I understand, Master." Li Yi bowed again to the elder and left the stage, committing the name Kong to memory, intending to investigate his background when he returned. In fact, Li Yi was very eager to summon his magical tool and teach Kong a harsh lesson. But he had many concerns. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. Firstly, he was just a small cultivator without any background, and taking out a magical tool could easily attract unwanted attention. Moreover, he wanted to keep some trump cards and didn't want to expose all his methods in public. The most important reason was that his magical tool was refined through blood sacrifice techniques. If others saw it, they would know it was a demonic method. He was unsure of the sect's attitude towards practicing demonic techniques, and if he were mistaken for a spy of the demonic sect, he could end up captured and interrogated, exposing all his secrets. Anyway, he had already secured a spot to enter the secret realm, and losing a top-tier spirit tool wasn't a big deal for someone with his wealth. However, it was indeed a pity not to obtain the Foundation establishment pill. With these thoughts in mind, Li Yi returned to West Wind Valley and had a good night's rest. 2 days later, the champions of the 10 arenas were all selected, and they were also rated as the 10 strongest Chi refinement disciples of the sect. Among these 10 cultivators, Li Yi actually recognized several of them, including Kong, who had defeated him, as well as Mo Qingyu and Zhao Fifan, and Chang Luo, a disciple of sect master Wei Zifeng, whom he had only met once. The top 10 disciples of the sect engaged in another ranking battle, during which half of the disciples surprisingly used magical tools, making the battles exceptionally intense. Many Foundation establishment cultivators watched the fights from within the sect, including several deacons and a few elders. After a fierce battle, a mysterious woman claimed the first place. She wore a veil, making it impossible to discern her features, except for a pair of captivating eyes that were visible, adding to her enigmatic aura. She wielded a white a powerful magical tool that combined both offense and defense. Rank 3rd, 4th, 5th, and rank 9th. The rest of the cultivators were unfamiliar to. However, during the observation of the battles, he learned about its background. He was the son of the alchemy hall's master. Upon discovering his identity, began to speculate why he wanted to kill him, suspecting it was related to the free alchemy services he provided to low-level cultivators, which likely threatened the interests of the alchemy hall. Realized that his actions at that time were somewhat thoughtless. Nevertheless, he did not regret it, even though it was the master's son, intended to take revenge if given the opportunity. After the grand battle, the sect leader personally awarded prizes to the top 10 disciples, giving each of them a foundation establishment pill. Looking at the gleaming blue pills, felt quite tempted. Finally, a tray was brought out, displaying 10 magical tools. The 10 disciples selected in order of their rankings, causing the remaining disciples to go into a frenzy. Afterward, encouraged the disciples with a few words before dismissing them. As for the rewards for the other disciples, the sect set up a dedicated location for distributing rewards, where those who received rewards only needed to bring their identity tokens to claim them. As he was leaving, committed to memory the magical tools received by the top 10 disciples and their abilities. The remaining disciples did not have the opportunity to choose their rewards. Instead, they were placed in a storage bag that could not be probed by divine sense, containing spiritual tools and puppets. What a cultivator could obtain was entirely based on luck. After some exploration, acquired a miniature puppet archer and a yellowish shield. The puppet archer was a 3rd-tier puppet that could unleash light arrows and attacks, each strike equivalent to a fully powered chi refinement stage cultivator, but it consumed a spirit stone each time. The yellow shield was a top-tier defensive spiritual tool, precisely what urgently needed, bringing him a bit of joy. Other than his spiritual armor, he had almost no top-tier defensive spiritual tools left, and this item would perfectly fill the gap in his defenses. Once all the disciples had received their rewards, the sect's minor competition came to a complete end. At the same time, the sect announced that in 6 months, the secret realm would be opened, urging the registered disciples to prepare well and contribute to the sect, promising even more rewards. Chuckled at the sect's words, not taking them to heart, and then registered his intention to go out to purchase a rare spiritual herb. The Foundation establishment stage cultivator in charge of registration did not make things difficult for, simply asking a few questions about his destination and the duration of his trip before allowing him to leave. After leaving the sect, first arrived at the nearby market, where he had previously settled when he joined. After searching for half a day in the market without finding, his brow furrowed in worry. When he parted with, he had given him all his low-level spiritual pills to manage, and now he could not even find him. If had absconded with the treasures, found it hard to believe. He trusted his judgment about people and suspected something must have happened, which darkened his mood. Chapter 91. Demon Snake, Illusory Godflower, Surprise Attack after searching without success. Left the market and took out his top-tier flying spiritual tool, the Bat King's wings, flying southeast toward the Black Wind Cliff. According to the jade slip given to him by a disciple had seen the illusory godflower at the top of the Black Wind Cliff. He needed the illusory godflower to concoct the mind-confusing powder to subdue the purple little beast. Initially, he had intended to eliminate the purple little beast, but he discovered it possessed considerable intelligence and the ability to burrow underground. If he could tame it and bring it into the secret realm, it would undoubtedly be a great asset. The Black Wind Cliff is located southeast of, towering over 1,000 feet high, facing the sea to the east and bordered by an endless wilderness to the south. The exact size of the wilderness is unknown, teeming with venomous insects and ferocious beasts, as well as countless spiritual herbs. However, few cultivators dare to venture inside, as those who enter rarely return. As such, the wilderness has become a forbidden area in the Eastern Continent's cultivation world. It is rumored that if one can traverse the wilderness, they can leave the Eastern Continent and reach another cultivation continent. After spending a day, arrived at the foot of the Black Wind Cliff using the Bat King's wings. Looking at the towering black cliff, unmoved by the howling winds, withstanding the fierce crashes of the sea, it presented quite a magnificent sight. Carefully scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and found only dark, hard rocks, which did not resemble a place where spiritual herbs would grow. His brow gradually furrowed. He suspected had deceived him. Then, activated the Bat King's wings again, flying toward the cliff summit. The higher he flew, the worse the environment became, with only bare rocks and the howling sea winds. Soon, he reached the top of the cliff, which was small enough to see through at a glance. Few solitary trees grew, and the ground was covered in moss, with no signs of spiritual herbs. Expanded his divine sense to explore every inch, but there was no gain. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly heard a piercing scream coming from the side facing the sea. He hurried over to investigate, and saw a giant snake over 20 feet long coiled on the cliff wall, biting a sea-bird demon beast that was circling in the air, slowly swallowing it down. The remaining sea birds in the sky emitted mournful cries, frantically flapping their wings and creating black whirlwinds to attack the sea snake. However, the black whirlwinds merely scratched the sea snake's scales, causing no harm at all. After a while, the sea birds circled a bit more before leaving the area, while the demon snake flicked its tongue and slithered into a cave above the cliff. This entire scene was witnessed by but his attention was firmly captured by the 3 pale pink flowers at the mouth of the cave, which were the illusory god flowers he had been desperately seeking. The demon snake indeed possessed intelligence, using these 3 illusory god flowers as bait to hunt. Quietly calculated how to obtain these 3 flowers from the demon snake's aura and its act of killing the sea bird. He deduced that it was definitely a 4th-tier demon beast, and dealing with it would be quite challenging. Moreover, he was also worried that a struggle might damage the 3 illusory god flowers. After pondering for a moment, took out the puppet he had just acquired, took a handful of low-level spirit stones, placed them inside the puppet's body, and commanded the puppet to rush toward the 3 illusory god flowers. He urged the Bat King's wings, following behind the puppet, with a silver token floating in front of him. This item was the magical artifact he had refined for a long time. Under his manipulation, a blood-red light flashed across the silver token, and more than a dozen silver characters imbued with blood light flew out from the token, swirling around Li Yi. They moved extremely quickly, and just as the puppet was about to touch the pink flower, a dark shadow, exuding a strong stench of blood, opened its massive mouth and bit towards the puppet. Under Li Yi's urging, the puppet quickly shot out 2 silver-white light arrows towards the demon snake's mouth. The attack of the light arrows tore apart the demon snake's mouth, causing a considerable amount of blood to flow out. The scales on the demon snake were very hard, but its mouth was its weak point, and he had some experience in killing giant pythons before. The puppet's attack thoroughly enraged the demon snake, which became frenzied. Instead of retreating, the demon snake violently slammed its head into the puppet, resulting in a loud crash that sent the puppet tumbling off the cliff. Then, the demon snake's massive body shot out like an arrow, heading straight for the puppet at the bottom of the cliff. In an instant, it caught up to the puppet and wrapped its body around it tightly. Seeing this scene, Li Yi's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly urged the Bat King's wings to activate the wind shift technique. In just 2 flashes, he reached the top of the cave entrance and swiftly grabbed 3 illusory divine flowers, tossing them into his storage bag without even looking. Li Yi's movements were incredibly fast. By the time the demon snake reacted from a distance, he had already collected the illusory divine flowers. Watching his precious spiritual herbs being stolen, the demon snake became even angrier, and with a fierce twist of its body, it crushed the puppet to pieces. Then it charged fiercely at Li Yi. Observing the demon snake lunging at him, Li Yi's lips curled into a slight smirk, having secured the illusory divine flowers. He did not intend to tangle with the demon snake any longer, although he could kill the demon snake using talismans and magical artifacts. The power of the talismans was limited, and he intended to save them as a backup in the secret realm, so he could not waste them here. Li Yi glanced at the shattered remains of the puppet. He had just obtained it, and had not even had the chance to use it before it turned into a pile of debris, which left him feeling quite regretful. Once again, he urged the Bat King's wings and flew into the air in a few flashes, while the demon snake could only coil up on the cliff, roaring in rage at him but unable to do anything. Just as Li Yi flapped his wings and prepared to leave Blackwind Cliff, a deep and heavy bell sound suddenly rang in his ears. Then, several more bell sounds followed in quick succession, leaving Li Yi's mind blank and his internal magical power seemingly out of control, swirling chaotically within him. He could no longer control the Bat King's wings, and his body plummeted straight down, right into the jaws of the waiting demon snake. This is bad. Someone is ambushing me. This was the last bit of awareness Li Yi had before his consciousness began to blur. As he fell, the bell sound ceased, and a remarkably handsome young man in black emerged from below the cliff, a small black bell, half a zhang high floating in front of him. Chapter 92. Ambush. Beheading after the bell sound stopped, Li Yi quickly regained his awareness thanks to his strong spiritual sense, and he scanned his surroundings with it. He saw the demon snake opening its massive mouth, preparing to bite down on him. Watching the demon snake so close, Li Yi's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly drove the silver token to form a silver shield in front of himself, then urged the Bat King's wings to activate wind shift, narrowly escaping from the snake's mouth. However, before Li Yi could fully react, a massive snake tail struck the silver token hard and then slammed into Li Yi's chest. Li Yi was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing down below the cliff, blood spewing from the corner of his mouth. Lying on the ground, Li Yi pointed at the black-clothed cultivator with disbelief on his face and stammered, why are you doing this?" Then his head drooped, and he lost consciousness, blood still flowing from his mouth, with his breath becoming extremely weak. The young man in black looked down at the motionless Li Yi, revealing an extremely excited laugh. "Ha! It was worth all the effort I put in. I finally killed this kid. I initially only wanted the cleansing fruit and the talismans. I didn't expect that this kid still had a magical artifact on him. What a pleasant surprise. And now the secret to your high success rate in refining pills is mine too." The young man in black, Zhao Fifan, was one of the top 10 Qi refining disciples of the sect, and had made an agreement with Li Yi to enter the secret realm together. The small black bell in his hand was a reward given to him by the sect. He hadn't anticipated that there was actually a 4th grade demon snake here. He had heard it was only at the 3rd grade level. It seemed that it had just advanced recently. Well then, let this young master take care of you. Zhao Fifan muttered to himself. With a single hand gesture, the The black small bell rapidly expanded, soon becoming half a zhang tall, emanating a dark glow as it continuously unleashed sonic attacks on the demon snake. Boom, boom, boom. Each attack left the demon snake weak and disoriented, its movements increasingly sluggish. Following this, Zhao Fifan commanded a set of golden flying knives, all top-tier spiritual artifacts, which circled around the demon snake, continuously attacking and taking the opportunity to pierce its eyes. Soon, the demon snake's eyes were completely gone, leaving only two dark blood holes that bled black blood profusely. The demon snake continually twisted its massive body, swinging its enormous tail at Zhao Fifan, but without its eyes. It could not find a target to attack and could only strike aimlessly, quickly destroying the surrounding rocks and vegetation. Zhao Fifan, however, was quickly dodging the beast's attacks, and when he couldn't evade, he would use the small bell to block, then continuously use the golden flying knives to sneak attack, widening the demon snake's wounds. Whenever the demon snake attempted to escape, he would use the small bell and flying knives to harass and kill it. After an hour passed, the massive demon snake soon stopped moving, its blood seemingly drained from its eyes. Watching the demon snake on the ground that was nearly motionless, Zhao Fifan grew even more excited. This trip was indeed worth it. He had merely waited for the right opportunity to secretly attack Li Yi with the soul-devouring bell and kill him. Originally, he had been following Li Yi secretly, looking for a chance to kill him and seize his talismans, but as he followed, he realized that Li Yi's spiritual sense was very strong, and he didn't dare to get too close. In the end, he used a high-level invisibility talisman, and only when Li Yi was engaged in battle with the demon snake did he dare to sneak up and attack Li Yi. Seeing the demon snake that could no longer move, Zhao Fifan put away the soul-devouring bell, a small bell he was very fond of. He had initially thought it was just an ordinary small bell magical artifact, but after refining it, he discovered it could attack other souls, far surpassing ordinary bell-type artifacts that used sonic attacks. Just as Zhao Fifan was lost in endless thoughts, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he hurriedly turned to look behind him. He saw a purple beam of light, accompanied by a deep rumbling sound, shooting towards him. As he turned around, he was pierced through the chest by the purple light, and the top-tier spiritual armor on him offered no resistance, allowing the purple light to penetrate through. And then it twisted, shredding his chest to pieces. "You, how is it possible? How could you still have the power to activate the talisman? How could that be? Your soul has already been injured by the soul-removing bell, and your body is severely wounded. How could you recover so quickly?" Zhao Fifan slowly fell down, closing his eyes with a deep sense of confusion and unwillingness. In the distance, beneath the cliff, Li Yi was dragging his severely injured body, slowly walking up. At this moment, he did not rush to retrieve the talisman but continued to activate it, severing Zhao Fifan's head before finally relaxing. Then, with a single hand gesture, he recalled the talisman, and the purple light transformed back into a talisman. At this time, the purple short blade on it became somewhat blurry, and the purple spiritual light dimmed even more. Li Yi felt that this talisman could be used at most 1 or 2 more times before it would be rendered useless. Li Yi cast a fireball spell, turning the corpse on the ground to ashes, picked up Zhao Fifan's storage bag, and then skinned the demon snake. After tidying up, Li Yi took some healing pills and a special grade recovery pill before quickly leaving the Blackwind Cliff. Finally, Li Yi found a small mortal town, rented a small courtyard, and began to recuperate from his injuries. While healing, Li Yi reflected on how careless he had been this time. When he left the market, he had a vague sense that someone was following him. However, after investigating carefully and finding nothing, he did not take it seriously. He never expected that this would almost cost him his life. The soul-removing bell was indeed strange, capable of disturbing his soul and dispersing his power. If the other party had continued to attack a few more times, he would have faced a similar fate as the snake's mouth. Fortunately, his spiritual consciousness was strong. After the bell stopped ringing, he regained his senses and quickly remembered how to respond. Although he did not meet his end in the snake's mouth, the last strike from the demon snake still severely injured Li Yi, breaking several of his ribs. It was thanks to the silver token artifact that he managed to block it slightly, as well as the top-tier defensive spiritual armor he wore. Otherwise, enduring a strike from a 4th-tier demon snake would have been enough to shatter his body on the spot, dragging his severely injured body. Li Yi naturally did not dare to return to the sect. He needed to wait until his body healed before considering it. At the same time, he had killed the top 10 new disciples of the sect. If the sect found out, he would definitely face punishment. Even though it was the other party who had attacked him first, and he had been forced to counterattack, Li Yi had no evidence to clarify the situation. Chapter 93. Soul-removing bell, foundation establishment pill. During the time Li Yi was recovering, he did not forget about the 3 illusionary divine flowers he had obtained. He transplanted them into a small medicinal garden and continuously watered them with a blue liquid. After some time, he cultivated several millennium illusionary divine flowers, which he planned to use to refine a special grade charming powder, as he felt that the little purple beast was quite extraordinary. Although its aura suggested it was only at most 2nd or 3rd tier, the little beast's ability to become invisible and burrow underground was quite mysterious. Ordinary charming powders might not be effective against it. While healing, Li Yi took out Zhao Fifan's storage bag and dumped all its contents onto the ground. Looking at the pile of items, Li Yi began to pick and choose. The item he was most concerned about was a small black bell. An artifact that was much stronger than the top-tier small bell artifact he had used before. It was worth noting that his spiritual consciousness had significantly improved. And even this small bell could cause considerable damage to his soul. After carefully examining the small bell in his hand, he noticed its surface was as dark as ink, with some mysterious patterns carved on it. Inside the bell, the two ancient characters soul removing were etched. Soul removing, that's a nice name. It perfectly corresponds to the bell's power. Li Yi said softly. Naturally, he would not give up on the soul removing bell. He used a blood sacrifice secret method to refine it. With his current cultivation and spiritual consciousness, controlling one artifact was fine, but manipulating two at the same time was still somewhat beyond his capability. However, since the soul-removing bell could attack the soul, he found it hard to let go. It was a weapon for ambush, and if caught off guard, even Foundation establishment cultivators would suffer greatly. Since Li Yi was currently injured, he only performed preliminary refinements on the soul-removing bell and set it aside. He then picked up a set of golden small knife artifacts, which consisted of 6 top-tier flying knives, and the materials for this set of small knives were quite extraordinary. In the sect's small competition, this set of flying knife artifacts could withstand strikes from other artifacts, which was impressive. Additionally, in Zhao Fifan's storage bag, there were 2 more top-tier spiritual artifacts, a black tortoiseshell and a purple small knife, both excellent top-tier artifacts. What a pity. These items were all Zhao Fifan's signature spiritual artifacts and could not be used by him. If others found out, it would be a hassle. Li Yi thought to himself. After counting the items, Li Yi took out a small wooden box, opened it, and immediately became excited, exclaiming, Foundation Establishment Pill. Looking at the blue pill in the box, Li Yi felt an indescribable excitement. He never expected that Zhao Fifan would actually carry a Foundation Establishment Pill with him. Li Yi stared at the Foundation Establishment Pill in his hand, lost in thought. He was contemplating whether to swallow this Foundation Establishment Pill now, but after some consideration, he ultimately decided against it. After resting for a full month, Li Yi's injuries had finally healed quite a bit. At this point, he did not return to the sect, but instead used the Bat King's wings to travel quickly to several large markets far from the Heavenly Clever sect, where he sold the spiritual artifacts and other unsightly items he had obtained from Zhao Fifan through black market transactions, allowing him to acquire a substantial amount of spirit stones. In addition, Li Yi exchanged some of the surplus spirit pills on him, receiving many mid-tier talismans, a few special spiritual artifacts, and 2 powerful life-saving items in return. Of course, the spirit stones he had were not enough, but in order to obtain these treasures, he risked significant danger and, gritting his teeth, sacrificed 3 millennium spiritual herbs to acquire them. During this time, he also encountered some cultivators who were spying on him and trying to hunt him down, but Li Yi managed to shake them off using the Bat King's wings. This injury made Li Yi feel a tremendous sense of crisis. The cultivation world is filled with countless strange skills and secret methods. One cannot lower their guard just because they have gained some strength. He also deeply reflected on why he had been tracked and ambushed. Part of the reason was that he had obtained some artifacts, and both his spiritual consciousness and cultivation had seen significant improvement. He underestimated others, thinking that with his current strength, there were no opponents among Qi refining cultivators, and even Foundation establishment cultivators could be dealt with. After some contemplation, he felt a wave of fear in his heart. He realized he had been too careless and somewhat greedy, exposing too much in front of others. Originally, after obtaining the quota, he should have found a reason to give up participating in the competition. However, in order to seize the Foundation establishment pill and artifacts, he displayed strength nearly on par with the top 10 disciples. As an ordinary cultivator without a background, he certainly had secrets. At this moment, many cultivators might already be keeping an eye on him, just waiting for the right moment to strike. Sigh, it seems that from now on, I must be careful to sail a 1,000-year ship. It would be great to have a powerful master as a backing, Li Yi thought to himself. After thinking for a while, Li Yi decided not to consider these matters anymore. It would be better for him to be more low-key in the future, avoiding attracting too much attention. The most important thing was to quickly improve his strength and enter the Foundation establishment stage. If he reached that stage, he would face far fewer troubles. Even if others discovered his secrets, they wouldn't dare to act against him easily. His own strength was the ultimate guarantee. With this in mind, Li Yi realized that over the past few months, he had not only purchased many life-saving items, but also acquired a number of spiritual herbs, most of which were auxiliary herbs for refining Foundation establishment pills. For safety's sake, he only bought a few types of herbs from each shop, which wouldn't raise anyone's suspicions. To his surprise, he had almost collected all the auxiliary herbs needed for refining the Foundation establishment pill, except for a few rare herbs and the main refining herbs, which he had not yet gathered, but they should all be in the herbal secret realm. Li Yi had spent a full 4 months outside, and he also took some time to refine a special type of mind-confusing powder. The powder he produced was a white powder, colorless and odorless, and it dissolved in water. Even though his spiritual sense was very powerful, he couldn't detect anything unusual, which excited him. He just didn't know what would happen if that little beast consumed it. Thinking of this, Li Yi couldn't help but smile slyly. After everything was prepared, and he felt he hadn't overlooked anything, he returned to the heavenly clever sect. Upon returning, Li Yi found that the sect was just as it had always been, without any differences. However, since he had returned a bit later than the agreed time, he was questioned by a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. After confirming that there were no issues, he was allowed to leave. Once back in the sect, Li Yi went straight to the West Wind Valley and announced that he would begin closed-door cultivation. Chapter 94. Administering the drug. Completion. Back in the West Wind Valley, Li Yi noticed that there were fewer spiritual herbs in the small herb garden. He knew that the little purple beast must have stolen some again, causing him to frown and reveal a cold smile. After resting for a night, the next day as soon as he got up, Li Yi began to clean the small herb garden, transplanting many spiritual herbs from the small cauldron space into it. Among them were over a dozen thousand-year-old herbs, fresh and dripping with dew, their medicinal fragrance filling the entire West Wind Valley. Not only that, but he also transplanted quite a few herbs that were hundreds of years old. After transplanting, Li Yi took out a small watering can and watered the newly transplanted herbs, especially the thousand-year-old ones and the ordinary hundreds of years old ones, soaking them thoroughly, while only lightly sprinkling the other herbs. Once everything was done, Li Yi, as if nothing had happened, returned to the small wooden house, took a pill, and began to cultivate. Just as Li Yi entered the small wooden house, a small beast covered in purple suddenly emerged from the ground, sneaking around. It glanced at the wooden house where Li Yi was, then drooled as it lunged towards the thousand-year-old herbs, quickly grabbing one and shoving it into its mouth. The little beast moved swiftly, and in no time, it had devoured 2 or 3 spiritual herbs, occasionally glancing at the wooden house as it stole. Seeing the little beast eating the spiritual herbs, a cold smile appeared on Li Yi's lips. Now you can eat to your heart's content. You'll have to repay me later. A quarter of an hour later, the purple little beast had consumed all the thousand-year-old herbs and began to nibble on the hundreds of years old herbs. Why hasn't the mind-confusing powder taken effect yet? Li Yi thought anxiously. The little beast had eaten a significant amount of spiritual herbs, yet it was still extremely excited, showing no signs of being affected. Was it that the potency of the drug was insufficient, or that this purple little beast was simply immune to it? If that were the case, all his efforts would be in vain. Just as Li Yi's mind was racing, the purple little beast suddenly wobbled, its eyes becoming dazed, and it seemed to struggle to stand. However, it still tightly clutched the spiritual herb in its hands, pulling another one towards its mouth. Seeing this, Li Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited. It's working. However, he did not go outside. If he did and scared the little beast away, it would be troublesome, as this little beast could burrow underground. After a moment, the little beast finally collapsed onto the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Haha, I finally took you down, little thing. After eating so many of my spiritual herbs, you'll have to pay me back with your body. Li Yi opened the door and stepped out of the small wooden house, feeling as happy as a child, completely shedding his previous deep thoughts. He kicked the purple little beast, and suddenly bit his own tongue, spitting out a mouthful of vital blood to draw a mysterious formation in the air, which he imprinted onto the little beast's head. With a flash of bloodlight, the blood-red runes entered the little beast's mind. At that moment, Li Yi discovered that he shared a telepathic connection with the little beast. He could still sense its extreme excitement and joy. Perhaps it was because the little beast had consumed too much mind-confusing powder. It slept for a full 7 days before slowly waking up. When it finally woke up, it saw Li Yi smiling at it. The little beast looked at him warily, hurriedly using its small paws to touch itself, as if checking if Li Yi had done anything to it. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, the purple little beast flashed with purple light and prepared to escape. At that moment, Li Yi would not let it get away. He formed a hand seal, causing a blood-red rune to appear on the little beast's forehead. The little beast, which had been about to flee, immediately clutched its head, revealing a pained expression, and collapsed to the ground. It glared fiercely at Li Yi, waving its little paws as if protesting. Li Yi could feel its strong dissatisfaction. Little thing, don't resist. You've been bound by my restriction, and now you're my spirit beast. You've eaten so many of my spiritual herbs. I was originally going to kill you. Your purple scales are quite nice and could be exchanged for some spiritual stones. But since I see you have some abilities, I'll spare your life for now. You'll serve me for a while. If I ascend or perish before you, I will definitely release you. You demon beasts have long lifespans. This little bit of time is nothing to you. You have considerable intelligence, so you should be able to understand my words. Li Yi's expression turned cold as he spoke sternly. After hearing Li Yi's words, the little beast's eyes rolled around as if deep in thought. With a hint of struggle and hesitation on its face, it waved its little paws at Li Yi, then raised 3 fingers, thought for a moment, and raised 4 fingers again, making some incoherent sounds before running to Li Yi's feet and rubbing its little head against his calf, displaying a pleading expression. Along with this was a sense of trying to please. Li Yi clearly understood its meaning. It's impossible for me to lift the restrictions on you. If I did, you'd run away and hide underground. How would I find you? Besides, it's impossible for me to give you a 1,000-year herb every day. However, if you help me guard the herb garden or do some work for me, I might consider giving you some spiritual herbs. And I can't just let you run free. What if someone spots you and captures you? Li Yi firmly rejected many of the little beast's requests all at once. After listening to Li Yi, the the purple little beast, with its two small paws on its waist, angrily roared at Li Yi in protest. Then, Li Yi activated the restriction left in his body, and the little creature immediately became obedient. However, it stubbornly refused to enter the spirit beast bag. And even with Li Yi's activation of the restriction, it was useless, so Li Yi had to give up. Afterwards, the purple little beast lay beside the small wooden house, looking dejected, like a dead dog, listless. At this moment, Li Yi had no time to care about that little beast. He planned to let it be for a while, and then see how to subdue it. The little beast had high intelligence. Although it could be forcibly controlled, it still had strong resistance against him. Even though he could control it by force, it was ultimately not a good approach. With less than a month left before entering the secret realm, his cultivation had not yet reached the peak of chi refining, and he needed to hurry up and cultivate. After taking some pills, Li Yi finally reached the 12th level of chi refining 3 days before the secret realm opened, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After some time, the purple little beast seemed to realize that it could not escape Li Yi's control, and after some bargaining, they reached an agreement. No longer resisting Li Yi's commands. Chapter 95. Gathering, Master Dongfang. 3 days later, Li Yi stood again in the square of Tianju Peak. By this time, there were already quite a few people in the square, all cultivators participating in the Wenyang secret realm. Some cultivators gathered in groups of 3 or 5, while others, like Li Yi, stood alone, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, Li Yi suddenly heard a voice that caught his attention. Have you heard? Zhao Fifan, one of the top 10 chi refining disciples of the sect, seems to be missing, said a sharp-faced cultivator. Missing? I think he probably died outside. I heard he left the sect some time ago and hasn't returned since. The sect leader and others investigated for a long time, but it seems there was no result. And eventually, it was left unresolved, another cultivator replied. How can this be? Whether he's missing or dead, the sect should investigate thoroughly. If he was killed by someone, they should seek revenge. This is too disheartening. Revenge? Who do you think you are? There are at least 8,000 chi refining cultivators in the sect. They don't have time to deal with you. The sect only investigated because he was one of the top 10 disciples. Besides, as long as the sect is willing, there will be plenty of disciples pouring in. Unless you're a foundation establishment cultivator, the sect might spend a lot of time investigating. Listening to the discussions around him, Li Yi felt a chill in his heart. A top-tier chi refining disciple, who had also received foundation establishment pills and magical artifacts, went missing without attracting much attention. He realized the coldness of the cultivation world, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. The lack of investigation was a good thing for him. At that moment, Mo Qingyu walked over to Li Yi and said, Junior brotherly, congratulations. Your cultivation has reached the 12th level of chi refining. Hearing her words, Li Yi raised his eyebrows. It seemed she had taken a spirit-nourishing pill, significantly enhancing her spiritual awareness, as she could tell his cultivation level at a glance. Sister Mo, my cultivation has only improved by 1 level. It's not worth congratulating. However, I heard that senior brother Zhao Fifan is missing. Should we abandon our previous agreement to work together? Li Yi asked. Upon hearing his words, Mo Qingyu's expression suddenly turned sour, and she slowly replied. Abandoning is certainly not possible. However, things will definitely be different from before. The talisman that could teleport cultivators together is not in my possession anymore. And senior brother Zhao is not missing. He has already fallen. The sect leader just said that to cover up the truth. Fallen? No way. Senior brother Zhao was a cultivator with magical artifacts. How could he fall? Li Yi asked in shock. I don't know the details. It might have been a foundation establishment cultivator who acted. After all, he had foundation establishment pills on him, and perhaps the news leaked, making him a target. Foundation establishment pills are quite tempting for others, she said, giving Li Yi a deep look as if trying to discern something from him. Oh, I see. Li Yi suddenly understood, a hint of sadness appearing on his face, which was not feigned but genuinely sincere. Although senior brother Zhao was gone, he could still cooperate once he entered. It would just take some time to meet up. The Jade Slip recorded a location where they could gather after entering the secret realm, and they would explore together then. After saying that, she handed Li Yi a Jade Slip. The two chatted for a while before parting ways. After some time, the sect leader Wei Zifeng arrived with 5 or 6 foundation establishment cultivators and stood on the high platform. After counting the number of cultivators and finding that there were quite a few, he spoke. The opening of the Wenyang secret realm is very important for our sect. I hope all disciples can gather more spirit herbs for the sect. At that time, the sect will definitely provide generous rewards. Previously, only a few disciples obtained foundation establishment pills because our sect has very few of them. This time, the number of foundation establishment pills obtained will depend on how many herbs you gather. As long as the quantity is sufficient, I guarantee that every disciple will receive foundation establishment pills. You are all the most elite disciples in our sect's chi refining stage. So I hope you can work together in the secret realm and not kill each other, allowing others to benefit in the end. That's all I have to say. The sect has also prepared some spirit stones for you. They can replenish your mana during battles. Each disciple can receive 2 middle-grade spirit stones. Come up to collect them as needed. Hearing that each disciple would receive middle-grade spirit stones, many cultivators below brightened up. 2 spirit stones each for 120 cultivators meant 240 middle-grade spirit stones. converted to low-grade spirit stones. That would be 24,000 low-grade spirit stones. The 5 major sects really were generous, but Li Yi thought that since they had already rewarded a magical artifact earlier, these 2 middle-grade spirit stones were not much of a deal. When it was Li Yi's turn, he stepped up and took 2 would attribute spirit stones, which corresponded perfectly with his cultivation method. After receiving the spirit stones, every disciple displayed joyful expressions. At that moment, a white rainbow shot down from the sky towards them, moving at an incredible speed, almost disappearing in an instant. The disciples were in an uproar. After the white rainbow passed, a middle-aged man in blue landed. His gaze was sharp, piercing into people's hearts, and he exuded a compelling aura, as if he were a drawn sword. A golden core cultivator. Li Yi's eyes narrowed. When his gaze met the middle-aged man's, he immediately lowered his head, feeling as if he had been completely seen through. Li Yi was filled with shock in his heart and dared not look at him again, while the other cultivators around him were equally affected, with many turning pale. Seeing this person, Wei Zifeng and the 2 other cultivators beside him hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects and said respectfully, "Master Dongfang, all the disciples participating in the secret realm trial are here." Upon hearing Wei Zifeng's words, the middle-aged man did not speak, but merely grunted, then looked at the gathered disciples before slowly saying, "You did well. I see that this batch of disciples is quite strong, significantly better than before, with a great chance of victory." Hearing the words of the middle-aged man, Wei Zifeng's face showed a joyful expression, and he hurriedly said, "Thank you for the praise. Master Uncle, this is what I should do. Since everyone is here, let's set off. Everyone, come aboard." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he took out a small, yellow flying bird. With a single finger, the bird instantly enlarged to over 30 zhong, floating in midair. On the back of the bird was a 3-story pavilion, antique in style and full of spiritual energy. The blue-clad cultivator flew to the 3rd floor of the pavilion first. Seeing this scene, Li Yi and the others were dumbfounded. Under Wei Zifeng's urging, they all leaped onto the back of the yellow giant bird, with Li Yi and his companions naturally landing on the 1st floor, while the foundation building cultivators went up to the 2nd floor. Then, the yellow giant bird spread its enormous wings, gently flapping them, creating a gust of wind and disappearing into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 96. The 5 sects gather. Betting Li Yi and his group stood on the back of the yellow giant bird, flying towards the easternmost part of the Chu kingdom. The speed of the giant bird's flight was astonishing, attracting the admiration of many Qi refining cultivators. The flying magical tools controlled by golden core cultivators are indeed different, far surpassing the speed of the azure bird they rode with Imo Qingyu back then. After a day and night of traveling, Li Yi and the others landed on a desolate peninsula, where the spiritual energy was thin and wild grass grew abundantly, making it appear quite barren. At a glance, there was nothing noteworthy. After landing, Li Yi and the others found a patch of open ground and sat down to meditate. Half a day later, a silver-white flying boat also arrived and landed at this location. A flag fluttered above the giant boat, displaying the characters Tianyu. After the boat landed, an elegant middle-aged cultivator flew out and loudly addressed Li Yi and the others. "Friends of Tian Xiao sect, you arrived so early. This must be friend Dongfang. Dongfang Bai. Greetings to you, friend Yunyang." The blue-clad middle-aged cultivator slightly cupped his fists and spoke to the elegant middle-aged man. "I have long heard of friend Dongfang's great name. I did not expect you to lead the team for this trial," the elegant man continued. "You flatter me. I only have a small reputation." Dongfang Bai smiled and replied, "The other 3 sects friends have not yet arrived. It seems we will need to wait a little while." With golden core cultivators chatting nearby, Li Yi and the others naturally did not dare to speak much, but among the crowd from Tianyu sect, Li Yi unexpectedly spotted a familiar face, his cousin, Li Haoran, whom he had not seen for a long time. When Li Yi looked at him, Li Haoran also happened to see Li Yi, clearly surprised. He did not expect to see Li Yi here. The 2 exchanged nods, but did not speak. In the following day, the other 3 sects cultivators arrived one after another. The Fire Spirit Valley was led by a red-haired old man, and all the cultivators from Fire Spirit Valley wore yellow clothing, with a flame embroidered on their chests. Among them was someone Li Yi recognized, Zhang Tai, who had helped him refine spiritual tools, but this person did not notice Li Yi. The cultivators of the Divine Blade sect were rather peculiar. Regardless of gender, they all carried long swords on their backs, exuding a fierce aura and looking quite intimidating. The leading cultivator was a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back, his face marked by a deep scar, making him appear terrifying. Lastly, the cultivators from the Ice Snow Palace arrived, led by a woman in white, whose face was obscured by a veil, making it impossible to see her features. However, most of the cultivators from that sect were women, all exceptionally beautiful, attracting many cultivators from other sects to stop and watch. After the 5 major sects cultivators arrived, 2 more groups followed. One was the Loose Cultivator Alliance, which had relatively few members, about 50, and the other was the royal family of the Chu kingdom, with Chu Yuanlan among them. Both groups were also led by golden core cultivators. But it was clear that these 2 groups were at a lower level than the 5 major sects, and the same went for their disciples. All right, since everyone is gathered, dear friends, let's rest for the night. After all, The newly arrived disciples and cultivators also need to recover some mana. We will open the secret realm tomorrow, the elegant middle-aged cultivator suggested. Thank you, friend Yin. We traveled quite a distance and arrived a bit late, so we indeed need to rest for a night, said the elder from the Chu royal family, expressing some gratitude. Hearing his words, several golden core cultivators had no objections, nodding in agreement. However, as for the disciples going in to gather herbs, the old rules still apply. The sect that collects the most herbs among the 5 major sects can obtain 30% of the medicinal herbs collected this time for refining foundation-building pills, and the rest will be distributed according to the amount of herbs gathered. Does everyone agree? The elegant middle-aged man said again. Upon hearing this, the golden core cultivators did not speak up, neither agreeing nor opposing. Friend Yin, I think this rule needs to be changed. Every time your Tianyu sect collects the most herbs, and you almost take an extra 10% of the foundation-building pills. I believe this rule should be revised. We need to distribute according to the quantity of herbs collected. The elder from Fire Spirit Valley hesitated before speaking. Upon hearing this, cultivators from other sects also chimed in. Yes, friend Yin, you need to consider us as well. Our strength is already inferior to yours, and the foundation-building pills we receive are dwindling, which just makes the gap wider. Dongfeng Bai frowned, standing by without speaking, observing that everyone had united against the previous distribution. The elegant middle-aged cultivator frowned and said, since you all want to break the previous distribution principle, I do not oppose it. This time, let us distribute according to the quantity of herbs collected. In fact, this was also beneficial for Tianyu sect, as they had historically collected the most herbs. However, they could only obtain 30% of the medicinal pills at most. If the distribution was based on the quantity of herbs, they might surpass that 30%. This was a gamble. Both sides were in a contest. Since everyone agrees, let's play something else. Otherwise, staying here for half a month would be too boring. The middle-aged man with the long sword said with a fierce smile. Hearing his words, other golden core cultivators also became interested. The elder from Fire Spirit Valley asked, Friend Guanyu, what do you want to play? The big man then took out a wooden box, opened it, and said, this is a demon core from an 8th-tier fire attribute beast. If your sect's disciples can collect more herbs than our Divine Blade sect, you can take this demon core. Of course, excluding the cultivators from Tianyu sect. I admit our Divine Blade sect cannot compare to you. Upon hearing this, the elegant middle-aged cultivator looked somewhat conflicted. His sect's disciples were too strong, and they didn't play with him in front of others. He was quite envious of the demon core in the big man's hand. An 8th-tier demon core was quite rare, equivalent to a mid-stage golden core cultivator. I will bet with you. This is a fire attribute magical tool I just refined, called the Golden Sun Sword. It has not yet been recognized by a master, and its value should not be lower than your demon core. Saying this, the elder took out a golden flying sword. Hearing his words, the woman in white beside him became interested as well, and said, I have a 1000-year spirit herb, the Xianbing flower, which is an excellent material for refining ice-type elixirs. It could be used as a wager. Chapter 97. Heavy Stakes, Promises. Looking at the items presented, the group of golden core cultivators began to breathe more rapidly. Seeing this, Dongfeng Bai's eyes even sparkled, and he spoke up, since everyone is so interested. I'll join in as well. I have a piece of gold essence, which is an excellent material for refining magic treasures. When this piece of gold essence is added during the refinement of a magic treasure, both its sharpness and defensive power will increase by 30%. However, I have a proposal. Among the 5 major sects, excluding the Tianyu sect, the sect that gathers the most spirit herbs can obtain all these items. Let us not split the bets. That would be too troublesome. What do you think? If the Loose Cultivator Alliance and the Chu Kingdom royal family can also provide equally valuable treasures, you can join together as well. What do you think? After speaking, Dongfeng Bai took out a fist-sized piece of golden ore from his storage bag, tossing it in his hand. It sparkled brilliantly, dazzling everyone. Hearing Dongfeng Bai's words and looking at the golden ore in his hand, they all knew this was a good item. If they could obtain this piece of ore and add it to their magic treasures, its power would definitely increase by 30%. The cultivators, who were already breathing rapidly, now had their eyes glowing with excitement. A golden core cultivator carrying a long knife stared intently at the golden ore in Dongfeng Bai's hand and said, I have no objections. At this moment, an elder from the Loose Cultivator Alliance quickly waved his hand and said, I don't have that many treasures, so I want to participate. Yes, our royal treasures are also limited, and we don't have anything valuable to offer, so we want to participate either. A golden core cultivator from the Chu Kingdom's royal family added. Hearing this, the golden core cultivators from the 5 major sects said nothing. They hadn't expected them to participate anyway. Even if they did, it would just mean handing over treasures to them. The disciples of the 5 major sects were overall much stronger than the combined forces of the Chu Kingdom royal family and the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Seeing the many treasures before them, a middle-aged golden core cultivator from the Tianyu sect said somewhat dissatisfied, Fellow Taoists, what does this mean? Why are we always excluded from the Tianyu sect? Do you look down on us? Upon hearing this, the masked woman from the Ice Snow Palace smiled slightly and replied, Taoist Yun has misunderstood. The strength of your Tianyu sect is indeed much stronger than our sect's disciples. Betting against you would be a sure loss for us. If Taoist Yin wants to participate, then I would have to withdraw. After saying this, she glanced at several other golden core cultivators. And Dongfang Bai and the others nodded in agreement. If the Tianyue sect were to participate, they would have to withdraw. Watching these individuals gather again, the young man from the Yun family felt somewhat helpless. Their Tianyue sect was indeed stronger, but being consistently excluded left him quite displeased, especially since he wanted those items too. Each item presented was of extremely high value. After pondering for a moment, he cautiously spoke up. Our Tianyue sect's cultivators are indeed stronger than those from other sects, but the difference isn't that significant. I think we could modify the rules to allow our participation. I still have 2 bottles of Ziyun Dan, which are 6th grade elixirs that can enhance the cultivation of mid to late golden core cultivators. Of course, early golden core cultivators can also take them, but the potency is quite strong, so it might be a bit wasteful. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Bai showed some interest, and the other golden core cultivators felt the same. After reaching the golden core stage, elixirs that could enhance their cultivation were rare finds for them. The fact that someone from the Tianyue sect dared to present them as wagers showed how wealthy their sect was. Dongfang Bai then asked, how does Taoist Yun wish to modify the rules? Hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator from the Yun family smiled and said, it's actually quite simple. Excluding our sect, you 4 sects can first select one as the first, then add the sect with the least number of spirit herbs gathered. If the sum of the spirit herbs gathered by your 2 sects exceeds ours, you can take these 2 bottles of Ziyun Dan. If not, then all your treasures will belong to me. How about that? This condition isn't unfair to you, is it? Upon hearing this, the other golden core cultivators exchanged glances. If they acknowledged that the Tianyue sect was stronger than them, they would certainly agree, but if they claimed to be stronger than the 2 combined, they would not accept that. Dongfang Bai then stated seriously, Taoist Yun, are you serious about this? If so, I have no objections. After pondering for a bit, the other golden core cultivators agreed, as they truly did not believe the strength of the Tianyue sect disciples could reach that level. The bet among the golden core cultivators left the Qi refining stage cultivators dumbfounded. They hadn't expected golden core cultivators to engage in such a bet, and they didn't even know how precious those treasures were. As they whispered among themselves, they were silenced by the reprimands of the Foundation establishment cultivators. Then, Dongfang Bai stepped forward and said, you all just heard our bet. I won't hide it from you. Those spirit herbs, elixirs, and inner cores of demon beasts are very important to me. Don't blame us for not considering your lives. The law of the jungle is the rule of the cultivation world. In the past, you competed in your sects with Foundation establishment seniors watching over you to prevent injuries. But this time is different. Once you enter the secret realm, you will face a life and death test. Many of you will die. I believe you are already aware of this. So I want to elaborate. Therefore, you must use all means to kill your opponents and survive while also gathering spirit herbs. The one among you who gathers the most spirit herbs this time, I will directly take as my disciple and personally teach you my cultivation method, the sword control technique, which I can also pass on to you. Other methods, magic tools, and elixirs will also be available, including a few extra Foundation establishment pills to ensure you can enter the Foundation establishment stage. At first, the Qi refining stage cultivators felt a chill upon hearing this. But when they heard they could be taken as disciples by a golden core cultivator and receive teachings, these Qi refining disciples immediately became excited. Even the Foundation establishment cultivators beside them felt a stir. If they could receive guidance from a golden core cultivator in their cultivation journey, it would greatly ease their path. Chapter 98, Undercurrents. Entering the secret realm, standing aside, Li's mind began to work upon hearing this. Originally, his plan was just to collect some main spirit herbs for refining Foundation establishment pills and then cultivate them himself to acquire a large quantity of Foundation establishment pills. His main focus was still on finding a cultivation method suitable for his 5 elements spiritual roots. However, it seems that a change is needed now. If he could get guidance from a golden core cultivator, his cultivation path would definitely avoid a lot of detours. With a golden core cultivator as a backing, there would surely be fewer people trying to target him. Even if his cultivation improved rapidly, it could be attributed to the golden core cultivator. Aside from Li, the other disciples of the Tianxiao sect were also like they had been injected with chicken blood, all eager to show their skills and ready to make a big move. Even some of the more reserved disciples were showing signs of excitement at this moment. Seeing this scene, Dongfang Bai had an extremely satisfied expression on his face. These cultivators were so excited now. Once they entered the secret realm, they would definitely work hard to gather spiritual herbs for him. In fact, he didn't think much of recruiting a few disciples. It was just giving a disciple a title and handing over a couple of cultivation methods. If he could obtain treasures from the gamble, he wouldn't mind taking in 10 disciples. However, among these cultivators, one person did not show any longing or excitement. In their group, a plain-looking woman in purple was instead wearing a hint of a sneer and mockery. Dongfang Bai also noticed her expression, but merely smiled slightly and said nothing. He didn't care at all. This scene was also captured by the powerful Li Yi, who lightly hummed and then withdrew his gaze, pretending to be nonchalant as he looked around. This woman was definitely not simple. She dared to show such disdainful expressions toward a golden core cultivator, clearly not taking the golden core cultivator seriously. Who was she? Li Yi thought wildly. At this moment, The purple-clad woman, with a hint of confusion, glanced at Li Yi. Just a moment ago, a rather strong spiritual sense had swept past her, and although it was only for an instant, she had caught it. Due to spending many years in the West Wind Valley, Li Yi was not very familiar with the sect's cultivators, so he had no impression of this woman at all. However, he was certain that she was not among the top 10 disciples of the sect, nor did it seem that she was one of the more famous disciples. After pondering for a while, Li Yi couldn't figure out why and had to give up helplessly. He had no intention of probing into her identity. It wouldn't be good if someone noticed. He just needed to be extra cautious if he encountered this person in the secret realm to avoid direct conflict. Outside of the Tianxiao sect, several golden core cultivators from other major sects were passionately explaining something to their disciples, causing the Qi refining stage disciples to become extremely excited and filled with killing intent. Friend Shu, our disciples' lives are in jeopardy. One golden core cultivator from the Loose Cultivator Alliance said with a wry smile. Who says otherwise? These guys really don't take their sect's disciples' lives seriously. Sigh. I wonder how many of our sons from the Chu kingdom will fall here. A golden core cultivator from the Chu royal family said helplessly. This is unavoidable. If we don't come, we wouldn't even get a single foundation establishment pill. If that's the case, our path to advancement will be cut off, and we will only be eaten away by the 5 major sections. The Chu kingdom will be completely controlled by the 5 major sects. The golden core cultivator from the Loose Cultivator Alliance said again. Hearing this, the golden core cultivator from the Chu royal family's expression became even dimmer, revealing a deep sense of sorrow. Seeing this expression, the golden core cultivator from the Loose Cultivator Alliance smiled slightly and said, Friend Chu, regarding our leader's proposal last time, I wonder how the Chu emperor has considered it. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression didn't change, and he replied, I'm not sure about that. Perhaps he is still considering it. If you want to know, you should go ask him. No one noticed that 2 golden core cultivators were chatting together, but the content of their conversation was unclear. The next morning, the 7 golden core cultivators on site each took out a round jade pendant and performed a spell on the pendant. Immediately, the spiritual power from their bodies surged into the jade pendants. Then, the 7 jade pendants erupted with 7 beams of light, which were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The 7 astonishing pillars of light fused together in midair, and strange runes appeared on the jade pendants, flying towards the glowing mass in the sky. The glowing mass changed in the air and actually formed a portal about 2 zhang in diameter, inside of which was a grayish space filled with extremely pure spiritual energy. At this moment, one of the golden core cultivators turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead, and said, Hurry up and go in. Don't just stand there. Time is limited. We can only maintain this portal for 15 minutes. After this opening, it will open again in half a month. If we miss the time, we will be trapped inside for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, the Qi refining stage cultivators did not dare to hesitate, quickly casting spells and soaring into the glowing portal. Watching the surrounding cultivators nearly all enter, Li Yi also took to the air and flew towards the portal. After a dizzying spin, Li Yi disappeared into the portal. When Li Yi regained his senses, he found himself on an unnamed small mountain, with no other cultivators around. Clearly, their entries were random, and he was not with the other cultivators. When Li Yi tried to expand his spiritual sense, his expression changed, and he frowned tightly, as he discovered that his spiritual sense could only be released within a 2 to 3 mile radius here, while outside he could extend it nearly 8 or 9 miles. This cursed place actually suppressed my spiritual sense, Li Yi thought to himself. Looking at the gray sky, Li Yi patted a spirit beast bag on his body, and a flash of purple light appeared as a small purple beast landed on the ground. The purple beast immediately bared its teeth and claws at Li Yi, seemingly venting its dissatisfaction. Li Yi kicked the small beast and said, Go, sense around, and see if you can find any spiritual herbs. Upon hearing about the spiritual herbs, the purple beast immediately became interested, quickly sniffing the air, and then, with a flash of purple light, it burrowed underground. After a while, it emerged again, letting out a series of excited growls towards Li Yi. Li Yi understood its meaning and was somewhat pleased as he said, You really found something. Lead the way. Hearing Li Yi's command, the small blood-colored beast ran quickly on the ground. Initially, he was just testing to see if this gluttonous little purple beast could find spiritual herbs. However, to his surprise, the little beast actually could find spiritual herbs, which was unexpected. If that was the case, he wouldn't rush to find Imochingyu. He would collect some spiritual herbs first. Just now, he also checked the jade slip in his hand, but he couldn't determine his location, so he had no way to search. Li Yi activated his Bat King wings, holding a blood-red silver token in one hand and a talisman in the other. He dared not let his guard down here. After a while, Li Yi followed the small beast to the edge of a swamp, but his brow furrowed tightly because there were more than a dozen corpses lying haphazardly in the swamp, exuding a strong smell of blood. From their clothing, some were disciples of the Tianxiao sect, and others were cultivators from the Fire Spirit Valley. It appeared that both sides had perished after a fierce battle. Scattered in the swamp were some spiritual energy, and the storage bags on the corpses had not been taken. Not far from the bodies, 3 white lotus flowers were already stained red with blood, appearing particularly eerie. This fourth-tier spiritual herb, the ink lotus, was already mature, with the lotus flower, lotus seeds, and lotus roots being treasures. Although they were not the main spiritual herbs for refining foundation establishment pills, they were still of great value and could be used to refine pills that enhance the cultivation of foundation establishment stage cultivators. Li Yi could hardly contain his excitement. He did not expect to see a fourth-tier spiritual herb as soon as he entered the secret realm, which was a pleasant surprise for him. The small beast beside him was already eager to jump into the swamp to collect the spiritual herb. Li Yi activated his Bat King wings, soared into the air, and rushed towards the 3 blood-colored lotus flowers. However, as he flew over the corpses, he was astonished to find many wounds on the bodies, all stabbed from behind. And it seemed that the corpses had been moved, deliberately arranged in this way. Seeing this scene, Li Yi's thoughts raced, suddenly realizing that this might be a trap. Not good, this is a trap. His hand, which was about to pick the lotus flower, immediately retracted, and he swiftly retreated. At that moment, more than a dozen black tentacles suddenly stretched out from the swamp, trying to pull Li Yi down, extremely bizarre. Fortunately, Li Yi's reaction was quick enough, and he was not pulled down by the tentacles, but still, he felt a surge of fear. What a pity, just a little more, and we could have pulled this kid down. On the other side of the swamp, 3 cultivators wearing loose Cultivator Alliance clothing emerged. As soon as the 3 appeared, they surrounded Li Yi and the purple small beast in the center, revealing a sinister smile. Li Yi scanned the 3 with his spiritual sense and found that 2 of them were at the Qi refining level 11, while 1 was at Qi refining level 12. There's nothing to regret. It's simple for the 3 of us to surround and kill this kid. These big sect cultivators are just fat sheep. We just killed a few, and now we have more than 10 top-tier spiritual weapons in our hands. It looks like another batch of spiritual weapons is being delivered to us. One of the Qi refining level 11 cultivators excitedly spoke. After saying this, he summoned 2 top-tier spiritual weapon flying knives, aiming for Li Yi's head, and the other 2 also launched their attacks simultaneously. Seeing this, Li Yi remained calm. The blood-colored token in his hand suddenly shone with silver light, releasing a few silver runes that easily blocked all the incoming spiritual weapons. This token is a magical artifact. This kid must be a core disciple, and we must kill him and seize the magical artifact. With this artifact, we can walk freely here. The leader of the group, staring intently at Li Yi, said excitedly. Hearing him, the other 2 junior cultivators spoke with some fear. Boss, this is a magical artifact. Can we really take him on? What are you afraid of? This isn't an offensive type of magical artifact. As long as we keep attacking, we can deplete his spiritual energy. Using a magical artifact alone is a death wish. Don't worry. A Qi refining cultivator can't use a magical artifact for long, especially a defensive type. As long as we put in some effort, we can take him down. The leader confidently asserted, and the 2 behind him instantly became excited, continuously attacking to wear down Li Yi's spiritual energy. Holding the silver token, Li Yi's expression remained unchanged. He patted his storage bag with one hand, and a black small fork and a black short blade appeared in his hand. Then with a single wave, the black short blade vanished. Not good, be careful. That short blade is somewhat eerie. The 3 opponents were surprised to see the disappearing spiritual weapon and hurriedly prepared to use their spiritual weapons for defense. But at that moment, their spiritual weapons were firmly trapped by the runes activated by the silver token, leaving them no time to defend. They hastily fumbled for their storage bags. The silver token is an auxiliary and defensive type of magical artifact, lacking offensive power. Its greatest function is to trap the opponent's spiritual weapons, which is quite effective. As for whether the magical artifact can trap them, Li Yi was unsure. With a muffled sound, one of the 3 cultivators was pierced in the throat by Li Yi's black short blade. At that moment, he was still holding a spiritual weapon, ready to activate it. His eyes filled with disbelief. He was already dead. Seeing this scene, the remaining 2 were startled. They did not expect Li Yi's attack to be so sharp, with one of them falling at the first strike. Be careful. The leader was alarmed and hurriedly took out 2 talismans from his storage bag and pasted them on himself. Just then, Li Yi gripped the black small fork in one hand, lightly flapped his Bat King wings behind him, and vanished from the spot. In an instant, he appeared behind the opponents, grasping the black small fork and stabbing fiercely, piercing through his opponent's heart. The defensive shield he had just activated was completely ineffective. The battlefield changed so quickly that there was no time to react. The last remaining cultivator was already terrified, thinking, this is not a fat sheep. It's clearly a man-eating tiger. At this moment, he wanted nothing and frantically ran toward the distance. With only one thought in his mind, he had to escape from here. Chapter 100. The young master of Blood Ghost sect seeing the fleeing man. A smirk of mockery appeared at the corner of Li Yi's mouth, and he did not pursue him. Just beneath where the fleeing cultivator was running, a flash of purple light suddenly appeared, and a small purple beast suddenly emerged, then lightly scratched the man's throat with its small paw, causing a large amount of blood to gush out. The young man looked at the purple light in terror, unable to believe it as he covered his neck with both hands, collapsing to the ground. Well done, you get a share of those 3 spiritual herbs, Li Yi said to the small beast. Hearing Li Yi's words, the purple small beast excitedly squeaked. After that, Li Yi did not put away the magical artifact, but looked at a large tree in the distance, frowning as he said, "Sir, you've been watching for so long over there. You should come out now." After saying this, Li Yi raised one hand, and a withered yellow wooden thorn gathered above his head, shooting toward the large tree. Boom! With a loud noise, a somewhat sinister-looking young man appeared behind the giant tree, his face cold, with a hint of an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. "It's you?" Li Yi exclaimed in surprise. Upon seeing this person, Li Yi's expression darkened. This person was none other than the Blood Ghost sect cultivator who had once chased him. Back then, he and Chu Yuanlan's group went to Tianyun Mountain in search of treasures, but encountered a massacre by Foundation establishment cultivators, led by that blood-clothed youth. This person should be the young master of the Blood Ghost sect. However, he was now wearing loose Cultivator Alliance clothing, indicating he must have used their quota to sneak in. "Yes, it's this young master. You really made it easy for me to find you. Over the years, you were the first person to make me suffer such a big loss. However, you are quite clever, having taken the treasure and hiding among the 5 major sections. If you had stayed in the Heavenly Craft sect, I would indeed have had no way to deal with you, but now, if you were sensible, quickly hand over all the treasures in the Danchi cave, and I might consider giving you a quick end. Otherwise, just wait for me to extract your soul and refine your body." The blood-clothed youth said lightly, but his words were filled with chilling intent. Upon hearing this, Li Yi took a deep breath and said, "Oh really? Your tone is quite big. You are just a cultivator at the 12th level of Qi refining. If it weren't for the support of a Foundation establishment cultivator back then, you wouldn't even be our opponent. If you want my things, let's see your capabilities. I also want to see what means the young master of the Blood Ghost sect has. If you happen to die here, the Blood Ghost sect will have to find a new young master. I wonder how many sons your father has." Hearing Li Yi's words, the blood-clothed youth was filled with anger and shouted sharply, "You brat, you are seeking death with your sharp tongue. Let me show you the power of my bloodthirsty blade. I will use your blood to feed my knife." After saying this, the blood-clothed youth licked the corner of his mouth. Immediately, a blood-colored dagger appeared in the air, attacking Li Yi. The blood-colored dagger was as thin as a cicada's wing, made of some unknown material, with a blood shadow swirling around it, very eerie. And it moved at an incredible speed, flying to Li Yi in the blink of an eye. "So fast," Li Yi exclaimed, hurriedly activating the black short blade in his hand to defend. But as soon as the black short blade made contact with the blood-colored dagger, it was sliced into 2. Looking at such a sharp dagger, Li Yi felt an unfathomable shock in his heart, and quickly used the black fork in his hand to block. In that instant, the blood-colored dagger struck the black fork 4 or 5 times, causing his tiger's mouth to go numb. At this moment, the black fork also bore a thin cut. After all, this was a magical tool, yet it couldn't withstand the attack of the blood-colored dagger. What kind of magical tool is this? Haha, kid. Let's see how you can still be arrogant. Don't think that just because you were lucky enough to get a magical tool, you can do anything. The cultivation world is vast, and my bloodthirsty blade is a magical tool refined by a golden core cultivator. It is not something your kind of trash magical tool can compare to. Although it is only a low-grade magical tool now, this blade can drain the essence blood of you so-called righteous sect disciples. Even a top-grade magical tool can be shattered. Just wait to die?" The blood-clothed youth said triumphantly, completely disregarding Li Yi. Seeing this scene, Li Yi felt anxious and used the Bat King's wings to dodge left and right, avoiding the sharpness of the blood-colored dagger. Meanwhile, the little purple beast beside him had already hidden underground, sensing the danger. While Li Yi was dodging, he also used the silver token to block the attack of the blood-colored dagger. Originally, Li Yi thought the silver token wouldn't be able to withstand the opponent's blood-colored dagger, but the silver runes released by the silver token were quite numerous, and they could wear down the sharpness of the blood-colored dagger. When the dagger struck the token, its power had already diminished considerably. Seeing this, Li Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief, glancing fiercely at his opponent, then took out a small jade bottle and poured out a special recovery pill to swallow. The spiritual power he had consumed was slowly recovering. Then he took out a wooden box and retrieved a purple talisman, which was Li Yi's treasured talisman. Surprisingly, it blocked the bloodthirsty blade. "It seems that your token is not an ordinary spiritual tool, and you actually have a talisman treasure. It seems I underestimated you back then. You actually have 2 talisman treasures. It seems the Blood Wolf met his end under your talisman treasure, right? But that's fine, since I've encountered you. I will take this as a chance to avenge him. Talisman treasure? I have one too." After saying this, the blood-clothed youth also sat cross-legged, then took out a blood-colored banner, activating it. A thick, rich blood mist erupted from the banner, enveloping the youth within it. In an instant, the bloody aura in the area surged, causing Li Yi to frown tightly, thinking to himself, what is he trying to do? He then released his spiritual sense, enveloping the blood mist, and saw that within the blood mist, the youth also took out a wooden box and retrieved a talisman treasure, activating it while looking at Li Yi with a cold smile. Seeing this scene, Li Yi dared not let his guard down any longer. He focused entirely on activating his talisman treasure, pouring in all his magical power as if it were free. For this was not the time to be stingy with magical power. If he allowed the opponent to activate the talisman treasure first, he would definitely be the one to die. After several breaths, Li Yi stood up from the ground and shouted, "Rise, go." With Li Yi's shout, A massive purple blade over 10 feet long appeared in front of him, crackling with arcs of purple lightning, its momentum extremely impressive. The purple thunder giant blade flew at great speed, covering a distance of over 30 feet in the blink of an eye, descending upon the blood-clothed youth in the blood mist, as if it were going to split him in half. Seeing this scene, Li Yi's heart filled with joy. If this strike landed, the opponent would surely be doomed. Chapter 101. Talisman Treasure Duel. Tug of war. At this critical moment, the black-clothed youth, who had originally been sitting on the ground, also shouted, "Go." After saying this, he stood up, holding a 3-meter-high black mountain above his head, facing the purple giant blade in the air. Boom! A loud noise erupted, accompanied by an astonishing surge of spiritual energy that spread in all directions. The purple giant blade struck fiercely against the black mountain. The massive impact caused the blood-clothed youth's face to turn pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly indicating that the recent impact had greatly affected him, causing him significant injury. At this moment, the blood-clothed youth's face was pale, and he looked at Li Yi with some fear. He hadn't expected that Li Yi would activate his talisman treasure faster than he could. If he hadn't released his talisman treasure in advance to block the purple blade, he would have been dead just now. He certainly didn't believe that the purple banner in front of him could withstand the strike of a talisman treasure. Li Yi felt a deep sense of regret. He was so close. If he had activated his talisman treasure just a little faster, the opponent would have been doomed. However, as a tug of war unfolded, Li Yi wasn't worried. He had recovery pills in hand, and even if it turned into a battle of magical power, the opponent would surely lose. He just needed to wait for the opponent to exhaust their magical power, and he would be the final winner. He was now controlling the purple giant blade, striking down on the black mountain again and again. Surprisingly, the black mountain gradually began to adapt to the strikes of the giant blade and was even growing larger, as if its power had not been fully unleashed. Seeing this, Li Yi's expression slowly changed. It was evident that the opponent's talisman treasure was significantly more powerful than his purple giant blade. In fact, Li Yi recognized this talisman treasure. It was the one used by Chu Tianque before, known for its immense power, but it had later been taken by this person. After several probing attempts, Li Yi found that his purple short blade talisman treasure was very agile and moved faster than the black mountain, preparing to avoid the black peak. However, after several attacks, the opponent always managed to use talismans and the blood-colored banner to block him at critical moments, while also using the black mountain to assist. For a moment, the battle between the two fell into a stalemate, with the silver token and the blood-colored dagger fighting to a standstill. Initially, the purple short blade had the upper hand, but gradually, Li Yi realized he was at a disadvantage. No, this can't continue. If it does, I will definitely be defeated. Li Yi thought to himself, quickly brainstorming a strategy. After a moment, he had an idea. With a single gesture, the purple talisman returned to him. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Li Yi's action, the blood-clothed youth was initially puzzled, unsure of what Li Yi intended to do. He pointed with one hand at the black hill above. Go. The black hill soared into the air and began to descend rapidly towards Li Yi, as if it aimed to crush him into the ground. Watching the descending hill, Li Yi flapped the wings of the Bat King behind him and vanished from sight. Just as the black hill crashed down, boom, a loud noise erupted as it struck the ground where Li Yi had been, creating a large pit. The power was terrifying. If hit, there would be no chance of survival, and even the purple short blade might not be able to block such an attack. When Li Yi reappeared, he was already behind the youth. With a single finger, the purple electric blade shot out towards the blood-clothed youth. The youth reacted quickly, dodging the attack with a flash of bloodlight. Failing to land a hit, Li Yi did not feel discouraged. He activated the Bat King's wings again to switch positions and launched another attack with the purple short blade. Li Yi circled around the youth, attacking continuously. Due to the extreme speed of the Bat King's movement, the Black Hill could not lock onto him at all. Instead, the youth had to focus entirely on defending against Li Yi's sneak attacks. If Li Yi succeeded even once, the youth would be doomed. As Li Yi avoided a direct confrontation, the blood-clothed youth had no choice but to keep the Black Hill in front of him to block Li Yi's ambushes. This somewhat helpless fighting style frustrated the youth, making him feel like he might spit blood. He clearly had the upper hand in strength, yet he couldn't defeat Li Yi. Additionally, there was a critical point. Although the Black Hill talisman was powerful, it consumed a significant amount of spiritual power. At this point, the youth's internal spiritual power had nearly been depleted, and he was now holding a mid-grade spirit stone to start recovering his power. Seeing the youth beginning to recover, Li Yi's eyes lit up. He knew the youth was running out of time and immediately quickened his attack pace, not giving the youth any chance to catch his breath. Li Yi was aware of the Black Hill talisman. When Chu Tianque used it, it consumed a vast amount of spiritual power. The fact that the blood-clothed youth had lasted this long surprised him, especially since he had already consumed 2 spirit recovery pills. As Li Yi continued to attack, the speed of his assaults increased, causing the youth's complexion to shift from gloomy to pale. He couldn't believe that Li Yi still had spiritual power left. It was known that maintaining talismans and magical tools was not sustainable for cultivators in the chi refining stage for long. The youth could persist for so long due to his unique cultivation method, which provided him with more spiritual power than ordinary cultivators. and his magical tools matched well with his methods, resulting in lower consumption. But what about Li Yi? He must have a way to quickly recover his spiritual power. No, I must leave quickly. I can't continue to wear him down, or I might not be able to leave today. The blood-clothed youth thought to himself. He knew that with his current strength, it would be difficult to kill Li Yi today. With thoughts of retreat forming in his mind, the blood-clothed youth was decisive. He formed a spell with his hand towards the blood-colored dagger in the air, and immediately, a dazzling blood light erupted from it. Buzz. Bang, bang, bang. A series of runes shattered as the blood-colored dagger smashed through all the runes on the silver token, breaking free from its restraints and returning to the youth's hand. However, at this moment, the surface of the blood-colored dagger dimmed, making the youth feel pained. Seeing the youth put away the dagger, Li Yi understood his intentions. Li Yi thought, not good. He wants to escape. He couldn't let the youth leave. This person was too troublesome. If he let him go, the next time they met, he would be even more difficult to deal with. Moreover, Li Yi had noticed the treasures on the youth, especially that Black Hill talisman. Chapter 102. Terrifying blade light. Li Yi hurriedly urged the silver token, trying to trap the youth, but the silver token was immediately blocked by the Black Hill. The power of the Black Hill was too great. Li Yi could not break through it at all. Seeing Li Yi's attack fail, the blood-clothed youth sneered coldly. You have some strength, kid, but if you want to keep me here, you're far from it. This time, it was a miscalculation on my part. I underestimated your strength. But next time we meet, I will definitely take your life. Hearing the youth's words, Li Yi snorted coldly, but did not respond. He slapped his storage bag with one hand, producing a small black bell. At that moment, Li Yi also cut off his control over the silver token, forming a spell with one hand. The black bell in his hand rapidly enlarged, and in an instant, it reached a size of 10 feet, emitting a muffled chime towards the blood-clothed youth. This item was the soul-devouring bell that Li Yi obtained after killing Zhao Fifan, capable of attacking others' souls. The sudden attack caused the blood-clothed youth's soul to be injured, his gaze becoming unfocused, leaving him unable to control the Black Hill talisman anymore. Seeing this, Li Yi felt a surge of joy and softly exclaimed, good opportunity. He urged the purple electric blade, dodging the Black Hill, and attacked the blood-clothed youth. With a thud, the purple short blade pierced fiercely into the blood-clothed youth's body, seemingly about to penetrate him completely. However, it was likely blocked by some protective armor, as it did not fully pierce through but instead knocked the blood-clothed youth back, sending him flying for several dozen feet. Just as the purple short blade was about to strike down on the youth again, a sudden explosion of blood light erupted from within the youth's body, merging into the blood-colored dagger in his hand. The dagger, which had been almost completely dim, suddenly became dazzling, as if it had taken a powerful tonic, and struck fiercely at the purple electric blade. What followed was a scene that left Li Yi horrified. A blood-colored blade light over 10 feet long erupted from the blood dagger, directly slicing the purple electric blade talisman in two. At this moment, the blood-colored blade light did not dissipate, but continued to slash towards Li Yi. At the moment the talisman shattered, blood spilled from the corner of Li Yi's mouth, clearly indicating he was injured. Looking at the blood-colored blade light, Li Yi was terrified. Feeling his soul nearly leave his body, all he could think was to run. This attack was too terrifying. It had even shattered a talisman. Li Yi hurriedly poured all his spiritual power into the Bat King's wings, using the wind shift technique multiple times, flying over a dozen feet before finally coming to a stop. He quickly took out a healing pill and a spirit recovery pill from his storage bag and swallowed them. Watching the nearby blade light, it traced over 30 zhong on the ground, more than 3 zhong deep, and the blood-red blade light slowly dissipated. The blood-colored small knife also transformed into an ordinary transparent knife, falling to the ground. The young man in blood clothes in the distance regained his clarity, his eyes filled with endless resentment, glaring fiercely at Li Yi. However, he no longer dared to linger or say another word. The blood mist around him rolled over, wrapping him up and transforming into a beam of blood light that shot into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Even the Black Mountain talisman and the blood-colored small knife could not be taken away in time. Watching the rapidly escaping blood light, Li Yi did not pursue. Firstly, he was not confident in catching up. The opponent's blood escape light was simply too fast. Secondly, he was afraid that the opponent had other powerful means. That previous bloodblade light should not have been a normal attack. Even a foundation-building cultivator might not be able to unleash it. It was very likely a means of a golden core cultivator. This person was a young master of the Blood Ghost sect, and it was normal for him to have a golden core cultivator leave a life-saving method within him. Thinking of this, Li Yi couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He thought he had prepared many means, including magical artifacts, talismans, spirit recovery pills, and so on. He felt that he had quite a lot, but now compared to others, it really was nothing. He just didn't know how many cultivators like the blood-clothed youth existed among the 5 major sections. It seemed he needed to be more cautious. The battle with the blood-clothed youth made Li Yi think of many things. Li Yi picked up the transparent small knife that had fallen to the ground and placed it on a yellow talisman, which depicted a black small mountain. This item was the Black Mountain talisman used by the blood-clothed youth. Since there was no one to manipulate it, after the spiritual energy was exhausted, it transformed back into a talisman. Li Yi took a glance and picked it up, tucking it into his bosom. Then, he collected all the storage bags and spiritual artifacts on the ground and stored them in his own storage bag. Finally, he dug out the ink lotus and lotus roots and placed them in a jade box. After calling out, the purple little beast hiding underground quickly left the place. After the intense battle, the commotion was quite large, and he feared it would attract the attention of other cultivators. After the battle with the blood-clothed youth, he felt extremely exhausted. Using the Bat King wings, after a few flashes, Li Yi disappeared into the distant jungle. Soon after, many cultivators arrived at the battlefield. Seeing the blood-red blade marks left by the giant blade, each showing a look of shock, hurriedly fleeing as if they had encountered something terrifying. They simply couldn't believe that this was caused by a chi refining stage cultivator's battle. However, a few did not leave, but looked at the battlefield with serious expressions. Among them was a young man in yellow carrying a long knife, and another was a white-clothed woman holding a dharma wheel. The white-clothed woman and the yellow-clothed youth exchanged glances, both showing expressions of wariness before leaving separately. After these people left, a purple-clothed woman appeared, with a scroll floating in front of her. The scroll depicted countless towering mountains, with tumultuous seas below, and in the distance, the sound of crashing waves could be heard. If Li Yi were here, he would definitely recognize that this was the purple-clothed woman who looked down on golden core cultivators. How interesting. I wonder which old fellow has the audacity to leave their power in their disciples' bodies and bring it into this small secret realm, daring to act here. Don't they fear destroying this place? But that is fine, otherwise, it would be too boring. The purple-clothed woman smiled slightly, murmuring to herself as if she had discovered something very amusing. What happened afterward, Li Yi naturally did not know. At this moment, he was in a tree hollow, excitedly counting the spoils from the battle. Chapter 103. Gains, Madness. Chapter 103. Gains, Madness. Although this battle was extremely dangerous, the harvest was also considerable. Li Yi's biggest loss was his talisman, which was shattered by the blood-red giant sword. The rest included a top-tier spiritual artifact and some pills and talismans. However, this time he obtained a Black Mountain talisman. Li Yi took it out and observed it carefully. It was quite full of spiritual energy and should still be usable several times. This talisman, although powerful, consumed a lot of magical power. And moving the black small mountain was also quite laborious, so it had its drawbacks. Li Yi took out a wooden box and carefully stored it away. Next was the transparent blood-colored small knife, which was now lying in Li Yi's hand. It was only the size of a palm, crystal clear, but it exuded a hint of evil energy, which made Li Yi quite displeased. Just when Li Yi's consciousness touched the small knife, a faint consciousness surprisingly resisted his intrusion, causing Li Yi to frown. What was going on? It actually had a consciousness resisting. Could it be that this knife had someone else's consciousness fused into it? Li Yi thought about this and poured all his consciousness into it, beginning to resist this consciousness. After spending an entire hour, Li Yi finally expelled the consciousness from the blood-colored small knife. At that moment, in a desolate cave within the secret realm, the blood-clothed youth, who was healing, suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face went pale, and he murmured, "Damn, how is this possible? The mark I left in the bloodthirsty blade has been eliminated. How could he have such a powerful consciousness?" Then, an expression of extreme regret appeared on the blood-clothed youth's face. Li Yi played with the small knife in his hand, then bit his tongue, opened his mouth, and a stream of crimson blood fell onto the small knife. He then activated the blood sacrifice secret method and began to refine the blood-colored small knife. After a night passed, Li Yi finally opened his eyes, looking at the bright red small knife floating in front of him. He could actually control it freely, completely without the obscurity of using other magical artifacts. Moreover, it felt as if this small knife was a part of his body. And Li Yi could also sense that this small knife had an intense desire for blood. Whenever his blood was infused into it, the small knife would feel a sense of pleasure. Truly deserving of the name bloodthirsty knife, it indeed has evil intent. Li Yi tucked the small knife into his sleeve, finding it very convenient to use, and murmured softly. After putting away the blood-colored small knife, the talisman, and the spiritual herbs, Li Yi lost interest in checking other spiritual artifacts and items. He picked a few things he could use, and tossed the rest into his small cauldron space. Although he obtained quite a few spiritual artifacts, spiritual stones, and 3 fourth-grade spiritual herbs, he did not find any of the main materials for refining foundation establishment pills, which made Li Yi somewhat disappointed. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. He had just entered and engaged in an encounter battle, which was extremely difficult, almost costing him his life, but fortunately, he still won. Others probably entered around the same time and had no time to gather herbs. Just as Li Yi was preparing to go out, the purple little beast suddenly jumped out, looking at him eagerly, chattering and showing its teeth, as if to say, "I also contributed just now. Hurry up and give me my spiritual herb. We'll get the spiritual herb back later. Right now, let's go find the materials." Li Yi spoke to the small beast. Upon hearing his words, the small beast shook its head like a rattle drum. Li Yi helplessly took out a he had put away and tossed a flower to the small beast, which swallowed it in one bite, looking very satisfied. If anyone outside had seen this scene, they would surely have scolded Li Yi for being wasteful, actually using a 4th-grade spiritual herb to feed a demon beast. Alright, You've eaten the spiritual herb. Now hurry up and look for other materials, Li Yi urged, feeling a bit of heartache. Soon, under the guidance of the small beast, Li Yi arrived at a small hilltop. He used his divine sense to probe from a distance. At that moment, two people were confronting each other at the top of the hill, each controlling several spiritual tools, fiercely battling. Two of them had already fallen into pools of blood. On the other side of the hill, 6 small golden grasses were growing, resembling flames. It was actually golden flame grass, and it had already matured. Being one of the main materials for refining foundation establishment pills, and there were 6 of them, Li Yi was very pleased. Li Yi summoned the wings of the Bat King on his back and quickly flew to the top of the hill, looking at the two people opposite him and saying, "You two, I want these spiritual herbs, you can leave now." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the two opposite were first shocked and glanced at him warily. Then they became furious, and one said, "Kid, what did you say? If you want to seek death, I'll send you on your way. Let's first join forces to kill this person, and then we'll decide the winner. How about the victor takes the spiritual herbs?" "All right, I agree." The other person nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Li Yi shook his head and said helplessly, "I originally intended to let you go. But since you dare to join forces against me, don't blame me." What a joke. Let us go? You're just a 12th layer chi refinement cultivator. And we're not weaker than you. To think you would ask us to leave is truly shameless, one of the cultivators sneered. Upon hearing this, Li Yi raised one hand, and a red light shot out from his sleeve, striking the 2 top-grade spiritual tools in the air. With 2 crisp sounds of bang bang, the 2 spiritual tools in the air were sliced into 2 pieces, and then the red light pierced through one cultivator's heart. The blood from this person was instantly sucked away, leaving only a dry corpse. A magical weapon, a blood knife. You are a cultivator of the demonic path. The remaining cultivator stuttered, then turned and fled, completely disregarding the spiritual herbs on the ground. Li Yi naturally did not intend to let this person escape, controlling the blood-colored knife to kill the fleeing cultivator once again. Afterward, he retracted the small knife, which surprisingly had no trace of blood on it, as it had all been absorbed into the blade. Li Yi glanced at it, frowned, and then stored the small knife in his sleeve. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Li Yi sighed slightly, casually tossing several fireballs to turn the body to ashes. In truth, he did not like killing. If the two had retreated earlier, he definitely would not have stopped them, but the temptation of the spiritual herbs made slaughter inevitable. After collecting the spiritual herbs on the ground, Li Yi tossed one to the small beast since he hadn't made a move, then hurried to the next location. At this moment, the secret realm was descending into madness, with slaughter everywhere. No one showed pity for the weak, nor did they care if the other was a fellow sect member. They were simply killing for spiritual herbs, and this was tacitly allowed by the sections. Chapter 104. Call for help. Take action with the purple small beast. Li Yi was collecting spiritual herbs throughout the secret realm. At first, he only aimed to gather herbs and had no intention of killing, as killing was not his goal, nor did he have a penchant for bloodshed. When encountering other cultivators collecting herbs, he would first give them a chance to leave directly, but this opportunity had little effect. Afterward, he would have to experience a fierce battle and slay them to obtain the herbs. As time went on, Li Yi became lazy with words. Whenever he encountered spiritual herbs with other cultivators present, he would directly use the bloodthirsty blade for a sneak attack, killing all the opponents and quickly collecting the herbs before moving to another location. By the end of the day, Li Yi had gathered over 30 main spiritual herbs for refining foundation establishment pills, along with quite a few other herbs, yielding a good harvest. However, he had no idea how many people he had killed. In any case, it should be quite a few, as the bloodthirsty knife was covered in terrifying blood light, its power growing stronger. The 4 main spiritual herbs for refining foundation establishment pills were actually transformed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The rich spiritual energy in the secret realm allowed them to grow, but outside, the spiritual energy was thin, and within a few years, their medicinal properties would disappear. Some might even turn back into spiritual energy and vanish into the air. This is also why the 5 great sects do not cultivate their own spiritual herbs, but instead enter the secret realm every 50 years to engage in slaughter. However, for Li Yi, there was no such worry. As long as he used the blue liquid to cultivate after going out, he could obtain enough spiritual herbs for refining foundation establishment pills in just a year or 2. After slaying 3 cultivators and collecting 3 purple spiritual mushrooms from the ground, Li Yi prepared to find a place to rest and count his gains. After several days of bloody slaughter, the number of cultivators who had entered the secret realm, originally over 700, had now dwindled to less than 300. The casualties were extremely heavy, and those without background or strength had mostly perished. Now, only cultivators holding magical tools dared to venture out alone in search of spiritual herbs. While some isolated cultivators formed groups, basically in clusters of 3 to 5, with a few groups of over 10 cultivators gathered together. The remaining solitary disciples had no idea where they had hidden, with some being particularly independent. For example, Li Yi relied on his strong strength and several magical tools, as well as some special means, to search for herbs alone, unwilling to share with others. The cultivators from the 5 great sects seemed to have an unspoken agreement. Completely ignoring the solitary cultivators, but consciously targeting the ordinary disciples of the opposing sects for slaughter, which sent a chill down Li Yi's spine. These disciples holding magical tools had likely received some instructions from their sections. Meanwhile, ordinary disciples like Li Yi had been abandoned. Surviving was considered skill, while dying was just their fate. Thinking of this, Li Yi became even more decisive in his actions. Besides sneak attacks, he also had the purple small beast ambush nearby. Whenever a cultivator tried to flee, he would let it handle them. The small beast was quite clever, never confronting opponents head-on, but directly burrowing up from the ground to launch surprise attacks. Its small claws were exceptionally sharp, capable of snapping even upper-tier magical tools with one swipe, let alone the defensive shields of ordinary cultivators, which would often shatter with a single strike. Only a very small number of cultivators who used special escape talismans could manage to escape with their lives. Just as Li Yi had collected a few yellow flowers, he noticed two groups of cultivators flying towards him. One was a heavily injured escapee, closely pursued by 6 cultivators. Li Yi quickly confirmed their identities with a sweep of his divine sense. To his surprise, he recognized all of them. The fleeing one was Zhang Tai, followed closely by Nie Kong, who had previously fought him and almost killed him. The 5 cultivators following Nie Kong were all disciples of Tianqiao sect, and they all had a murderous look on their faces, with hints of bloodthirst and cruelty at the corners of their mouths. Moments later, Li Yi heard an anxious cry for help. "Fellow Taoist, save me. As long as you can save my life, I will definitely reward you with treasures." Upon hearing this, Li Yi's heart stirred, and he stopped in his tracks, watching Zhang Tai, who was getting closer. Zhang Tai's expression changed drastically when he saw Li Yi. The one pursuing him was a disciple of the Tianqiao sect, and the cultivator on the ground was also a disciple of the same sect. He was essentially asking for trouble. He quickly moved to the side, watching Li Yi warily. However, when he recognized Li Yi's face and the pair of bat wings behind him, he felt a surge of joy and uncertainly asked, "You are Brother Li Yi. You must save me." Although Zhang Tai spoke this way, he did not advance. Instead, he continued to look at Li Yi with caution. Just as the two were conversing, Nie Kong and a group of people approached. Upon seeing Li Yi, Nie Kong's face broke into a sinister smile. "It's you, Li Yi. Good kid. Truly a stroke of fortune to find you here without searching high and low. This is good. I won't have to waste time looking for you anymore. Everyone, go ahead and kill them all." After saying this, Nie Kong pointed with one hand, and a blue small sword hovered in front of him, shooting towards Li Yi with a fierce slash. Li Yi raised one hand, and a silver token flew out from his left sleeve. The silver token trembled in the air, and silver characters activated from it, easily blocking the fierce attack of the blue small sword and trapping it. Not good. He also has a magic weapon. My Bai Shui sword is trapped by his magic weapon. Everyone, attack together and surround him. Nie Kong's expression darkened as he looked at Li Yi. He turned to the others, releasing several spirit weapons to attack Li Yi. In an instant, there were more than a dozen spirit weapons, and the momentum of the attacks was quite impressive. "Humph, I was planning to let you go considering we are from the same sect. But since you dared to attack me alongside him, don't blame me for being ruthless," Li Yi said coldly. Just as he finished speaking, a blood light shot out from his right sleeve, which was Li Yi's bloodthirsty blade. The blood-red knife directly confronted the airborne spirit weapons. As soon as the blood light made contact with the spirit weapons, they were all shattered. Not good, another magic weapon. Such a sharp magic weapon. It destroyed my spirit weapon in one blow. This person cannot be defeated. Quickly retreat. One clever cultivator said in terror. "Are you only just thinking of retreating now? Isn't it too late?" Li Yi sneered. The bloodthirsty blade danced back and forth among the disciples, and they all perished within a few breaths, leaving no survivors. Chapter 105. Slaying Nie Kong. The cave. Looking at the scattered corpses on the ground, Nie Kong, who was still trying to control his magic weapon, was now completely stunned. His face pale and his voice trembling. Pointing a finger at Li Yi, he said, "You actually dared to kill them all. The magic weapon in your hand is from the demonic path. Li Yi, you're doomed. You dare to collude with demonic disciples and use demonic magic weapons to harm fellow sect members." Upon hearing this, Li Yi frowned, his actions pausing as if he had been frightened by Nie Kong's words. Seeing Li Yi hesitate, Nie Kong spoke again. "But as long as you hand over that magic weapon to me and turn back to the right path, I will help you plead with the sect leader." Hearing this, Li Yi chuckled lightly. He thought Nie Kong's mind was a bit problematic for saying such childish things and still threatening him at this point. Li Yi scoffed and said, "There's no need for brother Nie to worry. As long as you don't speak of it, no one will know." Confused by Li Yi's words, Nie Kong asked, "What do you mean?" "Nothing. I just want you to help me keep a secret," Li Yi replied. Then, Li Yi's expression turned cold as the bloodthirsty blade shot towards Nie Kong, directly piercing through the white small mirror in front of Nie Kong and killing him instantly. The other party didn't even have time to scream before the bloodthirsty blade drained his blood, leaving behind a dry corpse. Li Yi casually threw out a few fireballs, turning the body to ashes, then picked up the storage bag and magic weapon from the ground, casually examining the blue small sword before tossing it into the storage bag. His movements very skillful. In fact, Li Yi had already decided to kill Nie Kong as soon as he saw him, especially since the latter dared to threaten him with a magic weapon from the demonic path. Although Li Yi was not a killer, He was also not a soft-hearted person who repays kindness with kindness. He was clear about enmities and grievances. Nie Kong had once harbored murderous intent towards him and almost killed him, so Li Yi naturally would not let him go. After killing Nie Kong and the group of cultivators around him, Li Yi turned around, revealing a warm smile as he spoke to Zhang Tai. Brother Zhang, long time no see. How did you end up being chased by them? Looking at Li Yi, Zhang Tai did not dare to relax even slightly. The way Li Yi had just killed was quite ruthless. These people were his fellow disciples, and he had slain them all without hesitation. Zhang Tai forced a very awkward smile, a mix of flattery and envy, and said, Brotherly, it's been years. Not only have you reached the peak of the chi refining stage, but your methods are also far beyond what I can match. In this secret realm, there are very few who can control 2 magic weapons. Upon hearing his words, Li Yi smiled slightly and said, It's nothing. It's just that I was lucky to obtain 2 magic weapons. Let us change to another location. This isn't a place for conversation. Alright. After speaking, the two used their movement techniques to leave the area. Shortly after they left, a woman in white appeared, glancing around with her brows tightly furrowed. This woman was none other than Qianyu, the top disciple of the Tianqiao sect. Li Yi was unaware of the scene that followed and took Zhang Tai to a small peak, saying to him, Brother Zhang, earlier you mentioned saving you and mentioned a treasure. I wonder what it is. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Zhang Tai was clearly taken aback. He did not expect Li Yi to be so direct in asking him for treasures. Then, Zhang Tai smiled bitterly and said, Thank you, Brotherly, for saving my life. I don't have any good things on me. I discovered an underground cave with a few fellow disciples, which not only has the earth flame fruit for refining foundation establishment pills, but also some fire attribute refining materials. This treasure is at least 1,000 to tens of thousands of years old, making it excellent material for refining magic weapons and even magical treasures. Unfortunately, news of it leaked, so we were pursued, and all my fellow disciples were killed. After finishing, Zhang Tai's expression dimmed somewhat, clearly saddened. He then took out a few pieces of fiery red ore from his storage bag, handing one of them to Li Yi. Li Yi accepted the fiery red crystals, feeling the intense fire spiritual energy within, and was somewhat moved. This was definitely a good item. This fire flame crystal is a gift for Brotherly, as a token of thanks for saving my life. If Brotherly is interested, we can team up to go there once more. I noticed there are still many fire flame crystals, and even some purple fire crystals, but unfortunately, we can't dig them out because there's a fire serpent lurking in the flame river. It's a 4th grade beast, comparable to the foundation establishment stage. At that time, we didn't dare to go over. We just dug a few pieces and ran away. One of our senior brothers lost his life there. After saying this, Zhang Tai looked at Li Yi with some anticipation, waiting for his reaction. Upon hearing Zhang Tai's words, Li Yi's expression shifted slightly. That purple fire crystal is a good thing. Fire crystals are rare minerals that are formed after being refined by the earth's fire for countless years. They not only contain powerful fire-type spiritual energy, but are also exceptionally sturdy, more than enough for crafting magical treasures. Additionally, there is the earth flame fruit, which he had always wanted. He didn't have any in his possession. He only had a 4th-tier demon beast, which Li Yi felt he could still handle. Does anyone else know about that place? Li Yi asked. It shouldn't be known by anyone else. We discovered that place by accident, and aside from us few, no one else knows. The others besides me have all been killed. Well then, let's go there now to avoid any delays and being discovered by others, Li Yi said. After confirming, Li Yi, led by Zhang Tai, rushed towards the central area. Li Yi did not release the purple little beast, but kept it hidden underground to keep watch. The little beast's earth escape technique is quite mysterious. It can hide underground for a long time. Soon, Li Yi and Zhang Tai arrived at an inconspicuous small hill. At the foot of the hill, there was a pile of rubble that appeared to have formed after a battle between cultivators. We were afraid someone would discover this place, so we used the rubble to block the entrance, Zhang Tai explained to Li Yi as he looked at the stones. Then he took out a long knife spirit tool and began hacking at the rubble, revealing a cave that was more than a person's height, with darkness below. Looking at the cave entrance, Zhang Tai no longer hesitated and took out a night pearl, leading the way inside. Li Yi glanced at the entrance, hesitated slightly, and then followed him in. After entering, he buried the entrance with rubble and followed closely behind Zhang Tai. Chapter 106, Purple Flame Crystal. Earth Flame Fruit in the narrow cave. The two of them traveled for several hundred zhang and gradually reached the bottom. Li Yi and Zhang Tai felt an extremely hot aura, as if they were about to melt. Li brother, below is the underground magma river, extremely hot. You need a water attribute defensive treasure to protect yourself to feel better, Zhang Tai said very seriously. After that, he took out 2 water attribute defensive talismans and activated them to protect himself. Hearing his words, Li Yi hurriedly stuck a mid-tier water attribute defensive shield talisman on himself. This was one of the few mid-tier talismans he had, and he felt much better. After traveling another dozen zhang, the two finally reached the bottom of the cave. At this moment, Li Yi was shocked by the scene before him. What appeared before their eyes was a very spacious area, with a diameter of several hundred zhang, extremely wide. Below in the space, there was a magma river, constantly rolling. The magma river was not large, only about 10 zhang wide, but it spanned the entire underground space, with cliffs on both sides that were dozens of zhang high. Li Yi saw many fire-type mineral crystals on the opposite cliff, most of which were red, just like the ones Zhang Tai had given him, with only a few purple ones near the magma. On the rock wall, there were also many small red grasses growing, with purple little fruits on top, about 30 or 40 of them, some of which had bite marks, suggesting they had been nibbled by demon beasts. Purple flame crystal, earth flame fruit. Looking at those two items on the magma cliff, Li Yi exclaimed excitedly. The earth flame fruit is not only a main ingredient for refining foundation building pills, but some pills used by foundation stage cultivators also require this fruit. The purple fire crystal is even more valuable. Even golden core cultivators would fight over it if they saw it. It is worth many times more than the golden mineral crystal Dongfang I took out back then. Seeing Li Yi's excitement, Zhang Tai beside him was also very excited. They had stumbled upon this place back then and were even more thrilled than he was, but the subsequent encounters poured cold water over them. Remembering this, Zhang Tai smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Li brother, the red fire crystals are fine. They can be dug out with top-tier spirit tools. But those purple flame crystals can't be moved at all. They probably require magical tools to extract. Moreover, we need to be careful. There is a fire serpent lurking in the magma, and this creature hides in the magma, so watch out for its sneak attacks. One of our brothers was swallowed whole by this creature due to carelessness. After saying this, Zhang Tai's face turned pale, still haunted by the memory. Oh, so that's how it is. How did you manage to get the fire crystals back then? Li Yi asked curiously. At that time, we were only on this side near the passage, using top-tier spirit tools to knock down a few pieces. When the fire serpent appeared, we left. We originally planned to go find the sect to look for senior brothers with magical tools, but later we encountered other cultivators chasing us and met you, Li brother. Zhang Tai said helplessly. After hearing Zhang Tai's words, Li Yi frowned. He didn't expect things to be so troublesome, with not only demon beasts guarding, but also needing magical tools to extract the purple flame crystals. He used his divine sense to sense that indeed there was a demon beast lurking in the magma, although it had concealed its aura using the magma. Li Yi's powerful spiritual sense could still perceive it to some extent. Thinking of this, Li Yi's bat king wings fluttered gently as he reached for the earth flame fruit on the rock wall. Just as Li Yi was about to collect the earth flame fruit, a 7 or 8 zhang long fire-red serpent suddenly emerged from the magma, opening its huge mouth to bite at Li Yi. Seeing the serpent coming at him, Li Yi's bat king wings flashed again, and then his figure disappeared into the air. The fire-red serpent missed its target and was extremely angry. It turned around and swiped its tail at Li Yi, who shot out a silver token and a blood-colored small knife from his sleeve towards the fire serpent, then activated the bat king wings to immediately leave the spot. Bang! Bang! With two muffled sounds, Li Yi's two magical tools were knocked away, accompanied by an incredibly hot aura rushing toward Li Yi and Zhang Tai. Even from dozens of zhang away, Li Yi still felt a powerful danger. This fire serpent was not to be underestimated. Although this fire serpent should still be in its juvenile stage, only at the level of a 4th-tier demon beast, it could almost exhibit the strength of a 5th or 6th-tier beast in the magma, if it continued to hide in the magma. Even golden core cultivators might not be able to kill it. Therefore, to defeat it, they could only lure it to the shore to have a chance to take it down. At this moment, the fire serpent looked at the blood-colored small knife hovering in front of Li Yi, showing a hint of fear. Thus, the three of them, 2 people and 1 serpent, faced each other. Looking at the fire serpent in the air, Li Yi said to Zhang Tai, "Let's go. We need to leave first and discuss a strategy." Li Yi and Zhang Tai walked up from the magma river in the underground for about 20 to 30 zhang and found a small platform to stop. Li Yi opened his mouth and asked, "Brother Zhang, I just heard you mention looking for other disciples of the sect to deal with the Lihuojiao. Do you have any means to deal with this beast?" After hearing Li Yi's words, Zhang Tai hesitated for a moment and said, "I do have a method that can temporarily trap this Lihuojiao. Originally, I planned to trap it and then find a few senior brothers with magic tools to surround and kill it. This method is something only I can use. Brother Li's strength is formidable. If you can lure this beast to the shore, I believe with your abilities, you can kill it. However, I want to know what I will get if I assist you in slaying this beast." Upon hearing this, Li Yi raised an eyebrow. He preferred this direct conversation to avoid guessing, so he asked, "Brother Zhang, how long can you guarantee to trap this beast? And feel free to tell me what you need." "Well, as long as we lure it to the shore, I can at least trap it for the duration of an incense stick. Moreover, if we can kill this beast, I need 3 Dian fruits and 20 Huiyan crystals. My responsibility is only to trap the beast. You will be the one to kill it, so I won't ask for any materials. However, if Brother Li can get a Xian crystal, I only need a small piece, but I will offer you a satisfactory reward. What do you think?" After Zhang Tai finished speaking, he looked at Li Yi with anticipation, waiting for his response. Chapter 107. 8 Gates Golden Lock Formation. Li Yi thought for a moment and said, "I can give you 5 Dian fruits, but for the Huiyan crystals, I can only give you 15 pieces, and all the materials from the Lihuojiao will belong to me. Additionally, if I can obtain the Xian crystal, I can give you 1 piece, but it depends on the value of what you bring. If I'm not satisfied, I certainly won't give it to you. However, I must remind Brother Zhang that I don't believe you can take out anything comparable in value to the Xian crystal." "Alright, it's a deal. Zhang Tai said excitedly. Agreeing immediately, Li Yi thought for a moment, reducing some of the items, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Li Yi had agreed to everything at once, he would have felt uneasy. After all, Li Yi's strength was much greater than his own, and the Dian fruits and Xian crystals here were too precious. If he hadn't interacted with Li Yi before and felt that Li Yi was a decent person, he would never have dared to bring him here. If he encountered some unscrupulous cultivators, they might not only refuse to share treasures, but could also directly kill him to silence him. Brother Zhang, can you tell me what treasure you plan to use to trap this beast? This Li Huajiao is quite powerful and stronger than an average 4th-tier monster. Li Yi asked curiously. Hearing Li Yi's words, Zhang Tai confidently replied, I have a set of ancient formation left behind. Although I can only set up a simplified version now, its power is still quite strong and can trap this beast for the duration of an incense stick without issue. Oh, what kind of formation is it? Its power is so great. Li Yi was indeed curious. A simplified version of a formation could easily trap a beast comparable to a foundation-building cultivator. He wondered how powerful the complete version would be. It's the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation. I can't set up the complete formation, but a knowledgeable friend of mine collaborated with me to refine a simplified version into a formation plate. Currently, I can only set it up with 2 gates, which is enough for us. Zhang Tai said excitedly. Oh, it's actually the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation. I didn't expect your friend to be able to set up such a formation. This is truly incredible. I've heard that this formation has been lost, and I never imagined that you could refine it into a formation plate. I must ask you to introduce me to him if there's a chance. Li Yi said in surprise. The 8 Gates Golden Lock formation is an ancient formation that is quite marvelous. It not only has the effect of trapping enemies, but also has the ability to lock spiritual energy and breath. In ancient times, it was often used to defend caves and to trap strong enemies. Li Yi and Zhang Tai returned to the edge of the underground magma river. Zhang Tai took out a golden round plate and buried it in the ground. Around the plate, there were 4 grooves, and he placed 4 mid-grade gold spirit stones in the grooves. Then he placed 8 yellow small flags and 8 black small flags on either side of the plate. Finally taking out an 8-colored control flagpole to test it, ensuring everything was fine. He then said to Li Yi, Brother Li, my formation is ready. As long as we lure the Li Huajiao out, we can trap it. I need you to help with your Bat King wings. After hearing this, Li Yi nodded without saying anything. However, he was still quite surprised in his heart because he thought using the formation flags to set up the formation was relatively simple and didn't require a formation master. One just needed to place the flags in certain positions. After this battle, he felt he still needed to get 2 sets of formation flags for himself. Li Yi once again used his Bat King wings to fly towards the magma river. Upon reaching the edge of the magma river, he first took out a blue ice cone talisman and launched it towards the magma, targeting the spot where the Li Huajiao was hiding. The ice cone struck the magma river, and the Li Huajiao let out an angry roar, bursting out of the magma with a fierce glare at Li Yi. It found this person to be utterly detestable, provoking it repeatedly. The last 2 times it had escaped only because the opponent was quick. Now, daring to come again, it was determined to devour him. It charged towards Li Yi, opening its mouth to spit out a large number of fireballs aimed at him. Li Yi continuously dodged in midair, unable to evade completely. He used a silver token to block some of the attacks while constantly retreating toward the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation. The fight between one person and one beast was incredibly fast-paced. Coupled with the Li Huajiao's rage, its attacks were extremely fierce, leaving Li Yi no chance to escape. For a time, Li Yi felt great pressure, activating numerous talismans to withstand the monster's attacks just to barely retreat. In just over a dozen breaths, he arrived at the location of the formation. Now's the time, quickly trap it. Li Yi shouted loudly, retreating. Okay, Zhang Tai replied, shaking the 8-colored small flag in his hand. The small flags buried in the ground suddenly emitted brilliant light. Soon, 2 portals, 1 yellow and 1 black, formed on the ground. After the portals appeared, 8 chains, each as thick as an arm, shot out from each portal. All the chains were made of spirit tools, flying into the air and quickly wrapping around the flying Li Huajiao. The spot where the golden round plate was buried also formed a circular light shield, trapping the Li Huajiao within. 16 chains firmly bound the Li Huajiao, which was then completely enveloped by the golden light shield. Realizing it had fallen into a trap, the Li Huajiao became even angrier and went into a frenzy, constantly twisting its massive body, causing the spirit energy chains in the air to tremble. It kept spewing flames from its mouth, but all were blocked by the golden light shield. Brotherly, hurry up and kill this beast. My 8 Gates Golden Lock formation only has the power of 2 gates. I initially estimated it could trap it for the duration of an incense stick, but it's struggling fiercely now, and my mana is depleting quickly. I might not be able to hold it for that long, so you need to speed up. Zhang Tai looked at the raging evil dragon in the sky, his face turning pale. He didn't expect that the formation would consume mana so quickly. He had underestimated the strength of this demon beast, and he was silently lamenting in his heart. All right, I understand. This pill will help you quickly replenish your spiritual power. Hang in there a bit longer. This evil dragon is much stronger than an average 4th-tier demon beast, and I need to use a talisman treasure. So it will take some time. Li Yi said gravely while watching the evil dragon in the sky. Then, He took out a small jade bottle from his storage bag and tossed it to Zhang Tai, followed by a wooden box. Holding a talisman in his hands as he sat cross-legged, the jade bottle contained 3 high-grade recovery pills, while he did not take out the special-grade recovery pills. Hearing Li Yi's words, Zhang Tai's heart filled with joy. He quickly took the jade bottle, poured out 1 pill, and swallowed it. His eyes brightened as he felt the mana rapidly replenishing within him, and he excitedly said, "Brotherly, you truly have great methods. Such a pill exists." Chapter 108. Destroying the Dragon. Fire Seed of Departure. Upon hearing Zhang Tai's words, Li Yi did not respond, but focused entirely on activating the talisman treasure. The talisman treasure he was activating was the black small mountain talisman he obtained from the blood-clothed youth. This talisman treasure was extremely powerful, perfectly suited for dealing with this dragon. Given its scaly armor, ordinary methods would struggle to inflict damage, and it would take a long time to obtain complete materials from the dragon, with many variables involved. As Li Yi continuously activated the talisman treasure, his brows furrowed tightly. This talisman treasure required a significant amount of mana. Originally, his purple short-blade talisman only required less than 1/3 of his mana. However, this talisman consumed half of his mana without successfully activating, but the aura of the talisman in his hand was growing stronger. It seemed that different talisman treasures had varying powers and mana consumption. The trapped Lihua dragon in the sky seemed to sense the threat and began to struggle even more frantically. The chains in the air had started to break, and the light gate formed by spiritual energy was vibrating violently. Not good. This demon dragon is going to fight back. I can't hold it for much longer. The formation flags are already starting to shatter. If this guy escapes, we're all dead. Zhang Tai, who was controlling the formation flags, shouted anxiously and fearfully. I understand. It will be done soon, Li Yi replied, steeling his heart and no longer caring about his internal spiritual power. He frantically channeled it into the talisman treasure, having already consumed 2/3 of his mana. Then, Li Yi suddenly shouted, "Go!" At this moment, there were no more talismans in front of him. A black small mountain that was 5 or 6 zhang high flew out, soaring into the air before quickly descending, targeting the Lihua dragon above. Seeing this, Zhang Tai's heart leaped with joy. He hadn't expected Li Yi to have such a powerful talisman treasure. However, the Lihua dragon in the sky, seeing the black small mountain pressing down on it, was furious. If struck by this black mountain, it would surely die without a burial place. The dragon let out a deafening roar. Boom, boom, boom. The chains of spiritual energy entangling it broke one after another. The demon dragon opened its mouth and spat out an incredibly hot magma, with a pale red flame hovering above, rushing directly towards the black small mountain in the sky. In an instant, the black small mountain was held up in the air as the collision of magma and the mountain released a powerful aura. Li Yi, who was in the air, was directly blown away by a gust of air. His protective shield shattered, and his clothes torn, revealing the blue scale armor underneath. Meanwhile, Zhang Tai on the ground wasn't faring any better. The chains in the air had broken more than half, and the Lihua dragon was about to break free. Brotherly, I can't hold on much longer. Be careful, Zhang Tai said with a pale face, watching the Lihua dragon about to break free from its chains. Li Yi felt an immense urgency. The strength of this demon dragon was terrifying. A fierce look crossed his face as he slapped his storage bag, and a black small clock appeared in his hand. After casting a spell on it, the small clock expanded in the wind, reaching a height of about 10 feet. Then, a deep and resonant bell sound echoed, followed by a series of continuous bell sounds that targeted the distant Lihua dragon. After a barrage of soundwave attacks, Li Yi raised his left hand, and a blood light shot out, targeting one of the dragon's eyes with the bloodthirsty blade. The attack from the soul bell was extremely sharp, causing the dragon to momentarily lose focus, its gaze becoming vacant. Its attack faltered, and the magma instantly dissipated, allowing the black small mountain to fall rapidly. Regaining its senses, the Lihua dragon immediately began to retreat, but at that moment, the blood-red bloodthirsty blade transformed into a bloodline, piercing fiercely into the dragon's eye. The demon dragon let out a cry of pain and roared again, while the black mountain crashed down, smashing the Lihua dragon deep into the ground, completely extinguishing its breath. Seeing this scene, Li Yi revealed an extremely excited smile. After retracting his magical artifact, he immediately took out a special-grade recovery pill and swallowed it, beginning to restore his mana. After retrieving his magical artifacts and talismans, the Lihua dragon was now deformed, deeply embedded underground, while the bloodthirsty blade was still lodged in the dragon's eye, greedily absorbing its essence with great delight. At this moment, Zhang Tai had already run to the entrance of the hall, looking at Li Yi with a face full of terror. The battle between Li Yi and the Lihua dragon had been too intense. The moment the demon dragon was about to break free, he had already fled. However, as he was about to escape the hall, Li Yi had consecutively used 2 magical artifacts to slay the demon dragon on the spot. Now, Li Yi was recovering his mana nearby, and Zhang Tai did not approach, instead waiting quietly from a distance. His gaze towards Li Yi became even more fearful. Li Yi's supernatural abilities far exceeded his expectations. After a full incense stick of time, Li Yi slowly stood up, changed into a clean set of clothes. Although his mana had not fully recovered, it was now more than half restored. After Li Yi stood up, Zhang Tai approached with a beaming smile and said, "Brotherly, you truly have impressed me. To be able to slay such a troublesome demon dragon is truly admirable. I believe even an ordinary newly established foundation cultivator might not have such abilities. Brotherly, your future is limitless, and I am envious." Hearing his words, Li Yi chuckled lightly and said, "Brother Zhang is joking. Although I have some methods, I still cannot compare to foundation cultivators. Being able to eliminate this dragon is largely thanks to Brother Zhang's formation plate. However, it is a pity that Brother Zhang's formation plate was destroyed. There's nothing to be sorry about. These things are enough to compensate for our losses. Brotherly, quickly go deal with the corpse of the Lihua dragon, and then we can mine stones and gather spiritual herbs," Zhang Tai said excitedly. "All right," Li Yi also said with anticipation. Saying that, he went to the large pit created by the small mountain. In the 7 or 8 zhang deep pit, there lay only the corpse of the demon dragon. Next to the corpse, a pale red flame was quietly burning, creating a large pit in the ground around the demon dragon. This was the Lihua dragon's innate fire, which had surprisingly formed a fire seed and possessed a certain level of spirituality. Zhang Tai's gaze was fixed on the light red flame, and he exclaimed in surprise. Hearing his words, Li Yi also looked over. "However, it's a pity that we can't take it out. Otherwise, whether for alchemy or artifact forging, it would be of great help. Even if we took it out to trade, many golden core stage cultivators would fight to trade with you for it." Zhang Tai then said with some disappointment, "Is this the Lihua fire seed? Looking at that small light red flame, I feel like it has no power." Li Yi said, somewhat incredulously. Chapter 109. Prototype, Great Harvest. Brotherly, do not underestimate this flame. It is indeed Lihua, and it should be the half-life flame of this Lihua Jiao, but not all Lihua Jiao possess this flame. Only a very small number can generate such flames within them. This Lihua should have just recently formed. Otherwise, the power of the flame would definitely be greater, and we might have already been burned to ashes. According to the records of our Hualing Valley, this kind of Lihua has great potential for growth. If properly cultivated, its future power will definitely not be weak. At that time, if we can refine it into our bodies, then when fighting against others, just releasing it would be a great supernatural power. Oh, it actually has such power. So how do we cultivate this flame? How do we subdue and refine it? Is there any record of this in your classics? Looking at the light red flame, Li Yi's heart stirred as he asked. For cultivation, you just need to place it in the ground fire and let it absorb the energy of the ground fire, but the speed of cultivation is slow. If it can devour other sentient flames, then the growth speed will be extremely fast. As for subduing and refining it, I don't know. That classic only briefly introduced it. Zhang Tai said, "Brotherly, do you want to take away this Lihua spirit flame? A regular storage bag cannot carry this, unless you have some fire attribute treasures to store it. But once this flame leaves the Lihua Jiao, without the nourishment of spiritual energy, it will definitely extinguish. We can't wait for the next secret realm to open. Brotherly, quickly handle the corpse of the Lihua Jiao, and then we will clean up the things here. It wouldn't be good if someone barges in," Zhang Tai advised, his gaze already fixed on the ground flame fruit, the fire crystals, and the purple flame crystals. Seeing this, Li Yi smiled slightly and didn't mind. Then he waved his hand, and a red light flew out from the corpse of the Lihua Jiao, returning to Li Yi's front. This object was the bloodthirsty blade. At this moment, Li Yi surprisingly saw a blurry little Jiao within the bloodthirsty blade, letting out a series of angry roars. However, this mini Jiao was tightly wrapped in a large amount of blood, which was quite strange. "Artifact prototype," Zhang Tai exclaimed again in shock upon seeing this. Hearing his words, Li Yi's heart stirred slightly as he said, "Brother Zhang, what is an artifact prototype? I haven't heard of it before." This bloodthirsty blade was obtained from a demonic cultivator. "I see. Brotherly is truly lucky to obtain such a treasure." An artifact prototype is a type of magical tool refined by golden core stage cultivators, which can begin to be nurtured from the foundation establishment stage and undergo a second refinement at the golden core stage to become a true magical artifact. In this case, the power of the artifact will be much stronger than that of a freshly refined artifact. Zhang Tai said enviously, "Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder I feel like the power of this magical tool is somewhat extraordinary. It's actually made from artifact materials," Li Yi murmured to himself. According to the records in Hualing Valley's artifact forging classics, this kind of artifact prototype is very rare because the materials for refining it are too scarce. Only a very small number of materials can be used to nurture the magical tool during the foundation establishment stage. I see that Brotherly's bloodthirsty blade should have been made using a very rare blood-sucking material. If you want this magical tool to be nurtured, it can only absorb a large amount of essence blood. However, in the cultivation world, if one kills to nurture a magical tool, it will definitely attract criticism. After all, we are not demonic cultivators, so Brotherly should avoid doing this in front of others. Zhang Tai gave Li Yi a deep look and suggested. Upon hearing Zhang Tai's words, Li Yi's expression became serious as he sincerely thanked him. "Okay, thank you for the reminder, Brother Zhang. I will pay attention to it. So, what about the Jiao shadow inside?" The Jiao shadow inside should be the essence soul of this beast. It should have just been devoured by the bloodthirsty blade when you stabbed the beast's eye. I just don't know if this bloodthirsty blade can only devour the Nascent Soul once, or if it can devour it without limit. If it can devour without limit, then this bloodthirsty blade would be extremely terrifying. It is a growth-type treasure, and if it absorbs enough essence blood and essence souls, its power will become extremely formidable. Hearing this, Li Yi's face showed joy, and he became even more pleased with the bloodthirsty blade in his hand. Zhang Tai took a deep look at Li Yi and sighed. Brother Li, don't be too happy too soon. This bloodthirsty blade is very powerful, but it's best not to nurture it too quickly. Firstly, if the power of the bloodthirsty blade becomes stronger, it will become more difficult for you to control. Secondly, you need to be careful of the backlash from the bloodthirsty blade. This blade is clearly a fierce weapon. As its power increases, it can easily turn against its master. Zhang Tai's words struck Li Yi like a wake-up call. The other party was an artifact forger and had more experience than him, so listening to him would not be a bad thing. Before he had enough strength, it was better to use the bloodthirsty blade less. He had just felt a hint of resistance when he controlled this magical tool, clearly indicating that the other party was not lying to him. Thank you for the reminder. Brother Zhang, I am deeply grateful, Li Yi said apologetically. Hearing Li Yi's thanks, Zhang Tai smiled slightly and said, Brother Li, don't mention it. I have an unreasonable request and hope you can agree. I hope you can let me handle the materials of this Li Huojiao. I promise to refine a few sets of top-tier magical tools for you. What do you think? Let you handle the refining. And you can refine top-tier magical tools for free? Li Yi asked suspiciously. Not right now, of course. It will be after reaching the foundation establishment stage. If all goes well this time, after I go out, I should be able to obtain foundation establishment pills, so the issue of foundation establishment should not be a problem. Of course, it will be free of charge, but I hope Brother Li can give me the leftover scraps after refining the magical tools, Zhang Tai said cunningly. Hearing the other party's words, Li Yi laughed and said, that's not a problem. As long as Brother Zhang can really help me refine a few sets of top-tier magical tools, then the excess materials from the Jiao will be given to you. But the materials from the Jiao need to be kept with me first. That's natural, thank you. In fact, Li Yi also planned to use the materials from the Jiao to refine magical tools, and finding someone else to refine them would also require payment. So it was better to find him. Since the other party dared to bring it up, his refining skills should be good. Next, under Zhang Tai's suggestion, Li Yi carefully extracted the materials from the Jiao, wasting almost nothing. Then, the two of them dug out all the fire crystals and purple flame crystals, obtaining more than a dozen fist-sized purple flame crystals and over 100 fire crystals, along with 37 ground flame fruits, which was a huge harvest for them. Chapter 110, Transaction, 9 turns fire control technique. Looking at the pile of items in front of them, Li Yi and Zhang Tai both swallowed hard. The value of this pile was so great that even the group of golden core stage cultivators outside the secret realm would fight for it, let alone the 2 chi refining stage cultivators like Li Yi and Zhang Tai. After a long time, Li Yi took a deep breath and said, Brother Zhang, let us divide these items as per our earlier agreement. You can take 5 earth flame fruits, and I can give you 20 fire crystals. There are more items here than I expected. All right, I want to be polite. Zhang Tai thanked him and took out several jade boxes to carefully store the earth flame fruits. Then he took out a transparent crystal box to put all the fire crystals inside, sealing it with several talismans to completely hide the aura of the fire crystals. Brotherly, it's best to use some talismans to block the aura. Otherwise, the aura of the fire crystals can easily be sensed by the outside golden core stage cultivators. And it would be impossible to take them away quietly then, Zhang Tai said seriously, looking at Li Yi. Okay, Li Yi replied seriously, but he didn't pay much attention. As long as he threw these items into the space of his small cauldron, he was sure those golden core stage old monsters wouldn't notice. Brotherly, I have a secret technique for controlling flames, created by an ancient master of artifact refining, called the 9 turns fire control technique. I would like to exchange this technique for a piece of purple flame crystal. I wonder if you would be willing. Zhang Tai asked. Hearing this, Li Yi frowned. He had never heard of the 9 turns fire control technique, and he felt a bit at a loss if he were to exchange for it. To obtain these fist-sized purple flame crystals, he had to sacrifice 2 of his magical artifacts, the Bai Shui sword and a black small fork, both of which were destroyed by the high temperature of the magma river while mining the purple flame crystals. Additionally, he had also wasted over a dozen top-tier spiritual artifacts while mining the fire crystals. Although top-tier spiritual artifacts were not particularly valuable to him, magical artifacts were still quite rare for Li Yi. Seeing Li Yi's expression, Zhang Tai knew that the other party was not familiar with the 9 turns fire control technique. Zhang Tai didn't mind and explained, Brotherly might not know much about the 9 turns fire control technique, so let me explain a bit. This technique not only controls flames, but also refines and subdues fire seeds, but it requires deep cultivation. I believe you don't want others to know about the purple flame crystals in your possession, right? This purple flame crystal is the true fire of golden core stage cultivators, and it takes a considerable amount of time to refine. As far as I know, this purple flame crystal can also be used as a material to refine the initial form of magical treasures. Surely, you wouldn't want to find a golden core stage cultivator to help you refine it, would you? From your tone, could it be that the 9 turns fire control technique can help me refine the purple flame crystal? Li Yi asked, his expression unchanged. Exactly. The 9 turns fire control technique is the top-level secret method for controlling flames. Each time the flames undergo a turn, their temperature doubles. If Brotherly cultivates this technique to a few turns, refining the purple flame crystal will be no problem at all. I can first give you a small portion of the 9 turns fire control technique, and you can decide after reviewing it, Zhang Tai said. After finishing, Zhang Tai handed a jade slip to Li Yi, clearly prepared in advance. Li Yi said nothing and took the jade slip, carefully reading it, while Zhang Tai watched confidently, believing that Li Yi would definitely agree to the exchange. In fact, Zhang Tai felt a bit conflicted. If it weren't for the purple flame crystals in Li Yi's possession, he wouldn't really want to part with the 9 turns fire control technique. The value of this technique far exceeded what ordinary people could imagine, and even their fire spirit valley might not possess it. For alchemy, artifact refining, and fire-type cultivators, it was truly priceless. It took Li Yi a full incense stick's time to finish reading the contents of the jade slip, which was only a glimpse of the 9 turns fire control technique. The information recorded in the jade slip indeed matched what Zhang Tai had said. It was not only a high-level technique for controlling flames, but also recorded how to subdue and refine fire seeds, making it quite valuable. However, when he asked earlier how to refine flames, Zhang Tai had said he didn't know. Now, seeing that he had unearthed the purple flame crystal, he directly presented the method for refining flames. Li Yi thought he was quite the opportunist, but he could understand. If it were his own, he would likely do the same. Glancing at the faint red flames in the large pit, a glimmer of light flashed in Li Yi's eyes, and he said firmly, "I'll exchange it. Brother Zhang can take one piece of the purple flame crystal." Good. Brotherly is indeed straightforward. This exchange is very beneficial for both of us. Here is the completed technique jade slip. Brotherly can take a look, Zhang Tai said excitedly. After saying that, he took out another jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to Li Yi, then focused on the purple flame crystals, contemplating which one to take. Li Yi carefully examined the remaining items, and Zhang Tai chose the largest piece of purple flame crystal. Li Yi didn't say anything about it. The 9 turns fire control technique was indeed very useful for him, and he decided not to hold a grudge over the purple flame crystal. After Zhang Tai took the purple flame crystal, Li Yi also collected all the remaining items. Brotherly, let us go? It's dangerous in the secret realm now. We should act together for safety, Zhang Tai suggested. After hearing his words, Li Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Zhang, you go ahead first. I need to stay here a bit longer to recover my spiritual power. I just had a fierce battle with the fire flood dragon, and my spiritual power hasn't recovered yet. I also need to rest a bit. Alright, then I'll leave first. I still lack some spiritual herbs and need to go out and try my luck. Take care, Brotherly. After saying that, Zhang Tai glanced at the faint red flames in the deep pit with some regret and left without hesitation. Just a moment after Zhang Tai left, a purple light emerged from the ground in front of Li Yi, revealing a small purple beast. Li Yi had kept the small beast on the ground to monitor the situation. Looking at the small beast that was drooling over him, Li Yi said, Go. Check if that person has left. If he has gone, cover up the entrance, and when you return, I'll give you a fruit. Li Yi then took out a spirit recovery pill and consumed it to start recovering his spiritual power. Moments later, the purple small beast ran back. Chattering excitedly at Li Yi tossed a piece of earth flame fruit to it, and the small purple beast happily scampered to the side to eat the fruit. Li Yi then took out a green small cauldron from his storage bag, walked to the large pit, and used the bloodthirsty blade to dig up the faint red flames. Then the small cauldron emitted a green light, enveloping Li Yi and the faint red fire seed, bringing them into the space of the small cauldron. Chapter 111. Gate of Inheritance. Li Yi placed the fire seed into the space of the small cauldron, used a few fire crystals to create a small fire pile, and placed the fire seed on top. Finally, he took out 2 mid-grade fire spirit stones and placed them underneath. The previously dim fire seed immediately gained a hint of vitality with the infusion of spiritual energy. Although he obtained the 9 turns fire control technique, his cultivation level was insufficient, and he had not practiced it, nor could he subdue the fire seed of Li Hua. However, he could nurture this flame and wait until his cultivation was sufficient to refine and subdue it. With this fire seed, he could refine pills here in the future without needing to venture out to find flames. In the past, when he refined low-grade spirit pills, it was not a problem to use firestones. However, refining high-grade spirit pills was a different matter. Low-level flames simply could not eliminate the impurities in the pills. After completing all this, Li Yi left the space of the small cauldron and reappeared in the lava hall. At this moment, the purple little beast was circling around the small cauldron out of curiosity. When it saw Li Yi come out, it called out to him several times and then pointed with its little paw at the opposite lava cliff. What did you say? There are purple stones inside that rock wall over there, Li Yi asked in surprise. The purple little beast quickly nodded. Where? Hurry and take me there. If I can find that kind of stone, I'll give you 2 more fruits. Li Yi gritted his teeth, as if he had suffered a great loss. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the purple little beast immediately became spirited and excited, darting out and pointing at a cliff near the lava river. Looking at the cliff pointed out by the little beast, Li Yi was somewhat incredulous because he had already dug there and taken away a piece of ordinary fire crystal. However, seeing the little beast's demeanor, it didn't seem like it was playing tricks on him. So he took out the bloodthirsty blade and began to dig. The bloodthirsty blade lived up to its reputation as a treasure prototype, although the stones on the cliff had been tempered by lava and were incredibly tough. The bloodthirsty blade still sliced through them as if they were soil, breaking them into chunks. He dug over 10 feet deep and still did not see any purple flame crystal, not even an ordinary fire crystal. Li Yi turned his head to look at the purple little beast, which pointed at the cave entrance, indicating for Li Yi to continue digging, saying, "Not there yet?" Li Yi dug again, going about another 10 feet deep, and just as he was about to give up, a purple-black light flashed before his eyes. The purple flame crystal had turned deep purple, almost black. It was clear that the purple aura was extremely dense. When the bloodthirsty blade struck it, it was unexpectedly bounced back, making Li Yi gasp in surprise. This was definitely an extremely rare purple flame crystal. The purple little beast, seeing this stone, was also excited, dancing around and calling out to Li Yi, as if to say, "I didn't deceive you. You still don't believe me," with a very amusing expression. "All right, I got it. Hurry and step aside. I'll get this stone out. This purple flame crystal is quite large, so I'll give you an extra fruit," Li Yi said generously this time. After saying this, Li Yi took out a ground flame fruit and tossed it to the little beast, which happily ran off. After a full 2 hours, Li Yi finally dug out this huge purple flame crystal, which was even larger than an adult's head and considerably larger than all the purple flame crystals he had previously collected combined. In the rich purple, there was a hint of black-red, and as soon as Li Yi's consciousness touched it, he felt a burning sensation. This was definitely not an ordinary purple flame crystal. Li Yi thought to himself, although this excavation of the purple flame crystal took quite a while, the bloodthirsty blade showed no signs of damage, which made Li Yi quite satisfied. It seemed that the bloodthirsty blade had indeed increased in power after devouring the essence blood of cultivators and the Li Huijiao. After tidying everything up and feeling that nothing was left behind, Li Yi left the underground cave. Breathing in the air of the secret realm, Li Yi was in a good mood. Up to now, he had only completed the first task in the secret realm, gathering the main spiritual herbs for refining the foundation establishment pill. He had already collected all the necessary herbs and just needed to return and cultivate them to refine the foundation establishment pill. Next, he needed to consider the matter of the techniques. Before entering the secret realm, Li Yi and the other cultivators at the 12th level of the Qi refining stage received a special jade slip that recorded the location of a valley with a heritage gate. Only cultivators at the 12th level of the Qi refining stage could enter this heritage gate, and if they could pass the test, they could obtain a technique or secret art. As long as they could pass the assessment after entering, they would be able to present the technique to their sect and receive generous rewards, depending on the value of what they brought out. Looking at the jade slip in his hand, which recorded the location of the heritage gate, Li Yi did not linger any longer. After confirming the direction, he activated the Bat King's wings behind him and soared towards the distance. There was a strange thick fog in the secret realm, and Li Yi did not dare to fly too fast or too high, so he could only fly close to the ground. He moved quickly along the way and encountered several waves of cultivators searching for spiritual herbs. By this time, most of the spiritual herbs had already been harvested. If he wanted to find more spiritual herbs, he could only target the other cultivators. Therefore, killing others for their herbs had become a common occurrence. Along the way, as long as someone dared to attack him, Li Yi would kill them on the spot. The bloodthirsty blade was incredibly sharp, and coupled with the blood-colored dragon shadow, they had completely fused together, greatly enhancing the power of the blood blade. Ordinary magical tools were easily shattered by him, which improved his mood and boosted his confidence. With this magical tool, unless he encountered a group of cultivators attacking him, he should have few opponents in the secret realm. From the cultivators he killed, Li Yi obtained dozens of spiritual herbs, which was a pleasant surprise. After more than a day's travel, Li Yi finally arrived at the valley recorded in the jade slip. At the base of a cliff in the valley, there was a circular light gate with 2 ancient characters inscribed on it, "Ask Heaven," which held a certain artistic conception. At this moment, there were already quite a number of cultivators gathered in front of the light gate, at least 20 or 30 of them, seemingly arguing about something. Among them, more than 10 cultivators surrounded the light gate, seemingly preventing others from entering, while the remaining cultivators looked furious. In front of the light gate, Li Yi even saw a familiar face, his cousin, Li Haoran. His cultivation had already reached the 12th level of the Qi refining stage. Li Yi quickly moved through the crowd and blended in, wanting to understand what was happening before deciding on his next course of action. Chapter 112. Framing, Killing. And escaping as soon as Li Yi blended into the crowd, he heard a young cultivator angrily shout, "Are you from the Tianyue sect and the Shindao sect going too far? We want to enter the heritage gate, but you actually require us to hand over 30 spiritual herbs to you. Aren't you afraid we will join forces to kill you? Excessive? How is it excessive? If you're not satisfied, let us have a fight. If we lose, we will naturally let you in, but if you lose, you will obediently hand over the spiritual herbs. Otherwise, you can only watch from the outside." A young man with a sword on his back said coldly, "Let us fight then. I'm not afraid of you." The cultivator from the Fire Spirit Valley was also hot-tempered, and as he spoke, he slapped his storage bag with one hand, and a small magical sword appeared in his hand, directly attacking the opposing cultivator. Seeing that both sides were about to make a move, Li Yi and the other cultivators immediately retreated far back, giving the two enough space. The young man with the sword on his back let out a cold laugh, and then the long sword behind him shot up into the sky, attacking the person in front of him. At the same time, the other cultivators joined forces, and suddenly 5 or 6 magical artifacts flew out, directly attacking this person. After a scream, the person was dismembered by the chaotic attacks, and the scene was extremely bloody. Afterwards, the group of cultivators retrieved their magical artifacts and spiritual tools. The cultivator with the long sword stepped forward to pick up the person's storage bag, sneering disdainfully as he glanced at Li Yi and the others, his eyes filled with contempt. Seeing this scene, several cultivators in the crowd quietly retreated. However, a few cultivators, unwilling to back down, glared at them angrily and said, "You are too shameless. You agreed to a contest, yet you all attacked him together. Shameless. I advise you to be more cautious. We never said it had to be one-on-one. It was he who overestimated himself and challenged us. If he wants to enter, he must defeat us. You fellow cultivators are not new to the immortal cultivation world. Are you still that naive?" At this moment, a round-faced young man stepped forward and said fiercely, "If it weren't for the fact that we are all cultivators from the Chu country, I would have killed all of you long ago. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you guys. I know some of you have high statuses and possess several top-tier spiritual and magical tools, but it doesn't matter. If you want to enter, you must follow the rules we set." Another cultivator stepped forward, speaking arrogantly. Li looked at the group of cultivators in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then revealed a cold smile as he left the crowd. Since many cultivators had already left, no one paid much attention to his departure. Li walked into a dense forest, took out a set of clothing from the loose cultivator alliance, and a mask. After some disguise, he revealed a sinister smile and performed a water mirror technique to check his appearance. At this moment, he looked about 70 to 80% similar to the blood-clothed young man he had fought against before. After checking, Li Yi returned to the crowd. The remaining cultivators, aside from those guarding the entrance, included 5 or 6 reluctant ones. Seeing some arrogant cultivators still present, a cold smile appeared on Li Yi's lips. He raised his left hand, and a small black bell appeared in his hand, which he then threw into the air. The soul bell swelled in the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a black bell over 10 feet tall, attacking the cultivators opposite him. Raising his right hand, the bloodthirsty blade appeared in his grasp, and he casually tossed it, transforming into a beam of bloodlight that shot towards the crowd on the other side. "Everyone, let's attack together. They might not be able to defeat us. If they come one by one, they will be picked off easily. I will handle those with magical artifacts. You attack the others," Li Yi shouted sternly to the 5 or 6 cultivators beside him. "Damn it, you dare to sneak attack us with just 2 magical artifacts? You are asking for death. I will dismember you." The cultivators from the Tianyue sect and the Shindao sect did not expect Li Yi to launch an attack at this moment. Caught off guard, they were thrown into chaos. The cultivators around Li Yi, seeing him take action, no longer hesitated and took out their spiritual tools, engaging in a fierce battle with the opponents. With someone leading the charge, their bloodlust was ignited, and they launched violent attacks. Among them, Li Yi's attacks were the most ferocious. A wave of soul bell attacks injured the opponent's spirits, followed by the bloodthirsty blade slaughter, resulting in piercing screams from the crowd. In an instant, the 5 cultivators with magical artifacts were easily slaughtered by Li Yi, 2 of them not even having time to use their artifacts before their throats were pierced. The other 3 cultivators quickly regained their senses and hurriedly activated their magical artifacts. But their artifacts were easily severed into several pieces by the red light of the bloodthirsty blade. The sight of this left the other cultivators gasping in shock. They wondered when the loose cultivator alliance had such a fierce person, easily slicing through cultivators with magical artifacts as if they were cutting vegetables. All the cultivators began to retreat, their faces filled with terror. After slaughtering the leading 5, Li Yi collected their dropped storage bags and magical artifacts, then quickly entered the inheritance gate, not even glancing at the surrounding cultivators. The guards at the gate had already scattered, not daring to stay. Among them, his cousin Li Haoren was also very clever. Noticing the situation was wrong, he had long since fled. Just as Li Yi entered the inheritance gate, he glanced back at the distant forest, feeling that someone was spying on them. However, when he used his divine sense to investigate, he found no one, which left him very puzzled. Looking at the fierce battles among the cultivators in front of the inheritance gate, 3 people stood in the distant forest. If Li Yi were here, he would definitely recognize one of them as the blood-clothed young man he had fought against, while another was a young man in black. And standing in the middle was a refined young man, all 3 dressed in the clothing of the loose cultivator alliance. "Shueli, that person is the one you fought against. It seems he has disguised himself as you, not only killing someone, but also trying to frame you. He is quite interesting. However, he should be a cultivator without much background. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to kill someone and cover it up. He is a cautious fellow." The blood blade in his hand. "Is it the bloodthirsty blade you lost? Its power seems excessive, and it looks like he has killed quite a few people. I think he is a talent. Let's see if we can recruit him into our holy sect," the refined young man said with a gentle smile, lightly waving the folding fan in his hand. Chapter 113, Massacre, Refining Heart. Chapter 113, Massacre. Refining heart, the young man named Shui Li looked at Li Yi's back with a grim expression. This guy not only robbed him of his magical artifact, injured him, but now he had killed someone and was trying to frame him. He was truly despicable. Hearing the refined young man's words, his face darkened even more as he said, "Oh, Feng, what do you mean? You know I have a deep grudge against him, yet you want to recruit him into the holy sect? Are you deliberately going against me? Going against you? I'm not interested. I just think this guy is a talent and should be recruited into our holy sect to enhance our strength. Your grudge against him is just a small matter. He only killed a few of your people and took one of your magical artifacts, right?" The young man named Ho Feng said nonchalantly, "I don't care. I must kill him. Even if you recruit him into the holy sect, it will be the same." Shui Li still refused to relent, speaking with extreme bitterness. "Alas, alas. The two of you stop arguing. Recruiting people is a matter for the future. I don't think that kid will necessarily join the holy sect. Shui Li, after you go in, just find a chance to kill him. But what about these cultivators here? Shouldn't we let them kill each other? Isn't that a bit wasteful?" Another person said with a smile. "These people can be left to you and Shui Li to handle, as long as it doesn't affect the major matters of our sect. I don't care, but I do need a portion of the spiritual herbs for refining foundation building pills." The refined young man continued. "Okay, then thank you very much, Holauda. But just now, when that kid entered the inheritance gate, he glanced in our direction. Did he discover us?" The young man who had just spoken said again. "This should be impossible. My little heavenly demon banner has an effect of concealing one's aura that even foundation establishment cultivators might not detect. How could he, just a kid, notice it? He must have sensed the aura released by Shui Li just now. It doesn't matter. Even if he discovered it, it's nothing. He's just a small fry. Qin Shuang, you and Shui Li hurry up and kill all the remaining people. Then we can quickly go in and find the master," the elegant young man said with a grim expression. After hearing the elegant young man's words, the blood-clad youth Shui Li and the sinister young man Qin Shuang looked at the cultivators still fighting in front of the light gate and revealed a sinister smile before flying out. Shui Li held a blood-colored small banner in his hand, from which flew out skulls, surging with a bloody aura, charging towards the crowd. The sinister young man Qin Shuang, unwilling to lag behind, took out a black small cauldron, which had 3 legs and 2 ears. From the cauldron's mouth, black smoke swirled and transformed into centipedes, scorpions, venomous snakes, moths, and so on. Dozens or even hundreds of poisonous insects flew towards the crowd. "Ah, not good. These are demonic cultivators. Run." The more than 20 cultivators in front of the light gate came to their senses at this moment, startled by the scene. They hurriedly activated their spiritual tools to defend themselves, but neither the blood-colored skulls nor the poisonous insects were something they could withstand. Some cultivators were poisoned the moment they made contact, completely unable to resist, while others were invaded by the blood-colored skulls and quickly fell into a daze. Shui Li and Qin Shuang acted like 2 wolves mixed in the crowd, crazily slaughtering the cultivators of the 5 major sections. Li Haoran watched the scene before him with shock and deep fear. At this moment, he no longer had his previous naivety, holding a golden flying sword. He slashed at the poisonous insects in the air in a frenzy, but in just a moment, his magical weapon had already become pockmarked. Then, he patted his storage bag, and a yellow talisman appeared in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he slapped it onto himself, which transformed into a yellow light, disappearing underground. "Earth escape talisman, that's rare. Looks like he's going to get away," Shui Li said, his expression somewhat unpleasant. "It's okay, just one person ran away. Split the storage bag into 3 parts. We'll each take one, and as for these corpses, Boss Ho doesn't want them. Let's split them between us." The sinister young man Qin Shuang grinned. "All right, I have no objections." Shui Li nodded in agreement. Then, something shocking happened. The blood-colored skulls of Shui Li burrowed into the corpses, starting to absorb their essence, while the various poisonous insects conjured by Qin Shuang's black small cauldron kept gnawing at the corpses on the ground. In a moment, only a pile of white bones remained, which was truly terrifying. After doing all this, the 3 entered the inheritance door. Since Li Yi entered the inheritance door, he had lost contact with the outside world and naturally didn't know what was happening outside. At this moment, he found himself at the foot of a small mountain, with a stone staircase leading straight to the top. He wasn't sure how many steps there were, and there was no one around. Since entering the inheritance door, Li Yi had appeared here. As for what was behind him, there was no trace of the inheritance door. Even if he wanted to go out, he couldn't. At the entrance of the stone steps, 2 words were inscribed: refining heart. Li Yi didn't know what it meant, but he could roughly guess it was a test of the heart's nature. Stepping onto the stairs, various scenes appeared in his mind, including stunningly beautiful women making provocative gestures to tempt him, hoping he would stay. If he did, these women would be within easy reach. So it's an illusion, quite interesting. However, my spiritual sense is strong. This little illusion can't trap me. Li Yi smiled slightly and began to ascend. Within the illusion, not only was there the temptation of beauty, but also terrifying scenes of all his secrets being leaked, hunted down by the entire cultivation world, and ultimately meeting a tragic end. Although Li Yi managed to escape the illusion with his powerful spiritual sense, he still felt a bit shaken. This made him realize that he needed to be more cautious in the future. If he accidentally leaked his secrets, the events in these illusions could very well occur. After the trial of the illusion, Li Yi's resolve to cultivate became even firmer, and his goal became clearer: to continue cultivating, to strengthen himself, to ascend to the immortal realm, and to achieve true immortality, overlooking all beings. With this in mind, Li no longer hesitated and quickly ascended. After climbing about 100 steps, he saw a small platform with a stone tablet in front of it, and beside the stone tablet was a doorway. Li Yi glanced at the text on the stone tablet, which roughly stated that he had successfully passed the test of the refining heart path. If he wanted to give up the subsequent trials, he could enter the side door to choose a technique or secret art, and then leave the inheritance space. If he didn't want to give up, he could continue to participate in the trials, but the upcoming test would be extremely dangerous, and he could very well die, thus obtaining nothing. Those taking the test were advised to consider carefully. Chapter 114. Black Mist transforms into a demon. Chapter 114. Black Mist transforms into a demon after carefully examining the content on the stone tablet. Li Yi fell into deep thought. What he wanted was a 5 elements technique. According to Chu Yuanlan's narration that day, the 5 elements technique should be the cultivation method of the owner of this secret realm. If that's the case, it certainly wouldn't appear here. He probably wouldn't be able to obtain it until all the trials were completed. With this in mind, Li Yi glanced at the stone tablet again and continued to walk up the stone steps. Hearing that there would be danger, Li Yi summoned the falling soul to protect himself in front. Additionally, he activated the bloodthirsty blade, which floated beside him, ready to attack at any moment. He held a talisman in each hand, remaining vigilant of his surroundings, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Furthermore, Li Yi had originally planned to use the Bat King wings to fly up, but this place was likely under a prohibition set by its owner against flying, and Li Yi's feet couldn't leave the ground, forcing him to climb step by step. This made him a bit helpless. He had no idea how long this would take. Just as Li Yi stepped onto the stairs, the platform and steps behind him disappeared, buried in thick mist, while the steps in front were still somewhat visible. After climbing several steps, Li Yi didn't discover anything dangerous. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly, a black flying eagle burst forth from both sides of the stairs. The flying eagle wasn't a physical entity, but was transformed from the thick mist. Once the black eagle appeared, it swooped directly at Li Yi. Li Yi pointed at the bloodthirsty blade in front of him with one hand, and it transformed into a bloodline, shooting towards the black eagle. The black flying eagle was easily pierced by the bloodthirsty blade, but it didn't immediately disappear. Instead, the black mist quickly filled the holes, only slightly diminishing the density of the black mist, and then continued to swoop towards Li Yi. The bloodthirsty blade actually has no effect on it. Li Yi frowned. Aside from that Black Mountain talisman, the bloodthirsty blade was his most powerful offensive magical weapon. Then, with a single hand gesture, Li Yi pointed at the black small bell in front of him. The falling soul bell emitted a loud sound, scattering the black flying eagle. The shattered eagle transformed into a cloud of black mist, dissipating into the fog surrounding the stone steps. Not bad. These things aren't physical. Using the falling soul bell against them is very effective. Looking at the dissipating black mist, Li Yi felt a surge of joy and murmured to himself. However, it hadn't been long since Li Yi felt joy, and unexpectedly, from the dissipating black mist, 2 black flying eagles flew out and charged towards him. Boom, boom, boom. Li Yi hurriedly used the soul-descending bell to attack, but one of the shadows still managed to scratch him. Although he wasn't injured, the protective aura around him dimmed a bit, seemingly corroded by the black mist. Li Yi cursed the owner of the secret manual in his heart, wondering how a trial could conjure up such a monstrous thing. How could an ordinary Qi refining stage cultivator pass such a test? If more of these flying eagles appeared, he would surely be doomed. Just as Li Yi's thoughts took shape, the flying eagles he had dispersed transformed into 3 flying serpents, flicking their tongues menacingly. And their aura was even denser than that of the black eagles. The 3 flying serpents threw Li Yi into disarray. He enlarged his bloodthirsty blade to over 10 feet long, and with a single slash, he split one serpent in 2, managing to disperse them. This excited Li Yi, but doing so drained his spiritual power rapidly, forcing him to take a recovery pill after a short while. At the same time, he quickened his pace, rapidly heading towards the mountaintop. At this moment, entangling with these black mists was utterly meaningless, and his recovery pills were not infinite. After several battles, he had consumed a significant amount of his pills, leaving him with little remaining. These creatures couldn't be killed. The key was that killing them offered no benefit, and it would waste his recovery pills. Naturally, Li Yi was unwilling to engage in such a losing deal. He raced up the steps, during which the black mist transformed into various flying demonic beasts attacking him. At one point, he even encountered over 10 of them, leaving him quite disheveled. Finally, after activating dozens of various talismans, he managed to slay the demonic beasts formed from the black mist. Gasping for air, Li Yi rushed up the steps. He didn't know how long it had been or how many black mist beasts he had killed, but he finally saw a second platform. He felt like a drowning person who had spotted a lifeline, sprinting towards it. He continuously activated the soul-descending bell, dispersing the black mist beasts blocking his path. And with a few quick strides, he leaped onto the platform. At the moment Li Yi stepped onto the platform, the black mist beasts behind him continued to screech in the air, but dared not approach the platform. Moments later, they They transformed back into black mist and vanished. On the platform, there appeared a stone tablet and a light gate. Li Yi had no time to examine them. After the fierce battle, he had lost track of how many black mist beasts he had slain and how many steps he had climbed. At first, he had time to count, but in the end, he was only focused on killing the beasts. The mental toll on him was quite significant. Even though he had recovery pills to replenish his spiritual power, the constant tension and battles against the black mist were exhausting. After resting for about half an hour, Li Yi finally sat up slowly and glanced at the contents of the stone tablet. The information on the tablet was similar to what he had seen last time. It first congratulated him on passing this trial, then introduced some treasures behind the gate. If he chose to give up continuing the trial, he would receive an even rarer secret technique and divine ability than the previous round, all of which were left behind from ancient times. However, doing so might mean missing out on the treasures left by the master of the secret realm, as not only were the master's techniques and secret arts left on the mountaintop, but also the main magical treasures. As long as he passed the final trial, all of these things would belong to him. Seeing such an introduction, Li Yi took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute as he stepped towards the mountaintop. Just as Li Yi was about to give up and continue climbing the mountain, at the spot where he had just encountered the black mist beasts, 3 cultivators appeared, each with a small black flag above their heads, exuding dense black mist that tightly enveloped them. The aura of the black mist was surprisingly similar to that of the mist on both sides of the stone steps. Because of this, no demonic beasts emerged from the mist to attack them. These 3 were the ones who had entered after Li Yi, namely the demonic cultivators Ho Feng, Shui Li, and Qin Shuang, all dressed in the robes of the loose cultivator alliance. They strolled comfortably on the stone path, unbothered by any beasts formed from the black mist. Boss Ho, your little sky demon flag is truly impressive. It can completely seal our auras, so we won't encounter any demonic beasts formed from the black mist. I've heard that many cultivators coming here for the first time have been killed by the black creatures and dragged into the surrounding mist. Just now, Brother Shui also tested the black mist beasts, and their strength is quite formidable, the sinister-looking youth Qin Shuang remarked in amazement. Of course, this little sky demon flag was crafted by our sect leader using some of the black mist from here, combined with our unique secret methods. Its aura is of the same origin as the mist here, so naturally, we won't be attacked by those demonic beasts in the mist. However, collecting this black mist is quite difficult. Our sect spent a great deal to gather enough of it, Ho Feng said with a smile, a hint of pride in his tone. Oh, so that's how it is. Your Tianma sect's methods are indeed diverse. We've also tried to take note of this black mist, but we've never succeeded. In the past, several disciples came here and perished in the mist, with only one lucky enough to escape, Qin Shuang sighed. By the way, what do you think happened to that kid who just came in? Did he die here, or did he make it past that platform? Qin Shuang asked again. That's hard to say. I think both possibilities exist. He might even be right in front of us, Ho Feng replied. Humph, that would be fortunate for him. Shui Li snorted coldly. If he's ahead of us, that's impossible. That kid has some strength, but he couldn't possibly be ahead of us. If we weren't prepared, even the 3 of us together might not be able to get through this black mist. I think that kid is likely here for the first time, has no background, and isn't prepared, so his chances of getting through are very slim. Forget it, let's not guess here. That kid's life or death has nothing to do with us. In this secret realm, we are enemies. If we encounter him, I'll help Shui Li take him down and retrieve the lost bloodthirsty blade. If he survives and Boss Ho wants to recruit him after we get out, I won't interfere, Qin Shuang said. Brother Qin is right. I have no objections. However, this time, we must find the master first and then think of a way to rescue him. Otherwise, none of us will have it easy. The refined youth said after finishing his statement, taking out a small black box that exuded a chilling aura. Upon hearing this, Shui Li and Qin Shuang's expressions turned serious as they silently nodded and fell silent. Li Yi, of course, had no idea that these 3 were following him. If he had known, he would have hurried up the mountain without daring to rest. In the following moments, Li Yi walked up the steps without encountering any danger, and the summit was just ahead. However, before he reached the top, he heard the sounds of a battle and the shouts and curses of some people. Li Yi's expression changed slightly as he took out a silver token and activated it, placing it in front of him. The soul-reaping bell was stored in his bag, and the bloodthirsty blade was tucked into his sleeve, ready to be activated at any moment. He had also stuck 2 mid-level defensive talismans on himself. With a deep breath, Li Yi cautiously approached the summit, knowing that the cultivators who had made it this far must be strong, so he needed to be even more careful. Just as Li Yi reached the summit, he was stunned by the scene before him. His eyes were immediately drawn to 3 stone tables. On the leftmost table was a blue great sword, exuding an ancient aura and intricate patterns. After a glance, Li Yi felt a bit dizzy. On the middle table lay a jade mirror, with 5-colored light constantly swirling across its surface. At that moment, a woman was holding the handle of the jade mirror. Li Yi recognized her as a fellow cultivator from their Tianxiao sect, the same one who had looked down on the golden core cultivator, Dongfang Bai. In front of the woman, a painting seemed to float, depicting endless seas, with towering peaks rising into the clouds, exuding a magnificent aura. The five-colored jade mirror was repelling the dark, greenish light emanating from the painting, while the woman remained motionless, seemingly entranced in some mysterious state. This woman was not simple. The painting and the five-colored mirror must be the legendary treasures. Li Yi's eyes revealed immense shock as he thought to himself that being able to wield a treasure must mean she was a golden core cultivator. Wasn't it said that golden core cultivators couldn't enter here? Why was she able to come in? Li Yi silently cursed, feeling that the sect's information was unreliable. On the right stone table lay a book that seemed to be made of stone, appearing as if it were fused with the table itself. It bore only 2 characters, 5 elements. Behind the 3 stone tables was a light gate, presumably the passage to leave this place. Seeing this, Li Yi felt a surge of excitement and thought, could this be the secret manual recording the 5 elements technique? However, it seemed difficult to collect. On the other side of the summit, 2 groups of cultivators were fiercely battling. One side included cultivators Li Yi recognized, Chu Yuanlan, and Mo Qingyu, and a woman named Qianyu, who was the top disciple of their Tianxiao sect. The other 2 were a woman from the Ice and Snow Palace and a man in golden clothing, likely a member of the royal family of the Chu Kingdom, with a square-faced male cultivator. Opposing them were cultivators from Tianyue sect, Shindao sect, and Holing Valley. Among them were 2 cultivators from Tianyue sect, 1 male and 1 female. 2 male cultivators from Shindao sect, and 1 male from Holing Valley. The 2 sides were evenly matched in number and strength, and for a moment, it was hard to determine a victor. However, in the long run, Chu Yuanlan's side was at a disadvantage and was steadily retreating. Upon seeing Li Yi's arrival, Chu Yuanlan's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed with surprise, Li brother, it's you. You're just in time. Hurry up and help us fend off these people, and I'll gladly give you some spirit herbs. Mo Qingyu also spoke up, yes, junior brother Li. These people not only want to seize our spirit herbs, but are also forcing us to help them collect the treasures here. The other 3 beside them, who were not familiar with Li Yi, remained silent. However, the cultivators from Tianyue sect looked a bit grim upon seeing Li Yi arrive. If he joined the fight, it would be even harder for them to overpower the other side. One of the Tianyue sect cultivators slowly spoke to Li Yi. Although you are a cultivator of Tianxiao sect, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, we won't be polite. This matter is not something you can interfere with. Hearing this, Li Yi narrowed his eyes, quickly calculating his next move. For a moment, he did not speak or join the fight. Su Daoyu, why waste words on him? Adding 1 more person wouldn't make a difference. It would just take some time to deal with him. As long as we can capture these people and have those 2 from the Chu family help us take that blue great sword to present to the sect, it would be a great achievement. If I'm not mistaken, that blue great sword should be the legendary Tianwen, one of the top 10 ancient swords. This is the Winnie secret realm, and it is said that its owner at that time had obtained this sword, which is also how the title came about. At this moment, the one speaking was a disciple from Shindao sect, his gaze fixated on the blue great sword. Hearing this, Li Yi was also astonished. He took another look at the blue great sword, realizing it had such significance as one of the top 10 ancient swords. The top 10 ancient swords are legendary weapons crafted by an ancient master swordsmith using rare treasures, each possessing incredible powers. There are many other legends surrounding these 10 ancient swords, and their reputations are immense. Moreover, judging by the tone of the speaker, it was unbelievable that Chu Yuanlan and another cultivator from the Chu Kingdom could actually claim that great sword. No wonder they were attacking so relentlessly. After some contemplation, Li Yi took a deep breath and said, all right, Yuanlan Daoyu, I will help you deal with them first. As for the spirit herbs, there's no need, since we are somewhat acquainted. However, I have a few questions that I need your help to clarify. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Chu Yuanlan was overjoyed and quickly said, thank you, Li brother, but please be careful, their methods are not weak. As he spoke, the silver token in Li Yi's hand activated, sending silver characters flying towards the Tianyue sect cultivators. Li Yi had his own considerations for this move. He certainly didn't want to leave without a fight. Only by ensuring Chu Yuanlan side 1 could he have a chance to obtain the cultivation manual for the 5 elements technique. Moreover, Chu Yuanlan should know this place better than he did and might have a way to obtain the techniques here. As for the cultivators from Tianyue sect and Shindao sect, although they were powerful, Li Yi felt he could still handle them. But speed was essential. That one cultivator suspected to be a golden core cultivator was a significant threat. Regardless of who he was or why he was here, Li Yi sensed he might have some connection to Tianxiao sect. Yet he couldn't be sure that the man wouldn't hold hostility towards him. A golden core cultivator could easily kill several chi refining cultivators, like squashing ants. He truly couldn't understand why Chu Yuanlan and the others dared to compete for treasures in front of a golden core cultivator. Even if they wanted to seize the ancient sword, they should have taken it first and then settled the matter of the treasures. Now that the treasures were not yet in hand, fighting to the death here seemed incomprehensible and even foolish. You dare to help them against us? You really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Just wait until I cut you down. Su Daoyu, this person is handed over to me. He has a magical artifact. You guys stop those few over there. I will kill this kid first, and then we will work together to take down these people. A young man with a long knife on his back said ferociously. Immediately, a blue short blade and a golden long knife rushed towards Li Yi. Li Yi hurriedly used a silver token to defend, but as soon as his token clashed with the opponent's, he was forced to retreat step by step. The opponent's blue short blade and golden long knife were both magical artifacts, and their power was not low, making Li Yi suffer considerable losses in a short time. Li Yi kept retreating, using the silver token to engage in battle with the opponent, gradually moving away from the battle group. He was about to reach the edge of the stone steps, having already distanced himself from Mo Qingyu and the others. Seeing this scene, Mo Qingyu and the others changed their expression slightly. They thought Li Yi might be a bit too weak, as he was about to be defeated right after the encounter. If they had known, they would have rushed to help him earlier. They sought Li Yi's assistance because they knew he had a talisman treasure in his possession, which could turn the tide of the battle once used. However, they were puzzled as to why Li Yi had not taken it out yet, which made them feel anxious and uneasy. Did something unexpected happen? Li Yi, retreating to the edge, remained calm. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and the bloodthirsty blade in his sleeve was already eager to move. He whispered, "This location should be about right." Then a cold smile appeared at the corner of Li Yi's mouth. He raised his left hand and shot out a mid-tier fire serpent talisman, causing a fire serpent about 10 feet long to rush towards the young man. "Humph, a magical artifact and a mid-tier talisman. You think you can escape from me? You're underestimating me, die kid." The young man snorted disdainfully and swung the golden long knife towards the fire serpent. Just as the burly man felt triumphant, a blood-colored light shot out from Li Yi's sleeve, carrying an astonishing aura of blood and killing intent, rushing towards the opponent. "Not good. Ning Daoyu, be careful." The distant Su surname youth's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly shouted a warning. Hearing this, the young man fighting Li Yi sensed the danger and did not dare to be negligent. After forming a spell gesture, a blue battle armor appeared on him, firmly protecting him. "Battle armor? I didn't expect Ning Daoyu to have such a treasure. This makes me more cautious," the Su surname youth said, letting out a sigh of relief with a hint of envy. Battle armor is a very special type of defensive magical artifact, possessing stronger defensive power than ordinary artifacts. It can be easily activated in times of danger, and it can also embed spirit stones, allowing the practitioner to expend very little spiritual power to activate it. Some battle armors can even automatically trigger attack spells, extremely powerful. However, the refining of battle armor is very complicated, requiring not only precious materials but also complex crafting techniques, many of which have nearly been lost. It was unexpected to encounter one here. Seeing that the opponent had such a thing as battle armor, Li Yi's brows furrowed tightly. At this moment, he did not have absolute confidence that he could kill the opponent in one strike. The reason he led the opponent here was to use the bloodthirsty blade for a sneak attack, aiming to kill one person first and then deal with the rest, making it much easier. However, it seemed that it would not be so simple now. In an instant, Li Yi's bloodthirsty blade reached the young man's front. The young man also noticed that amidst the blood light was a blood-colored short blade, with a dragon shadow roaring, which fiercely stabbed into the blue battle armor. Bang! The blue battle armor and the bloodthirsty blade collided, producing a muffled sound. Watching the blood-colored short blade being blocked, the young man let out a sigh of relief and laughed. "Kid, you brought me here to deal with me with this backup? A demonic artifact. I thought it was something else." But at that moment, the bloodthirsty blade seemed to be enraged, bursting forth with a blinding blood light, accompanied by a roar. And it pierced through the blue battle armor, drilling into the young man's head. The smile on the young man's face had not yet faded before he was dead, slowly collapsing to the ground. The two long knife magical artifacts in the air, having lost their master's control, flickered with spiritual light before falling to the ground. Seeing this scene, Li Yi was naturally overjoyed. He quickly flashed to the young man's corpse, summoned the storage bag with one hand, and then picked up the magical artifacts on the ground. He cast 2 fireball spells at the corpse, turning it to ashes. Finally, on top of the ashes, a blue spiritual armor appeared, with a hole pierced by a small knife. Li Yi took a look and picked it up, tossing it into his storage bag. All these actions were so skillful, as if he had done them many times before, causing the others present to gasp in shock. The time Li Yi spent fighting the young man was not long. Initially, the opponent had the upper hand, but once Li Yi brought out the bloodthirsty blade, he killed the opponent in just a few breaths. The speed of his actions was so fast that the Tianyue sect and Chu Yuanlan and others did not have time to react before Li Yi had already dealt with his opponent. "Second brother, you dare to kill my second brother, I will kill you." At this moment, another cultivator with a long knife on his back became furious, his eyes wide with rage. In response, Li Yi did not waste words. He pointed at the bloodthirsty blade with one hand, and the bloodthirsty blade transformed into a blood light, slashing towards the man. At this time, the remaining cultivator from the Divine Blade sect, though furious, had not lost his reason. He hurriedly activated 2 flying knives to meet the bloodthirsty blade in the air. The Divine Blade sect cultivator's control over the flying knives was also not weak, and the 2 flying knives clashed fiercely with the bloodthirsty blade in midair. Surprisingly, for a moment, they were not shattered by the bloodthirsty blade, indicating that the materials of the 2 flying knives were also quite good, Li Yi thought to himself. However, after a moment, the 2 magical artifacts emitted a mournful cry, being cut into 4 segments by the blood-colored knife light, falling to the ground. "You actually destroyed our magical artifacts. The young man looked at his destroyed magical artifacts in horror, unable to believe it. He knew the materials of the magical artifacts in his hand. Even such artifacts were destroyed by the opponent's blood blade, indicating how terrifying the blood blade was. At this moment, he felt a sense of fear towards Li Yi. His usual arrogance was because of his strength, but he was not foolish. It was clear that Li Yi was stronger than him, and the only thought he had was to escape. Su brother, this person is not to be reckoned with. Let us retreat, the young man said hoarsely. After Li Yi destroyed the opponent's magical artifact, he did not attack again, but merely watched the opponent. He felt that showing this level of strength was enough to intimidate them. If he attacked again, he would at most defeat the opponent. But he had no intention of killing them, because those who could come here were not weak, and their identities were not ordinary. If there was another practitioner like the blood-clad youth hiding the powers of a golden core cultivator within, he would be in big trouble. Even if he could kill the opponent, Li Yi dared not do so. First of all, he could not guarantee that Mo Qingyu and the others would keep it a secret for him. Although it was inevitable for cultivators entering the secret realm to fight each other for spiritual herbs, it was an unspoken rule among the major sections. However, Tianyue sect was the largest cultivation sect in Chu country, and if they knew he had killed their core disciple, even if they wouldn't attack him openly, a covert attack would be as easy as squashing an ant, even if Li Yi had entered the foundation establishment stage, unless he killed all the cultivators here. But Li Yi still hoped that Chu Yuanlan would help him find the 5 elements cultivation technique, so he naturally wouldn't resort to killing. Therefore, the conflict between both sides was meaningless. As for killing a cultivator from the Shindao sect, that was easy to explain. The other party wanted to kill him. And in self-defense, he killed the other cultivator, which was justifiable. For a moment, the cultivators present fell silent. And the leading youth with the surname Su observed the changing expressions on Li Yi's face, seemingly considering whether to use other means to deal with Li Yi and the others. Seeing this, Li Yi chuckled and said, "How about we both back down? Even if we manage to obtain this Tianwen ancient sword, it certainly won't